spiritual energy. The combination of a golden core pill and 10 top-tier spirit-nurturing pills undoubtedly significantly enhanced the success rate of breakthroughs. One morning, after 10 months of pregnancy, Yun was ready to give birth. This was the moment of greatest anxiety for her, as it was her first experience of childbirth in 2 lifetimes. And she lacked experience. Under the careful guidance of the midwives, she could only exert herself according to their instructions. Fortunately, she noticed her husband, Wang Qinquan, standing at the door of the delivery room, encouraging her, which helped her endure the discomfort of labor. Suddenly, the sound of a baby's cry echoed. Mother and child were safe. Congratulations, my lord, the midwife announced joyfully. At that moment, another midwife exclaimed, there is another. And soon, another baby's cry was heard. Wang Qinquan and the other ladies breathed a sigh of relief. It seemed everything was proceeding smoothly. The midwife cradled the last bundled infant and said, congratulations, my lord. Madam has given birth to twins, 2 young masters. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully giving birth to an offspring of the legendary emperor, gaining 50 fortune points and 50 attributes. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully giving birth to an offspring of the emperor's bearing, gaining 20 fortune points and 20 attributes. A second chance for a draw has been granted. The voice of Spring Brother resonated in his mind, as an immense surge of attribute energy flooded into Wang Qinquan. In that instant, the strength of his 3 avatars was further augmented. Wang Qinquan's available luck value had transformed into an astonishing 179 points. This revelation filled him with immense delight. Excellent! Excellent! How wonderful! He exclaimed with exuberance. His face radiated with joy. The birth of his 3rd and 4th children heralded a swift continuation of the Wang family lineage. Moreover, Yun, embodying the regal essence of a supreme empress, had given birth to twins, each possessing the legendary qualities of an emperor and an empress. Overwhelmed with excitement, Wang Qinquan personally cradled the infants, meticulously inspecting them. He nodded in satisfaction. Both children were remarkably healthy. The chubby baby, with tender fair skin, bore a hint of pride in his expression, while the more delicate 4th child was equally enchanting. Wang Qinquan mused that this plump child would undoubtedly inherit his temperament, likely to charm numerous young ladies in the future. With a gleeful smile, he affectionately tousled the chubby one's hair. As he observed the 2 little ones, inspiration for their names blossomed in his mind, though he decided to wait until Yun had fully recovered. He instructed a nearby maid, take these 2 young masters for a bath and change their clothes, but ensure they do not come into contact with cold water. Yes, sir, replied the 2 young and beautiful maids as they gently lifted the chubby baby and the slender one. Meanwhile, his mother, Yu Tongxin, arrived with her eldest grandson, Wang Changsheng, her eyes sparkling with joy. Once the 2 infants had bathed and donned fresh garments, their handsome features emerged. Father, my younger brother is quite handsome. Wang Changsheng's tender voice chimed in, his precociousness evident as he had already learned to speak at just over a year old. Haha, my eldest, Changsheng, is indeed very charming, Wang Qinquan said, lifting his eldest son with pride. After Yun had given birth and regained her strength, she emerged from the delivery room, supported by the 2 maids. This room was specially constructed within Wang Qinquan's estate for this purpose. Wang Qinquan promptly entrusted Wang Changsheng to his grandmother and approached Yun, planting a gentle kiss on her cheek as he supported her. My dear wife, you have worked so hard. Please, sit and rest. Yun smiled brightly at her husband, emanating an aura of initial foundation establishment. Remarkably, after giving birth to 2 children without consuming foundation establishment pills, she had directly ascended in cultivation. It must be noted that among the Wang family, Yun's natural talent was truly extraordinary. She had fully awakened her supreme grade spiritual roots, a qualification surpassing even divine and celestial roots. Her physical recovery abilities were equally impressive, although the memories of her past life as an empress remained incomplete. She had recalled many significant events. At that moment, Yunhai and Yunhua Wu, her immediate family members, arrived upon hearing the news. My dear daughter, you have truly worked hard, bringing forth 2 beautiful grandsons. Yunhai gazed at Yun with a loving expression. They all settled in the estate's hall to converse. Wang Qinquan summoned the family chef to prepare a modest feast. During the banquet, Yunhai inquired with a smile, my son-in-law, what names have you chosen for my 2 grandsons? Wang Qinquan raised his glass in respect to his father-in-law and replied with a smile, the eldest, who is my 3rd son, shall be named Wang Tong, while the 4th will be called Wang Chong. Wang Qinquan gazed towards the twins, filled with immense pride as he proclaimed, my sons, Wang Tong and Wang Chong, both possessed the demeanor of great emperors. Chapter 83, The Shimen Clan. Talents abound. Wang Qinquan gazed proudly at the twins, proclaiming, "My sons, Wang Teng and Wang Chong, both possess the stature of emperors." Upon hearing his words, Yun Hai and his son, Yun Yun, along with Long Ji and Pan Yinlian, were momentarily taken aback. Here, apart from Wang Qinquan, they understood the implications of possessing the stature of an emperor. Yun Hai abruptly stood, his eyes wide with astonishment as he exclaimed, "What did you say? The stature of an emperor?" Wang Qinquan nodded affirmatively. Joy surged within Yun Hai and Yun Huawu. In the realm of cultivation, an emperor, empress, or one of emperor stature typically refers to someone who, through their training, becomes a formidable being akin to the Great Ling Empress or the Dragon Clan's Dragon King during the tribulation phase. Although they believed the likelihood of the twins achieving such heights was nearly non-existent, they were also aware that Wang Qinquan was not one to speak falsely. Thus, even if Wang Teng and Wang Chong did not reach that level, their innate talents would undoubtedly be remarkable, warranting Wang Qinquan's assertion. Consequently, Yun Hai and Yun Huawu were filled with elation, knowing the twins bore half the bloodline of the Yun family. Yun Yun was particularly delighted, for in her memories from a past life, the stature of an emperor entailed much more than merely attaining immortality. The twins she bore were exceptionally gifted. Long Ji and Pan Yinlian were equally astounded, realizing that not only did their sister Yun Yun possess an elegance that surpassed theirs, but her offspring were also extraordinary. After Yun Hai and the others took their leave, continuing to the Wang family's training grounds where they could also cultivate, Wang Qinquan recalled that he had yet to utilize the 2 lottery chances awarded by the system for fathering 2 emperor-statured offspring. He promptly availed himself of the lottery. Ding! 1 draw completed. Congratulations on obtaining a transformation stage, Yellow Turban Warrior. Ding! 1 draw completed. Congratulations on obtaining a refinement stage, Yellow Turban Warrior. Wang Qinquan was momentarily perplexed. Why did he receive 2 Yellow Turban Warriors? However, as the clan war was imminent, having more Yellow Turban Warriors was undoubtedly advantageous, especially since one of them was a fully realized refinement stage Yellow Turban Warrior. He speculated that this represented the pinnacle of a 1.5-star power's foundational strength. Even the most formidable ancestor of the Xiangui sect would likely only possess refinement stage prowess. After all, having a being at the integration stage would elevate a faction to a 2-star status, much like Pan Yinlian's Hawan sect. In front of Pan Yinlian, Yun Yun, Long Ji, and his mother, Yu Tongxin, Wang Qinquan released both Yellow Turban Warriors, then directly stored them back into the system's spatial realm. Although the Yellow Turban Warriors required a substantial quantity of spirit stones daily to maintain their cultivation, this expense was negligible for him, and Wang Qinquan felt no remorse whatsoever. Murong Yuyin, Yun Yun, Long Ji, and Pan Yinlian were utterly astonished. Wang Qinquan informed them that these were puppets of the transformation stage. As a powerful transformation stage demon herself, Long Ji recognized that her husband was not deceiving them. Moreover, she sensed that both puppets possessed the capability to eliminate her in an instant. One of the presences was particularly unfathomable, comparable to the prowess of a Dragon Clan master at the pinnacle of the Void refinement stage. Long Ji gazed meaningfully at Wang Qinquan, a slight smile gracing her lips. Yet she refrained from elaborating further. Within the Wang clan territory, the individuals who required a breakthrough in their cultivation had largely emerged. Among them, half had successfully ascended to the Golden Core stage, while the other half faced failure. Nonetheless, even those who faltered managed to attain the strength of a half-step Golden Core. In the blink of an eye, the day of the life and death clan battle between the Wang clan and the Shiman clan was fast approaching. Due to Wang Qinquan informing his partner and senior clan members, including Wang Jiansheng, about the protective array of the Wang clan, no arrangements were made for the Qi refinement stage members to leave the clan grounds. Consequently, the numerous Qi refinement members chose to place their faith in the clan, none opting to depart. Meanwhile, at the Shiman clan's territory, a multitude of formidable experts had gathered. Shiman Tongfu was warmly welcoming the Lin clan's patriarch, Lin Run, along with the transformation stage elder Lin Batian, and esteemed guests such as Zhang Jingyi and Zhang Daping. Remarkably, Lin Run had reached the mid-stage of the nascent soul realm, while Lin Batian, his father and Lin Han's grandfather, was at the initial stage of transformation. Additionally, the late-stage nascent soul elder Lin Xingyin was present, accompanied by several Golden Core cultivators. The Lin clan, indeed, was a prestigious family within the realm of the 1.5-star Immortal City. Their purpose for attending was clear: to avenge the fallen Lin Han by eliminating Wang Qinquan. My esteemed seniors and fellow cultivators, let us unite in this endeavor to obliterate the Wang clan, avenging grievances and ensuring our names resonate throughout the nearby immortal cities, commanding respect in the cultivation world. Shimin Tongfu proclaimed with a smile. What is the Wang clan? They dare to slay my son. Annihilating their entire lineage is a mere trifle. Lin Run retorted with a cold snort. Under Shimin Tongfu's embellishments, the Lin clan members were convinced that Lin Han had perished at the hands of Wang Qingquan. Even if not, should it be at the hands of Murong Yuyan, they would not spare her or her husband either. Zhang Daping added, this wretched spawn acted out of jealousy, ruthlessly harming my son and yours. We shall ensure he meets a gruesome end. Zhang Jingyi and Lin Batian remained silent. Yet their eyes betrayed a profound thirst for vengeance. Lin Xingyin frowned, sensing something amiss, though he could not articulate the source of his unease. The Lin clan had prepared meticulously for this assault, even dispatching transformation stage elders, which should be more than sufficient to extinguish the Wang clan. Yet, for reasons unknown, a sense of disquiet lingered in his heart. Rest assured, this clan battle was instigated by the Wang clan themselves. We shall feign weakness and refrain from an immediate assault on their territory. The entirety of the Wang clan is said to be obedient to Wang Qingquan, a young rogue who, emboldened by his nascent soul strength, will undoubtedly lead an attack on our clan. At that moment, we shall decisively eliminate the invading forces, including Wang Qingquan, and then our clan, alongside the esteemed Lin clan, will penetrate the Wang clan's stronghold and obliterate them. Shimin Tongfu confidently presented his strategy for the clan battle. This was his grand design, as the Wang family is the initiator of the clan battle. Should they refrain from launching an offensive, the Shimin faction may remain passive. This impasse could persist until the conclusion of the battle period, half a month later, resulting in the city lord's office declaring the Wang family as the vanquished. Although this would not lead to casualties, the Wang family would incur severe penalties and be required to compensate the city lord's office, the Shimin family, the Lin family, and other involved parties for their losses. Furthermore, half of the Wang family's commercial enterprises would be confiscated, leaving them significantly weakened. Zhang Jingyi coldly remarked, what if the Wang family chooses to concede territory and pay reparations instead of engaging in battle? Shimin Tongfu replied, then we shall wait until the final day. If they do not show up, our clan and the Lin family's experts can collectively invade the Wang family, slay Wang Qingquan, and annihilate their lineage. He had calculated that the Zhang clan, being part of the sect, could not invade the Wang family, whereas the Shimin and Lin families certainly could. With the rewards from repelling the sea beasts, they had seen a significant increase in their golden core experts. The Shimin family boasted 2 essence infusion masters, over 40 golden core practitioners, and a substantial number of foundation establishment cultivators. The Lin family's reinforcements were even more formidable, featuring an ancestor of transformation, 2 essence infusion masters, and numerous golden core cultivators. By all accounts, victory for their side was assured, while the Wang family's defeat was inevitable. As for the Yun family's forces aiding the Wang family, Shimin Tongfu regarded them with disdain. Of course, they were unaware of the yellow turban warriors under Wang Qingquan's command. Nor did they know about Long Ji's marriage into the Wang family. Those privy to such information, like the esteemed elder Tao Tianhe of the Feixia sect, would not disclose it to them. Shimin Tongfu's only concern was whether the Murong family of Dawn Immortal City, specifically Murong Yuyan's maternal family, would send reinforcements to the Wang family. After all, the Murong family was only slightly weaker than the Lin family. However, according to information from the Lin family, the Murong family was unlikely to intervene, as the remaining members of the Lin family would obstruct their arrival. Upon hearing Shimin Tongfu's strategy, the assembly concurred unanimously. As the date of the 2 families' duel drew near, the entire Yunjiang Immortal City was engulfed in fervor. In a private room of the Fengyue Tower, the high-ranking members of the Mei and Jiang families convened secretly. The Wang and Shimin families are exceedingly ruthless, remarked Mei Yoxin. Indeed, they are profoundly foolish. Knowing that the Lin family would support the Shimin family, they still choose to court disaster. The Wang family is effectively seeking their own demise, commented Jiang Yubi. Mei Yoxin shook his head. Wang Qingquan is no ordinary individual. At just over 30, he possesses the might of an ancient master. As the instigator of the clan battle, he likely has contingency plans. What of Wang Qingquan? No matter how formidable he is, can he truly contend with the ancestor of transformation from the Lin family? Jiang Yubi scoffed. Regardless of who triumphs, our 2 families will not reap any benefits. Let us remain spectators in this conflict. Mei Yoxin nodded, choosing to remain silent. For if the Wang family, with the Yun family's support, emerged victorious, the Shimin family's assets would be consumed by both the Wang and Yun families. Conversely, if the Wang family fell, their holdings would be thoroughly divided among the Shimin and Lin families. The Mei and Jiang clans are fundamentally unable to intervene. Indeed, Neither party is one we can provoke lightly, Jiang muttered pensively. The Lin family, having mobilized their forces and journeyed from afar, undoubtedly has motives beyond merely avenging Lin Han. They are also intent on seizing a share of the spoils. Chapter 84, Clan Warfare, breaching the Western Gate clan territory in recent days. The enterprises of the Wang and Shi Min families have come to a complete standstill. Almost all members of both clans have been summoned back to their ancestral grounds, steadfastly guarding their territory, prepared for a fight to the death. The Wang family has not seen a single member depart, even temporarily, while the Shi Min clan has witnessed 2 Golden Core members and several Foundation establishment kin leading a contingent of Qi refinement practitioners away from their ancestral land. They openly expressed their dissatisfaction with clan leader Shi Min Tongfu's actions, declaring their intention to sever ties and dissociate from the Shi Min family. In response, Shi Min Tongfu does not intervene, nor do Wang Qingkuan and his clan take notice. For whether these dissenters genuinely sever their ties or merely seek to preserve the lineage for the time being, such actions are permissible under the grand rules of Deling. Ultimately, they are but small fry. Upon leaving the Shi Min clan, they can carry away only their personal belongings and are barred from seeking vengeance for a century. The remaining members of the Shi Min clan, particularly those aligned with Shi Min Tongfu, including a significant number of Qi refinement practitioners, remain steadfastly within their clan's territory. On this day, the battle for survival between the two clans officially commenced. The peripheries of both families' territories, along with the main thoroughfare leading to the Eastern City Avenue, saw all shops shuttered, and the city guards cleared the area of all onlookers. This zone was temporarily designated as the battleground. The outer edges of the conflict zone were heavily fortified, manned by 10 city guard detachments to deter curious spectators from entering. In the skies above, the early-stage transformation realm master, Lord Tong, alongside another seasoned practitioner and numerous yuanying experts from the city lord's estate, observed the unfolding events, ensuring that order was maintained. It is said that Lord Tong was rewarded with a transformation pill after the city successfully repelled the beast tide from the sea, which, combined with his prior half-step transformation realm cultivation, enabled his ascension following a period of seclusion. Surrounding the combat arena, throngs of spectators congregated, eager to witness the clash. The Wang family had indeed forced the Shi Min clan into a corner, leading to the defection of even a faction of their members. Indeed, the outcome of this battle remained uncertain. Was this merely a strategy to safeguard their lineage? The lower-tier members of the Wang family, resolutely refusing to abandon their territory, could only be commended for their courage. However, I firmly believe the Shi Min family will emerge victorious, for they are determined to claim this victory. With the Lin family supporting them, how could they possibly falter against the Wang clan? Even if the Wang family boasts the unparalleled talent of Wang Qingkuan, he is still too young. Outside the battleground, the crowd buzzed with excitement and speculation. How foolish of the Wang family. They are truly courting death, remarked a bystander. On the 3rd floor of a nearby tea house, a group of young men and women sipped tea while casting derisive glances toward the distant conflict zone. Yet, they have no other choice now. A singular path lies ahead, one commented, to fight until the end, whether in victory or defeat. Alas, with Zhang Taishang and Vice Master Zhang present, the Wang family can only anticipate one outcome. It is a pity that the prodigy Wang Qingkuan, who surpasses even our sect's true disciples in talent, is destined for an untimely demise. A group of young disciples clad in the robes of the Xiangui sect, each possessing cultivation levels ranging from late golden core to the cusp of nascent soul, stood before the unfolding scene. They were not present to cheer for the Zhang family, but rather to witness the spectacle. The Xiangui sect was not solely dominated by the Zhang family. Within its ranks existed various factions, including numerous dissatisfied disciples and elders who resented the monopolization of sect resources by the Zhangs. This particular group belonged to that discontented faction, secretly wishing for the Zhang family to suffer significant losses or even face annihilation in the impending clan battle. However, they acknowledged the futility of such hopes. As 2 hours elapsed without any significant developments from either the Wang or Shi Min clans, the growing audience of onlookers began to feel restless. Numerous practitioners from the Mei and Jiang families, along with wandering cultivators from both the city and beyond, took to the skies from various tea houses and taverns, scanning for signs of activity from the two clans. The Xiangui disciples began to murmur among themselves. Suddenly, a commotion erupted. The Wang clan's experts are making their move. The youthful disciples of Xiangui looked up in unison. A large group of figures emerged from the Wang clan's territory, gliding effortlessly toward the Shi Min clan's domain, moving with an air of nonchalance. At the forefront was Wang Qingkuan, hands clasped behind his back, adorned in a dark azure robe that billowed gracefully, reminiscent of a celestial being descending to earth. His striking features and piercing gaze exuded a powerful aura of masculinity and dominance. "Wow, he is so handsome," exclaimed a beautiful female disciple of the Xiangui sect, unable to suppress her admiration, her eyes sparkling with intrigue. What good is that? He is about to meet his end," retorted another young disciple of Xiangui scornfully. "Indeed," echoed others in agreement. "Who says the Wang family is without support?" countered a dissenting voice. Amidst the crowd of wandering cultivators, a chorus of discussions arose. Wang Qinkuan, accompanied by Long Ji, Murong Yuyin, Wang Yuanzhong, Wang Jianlin, Yun Hai, and over 100 golden core experts from the Wang and Yun families, advanced decisively toward the Shimin clan, with the Wang family employing a protective barrier. Their strategy was to keep all Foundation establishment and Qi refinement members at home, while deploying only golden core cultivators to execute a crushing assault on their adversaries. Wang Qinkuan's 3 powerful avatars were capable of slaying nascent soul beasts, yielding extraordinary spoils, 4th-grade spirit talismans, 4th-grade elixirs, mid-grade spirit stones, and treasured artifacts among other high-level resources. The initial delay in launching an attack was merely Wang Qinkuan distributing 4th-grade spirit talismans and low-grade artifacts to the golden core cultivators of the Wang and Yun families. Consequently, every golden core cultivator from both clans was equipped with a low-grade artifact and several defensive talismans equivalent to nascent soul standards, significantly enhancing their combat prowess to rival that of early-stage nascent soul practitioners. Furthermore, Wang Qinkuan provided Murong Yuyin and Wang Yuanzhong, a mid-stage nascent soul cultivator, with mid-grade artifacts and an abundance of 4th-grade spirit talismans. Long Ji possesses an exquisite treasure, having only requested a handful of 4th-grade spirit talismans. The remaining companions of Wang Qinkuan have remained at home, as their presence in battle is utterly unnecessary. Even Pan Yinlian, who is in the mid-stage of Golden Core, has chosen to stay behind, armed with the inferior treasures and 4th-grade talismans bestowed by Wang Qinkuan. It appears that the Wang family has dispatched only experts at the Golden Core stage or above. Together, the Wang and Yun families boast an astonishing number of over 100 Golden Core masters. This is simply terrifying. The Wang family has initiated their offensive with a formidable advantage. Regrettably, the Wang family possesses only 4 formidable Yuan-Ing level experts, which may prove insufficient against the likes of the Shimin and Lin families. One wonders what the Wang family is contemplating. With so many powerful golden core cultivators and a few Yuan-Ing, it seems improbable that the Shimin faction could successfully breach their ancestral grounds. Alas, uncertainty looms, as numerous rogue cultivators engage in fervent discussions. Presently, Long Ji only reveals the aura of a perfected Yuan-Ing, leading them to mistakenly believe she is merely at that level. In but a fleeting moment, the members of the Wang family, alongside Wang Qinkuan, traversed the vast expanse and landed before the entrance of the Shimin clan's territory. Wang Qinkuan observed that the Shimin family had merely erected a superficial layer of a 3rd-grade protective array around their grounds. With a flourish, he wielded his mid-grade treasure, the Azure Sword, and struck down. Boom! The 3rd-grade array was instantaneously shattered, and the entrance to the ancestral grounds crumbled alongside it. Wang Qinkuan led his companions into the depths of the Shimin clan's territory. Meanwhile, Shimin Tongfu and Lin Run, leading the elite forces of the Shimin family, who had long been lying in ambush, swiftly emerged to encircle the Wang family within their territory. The renowned figures, including the Zhan clan's uncle and nephew, Lin Batian and Lin Xingyin, also made their presence known. Ha, Wang Qinkuan, you have finally arrived. Today, I shall witness what your Wang family possesses to contend with us. Shimin Tongfu hovered in midair, his gaze fixed upon Wang Qinkuan, brimming with malice and disdain. Chapter 85, A Sudden Strike, shocking the city in the past 2 years. The Wang family has steadily grown in power, suffocating the Shimin clan. Wang Qinkuan has even slain 2 of his sons, Lin Batian, Lin Xingyin, and the family head Lin Run have all fixated on Wang Qinkuan. Additionally, Zhan Jingyi and Zhan Daping also exhibit murderous intent. Wang Qinkuan surveyed his surroundings with his spiritual sense and discovered that the combined number of golden core cultivators from the Shimin and Lin families was barely 100. The rest were Foundation establishment cultivators, with even a few thousand Qi refinement practitioners. Wang Qinkuan languidly inquired, "Where are the members of the Shimin family? Why are there so few golden core cultivators? Have the 2 Yuan-Ing elders fled in fear?" "Arrogance," Shimin Tongfu retorted sharply, his expression as dark as a stormy sea. Due to the previous onslaught against the beast tide in the ocean, A considerable number of Golden Core and Foundation establishment members had been annihilated by the Wang family. Consequently, the Shimin family's Golden Core cultivators were now significantly outnumbered. This disparity was further compounded by Wang Qinquan's prior cultivation of a large cohort of Golden Core practitioners before the clan battle. You young ones are utterly ignorant of your limitations. The Golden Core cultivators attacking my clan number merely 100 or so. Do you truly believe you can leave here alive? At that moment, the two Yuaning elders of the Shimin family made their appearance. One was an elderly man, Shimin Wuji, with a toothless grin, who glared at Wang Qinquan, his voice laden with malice. The other was an old woman, Shimin Wuxiua. Wang Qinquan, Morong Yuyan. I must ask you, who is responsible for my son Lin Han's death? Lin Run's gaze was fixed intently on Wang Qinquan and Morong Yuyan. Just as Morong Yuyan was about to speak, Wang Qinquan interjected, Indeed, I killed Lin Han, for he sought to harm my junior sister. Thus, he deserved his fate. Seeing this, Morong Yuyan's beautiful eyes flickered, and she chose not to elaborate further. So it was you, wretched beast, who took my son's life. Lin Run's eyes blazed with murderous intent, echoed by the furious roars of the other Lin family members. Zhang Jingyi and Zhang Daping also demanded angrily, in that case, you are also responsible for the death of Zhang Aguang. Without a doubt, Wang Qinquan admitted readily. Then I shall send you to the underworld. Zhang Daping seethed with rage. Preparing to strike. Kill him. With a united command, Shimin Tongfu and Lin Run ordered their clans to attack. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. In an instant, a dazzling array of spells and sword energies surged forth like a tempest from all directions, bombarding the encircled members of the Wang and Yun families. The next moment, the Golden Core experts of the Wang and Yun families shone with the light of fourth-level defensive talismans. They wielded inferior-grade treasures to counterattack, unleashing waves of formidable sword energies and spells. In the air, Zhang Daping also launched a fierce assault on Wang Qinquan. Like a soaring eagle, he transformed into a fleeting shadow, crossing over 100 zhang in the blink of an eye, his palms infused with immense spiritual power, aimed directly at Wang Qinquan. Within his palm strike, a phantom of a golden-winged rock materialized. Wang Qinquan let out a cold laugh. Prior to his arrival, he had already augmented his prowess to 1% of the perfected cultivation of the Great Void Yellow Turban Warrior. His cultivation had already reached the initial stage of transformation. At this moment, he activated the golden transformation technique, and a radiant golden light surged forth from his body, his magical energy flowing abundantly. A golden Buddha hand seal formed in his palm, manifesting countless golden swastika symbols that struck fiercely. Bang! The force of Zhang Daping's palm shattered instantly. His mouth contorted grotesquely from the impact of the golden light. Subsequently, his protective spiritual light was dispersed in an instant, and his physical body exploded. Zhang Daping's diminutive nascent soul, resembling a small figure no larger than a palm, flew out from the remnants of his body, a visage of terror as it sought to escape. However, it was met with a chilling azure sword light unleashed by Wang Qinquan, which cleaved through mercilessly, disintegrating the nascent soul into powder amidst the dreadful sword aura. Meanwhile, a multitude of members from the Shimin and Lin clans suffered heavy casualties under the valiant counterattack of the Jin Dan experts from the Wang and Yun clans. Although the Shimin clan boasted a large number of members, over 90% were low-level cultivators in the foundation establishment and Qi refining stages. In contrast, the Wang clan had over 100 Jin Dan experts, each shielded by fourth-level defensive talismans, making it exceedingly difficult for the Shimin clan to breach their defenses. The assaults from the Jin Dan experts of the Wang clan were exceptionally fierce, and the Shimin clan could only endure their onslaught. In an instant, the air was filled with the crimson glow of blood and the relentless cries of agony. Within a blink, a third of the Shimin forces had perished, the majority being foundation establishment and Qi refining cultivators. Ah, Daping! Zhang Jingyi cried out in despair upon witnessing his nephew's demise, an overwhelming tide of fury and hatred surging within him. Zhang Daping was akin to a son to him, and the fact that he was slain in a single blow was utterly unbearable. Impossible. Is that the aura of the transformation stage? Shimin Tongfu gazed at Wang Qinquan, his eyes wide with disbelief, exclaiming in astonishment. He could never have imagined that Wang Qinquan had ascended to the transformation stage. This development had entirely surpassed his expectations. It is known that a cultivation family possessing a transformation stage elder signifies a major power in the realm. Wang Qinquan, I shall grind you to dust. The enraged Zhang Jingyi was about to charge forward to vanquish Wang Qinquan when he was obstructed by a formidable yellow turban warrior, a perfected transformation stage manifestation summoned by Wang Qinquan. At this moment, chaos reigned within the Shiman clan, with heavy losses incurred. The Shiman and Lin clans could no longer form an encirclement against the Wang clan. In the skies, Morong Yuyin and Wang Yuanzhong faced off against the formidable nascent soul elders of the Shiman clan, Shiman Wuxue and Shiman Wujing. Meanwhile, Long Ji battled against Lin Batian, Lin Qingyin, and Lin Run. It must be said that Long Ji's prowess was extraordinary. She forced the initial stage Lin Batian into retreat, perilously close to defeat, compelling the two Lin clan nascent soul elders to come to his aid. At this moment, the onlookers, various scattered cultivators, erupted in excitement. We've been proven wrong. How splendid. When the Wang clan breached the Shiman territory, surrounded by numerous Shiman and Lin clan members, I was utterly startled. A Jin Dan scattered cultivator remarked from the crowd hovering in midair. The Shiman family truly lacks shame, having invited the ancient master of the Xiangui sect to assist them. Some were indignant. Little did they know that the Wang family was even stronger. Within moments of invading the Shiman territory, they had slain numerous members of the Shiman clan. And even the ancient master from the Xiangui sect was swiftly vanquished by young master Wang Qinkuan. Someone exclaimed in astonishment. So, the Wang family concealed such power? Wang Qinkuan is actually an ancient master of the transformation stage? How delightful. It seems today I shall strike it rich. This was a golden core loose cultivator from the Wind and Fire Beast hunting team, who had wagered 500,000 low-grade spirit stones at the gambling den established by the Mei family, betting on the Wang family's victory. Although my bet was on the Shiman family, I would rather see my 100,000 spirit stones go to waste if it means the Wang family triumphs. Another person remarked. Indeed, I feel the same. The one who blocked that ancient master from the Xiangui sect was actually a transformation puppet. The transformation stage woman from the Wang family seems to be Wang Qinkuan's partner. It's remarkable how she managed to withstand the combined assault of 3 ancient masters from the Lin family. That seems to be the case. However, with young Master Qinkuan's immense abilities and handsome demeanor, it is only natural for a transformation stage beauty to be enamored with him. While many loose cultivators had encountered the Dragon Princess during their time at sea, they were unaware of her true identity, especially since she had altered her appearance. How splendid. The Wang family is destined for victory. Many loose cultivators cheered with excitement. It was evident how beloved and revered Wang Qinkuan was in Yun City, and the Wang family had won the hearts of these cultivators. Meanwhile, the spectators from the Mei family and the Jiang family were left dumbfounded. This turn of events was truly unexpected. Mei Yoxin fixated intently on Wang Qinkuan. Have you noticed? Whether it is Wang Qinkuan's incredibly formidable partner, the transformation puppets he unleashed, or his own transformation-level prowess, it is all the result of his individual capabilities. Of course, one cannot overlook the strength of his other partner, Morong Yuyin. However, she cannot be compared to those at the transformation stage. This young man is unfathomable. Jiang Yubi also regarded Wang Qinkuan with a heart full of apprehension. The Shiman family is in grave danger. They may very well face annihilation. This is utterly unreasonable. Both the Jiang and Mei families possess but a single nascent soul ancient master each. Meanwhile, the Wang family has already amassed several transformation stage powers. What? The disciples of the Xiangui sect on the 3rd floor of the tea house were equally astonished, gazing incredulously at the Shiman territory, their eyes fixed on Wang Qinkuan. Even the deputy master of the sect, who was half a step into the transformation stage, was dispatched with a single move by Wang Qinkuan. How is this possible? He has actually broken through to the transformation stage. The Wang family has hidden their capabilities too deeply. Remain calm. This does not concern us. Let us continue to observe. Chapter 86. The End of the Shiman Family. In the sky, Lord Tung was conversing with Inspector Yang of the Dawn Immortal City, a smile gracing his face. Suddenly, upon hearing commotion from below, he ceased his dialogue and looked down. Moments later, Inspector Yang stroked his beard and remarked with a chuckle. Lord Tung, Wang Qinkuan truly deserves the attention of Miss Hu Tao. He is indeed a young hero. Lord Tung replied with a smile. Indeed. Such talent is not to be compared with ordinary prodigies. Even those from 2-star forces would likely pale in comparison. After all, Miss Hu Tao is the daughter of a Grand Marshal of the Empire. To capture her attention requires an extraordinary genius indeed. Well said. Inspector Yang added. I have heard that the Great Ling Youth Swordsmanship Conference hosted by Miss Hu Tao is based on strength. Should Wang Qinkuan secure the top position, he might even win her favor. He gazed at Lord Tung with a knowing smile. If Wang Qinkuan were to gain Miss Hu Tao's esteem, it was evident that they too would share in the glory and be rewarded by the Empire, for Inspector Yang held supervisory duties over Yun City. The emergence of such a prodigious talent from Yun City would undoubtedly bring them immense benefits. Lord Tung comprehended the implications and laughed heartily. In that case, let us wait and see. As he spoke, his gaze turned to the Shiman clan, his expression hardening. The Shiman family was destined for annihilation today. Meanwhile, after Wang Qinkuan swiftly dispatched Zhang Daping, and the lower-tier members of the Shiman clan suffered heavy casualties. Both the Lin and Shiman clan's Golden Core experts were left in shock. Fear was evident on the faces of the Shiman family members. Shiman Tongfu's expression darkened to an extreme. The capabilities of Wang Qinkuan were indeed formidable. Now, the Shiman family had summoned their greatest ally, the Zhan family of the Xiangui sect. With one dead and the other, a balding elder at the late stage of spirit transformation, blocked by a puppet unleashed by Wang Qinkuan, he was utterly powerless to resist. This made Shiman Tongfu's eyelids twitch violently, plunging him into a chilling dread. Could it be that the family was doomed today? However, he was soon intercepted by Wang Jianlin, and the two engaged in battle. Other members of the Shiman and Lin families fought back desperately. At this point, they had no choice but to fight with all they had. The battle intensified. Wang Qinkuan surveyed the battlefield, noting that his side was effortlessly gaining the upper hand, continually slaying members of the Shiman and Lin families with overwhelming superiority. At this moment, Zhang Jingyi, under the assault of a yellow turban warrior at the peak of spirit transformation, had sustained significant injuries. The techniques of the Xiangui sect were predominantly defensive. Zhang Jingyi, being a seasoned expert near the pinnacle of spirit transformation, had endured numerous powerful attacks from the yellow turban warrior but remained vibrant. He bellowed at Wang Qinkuan. "You little scoundrel, I never imagined you possessed a puppet at the peak of spirit transformation. Should I escape today? I shall not let the Wang family off the hook in the future." Zhang Jingyi observed that the power of the Shiman and Lin families had waned, and thoughts of retreat began to surface within him. However, the formidable transformation puppet clung to him relentlessly, causing him considerable distress. After all, the yellow turban warrior was exceptionally resilient, devoid of pain, and proficient in close combat. As long as it was supplied with spirit stones, its magical power was inexhaustible. Apart from harboring immense hatred for Wang Qinkuan, Zhang Jingyi also secretly resented the Shiman family for failing to inform him that Wang Qinkuan possessed a transformation puppet at the pinnacle of its power, as well as his own considerable strength, which led to the tragic demise of his nephew. Of course, the Shiman family was entirely unaware of this. Wang Qinkuan cast a cold glance at Zhang Jingyi and calmly declared, "Today, you shall not leave this place alive." No sooner had he spoken than yet another transformation puppet of the highest caliber emerged from thin air, charging towards Zhang Jingyi with fierce intent. This yellow turban warrior exuded a tremendous aura, instilling a sense of dread. Upon witnessing this, Zhang Jingyi's expression darkened further. It was a dire situation. He could barely withstand one transformation puppet, suffering injuries continuously. Now, faced with two, how could he possibly endure? Despair enveloped him instantly. Boom. The yellow turban warrior behind him struck down with a mighty palm, sending the already wounded Zhang Jingyi crashing to the ground, rolling several hundred zhang away. A deep chasm opened up in the earth, and the surrounding structures of the Shiman clan were reduced to rubble. Following this, the yellow turban warrior launched itself at him again, employing both fists and feet. Zhang Jingyi, battered and broken, could not withstand the onslaught of the yellow turban warrior's overwhelming attacks, retreating step by step. Simultaneously, another yellow turban warrior brandished a great sword, its blade slicing through the air and crashing into Zhang Jingyi's flesh with explosive force, obliterating him into fragments. Desperately, Zhang Jingyi abandoned his corporeal form, allowing his primordial spirit to escape. Transforming into a swirling mass of black mist, he attempted to flee. Where do you think you're going?" Wang Qinkuan scoffed upon seeing this. A yellow turban warrior, its eyes gleaming with crimson light, unleashed two beams of fiery energy that swiftly caught up with Zhang Jingyi's primordial spirit, utterly annihilating it. Thus, the esteemed elder of the Xiangui sect met his demise. The numerous onlookers were left in awe. This was a being of transformation, now gone. A formidable elder at the peak of transformation. Even within the grand sects like Xiangui and Fei Xia, he represented a foundational pillar of strength. In the Great Ling Empire, he was a supervising figure in a celestial city or a lord of a city. Yet, he had met such a tragic end at the hands of the Wang family. Shiman Wujin was struck by Wang Yuanzhong's sun-expelling sword technique, spewing forth a mouthful of blood. Wang Yuanzhong's prowess was already on par with Shiman Wujin, and with the addition of a mid-grade treasure bestowed upon him by Wang Qinkuan, along with copious spirit talismans, Shiman Wujin stood no chance. Just as he was reeling from Wang Yuanzhong's blows, he suddenly felt his body being torn apart like parchment. a magnificent azure sword light cleaved him into pieces, leaving no time for even his nascent soul to escape, reducing him to mere ashes. Similarly, nearby, Shimen Wuxue, who was embroiled in battle with Morong Yuyen, met the same fate, being slain by that azure sword light, along with his nascent soul, disintegrating into fragments. Upon the meeting of Wang Yuanzhong and Morong Yuyen, it was precisely the radiant sword light unleashed by Wang Qinkuan. Just keep an eye on our clansmen, Wang Qinkuan instructed. Shimin Tongfu, entangled with Wang Jianlin, turned around and his pupils constricted in horror as he cried out, "Father! Aunt! How could this happen? How could this happen?" He widened his eyes, utterly unable to fathom the unfolding scene before him. At this moment, the Shimin clan had suffered grievous losses, with 7 or 8 members gone in the blink of an eye. The reinforcements from the Zhang family, along with numerous members of the Shimin clan, including the 2 formidable Yuaning elders, had perished. Even the Lin family had suffered significant casualties, with more than half of their members lost. As 3 formidable elders of the Lin family were thwarted by a mere woman, the Shimin clan was doomed. Just then, Shimin Tongfu suddenly felt a chill at his neck, and in an instant, he lost all sensation, collapsing to the ground, eyes wide open in death. It was Wang Jianlin who had struck him down, for Wang Qinkuan had already appeared before the 3 formidable elders of the Lin family, accompanied by 2 powerful yellow turban warriors. Upon witnessing this, Long Ji ceased her assault. Lin Batian, Lin Xingyin, and Lin Run turned pale, gasping for breath. Chapter 87. The Yun family has found a remarkable son-in-law. Lin Batian and his companions were utterly unprepared for the swift and complete downfall of the Zhang clan, the Shimin family, and the Lin family's elite. The losses were staggering, with the majority of both families perishing on the grounds of the Shimin clan. Most alarmingly, the young Wang Qinkuan possessed the formidable strength of divine transformation, complemented by 2 marionettes at the pinnacle of the same realm. He effortlessly obliterated their strongest adversary, Zhang Jingyi. Such an outcome surpassed all expectations. Wang Qinkuan, I, Lin Batian, concede that you are indeed a prodigious talent. Lin Batian inhaled deeply, his gaze fixed on Wang Qinkuan, revealing a profound sense of trepidation. Lin Xingyin spoke up. The Shimin clan has been vanquished. Might you spare our lives? The 3 of us can, in the presence of Lord Tung and Inspector Yang, vow to the heavens that the Lin family shall cease all hostilities against the Wang family henceforth. Lin Xingyin was the most lucid among the Lin family present, and he had been the first to recognize the folly of aiding the Shimin clan. Unfortunately, Lin Batian and his son monopolized the family's authority, disregarding his counsel. At the time, Lin Xingyin believed that with the involvement of their ancestral figure of divine transformation, subduing the Wang family, which relied solely on an infant soul, would pose no challenge. Who could have anticipated the incredible prowess of this young man, single-handedly turning the tide? Wang Qinkuan cast a cold glance at the 3 Lin family members and scoffed. Spare you? Huh, are you still lost in dreams? Those from the Lin family who chose to assist the Shimin clan were undoubtedly enemies of the Wang family. There would be no mercy. The faces of the Lin trio paled at his words. Wang Qinkuan, do you truly intend to annihilate us? Their patriarch Lin Run shouted in desperation. Lin Batian threatened. The Lin family of Dan has numerous infant soul experts and an ancestral figure of divine transformation restraining the Morong family. Do not force us into a situation of mutual destruction with the Wang family. Oh, mutual destruction? Wang Qinkuan laughed heartily, disdain evident in his tone. Does your Lin family even merit such a fate? Lin Batian and Lin Run were left seething, blood spewing from their mouths. Lin Xingyin's face reflected a mix of sorrow and fury. When had the Lin family of Dan ever endured such humiliation? They had always walked with an air of superiority in Dan and Yunjiang. Attack! Wang Qinkuan, uninterested in further dialogue, commanded the yellow turban warriors. The 2 warriors immediately sprang into action. Their terrifying assault proved insurmountable for the Lin family trio, who were swiftly annihilated on the spot, both their infant souls extinguished. The remaining members of the Shimin and Lin families wore expressions of profound rage and despair. However, they too were soon overwhelmed and slaughtered. Under the onslaught of Wang Yuanzhong and Morong Yuyen, they offered no resistance and were ruthlessly exterminated. A multitude of adversaries, including golden elixirs, foundation builders, and even all chi refining practitioners, were eradicated by the numerous experts from the Wang and Yun families. After all, anyone remaining in the enemy's territory during a clan battle was deemed a foe. In a fleeting moment, the ground was strewn with corpses, the air thick with the stench of blood. The members of the Wang and Yun families set about clearing the battlefield, gathering the bodies and incinerating them in flames. The treasures and spirit stones scavenged from the corpses of the Shiman clan and the Lin family were brought forth, and in accordance with Wang Qinquan's proposal, the two families divided them equally. From that moment on, the Shiman family of Yun City ceased to exist. The members of the Wang and Yun families erupted in joyous cheers, as the Shiman clan had long been their common adversary. At that moment, even Yun Hai embraced his son, Yun Huowu, fighting back tears. The great enmity that the Yun family had harbored for centuries was finally avenged, thanks to the power of their son-in-law, Wang Qinquan, and the Wang family. After resolving matters concerning the Shiman clan, Wang Qinquan led the assembly before the City Lord Teng and Inspector Yang. Greetings, City Lord Teng, Inspector Yang. The members of the Wang and Yun families respectfully proclaimed in unison. The Wang and Yun families are indeed commendable. City Lord Teng and Inspector Yang exchanged pleasantries. Wang Qinquan clasped his hands together and replied, "You flatter us, City Lord Teng, Inspector Yang." Yun Hai humbly echoed his sentiment. "Excellent." City Lord Teng nodded in approval, then inquired, "Young Master Wang, you are aware that the assets left by the Shiman family will be allocated according to the rules of Xian City?" Wang Qinquan replied, "Please enlighten me, City Lord." City Lord Teng explained, "According to the clan war agreement, the Shiman clan's territory will be returned to Daling, and 20% of the Shiman family shops and assets must also be returned. The remaining 80% may be distributed at your discretion. How do you find this arrangement?" Both Wang Qinquan and Yun Hai nodded in agreement. It was indeed the established rule of Daling for the City Lord's office to reclaim the territory and 20% of the shops from the defeated clan. After all, the City Lord's office needed resources to support its military. However, they did not engage in commerce themselves. The territory and shops would be leased or sold to various esteemed families and even rogue cultivators within the city. The members of the Wang and Yun families displayed expressions of delight. This arrangement meant not only did they acquire numerous Shiman shops, but they could also reap profits from them. Especially for the Yun family present, their joy was uncontainable. They had finally returned to Yunjiangxian City, reclaiming their place among the four great cultivation families. Here's what I propose. I will use spirit stones to purchase the Shiman clan's territory on behalf of my father-in-law and transfer it directly to the Yun family. City Lord Teng, how many spirit stones do you require? At this moment, Wang Qinquan turned to City Lord Teng with a smile. Oh, not only did the Yun family members express their astonishment, but even City Lord Teng and Inspector Yang were taken aback. This young man was indeed exceedingly generous. After a brief contemplation, City Lord Teng replied, "Under normal circumstances, if this territory were to be auctioned by my City Lord's office, it would fetch between 120 million to 150 million low-grade spirit stones. However, since you, young Master Wang, wish to purchase it for the Yun family, we are pleased to accommodate this. Let us set the price at 100 million. City Lord Teng nodded slightly, indicating his goodwill. Wang Qinquan laughed heartily. "In that case, I thank City Lord Teng for your kindness." He then produced a storage bag and handed it to City Lord Teng. Upon opening the storage bag, City Lord Teng scanned its contents with his divine sense, revealing not 100 million, but rather 120 million low-grade spirit stones. This, City Lord Teng's expression instantly transformed into one of broad smiles. Secretly marveling at the young man's social acumen, he patted Yun Hai's shoulder and said, "Old Yun, that piece of ancestral land now belongs to your Yun family. Make sure to return to the City Lord's mansion to handle the relevant land deeds. You have found an excellent son-in-law." Initially, Yun Hai regarded Teng Chengren merely as a younger generation in the Golden Core stage, despite the fact that Teng was several years his senior. However, Yun Hai was the father-in-law of Wang Qinquan, so he dared not overstep his bounds. Upon hearing this, Yun Hai's smile nearly split his face, as he repeatedly nodded in agreement, expressing, "Yun Hai sincerely thanks Lord Teng. My entire Yun family is immensely grateful for the assistance provided by the virtuous son-in-law Qinquan." It was no wonder he was so elated. From this moment on, the Yun family could truly reclaim their standing in Yun City. In the tea house, the disciples of the Xiangui sect were exhilarated upon witnessing the Wang family's decisive victory over the Zhan clan. The Wang family is formidable. The Zhan and Shiman families were utterly powerless. The Zhan relatives had it coming. They thought they could act with impunity within the sect, naively believing they could bully a cultivation family. Now they've met their match. Wang Qinquan truly proved his prowess. One of our Xiangui sect's troubles was effortlessly eliminated by a young master of the Wang family. Numerous loose cultivators in Yun City were equally filled with excitement. The events of the day were nothing short of a breathtaking turnaround. Although they did not belong to prominent cultivation families, they were aware of the immense power wielded by the alliance of the Shiman family, the Dan Lin family, and the Zhan clan. No one anticipated that the Wang and Yun families would completely obliterate these three factions. This was primarily due to the formidable strength of Wang Qinquan alone. Who could have imagined that such a united front would be so effortlessly crushed by him? It far exceeded the expectations of many loose cultivators. Bravo! The Wang and Yun families have finally triumphed. These two families have always acted fairly, and we loose cultivators of Yun City are blessed. They were astounded, truly having their eyes opened. Was Wang Qinquan truly this powerful? No wonder he was regarded as the prodigy of the Wang family, a paragon among the young generation of Yun City. Even the two venerable transformation ancestors could not withstand him, being easily subdued by Wang Qinquan's transformation puppets. It was no surprise that even Lord Tung and Supervisor Yang held him in high esteem. This clan war had also greatly benefited the Yun family, and it seemed likely that they would return to the immortal city as a whole. However, the rise of the Wang and Yun families was now inevitable. The question remained whether they would absorb the other two families. Would the then immortal city Lin family retaliate against the Wang family? Such matters were beyond the concern of us loose cultivators. We would merely observe the unfolding events. Amidst the discussions, numerous loose cultivators expressed admiration for the Wang family, particularly for Wang Qinquan. However, there were also many who felt a sense of apprehension for the Wang family, as the Lin family of Dan Immortal City was far from insignificant. Although many of their members had been slain, the Lin family's foundation remained robust. Chapter 88. Wang Qinquan becomes the new clan leader. The Lin family encircles Murong. Meanwhile, Mei Yoxin and Jiang Yubi stood in stunned silence, witnessing the unfolding scene. They had not anticipated that Wang Qinquan, accompanied by the Wang and Yun families, would so decisively vanquish the Shimin family and the Zhan clan, annihilating even the elite forces of the Lin family. The sheer magnitude of their might and ruthlessness was nothing short of astonishing. Master of the Jiang family, what should our Mei and Jiang families do going forward? Mei Yoxin murmured, his voice barely audible, to Jiang Yubi, the head of the Jiang family. Equally awed by the Wang family's formidable tactics, soon shook his head and replied, it seems that in the days to come, Yun City will have no choice but to bow to the Wang family. I believe that with the city lord's manor in place, the Wang family will refrain from overstepping, especially since they must also guard against the Lin family. After a brief silence, Mei Yoxin managed a wry smile. Indeed, just moments ago, we feared the Wang family would be a source of trouble, but upon reflection, they likely have no interest in such trivialities. Historically, the Wang family has acted with a sense of justice and would not engage in unwarranted conflict with families such as ours. The only concern for Jiang Yubi was the Yun family. Centuries prior, the Jiang family had engaged in a fair contest with the Yun family, agreeing to determine the victor without annihilating the other. The defeated party could surrender at any time, settling the matter with reparations. However, the Shimin family had disregarded martial ethics, launching a covert attack outside the city that led to the demise of several prominent figures from the Yun family, including their Yuaning elder, and subsequently, with their full force, decimated the Yun family entirely. The act of extermination was primarily instigated by the Shimin family. Presently, the territory of the Shimin family had originally belonged to the Yun family. Fortunately, Wang Qinquan later repurchased it and returned it to the Yun family. Luckily, thanks to the foresight of several Golden Core elders from the Yun family, who had initiated the Fire Seed plan, many foundational and Qi refining members had departed the ancestral land in advance to establish Yunhe Xinjin, thus avoiding total annihilation. Now, with the backing of the Wang family, Jiang Yubi, as the patriarch of the Jiang family, harbored concerns about whether the Yun family might seek retribution against them. He resolved to engage in earnest discussions with the Yun family, even if it meant the Jiang family yielding some interests, for it was imperative not to offend them, lest they tread the same path to ruin as the Shimin family. Wang Qinquan's formidable strength and ferocity had instilled fear in all, including the two prominent families. Meanwhile, after negotiating the distribution of spoils with City Lord Tung and others, Wang Qinquan led the members of the Wang and Yun families back to their ancestral territory. At the entrance of the Wang family estate, Wang Jiancheng, the clan leader, along with a multitude of clansmen, awaited their return with great anticipation. As a formidable figure of half-step Yuaning strength, Wang Jiancheng had soared into the skies to witness the resounding victory of his kin. Upon seeing the entire contingent of the Wang and Yun families return unscathed, joy illuminated his countenance. Welcome back, 18th uncle, esteemed clan experts, and the masters of the Yun family, Wang Jiancheng exclaimed, his happiness evident as the other remaining members of the Wang and Yun families cheered in unison. This clan battle had resulted in a momentous triumph for both the Wang and Yun families. Wang Qinquan nodded in acknowledgement and led everyone into the conference hall. Wang Qinkuan's companion, Murong Yiyan, along with Long Ji, showed little interest in clan affairs and returned to Wang Qinkuan's residence. Yu Mu and Pan Yinlian welcomed the two ladies warmly. In the clan's deliberation hall, numerous family members personally served tea and water to those who had engaged in battle, displaying remarkable enthusiasm. Wang Qinkuan conversed with Wang Jiansheng about the specifics of the clan's battle at the Western Gate, elaborating on the achievements to everyone present. Splendid! Wang Jiansheng exclaimed, clapping his hands in delight. Uncle 18 is indeed extraordinarily powerful. Not only did he vanquish two adversaries of the transformation realm, but he also annihilated the members of the Shiman clan and the Lin clan who had come to assist them. Such formidable strength fills me with admiration and instills great hope for our family's future. Resolutely, Wang Jiansheng determined in his heart to propose that Uncle 18 assume the position of clan leader. He felt acutely aware of his own limitations compared to Uncle 18's prowess. Over the past 2 years, there had been murmurs within the clan advocating for Wang Qinkuan to take up the mantle of leadership, believing he could swiftly elevate the family. Wang Jiansheng shared this sentiment and tentatively suggested, Uncle 18, your remarkable victory has earned our family an unparalleled honor. I propose that you become the new clan leader. What do you think? Upon hearing this, all the members of the Wang family in the hall, including the Yun family, were momentarily taken aback. Yet their faces lit up with joy and anticipation. The Yun family also hoped for Wang Qinkuan to assume the role of clan leader, as he was their in-law. Oh, if I become the clan leader, who will manage the family affairs? Wang Qinkuan replied nonchalantly. He had no desire to be bogged down by clan duties. That would be far too cumbersome. He had a multitude of companions to care for, and could not squander time on trivial clan matters. Wang Jiansheng chuckled, fully understanding Wang Qinkuan's sentiment and prepared with a response. He quickly said, Uncle 18, you need not worry about that at all. Cousin Wang Yuanzhong, Wang Jianlin, and I can assist in managing the family's affairs. The position of clan leader is most fitting for your esteemed reputation. In unison, the other members of the Wang family nodded in agreement, recognizing that Wang Jiansheng's proposal resonated with their thoughts. The position of clan leader was of utmost importance. Though the Wang family was united, internal conflicts were inevitable. If Wang Qinkuan were to assume the role, his status, prestige, and strength would ensure harmony and security for them all. What could be more advantageous? As for managing family affairs, many golden elixir elders within the family were capable of handling such matters, including Wang Bingfeng, who also possessed the ability to oversee clan duties. It was hardly a significant concern. Wang Qinkuan chuckled, very well. Since everyone holds me in such high regard, from this day forth, I, Wang Qinkuan, shall assume the position of clan leader. Wang Jiansheng was overjoyed and immediately commanded someone to fetch the family genealogy. He intended to record the significant event of Wang Qinkuan's election as the clan leader in the family genealogy. Wang Qinkuan promptly appointed Wang Jiansheng, Wang Yuanzhong, and Wang Bingfeng as the vice clan leaders, delegating the daily affairs of the clan to the trio. Wang Bingfeng was primarily responsible for matters concerning the female members of the clan. The three accepted their roles with enthusiasm. Although Wang Bingfeng was merely a newly established golden core practitioner with limited strength and a low status within the family, the clan members held great respect for Wang Qinkuan and naturally raised no objections. On the other hand, Wang Jianlin, who was not elected as vice clan leader, practiced the path of the sword of slaughter and had no desire to manage clan affairs. He was relieved to be free of such responsibilities. Subsequently, Wang Qinkuan surveyed the members of the Yun family seated on the right side of the meeting hall and smiled at his father-in-law, Yun Hai. Father-in-law, regarding the 8 shops left behind by the Shiman family, our Wang family and your Yun family shall each receive 4 shares. Do you have any objections? For shares? That is truly wonderful. Yun Hai exclaimed, filled with excitement. To be candid, during this clan battle, the primary efforts came from the Wang family, particularly from Wang Qinkuan. While the Yun family merely contributed as an embellishment, their assistance was not essential. Moreover, Wang Qinkuan had already gifted a substantial portion of the Shiman family's territory to the Yun family. The members of the Yun family felt that as long as they could acquire 2 shares of the Shiman family shops, they would be satisfied. They were taken aback when Wang Qinkuan directly allocated half to the Yun family, leaving them profoundly grateful. In truth, Wang Qinkuan had contemplated this decision. Considering that the Wang family already possessed a sufficient number of shops, the main business of the Wang family was the alchemy workshop, which occupied little space and did not require many establishments. The beast meat shop took up slightly more space, and there were several vacant shops, some of which were even rented out to others. Wang Qinkuan also considered that should there be an excess of shops in the future, He could offer them at a favorable rate to the families of his companions, such as Qin Zi, Zhuo Miaodong, and Zhao Ningxiang, or even gift them. As for Murong Yuyan, Pan Yinlian, and Long Ji, they likely had no such needs. After distributing the shares, Wang Qinkuan sent Wang Jianxing and Yun Hai to the city lord's mansion to handle the matters. Kuan there's trouble. A host of experts from the Murong family, including my father Murong Yixian and my uncle Murong Tsong, have been besieged by the Daoan Lin family's experts in the Luoyun mountain range. At that moment, his master Murong Yuyan rushed into the family assembly hall, calling out to Wang Qinkuan. Murong Tsong, Wang Qinkuan had heard from his master, was the only mid-stage transformation god ancestor of the Murong family. Oh, after just having slain many from the Lin family, another faction dares to attack my father-in-law's family? A murderous intent flashed across Wang Qinkuan's face. The remnants of the Lin family, audacious enough to target his father-in-law's family, were clearly courting death. Chapter 89. The Lin family no longer has a transcendent ancestor. Murong Yuyan received a message from her father through the family jade token of the Murong clan. The incident occurred over 10,000 miles away from Yun City. Generally, a standard family jade token cannot transmit messages over such vast distances. However, the jade token in Murong Yuyan's possession is of a treasured grade, capable of sending messages across tens of thousands of miles. Naturally, the flying sword communication of a Yuanying stage elder can reach even further, but it is too conspicuous and easily intercepted by other elders of the same level. Moreover, the speed of flying sword communication is significantly slower than that of the jade token, which transmits messages almost instantaneously, akin to a mobile phone on Blue Star. Wang Qinkuan snorted coldly and declared, "Let us go. Follow me to the Luoyun mountain range. We shall eradicate this group of Lin family scoundrels and make them understand that my family and my Dao partner as kin are not to be trifled with." Wang Qinkuan brought along Murong Yuyan, Long Ji, and over a dozen senior members of the Wang clan, opting for a modest group. With an imposing aura, they soared into the sky on their swords, racing towards the Luoyun mountain range. In the outer region of the Luoyun mountain range, this direction leads from Yunjiangxian City to Danxian City. Along the way lies a place known as the Falling Soul Valley. A multitude of Lin family cultivators gathered in the skies above this location. The mid-transcendent ancestor of the Lin family, Lin Jingtian, stood at the forefront. A colossal array of light flickered with a golden hue in the valley below. With his hands clasped behind his back, Lin Jingtian scanned the surroundings and coldly stated, "Fellow clansmen, we are currently unaware of the situation in Yun City. For now, let us annihilate the members of the Murong clan who seek to assist the Wang family. After today, the Murong lineage in Danxian City shall cease to exist. Exterminate them all." Someone shouted, "Exterminate them all." The Lin family experts roared in unison. 5 Yuanying stage cultivators, over 50 Jindan stage masters, and more than 300 foundation establishment practitioners surged forward with a chilling ferocity, akin to a tidal wave. The Lin family had nearly mobilized all their members above the foundation establishment stage, especially after suffering losses at the hands of the Wang family in the Shimen clan territory. The Murong family originally intended to bypass the Lin family's surveillance and stealthily support the Wang family in Yun City, hence they did not bring a large contingent. However, they were ultimately discovered by the Lin family. The last remaining transcendent ancestor, Lin Jingtian, personally led a large contingent of clansmen to pursue them here. The Murong clan consisted of only about 20 cultivators, 1 mid-transcendent ancestor, 3 Yuanying stage practitioners, and over 20 Jindan stage experts. How could they possibly withstand such a formidable force from the Lin family? Nevertheless, Murong Yixian possessed a 5th-level protective array disc, equivalent to a transcendent level, and activated the protective barrier. All clan members, including the transcendent ancestor Murong Tsong, channeled their spiritual energy into the barrier, fighting desperately in resistance. They understood that as long as they could endure for the duration of a single incense stick, the Wang family would inevitably arrive to their rescue. For Murong Yuyan had already relayed that they were en route. Haha, these fools of the Murong clan. The Lin family experts sneered disdainfully as they witnessed the struggle of the Murong clan's cultivators. One by one, they unleashed spells and artifacts, bombarding the protective formation of the Murong clan. Bang, bang, bang. The resounding explosions echoed through the air, shaking the very foundation of the formation's shield, which appeared on the verge of collapse at any moment. However, under the desperate reinforcement of the Murong clan members, particularly Murong Tsong, the protective barrier remained intact. After all, Murong Tsong was a formidable figure at the mid-stage of the transformation god realm, with profound and vast magical powers. Haha, it can hardly hold. Let's put in more effort. Soon, we shall annihilate every last one of the Morong clan, proclaimed Lin Jingtian, the ancestral elder of the Lin family, from the heights of the sky with arrogance. He refrained from immediate action, as he needed to exhaust Morong Tsang's magical energy to maintain his own strength. Once they breached the Morong formation, he intended to take Morong Tsang's life entirely. Given that Morong Tsang's strength was not inferior to his own, failing to deplete his magical energy would make escape effortless for the old rogue. Upon hearing Lin Jingtian's words, the multitude of experts from the Lin family felt their confidence surge, redoubling their efforts to assault the formation. Crack! At last, with a crisp sound, a fissure appeared on the surface of the formation, quickly followed by countless cracks spreading across every corner of the barrier. This is bad. The formation cannot withstand this, exclaimed Morong Ishian, the clan leader, in alarm. Quickly, channel your spiritual energy to sustain it. In response, the cultivators of the Morong family hurriedly infused their remaining spiritual energy into the formation to maintain its operation. Morong Tsang, too, frantically poured forth his magical energy to uphold the formation. Unfortunately, the sheer number of Lin family cultivators soon exhausted their spiritual reserves. Boom! The formation shattered completely, dissolving into a cloud of dust. Ha ha ha! Your Morong family is finished. Lin Jingtian laughed heartily, his immense consciousness locking onto the pale-faced Morong Tsang, who had overexerted himself. Once the soul transformation god elder of the Morong clan was eliminated, the Morong family in Dawn Immortal City would have no choice but to surrender to the Lin family or await their annihilation. Is that so? A voice resounded from the horizon, causing the faces of the Lin family members to change dramatically as they hurriedly looked up. There stood Wang Qingquan, embracing Morong Yuyan at the waist, alongside the Dragon Maiden, all three descending like a bolt of lightning, appearing before everyone in mere moments. It is my son-in-law Wang Qingquan, and Yuyan has come to our aid. Morong Ishian exclaimed with unbridled joy. Morong Tsang and the other members of the Morong clan also displayed expressions of delight. Shortly thereafter, Wang Yuanzhong and others from the Wang family arrived, soaring in on their swords to join the ranks of the Morong clan. Wang Qingquan looked down upon the Lin family members from his elevated position and coldly inquired, "What are you Lin family planning to do?" "Heh, Wang Qingquan, you possess great audacity. How dare you kill our Lin family's young master, Lin Han? You deserve death." Lin Jingtian, the ancestral elder of the Lin family, glared at Wang Qingquan and his companions with a fierce expression, gritting his teeth. "Dare to kill Lin Han? You seem unaware that all the members of your Lin family sent to Yunqing have already been slain by us." Wang Qingquan replied nonchalantly. What? This news was utterly shocking, leaving all members of the Lin family in a state of astonishment. "This cannot be. You must be deceiving me," Lin Jingtian exclaimed in fury. However, the appearance of Wang Qingquan and his companions had already sent a wave of unease coursing through Lin Jingtian, a premonition of impending doom. The Wang family was engaged in a life-and-death clan battle with the Shimin and Lin families, and at such a moment, the emergence of these formidable individuals from the Wang family to aid the Morong clan was self-evident. Moreover, Wang Qingquan exuded an aura no less potent than that of a mid-stage transformation god, and the Dragon Clan woman beside him was similarly a powerful being of mid-stage transformation god. Indeed, Wang Qingquan had attained mid-stage transformation god power, bolstered by an additional 2% of the cultivation of the perfected Yellow Turban warrior, all in order to expedite his journey with Morong Yuyan. Morong Yuyan had already withdrawn her hand from Wang Qingquan and moved to her father's side. "Humph. Do you truly believe I would waste my time deceiving an old fool like you?" Wang Qingquan scoffed at Lin Jingtian before swiftly darting towards the elder of the Lin family. Channeling his power, he unleashed a mighty palm strike. Lin Jingtian's pupils constricted, and he hastily raised his palm to counter. Boom. The clash of two overwhelmingly powerful forces unleashed a terrifying shockwave that swept across the area. In an instant, dozens of Golden Core and Foundation establishment practitioners of the Lin family were sent flying, spitting blood as they crashed brutally against distant cliffs, their bones shattered. Meanwhile, the Wang and Morong families effortlessly withstood the onslaught, thanks to the Dragon Princess who merely flicked her sleeve. Hiss! Witnessing this scene, the Lin family's practitioners collectively gasped in shock. Mid-stage transformation god. This young man from the Wang family, Wang Qingquan, had actually reached mid-stage transformation god. The members of the Morong family, including Morong Tsang and Morong Ishian, were equally astounded. Their son-in-law, Wang Qingquan, barely over 30, was already wielding the strength of a mid-stage transformation god, an unfathomable feat scoundrel. Lin Jingtian roared in rage. How could it be that a venerable mid-stage transformation god like himself was being suppressed by Wang Qinkuan? Wang Qinkuan remained silent, primarily wishing to test the capabilities of a mid-stage transformation god. Otherwise, he would have simply summoned the yellow turban warrior to resolve matters. Lin Jingtian bellowed in fury. Wang Qinkuan, do you truly believe I cannot deal with you? With a thunderous shout, he radiated a blinding crimson light. Buzz! The air trembled as Lin Jingtian appeared to transform into a blazing sun, illuminating the darkness with his brilliance. Crimson Sun Palm, Lin Jingtian proclaimed, unleashing a series of powerful palm strikes. Boom! Blinding fiery palm imprints, akin to a barrage of fireballs, hurtled furiously towards Wang Qinkuan. Such trifling skills dare to show themselves? Golden Dragon of the Golden Qi. Wang Qinkuan roared back. His entire being shimmered with golden light, and as he formed hand seals, a colossal golden dragon materialized in the void before him. Roar! The golden dragon opened its massive maw and unleashed a torrent of dragon breath toward Lin Jingtian. A burst of azure and golden radiance erupted, unleashing a wave of cataclysmic energy that swept across the battlefield. Bang! 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 In an instant, countless fiery imprints exploded into existence. Simultaneously, the residual breath of the golden-scaled dragon continued to surge towards Lin Jingtian. What? Lin Jingtian was paralyzed with fear, desperately attempting to evade the onslaught. Yet, he was a moment too late, the full brunt of the attack striking him squarely, shattering his ribcage. With a gasp, Lin Jingtian spewed blood, grievously injured, crashing into the side of a small mountain. Uncle! Ancestor! The members of the Lin clan cried out in unison. Alas! Still insufficiently powerful to vanquish you. Wang Qinkuan shook his head, summoning forth a formidable yellow turban warrior of perfect transformation. This warrior, towering and clad in ancient bronze armor, radiated a palpable aura of malevolence, reminiscent of a fearsome deity, instilling dread in all who beheld him. A puppet of consummate transformation. Upon witnessing the yellow turban warrior, Lin Jingtian and the Lin clan were taken aback. Without uttering a word, the warrior raised his great sword and charged towards Lin Jingtian with lethal intent. Lin Jingtian's countenance shifted dramatically, and with a startled cry, he retreated in panic. Get away! Lin Jingtian roared, unleashing his spiritual energy to summon a divine blade forged from his own magical essence. With a swift motion, the divine blade slashed down upon the yellow turban warrior. Clang! Though formidable, the divine blade failed to inflict any harm upon the warrior. In an instant, the yellow turban warrior's sword cleaved through the air, mercilessly bisecting Lin Jingtian. Blood mist enveloped the area as Lin Jingtian's primordial spirit was forcefully dispelled by the magical hand conjured by the yellow turban warrior. The last of the Lin clan's transformative elders had fallen. From that moment forth, the Lin clan would no longer possess a transformative ancestor. The remaining clan members stood in shock, their eyes wide with disbelief as they gazed upon Lin Jingtian's lifeless form. Chapter 90. The celebration feast of three families. Who could have imagined that Lin Jingtian, a formidable and revered patriarch, had safeguarded the Lin family's prosperity for centuries? Even the city lord of Dan Xiansheng and the Inspector Yang treated him with utmost respect. How could such a venerable figure from the mid-stage of the transformation realm meet his demise in such a manner? The Lin family's cultivators were engulfed in terror, their hearts racing. Flee for your lives! A voice cried out among the Lin clan's members, igniting a panicked exodus. Wang Qinkuan sneered, annihilate them all. In a flash, the yellow turban warriors pursued the Lin family's golden core and nascent soul experts with relentless fervor, while the golden core and nascent soul practitioners of the Wang and Murong families ruthlessly targeted the fledgling cultivators of the Lin clan, intent on eradicating them completely. You wretched scoundrels of the Wang family! The last nascent soul elder of the Lin family exclaimed defiantly. But his protest was swiftly silenced as the yellow turban warriors obliterated him into a mist of blood, erasing even his nascent soul. The entire contingent of the Lin family was annihilated. In truth, the Lin family within Dan Xiansheng was now left with a mere handful of low-ranking cultivators. With hardly any golden core experts remaining, and not a single nascent soul elder survived, they were effectively extinguished. The current state of the Lin family was akin to that of a clan on the brink of annihilation, indistinguishable from complete destruction. Witnessing this scene, the Murong clan's cultivators were equally astonished. The Lin family was the foremost lineage in Dan Xiansheng, significantly stronger than the second-ranked Murong family, boasting 2 transformation realm ancestors. Yet, such a powerful sect could be eradicated by the hands of Wang Qinkuan alone, truly terrifying. Fortunately, Wang Qinkuan was the husband of their cherished daughter, Murong Yuyan. Otherwise, they too would tremble in fear. The members of the Murong family expressed their gratitude, saying, "Thank you, Patriarch Wang, for your assistance today." Just earlier, Murong Yin had proudly boasted to her kin about her husband, the newly appointed patriarch of the Wang family. Little did she know, her master was such a showy individual. "There's no need for thanks. It is but my duty," Wang Qinkuan replied with a hearty wave of his hand, smiling at Murong Yixian. "Now, the Lin family will no longer stir up any waves. Father-in-law, please do visit my Wang family for a few days." "Indeed, I had that very intention." Murong Yixian nodded in agreement. However, after a brief discussion with Murong Tsang, they decided to send some formidable experts back to Dan Xiancheng to inform their clan of the Lin family's annihilation. They also aimed to monitor the Lin clan members, ensuring that none of their higher-ranking cultivators could escape the city. Those who attempted to flee would be met with ruthless execution, accompanied by 2 other nascent soul elders. Apart from Murong Yixian, the Murong clan set forth, ready to make meticulous arrangements for the Lin family's fate. With several nascent soul experts still within their ranks, the Murong family's strategy would undoubtedly seal the Lin family's doom. Wang Qinkuan regarded this as inconsequential, for the Lin and Murong families had always been adversaries. The Murong family's actions would compel the Lin family to surrender, for failing to do so would result in certain death for any Lin member attempting to leave the city. Moreover, upon Murong Yixian's return, he could still initiate a clan war against the Lin family. In circumstances where a profound enmity exists between both families and the disparity in strength is stark, the city lord's mansion will not extend protection to the weaker party, nor will it allow them to refuse the family battle. If one cannot prevail, surrender is an option, or one might declare their departure from the family, relinquishing their assets to preserve their lineage. After all, the city lord's mansion in each celestial city belongs to the Great Ling, rather than serving as caretakers for those feeble clans. Thus, within the framework of Great Ling's rules, while the Murong clan may not annihilate all who surrender from their adversaries, they are entitled to settle accounts with those from the Lin family who have previously harmed them. Moreover, aside from the clan's territory and the 2/10 of their wealth handed over to the city lord's mansion, all other assets naturally revert to the Murong family. As they watched their adversaries depart, Murong Tsang and Murong Yixian, accompanied by the remaining few Golden Core clan members, wore smiles as they followed Wang Qinkuan, Murong Yuyan, and Long Ji towards the Wang family. Setting aside the connection of being the Murong family's son-in-law, the Wang family currently stands as the most formidable cultivation clan in the vicinity of Yunqing and the surrounding area of Dan Celestial City. Cultivating a good relationship with them would undoubtedly yield benefits without detriment. Subsequently, everyone entered the Wang family estate. Within the Wang family's conference hall, the Yun family was still present, with Yun Hai and Wang Jiansheng having just returned from the city lord's mansion after completing their formalities. The members of the Murong, Yun, and Wang families congregated together, creating a lively atmosphere. Yun Hai and Murong Yixian, as relatives by marriage, shared a common son-in-law and sat together, engaging in jovial conversation that flowed seamlessly. Murong Yixian, being slightly older than Yun Hai and a seasoned nascent soul expert, was addressed as Brother Murong by Yun Hai, while Murong Yixian referred to him as Brother Yun. Wang Qinkuan presented a 4th-grade exquisite spirit tea, the Pinhwa tea, obtained from his avatar in a small world, instructing the servants to brew tea for the members of the Murong and Yun families. Naturally, the higher-ups of the Wang family were also included. "Esteemed guests, please enjoy the tea," Wang Qinkuan said with a smile. Murong Yixian raised his teacup and took a sip. Instantly, a wondrous fragrance spread through his throat, invigorating his spirit, causing his complexion to glow, and seemingly expanding his spiritual awareness. He could not help but exclaim, "This truly is exceptional tea. My son-in-law's spirit tea is indeed extraordinary." Murong Tsang, Yun Hai, and the others also took a sip, revealing expressions of astonishment and praising the quality of the tea. Although this Pinhwa tea pales in comparison to the rumored Wudao tea, it is still an exceedingly rare and fine tea. Regular consumption can indeed fortify the spirit. While it was now nighttime, for cultivators at the foundation establishment stage and above, the distinction between day and night is negligible, allowing them to forego rest. At this moment, the Wang family estate was brightly lit, adorned with luminous night spirit pearls. Wang Qinkuan produced over 100 bodies of nascent soul demonic beasts and commanded his kin to prepare a celebratory feast for their victory in the clan battle. These bodies included golden demonic cattle, spirit deer, azure-hoofed sheep, fire-breathing donkeys, 8 treasure dolphins, and flame-spitting hounds, among others. A large pile of nascent soul demonic beast bodies was stacked on the hall floor. How is this possible? Clan leader Wang, How did you hunt so many nascent soul demonic beasts? Indeed, the abundance of nascent soul beasts holds immense value if sold. The members of the Yun family and the Murong clan exclaimed in unison. They seldom indulge in the flesh of nascent soul beasts due to its exorbitant price. And such delicacies are a rarity in Yunjiang and Dawn Immortal City. While the Luoyun mountain range harbors these beasts, one must venture into its central region to hunt them. However, this area is a stronghold for various demon clans, fraught with peril. Not only does it teem with nascent soul beasts, but it is also home to formidable beings such as transformation stage elders, void refining demons, and even those at the combined body stage. Hunting ordinary nascent soul beasts is manageable, yet, should one inadvertently slay a descendant cherished by a powerful demon, dire consequences await. Both you and your family would face the wrath of that demon clan. The Wang family members, however, were unperturbed, for their current patriarch, Wang Qinkuan, often presented golden core beasts for trade. What a feasting upon the flesh of a nascent soul beast. The hides of these creatures are remarkably resilient, and some of the Wang family's adept chefs personally prepared the dishes. After an hour, the banquet table was laden with platters of beast meat, accompanied by fresh vegetables and spirit rice. Ha, esteemed guests, today our three clans have triumphed splendidly. We must celebrate in style. Wang Qinkuan proclaimed with mirth. Servants from the Wang family brought forth thousands of jars of fine liquor for all to partake. Let the feast begin. Murong Tsang, Murong Yixian, Yunhai, Wang Yuanzhong, and others could hardly contain their excitement, seizing jars of wine and downing them with fervor. In an instant, the atmosphere was vibrant, filled with clinking cups and spirited revelry. Chapter 91. Bestowing 20 billion to the Yun and Murong families after a satisfying meal, Yunhai rose with the members of the Yun family, eager to return and address the significant matter of relocating their clan. Aware of their urgency, Wang Qinkuan refrained from detaining them. Following the departure of the Yun family, several members of the Murong family settled in at the Wang residence as guests. Murong Yiyin personally collaborated with Wang Bingfeng to arrange accommodations for her family. Days later, the entire Yun family moved into the previously scorched and thoroughly cleansed territory of the original Shimin clan. They expended considerable resources to summon several formidable Yuan Ing experts from the city lord's manor to cast spells for the reconstruction of numerous residences. Thus, the Yun family officially announced their return to Yunjiang Xianqing. Notably, they did not abandon their ancestral grounds in Yunxian town. A contingent led by 2 golden core cultivators remained to safeguard it. This event sent shockwaves throughout the city. Countless loose cultivators marveled at the extraordinary fortune of the Yun family, who had produced a daughter of unparalleled beauty, Yun, and had secured a son-in-law like Wang Qinkuan, a rarity that one might search a lifetime for. At that moment, as the members of the Murong family prepared to bid farewell to Wang Qinkuan and return home, he smiled and asked them to wait a moment. He then dispatched a flying sword message, summoning Yunhai and others to join them. In the Wang family's reception hall, Wang Qinkuan engaged in casual conversation with Murong Yuyin, Long Ji, Yun, as well as Wang Yuanzhong, Wang Jiansheng, and Wang Bingfeng. When Yunhai arrived alongside several senior members of the Yun family, seeing them, Wang Qinkuan remarked, "Esteemed fathers-in-law, as the Yun family celebrates their joyous relocation, I have a gift to present to you." As he spoke, Wang Qinkuan produced 2 bulging storage bags of low-grade treasured artifacts, handing one each to Murong Yixian and Yunhai. "What gift has my son-in-law bestowed upon us?" Murong Yixian inquired with a smile as he opened the storage bag, instantly engulfed by a cascade of radiant light. Within the bag lay 100 yuan in beast carcasses, 100 foundation establishment pills, 100 low-grade golden core pills, 30 longevity pills, 30 beauty-restoring pills, 30 million low-grade spirit stones, and 30 treasured artifacts. Astonishingly, there were even 10 low-grade yuaning pills, each the size of a child's fist. His eyes widened in disbelief, his face reflecting utter astonishment. Heavens, this is a yuaning pill. My generous son-in-law has truly outdone himself. The 4th-tier precious yuaning pill, a rare spiritual item for golden core cultivators seeking to transcend to yuaning, is worth significantly more than golden core pills. Besides the yuan ing and golden core pills, the longevity and beauty restoring pills, both low and mid-grade, also hold exorbitant value. Since Wang Qinkuan's 3 avatars had begun to slay yuaning beasts they had started to yield yuaning pills. Though the drop rate is exceedingly rare, approximately only 1% compared to that of golden core pills. Yunhai, witnessing the bounty, also opened his storage bag, revealing identical treasures, the very items that the Yun family had longed for. The cumulative worth of these treasures was simply beyond measure. A single low-grade golden core pill is valued similarly to a low-grade treasured artifact, each priced around 5 million spirit stones. The inferior Yuaning Dan, at the very least, commands a staggering price of 50 million low-grade spirit stones per pill. Moreover, this item is exceedingly rare and can only be procured from the Lingyun Merchant Association, as well as occasionally from 2-star and above sects and 2-star and above celestial cities. It is precisely what Yunhai and the Yun family desperately require. Yunhai, himself at the pinnacle of the golden core stage, possesses strength akin to that of a half-step Yuaning. However, without a breakthrough spiritual item like the Yuaning Dan, he fears he may never transcend to the Yuaning stage in this lifetime. In that moment, Yunhai's eyes glistened with emotion. His body trembled with excitement as he bowed deeply before Wang Qinquan, exclaiming, "Esteemed son-in-law, your generosity is something the Yun family shall never forget." Wang Qinquan hastily supported Yunhai, saying, "It is but a trifling matter. Ah, dear son-in-law, these treasures are far too precious for us to accept." Morong Ishian also shook his head repeatedly. Upon a cursory evaluation, the gifts Wang Qinquan presented to both families were valued at over 2 billion spirit stones each. "Ha, esteemed fathers-in-law, these items are merely a small token for my wife's maternal family, not meant as a form of respect. Yu Yin and Yun Yun are beyond the measure of such trivial gifts." Wang Qinquan remarked with a light-hearted smile. Hearing this, Morong Yin and Yun Yun were profoundly touched, each linking their arms around his. Filled with joy, Yunhai and Morong Ishian graciously accepted the gifts. The other members of the Yun family and the Morong clan were equally ecstatic, expressing their gratitude to Wang Qinquan. Their gazes towards him became increasingly filled with reverence and appreciation. Truly, this son-in-law of the Wang family is extravagantly wealthy, simply bestowing gifts valued at over 2 billion spirit stones. Even the typically grandiose Murong clan's ancestor, Murong Tsang, held Wang Qinquan in high esteem, deeply impressed by his generosity. Such noble virtue from a son-in-law. With someone like Wang Qinquan in our family, the Yun family truly has its fortunes flourishing. The same goes for our Murong family. Lord Wang, should there be any matters in the future, do not hesitate to command our Yun family, they insisted. Indeed, we of the Murong family will certainly offer our utmost assistance. That would be splendid, Wang Qinquan replied with a smile. After a brief moment, the members of the Murong clan returned to Dawn Celestial City, while the Yun family members departed for their ancestral grounds. Only the higher-ups of the Wang family remained, with Wang Yuanzhong, Wang Jiansheng, and Wang Bingfeng gazing intently at Wang Qinquan. Given that both the Yun and Murong families had received substantial gifts, it was reasonable to assume that the 18th uncle would not forget to bestow upon his own family. Wang Qinquan chuckled, "Rest assured, our Wang family shall not lack for these treasures." He produced a storage bag containing over 1,000 foundation establishment pills, 200 golden core pills, and a considerable quantity of third-tier elixirs, along with the remains of 10,000 golden core stage demon beasts. Handing this to Wang Jiansheng, he instructed, "These elixirs and demon beast remains are to be sold in the Wang family's shop." He also privately gifted him a superior Yuaning Dan, advising him that after managing clan affairs, he could retreat and attempt to break through to the Yuaning stage. Furthermore, Wang Qinquan produced a second storage bag, which also contained over 1,000 foundation establishment pills, 200 golden core pills, 30 Yuaning pills, and over 100 million low-grade spirit stones. He entrusted this to Wang Yuanzhong, instructing him to distribute it judiciously among the elite clan members who had made significant contributions. Wang Qinquan presented Wang Yuanzhong with a batch of 4th-level Yuan Essence pills, a type of elixir utilized by those of the nascent soul realm to enhance their spiritual power. He retrieved a third storage bag containing 100 low-grade beauty pills, along with a plethora of spiritual and treasured artifacts, which he entrusted to Wang Bingfeng. She was instructed to place the spiritual and treasured items into the family's treasury, distributing them judiciously among the high-ranking elites and contributing clansmen. The beauty pills could be allocated to female clansmen who had made significant contributions, while male clansmen could exchange for them if desired. Additionally, Wang Qinquan gifted Wang Bingfeng a superior beauty pill and a top-tier nascent soul pill. Of course, Wang Bingfeng was only at the early stage of the golden core realm, making her breakthrough to nascent soul still a distant prospect. Nevertheless, she could save them for future use. Wang Qinquan then left the trio of Wang Jiansheng, Wang Yuanzhong, and Wang Bingfeng to deliberate on their course of action, after which he returned with a smile to his own residence with his partner. A few days later, while the myriad of scattered cultivators in Yun City were still fervently discussing the affairs of the Wang and Yun families, astonishing news began to circulate. the Wang family's pill workshop announced an increase in the monthly limit for foundation establishment pills from 30 to 100. Furthermore, the price was set at an enticing 15% discount. Additionally, they would limit the sale of 10 golden core pills per month, priced at the same minimum rate as elsewhere, at 5 million each. Moreover, the Wang family's meat shop would supply an abundance of demon beast meat suitable for golden core cultivators, also at an enticing 20% discount. As these announcements spread, they ignited a fervor throughout the entire Yunjiang Immortal City. The availability of golden core demon beast meat aside, foundation establishment and golden core pills were rare commodities across all immortal cities. The opportunity to purchase them was bound to be immensely beneficial, especially the golden core pills, which were typically scarce even at the Lingyun branch. Thus, upon hearing this news, many scattered cultivators were exhilarated. Does this mean we also have a chance to buy foundation establishment and golden core pills? As far as I know, the Wang family only sells 100 foundation establishment pills and 10 golden core pills each month. If I could secure them first, I am a fully realized foundation establishment cultivator. These pills are crucial for my advancement to the golden core realm. I am at mid-foundation establishment and do not yet require golden core pills, but I can consume more golden core demon beast meat to expedite my cultivation. I have long declared that the Wang family is indeed the great benefactor of our Yun city. Let us hurry and line up. Once we reach the front, we can make our purchases. In an instant, the entire Yunjiang Immortal City was abuzz, with countless scattered cultivators rushing towards the Wang family's pill workshop and meat shop. Chapter 92. The Zhou family, the Qin family, and the Zhao family gather as guests. Wang Qinkuan paid no mind to other matters, spending each day indulging with his partner. Among his companions, Murong Yuyan held the highest regard, with the other women addressing her as elder sister. Zhao Ningxiang, his junior sister, hailed from a modest fishing family in the Lake Heart Immortal City, situated adjacent to the Grand Peace Immortal City. She was brought into the sect by an elder of the Flying Cloud sect. The Lake Heart Immortal City was constructed on an island in a vast lake, located 100,000 miles from the Grand Peace Immortal City. Although the Flying Cloud sect was merely a one-star sect, its recruitment encompassed the regions of Yunjiang, Grand Peace, Lake Heart, and Linhai. One early morning, Wang Qinkuan found himself in Zhao Ningxiang's chamber. He gently inquired, "Ningxiang, do your family members in Lake Heart primarily hunt the aquatic beasts?" Zhao Ningxiang replied, "My family is a small golden core clan focused on hunting aquatic creatures. They have joined a group of scattered cultivators for fishing." It had been quite some time since Zhao Ningxiang last visited her family after marrying Wang Qinkuan. She had only sent a letter through the city lord's office to inform her parents of her marital status. Given the recent conflict between the Wang family and the Shiman clan, it was deemed inappropriate for her to leave the clan grounds, and she had advised her parents to refrain from visiting for the time being. Now, she found herself yearning for her family. Wang Qinkuan placed a tender kiss on Zhao Ningxiang's lips. Suddenly, she raised her head and asked, "Darling, when shall we visit my family?" He replied, "Perhaps in due time. However, I do have an idea. We could first send some of our kin to invite your family as guests." Wang Qinkuan chuckled heartily, embracing Zhao Ningxiang. After their cultivation session, Zhao Ningxiang directly broke through to the late foundation establishment stage, as she had been quite close to that threshold. The following day, Wang Qinkuan attended to Qin Zi, saying that if any members of the Qin royal family wished to enter the Immortal City for cultivation, the Wang family could make arrangements. Qin Zi was instantly overwhelmed with excitement. The Qin royal family already had several qi refinement practitioners, but none had yet reached the foundation establishment stage. Previously, she had sent a letter and some cultivation resources to the Qin kingdom through a Wang family member, and her royal brother, Qin Jun, had responded with interest in visiting Yunjiang Immortal City. Naturally, she was thrilled at the prospect of her husband arranging for her family to come. Qin Zi, embodying the grace of an empress, had also progressed to the early foundation establishment stage with Wang Qinkuan's assistance. Thus, at dawn, she penned a letter to her royal brother, conveying her husband's intentions and requesting that he bring along some royal descendants to enter the Immortal City for cultivation. Given the proximity of the Qin kingdom to Yun City, she entrusted the delivery of the letter to a few foundation establishment clan members. Wang Gaojun and Wang Haoqiang took on this responsibility, preparing to escort the Qin royal family to the Wang residence. On this particular day, Wang Qinkuan also communicated with Zhou Miaodong, stating that if the Zhou family wished to enter the city for business and required a shop within the Immortal City, suitable arrangements could be made. Zhou Miaodong was overjoyed, for her family, currently a minor foundation establishment clan, existed at the very bottom of the Immortal City hierarchy. However, should the Wang family extend their robust support, the Zhua family might very well take flight. The head of the Zhua family, along with his spouse, who are also the in-laws of Wang Qinkuan, are adept in the art of crafting spiritual talismans. Other clan members would undoubtedly lend their assistance, enabling the establishment of 1 or 2 low-tier talisman shops. Naturally, if the Zhua family were to lease a shop from the Wang family, or if the Wang family were to generously gift them a shop, the Zhua family would effectively become a subordinate clan of the Wangs. Nevertheless, with her husband, Wang Qinkuan, by her side, she need not worry about the Wang family slighting the Zhua family. In recent days, within the grand confines of the Wang family, the patriarch Wang Qinkuan has been receiving guests from his wife's family. At this moment, in the family reception hall, Wang Qinkuan is seated at the head of the table alongside several of his companions. Wang Yuanzhong, Wang Bingfeng, and some high-ranking family members are also present. From the Qin royal family, Zhou Wenwen and Tian Yaru, accompanied by several members of the Zhou family, have arrived, as have the Zhao family fishermen, who were just escorted by Wang Yuanzhong and other family members. Leading the Qin family is the dashing and handsome Qin Jun, who is likely to captivate many young maidens in the realm of cultivation in the future. Under the guidance of the Wang family's maids, everyone takes their seats, casting their eyes upon the opulent hall adorned with lavish decorations and the imposing figure of Wang Qinkuan, whose presence exudes an air of distinction. This is the illustrious Wang family of Yunqing, a prestigious clan of the first-tier immortal city. As a smaller family residing near Yunqing, the Zhou family was already aware of this. Prior to their arrival, the Qin and Zhao families had also heard the Wang family's proud introductions. Following the conclusion of the clan battles, the city lord of Tung had already petitioned the Daling Empire for Yunqing to be elevated to a first-tier immortal city. The hallmark of a first-tier immortal city is that either the city lord or the inspector must possess the cultivation of the transformation stage, and, crucially, at least one of the cultivation families within the city must be of a level above the transformation stage. Yunqing has met these criteria, thus rightfully ascending to the status of a first-tier immortal city. However, for many low-ranking cultivators, these matters hold little significance compared to the Wang family's alchemy workshop, which generously supplies foundation building and golden core elixirs. Noticing the modest demeanor of the Qin, Zhua, and Zhao families, Wang Qinkuan rose with a warm smile and said, "Dear brother Qin Jun, esteemed in-laws of the Zhua and Zhao families, and all esteemed friends from the 3 clans, your arduous journey from afar is greatly appreciated. Welcome to the Wang family. Brother-in-law is too kind. Son-in-law is too courteous. The patriarch is overly gracious." Everyone replied with respectful gestures. Wang Qinkuan then had tea served. Still the exquisite 4th-grade spiritual tea known as insight tea. He smiled at the gathered guests and said, "Please enjoy the tea for now. The welcoming banquet will commence shortly." And the kitchen has already begun preparing the meat of demonic beasts from the golden core and nascent soul stages, which will be served soon. The demonic beast meat prepared for this banquet predominantly consists of that from the golden core stage, primarily because the members of the 3 families, especially the Qin clan, possess relatively low cultivation levels and cannot consume the meat from nascent soul demonic beasts. While they would not meet a tragic end from such consumption, it would lead to a prolonged period of indigestion. Upon hearing of such high-quality demonic beast meat, the eyes of the crowd sparkled with anticipation. After all, they found it exceedingly difficult to procure such delicacies. The Qin clan, in particular, had never tasted them. However, the tea before them exuded an enchanting and rich fragrance, igniting an irresistible desire among the gathered to savor it. Everyone raised their teacups and began to drink. The tea slid down their throats, its refreshing aroma and delicate sweetness rendering them invigorated and at ease, leaving their minds in a state of ethereal clarity. Buzz, buzz. A few low-ranking cultivators in the early stages of qi refinement experienced a breakthrough after consuming just 2 cups of tea. Once they finished, all eyes turned towards Wang Qinkuan and his daughter. The strength of the Wang family was indeed far more formidable than they had anticipated. Their son-in-law, Wang Qinkuan, was the head of the Wang clan. Their daughter, being able to wed Wang Qinkuan, was truly a stroke of fortune. Wang Qinkuan smiled and inquired of Zhou Wenwen, "Father-in-law Zhua, I have heard from Yaodong that the Zhua clan has aspirations to develop in Xianqing in recent years." Zhou Wenwen glanced at the charming Zhou Yaodong beside Wang Qinkuan, promptly nodding in affirmation. "Your concern is greatly appreciated. We indeed harbor such intentions." Wang Qinkuan nodded slightly and continued, "The Zhua clan is my partner's maternal family. Should you wish to grow and prosper, I shall wholeheartedly support you. I will present to you 2 shops located in the bustling market that I acquired from the Shiman family. As for the subsequent taxes, you will naturally need to remit them to the city lord's manor. If those 2 are insufficient, I can provide more." Zhuo Wenwen and Tian Yehue were overjoyed at his words, repeatedly expressing their gratitude, insisting that 2 shops were more than sufficient. The other Qi refinement cultivators from the Zhuo clan also expressed their thanks to their son-in-law. Their clan was small in number, and with the ability to craft spirit talismans and arrange shelves, their living area would not require much space. The shops in Yunqing not only comprised storefronts, but also included backyards and living quarters on the 2nd and 3rd floors. Of course, having shops would also allow them the option to rent long-term courtyard houses or caves within the city. Wang Yuanzhong and Wang Bingfeng had already begun to describe the conditions of the 2 shops. The crowd gasped in astonishment. Each of these 2 shops was estimated to be worth around 200,000 lower-grade spirit stones, and thus, they were gifted to the Zhuo family by Wang Qingquan. The Zhuo family had indeed struck gold this time. Witnessing this, the rest of the assembly extended their congratulations to the Zhuo clan. Chapter 93. After the 3 families. Prosperity awaits. Even Wang Qingquan extracted a substantial collection of ancient talisman crafting books from the system space, comprising over 300 volumes each of 2nd, 3rd, and 4th level techniques. Additionally, a plethora of 2nd, 3rd, and 4th level spiritual talismans, along with hundreds of foundation establishment pills, 30 golden core pills, and 2 million low-grade spiritual stones were presented. All of this was neatly packed into storage bags and handed over to the left Wenwen couple. It is far more beneficial to teach one to fish than merely to provide a fish. The talisman crafting books unearthed from the world of idol cultivation are relics of ancient craftsmanship. Wang Qingquan did not retain any 1st level technique books, as they are available for sale at the Lingyun branch, while 5th level and above are temporarily unavailable but will be provided when accessible. 4th level talismans are already comparable to those wielded by nascent soul experts. It is anticipated that in the future, the Left family will emerge as a prominent talisman crafting clan. Moreover, there is an abundance of foundation establishment pills, golden core pills, and 2 million spiritual stones. Qingquan, my son-in-law, our Left family is immensely grateful to you. The Left couple trembled with emotion as they received these gifts, at a loss for words. These books and breakthrough elixirs will undoubtedly elevate the entire Left family to new heights in Yunqing. The other members of the Left family were equally exuberant. Their primary concern stemmed from the Left family's relatively weak strength. Thus, Wang Qingquan was cautious not to bestow too many golden core pills at once for fear of attracting unwanted attention. Left Miaodong, standing beside Wang Qingquan, was so overwhelmed that she leapt up and planted a kiss on his cheek. Following this, Wang Qingquan smiled at Qin Jun and said, Brother Qin Jun, have your royal family members considered what ventures you wish to pursue? I shall provide you with 2 similar shops. Brother-in-law, our Qin family is new to the realm of cultivation and is unsure of what would be most suitable, Qin Jun replied with a smile. Qin Jun himself possessed commendable aptitude, being of the earth-grade spiritual root. While he was significantly outclassed by his sister, Qin Zi, he still surpassed the majority of cultivators in the realm. In the past 2 years, with the resources provided by Wang Qingquan, he had already reached the late stage of Qi refinement. The royal cultivators accompanying him were merely at the initial and mid-stages of Qi refinement. Qin Jun had recently abdicated the throne of the mundane Qin kingdom in favor of a cousin who lacked a spiritual root. Previously, Qin Zi had requested several spiritual root detection orbs from Wang Qingquan, which were then sent to the Qin kingdom, allowing them to assess the roots of the royal kin. Are you uncertain about which techniques to learn? Wang Qingquan chuckled, turning to his wife, Qin Zi. He too pondered the situation. The Wang family's primary focus was alchemy, and now the Left family would handle talisman crafting. In terms of weapon forging, the Jiang family in this city had already ventured into that domain, although they had fallen from grace and could only forge basic magical tools now. After some contemplation, Qin Zi suggested, our Qin family could delve into the art of weapon forging or perhaps the culinary techniques of spirit chefs. Wang Qingquan erupted in laughter, taking Qin Zi's delicate hand in his own. My dear Zi, you are indeed exceptionally astute. The essentials of life, coupled with equipment, are all lucrative ventures. The ability to directly forge spiritual weapons encompasses 2 major industries that, in this city, remain unclaimed by any prominent family. Let us add another endeavor, the crafting of spiritual artifacts, the culinary arts for spiritual chefs, and the study of formation techniques. You, of the Qin clan, may choose any one of these, Wang Qingquan remarked, directing his gaze towards Qin Jun. After conferring with the members of the Qin clan beside him, Qin Jun replied, given our clan's relatively low cultivation level, crafting spiritual artifacts may require a foundation-building expert. Personally, I lean towards studying formation techniques. However, the clan wishes to open a restaurant in the realm of cultivation. Brother-in-law, could we possibly learn both culinary arts and formation techniques? In the expectant gazes of Qin Zi, Qin Jun, and the gathered members of the Qin clan, Wang Qinquan nodded with a smile. He promptly produced 200 copies each of books such as Beast Meat Culinary Techniques, Comprehensive Cookbook of the Cultivation Realm, Introduction to Formation Techniques up to Level 3, and Crafting Level 4 Formation Plates and Flags, along with over 100 foundation building pills, 30 golden core pills, and 2 million low-grade spirit stones, all of which he placed into a storage bag and handed to Qin Jun. Furthermore, he instructed Wang Bingfeng to transfer 2 shops from the Shiman clan to the Qin clan. Thank you, brother-in-law, Qin Jun exclaimed, his face alight with surprise. During this time, he had been fervently studying the knowledge of the cultivation realm within the royal library of the Qin kingdom and was particularly intrigued by the highly lucrative path of formation techniques. His brother-in-law had fulfilled this aspiration. Additionally, the abundance of breakthrough pills and 2 million spirit stones filled him with immense joy. Qin Zi, not much shorter than Wang Qinquan, donned high-heeled battle boots that accentuated her height. She embraced her husband and planted a kiss on his cheek. After arranging matters for the Qin clan, Wang Qinquan turned his attention to the Zhao family present. He inquired of his parents-in-law, Zhao Qijing and Lu Liu. Might I ask what plans you have for the Zhao family upon your arrival in Yin City? Zhao Qijing had achieved the pinnacle of the Golden Core realm, while Lu Liu was in the late Golden Core stage. Additionally, several members of the Zhao clan included 2 more Golden Core experts, with the remainder being foundation building and chi refining practitioners. In light of this, the Zhao family was no longer a small clan in Yun City. However, the well-established Lake Heart Immortal City was still considerably stronger overall. At this juncture, Zhao Ningxiang addressed her family, father, mother. Yun City has recently triumphed over the beast tide in the sea, and within a span of a century, we can hunt sea beasts and fish within a 10,000-mile radius. The Zhao family can continue fishing here. However, fishing for a living can be perilous. I recall that our ancestors once engaged in the crafting of magical artifacts, though they could not sustain it. Thus, it would be prudent for our family to learn the art of crafting spiritual artifacts and establish a few shops for them. Upon hearing their precious daughter's words, Zhao Qijing and Lu Liu were indeed intrigued. After all, crafting artifacts and opening spiritual artifact shops constituted a highly profitable industry in any cultivation city, rivaling even the alchemy trade. The other members of the Zhao clan nodded in agreement. They were simply uncertain if their son-in-law, Wang Qinquan, possessed any books on the craftsmanship of spiritual artifacts. Zhao Qijing smiled as he addressed Wang Qinquan, saying, "We have come here primarily to visit our daughter, and secondly, to explore potential opportunities for livelihood and development in Yun City. After all, the fishing families by the Heart Lake face immense competition, and battling the aquatic beasts is akin to risking one's life daily. As my daughter has mentioned, I wonder if my esteemed son-in-law possesses any books on the art of crafting spiritual tools." Upon hearing this, Wang Qinquan promptly thumped his chest and assured, "Rest assured, father-in-law. While I may lack in many areas, I am certainly abundant in books. I shall take care of this matter." With that, he retrieved hundreds of volumes of methods of crafting spiritual tools and methods of crafting treasures, along with numerous spiritual tools, 100 foundation establishment pills, 30 golden core pills, and 2 million low-grade spiritual stones from his system space, directly placing them into a storage bag and presenting them to Zhao Qijing. He then addressed both Zhao Qijing and Lu Liu, stating, "Since the Zhao family has traveled such a long distance, my Wang family will transfer 4 shops to you, allowing your Zhao clan to settle directly in Yun City." He instructed Wang Bingfeng to handle the arrangements. "Oh, my dear son-in-law, this is splendid. Thank you, esteemed son-in-law," Zhao Qijing and Lu Liu exclaimed, brimming with excitement. Zhao Ningxiang also bestowed a passionate kiss upon her husband. 4 shops exceeded the number gifted to the Zhua and Qin families by 2. The Zhao family members were deeply touched by the generosity of Wang Qinquan and his family. Truly, the first family of Yun City is extraordinary. It is worth noting that Wang Qinquan also provided them with the methods for crafting treasures. This is no small matter. Outside of the Daling Empire and the Lingyun Merchant Association, no sect of less than 2 stars possesses such knowledge. Unless unforeseen circumstances arise, the Zhao family is destined for prosperity. Congratulations to the Zhao clan in-laws. They laughed. The members of the Qin and Zhua families offered their congratulations to the Zhao family without a hint of jealousy, for their own family strength was too feeble to bear such immense industrial benefits. Both families rejoiced together, and Zhao Qijing could hardly contain his joy. After a round of pleasantries, they took their seats and engaged in casual conversation, primarily with the Wang and Zhua families, introducing the situation in Yun City to the Qin and Zhao clans. Soon, The food and drinks were served, and the atmosphere grew lively as the guests clinked their cups. They were secretly astonished by Wang Qinquan's influence, which surpassed their expectations. Initially, they believed their visit would entail a mere standard reception from the Wang family. However, they were utterly unprepared for the astonishing gift of prosperity Wang Qinquan had bestowed upon their families. This revelation left the Qin, Zhua, and Zhao families in utter shock. Their son-in-law was exceedingly generous. The Wang family's foundation undoubtedly exceeded their imagination. They quietly rejoiced, feeling fortunate that their daughter or sister had married Wang Qinquan. After everyone had eaten and drunk their fill, Wang Qinquan instructed Wang Bingfeng to assist the family members in organizing their affairs. Chapter 94. Wang Yi, Wang Lu, Wang Lin, and the Summoning Order of Divine Beast Offspring. Qin Zi, Zhuo Miaodong, and Zhao Ningxiang joyfully accompanied their maternal relatives to explore the shops. Meanwhile, Wang Qinquan remained in the hall, engaged in discussions with Wang Yuanzhong regarding the intricacies of the Wang family's future development. Wang Jiansheng had already entered seclusion, preparing for a breakthrough to the nascent soul stage. Wang Qinquan presented a plethora of alchemical texts, including Foundation Establishment Pill Ancient Formulas, Golden Pill Ancient Formulas, Ancient Methods of Alchemical Refinement, Ancient Pill Manuscripts of Level 3 and below, and Level 4 Ancient Pill Manuscripts, to Wang Yuanzhong, instructing him to place them in the family's scripture repository for the benefit of those adept at alchemy. After all, the Wang family's enterprises primarily revolved around the trade of monster meat and alchemical production. Thus, even if he were to refrain from producing pills in the future, the family's alchemical business would remain well-stocked. This was a matter he had previously overlooked, yet it was not too late to rectify. Wang Yuanzhong and the gathered family members were ecstatic. Wang Qinquan even sent a message via flying sword to summon his father-in-law, Yunhai. He also gifted him a substantial collection of texts on low-level spiritual beast cultivation techniques, ancient methods of puppet crafting up to level 3, and ancient methods of puppet crafting at level 4. This was an unexpected boon, comprising ancient techniques for cultivating spiritual beasts and crafting puppets. Yunhai, cradling the hefty tomes, was filled with delight, astounded that so few days had passed since his son-in-law had bestowed such a significant gift upon the Yun family. The Yun family specialized in the cultivation of spiritual beasts and puppet crafting. In comparison, the ancient methods of puppet crafting proved to be more advantageous for them. After all, cultivating spiritual beasts necessitated procuring young monsters from wandering cultivators, followed by employing secret techniques to rear them into obedient companions. While it was indeed possible to breed adult spiritual beasts, the gestation and nurturing periods were lengthy and measured in years, requiring substantial expenditures of spiritual stones for various beast feeds. Conversely, crafting puppets allowed for swift production and sales. Yunhai resolved to prioritize puppet crafting for the future of the Yun family. Yun gazed at her husband with gratitude. Although she had awakened some memories of her past life as an empress, she had never focused on managing various enterprises in that lifetime and lacked knowledge of such rudimentary beast rearing and low-level puppet crafting techniques. After expressing his gratitude to his son-in-law, Yunhai returned home with a heart full of joy. Subsequently, Wang Qinquan and the ladies, Murong Yuyan, Long Ji, Pan Yinlian, and Yun, returned to their residence. At home, Mother Yu and several wet nurses were caring for the 4 children, Wang Chongsheng, Wang Meng, Wang Tong, and Wang Chong. Wang Chongxing required little attention, having already learned to walk independently, and was happily playing with his spiritual pet, Shu Shu. The wet nurses had been hired after Yun gave birth to the Wang Tong brothers due to insufficient milk supply. These nurses were all wives of the Wang family's auxiliary servants. After arranging everything, time flew by, and yet another year had passed. The Yun, Qin, Zhua, and Zhao families had firmly established their foothold in Yun City. Notably, the Yun family had seen several members, including Yunhai, ascend to the nascent soul stage, leading to an exceptionally prosperous puppet industry. The strength of the Yun family has far surpassed that of the Mei and Jiang families, ranking only after the Wang family, thus establishing itself as the second most powerful family in Yunjiangxian City. During this time, Jiang family head Jiang Yubi personally approached Yunhai to compensate the Yun family with 20 million spirit stones, leading to a reconciliation agreement between the two families. Meanwhile, Zhao Ningxiang's maternal family, the Zhao clan, has rapidly flourished in Yun City, relocating all their ancestral members from their old family in Huxinxian City. Their spirit weapon shop industry has also thrived, although they are currently only able to forge inferior and medium-grade spirit weapons. The Zhao clan has now risen to become the 5th prominent family in Yun City, following the Mei and Jiang families, which brings immense joy to the younger sister, Zhao Ningxiang, who is as delighted as a child each day. The businesses of the Qin and Zhou families, including their taverns and talisman shops, have been exceptionally prosperous. However, due to the overall low cultivation levels of their clan members, their influence pales in comparison to that of the Yuan and Zhao families. To prevent any potential disturbances, both families have dispatched Golden Core members from the Wang family to maintain order. As for the Wang family, numerous Golden Core experts have emerged, including several formidable Yuan-ing period figures. Deputy clan leader Wang Jianxing has also ascended to the status of a Yuan-ing old monster. Furthermore, the Qingye branch of the Wang family has seen a significant increase in foundational cultivators. To support the Qingye branch, the main branch of the Wang family has offered their Treasure Vault's foundational pills at an astonishingly low price of 20% off for those who reach the peak of foundational cultivation. Those who attain the pinnacle of foundational cultivation can exchange for Golden Core pills at a discounted price of 30% off. However, they have yet to produce any practitioners at the peak foundational level. Wang Qinquan has now reached the late Golden Core stage, thanks to his remarkable orange talent and boundless resources for cultivating immortality. In just a year, he has advanced from the early to the late Golden Core stage, a pace of cultivation that is truly astonishing. His partners have all attained foundational cultivation or above. Even Zhuo Miaodong, the slowest in progression, has successfully established her foundation under his diligent guidance. Additionally, Wang Qinquan's mother, Yu Tongxin, has also broken through to foundational cultivation, appearing even younger and more graceful. Wang Qinquan discreetly provided his mother with a treasure that enhances spiritual roots, thus upgrading Yu Tongxin's spiritual root quality without revealing the truth to her. He merely told her it was a treasure that prolongs life. Among his partners, aside from Long Ji, whose dragon physique makes pregnancy challenging, and Yun Yun, who became pregnant only after fully awakening her superior spiritual root, Morong Yuyin, Pan Yinlian, Qin Zi, Zhao Ningxiang, and Zhuo Miaodong have all conceived. 10 months later, Morong Yuyin, Pan Yinlian, Qin Zi, and Zhao Ningxiang each gave birth to a son. While Zhuo Miaodong welcomed a daughter, Wang Qinquan suddenly found himself with 4 sons and 1 daughter. Their names and attributes are as follows. Morong Yuyin's son, named Wang Yi, possesses the demeanor of an emperor. Pan Yinlian's son, named Wang Lu, also embodies the stature of an emperor. Qin Zi's second son, named Wang Lin, has the potential of a quasi-emperor. Zhao Ningxiang's son, named Wang Hao, similarly exhibits quasi-emperor potential, and Zhuo Miaodong's second child, a daughter named Wang Ruodong, also holds the essence of a quasi-emperor. Wang Qinquan was filled with immense joy, having fathered numerous children. He had also amassed a significant number of attribute points and fortune values. His fortune value had now reached an impressive 249 points. The reason he had retained such a wealth of fortune values without exchanging them for items in the shop was due to the guidance from the system, Chun Ge, who had advised him that preserving his fortune would prove beneficial. The higher the host's fortune, the greater the good luck it would bring, and the higher the potential of the children born. Additionally, the speed at which the host and their family cultivated would also increase. This could explain why both Qin Zi and Zhuo Miaodong had given birth to their second child, yet still bore offspring of near-emperor caliber. Thus, Wang Qinquan resolved not to squander his fortune unless absolutely necessary. Furthermore, he chose to retain his 5 lottery chances, as the system indicated that the higher the host's cultivation, the better the prizes obtained. In the blink of an eye, 3 years had passed. Wang Qinquan secluded himself in the family cultivation chamber for half a month and finally broke through to the nascent soul stage. Ding! Congratulations to the host for breaking through to the nascent soul stage. Your talent, Furnace Cauldron form, has been upgraded to gold. The number of avatars that can be created has increased by 1. A new item has appeared in the shop. You have gained 1 lottery opportunity. Chun Ge continuously delivered good news. Unable to resist, Wang Qinquan decided to draw once, receiving a yellow turban warrior at the peak of the integration stage. He instructed Chun Ge to create an avatar named Kunkin No. 4. The 4 nascent soul avatars together ventured into the 7th and 8th Cloud Steppe continent. Their collaboration enabled them to slay demon beasts of the transformation stage, yielding even higher level items. The system shop introduced a new item. Divine Beast Cub Summoning Order requires 50 points of fortune, randomly summoning a divine beast cub with cultivation equal to the host's. Never to betray. Remarkable. Wang Qinquan inquired of the system regarding divine beasts, which it described as spirit pets of emperor caliber. It was worth noting that acquiring an emperor caliber spirit pet would also grant 20 points of fortune, effectively equating to 30 points of fortune to summon such a being. However, Wang Qinquan felt no immediate need for it and decided to wait until his cultivation was higher to make an exchange. One day, the city Lord Tung arrived at the Wang family's estate in search of Wang Qinquan. Chapter 95. Journey to the Sword Conference. The flying vessel is destroyed on this day. Lord Tung arrived at the Wang family's estate to seek out Wang Qinquan. In the family's reception hall, Lord Tung gazed in astonishment at Wang Qinquan. My brother Wang, congratulations. You are truly a prodigy. In just a brief span of 4 or 5 years, you have already reached the Yuanying stage, having lived over 600 years. Today I have come to understand the meaning of people surpassing others can be disheartening. Among the geniuses of our great Ling Empire, I fear none can compare to you, Lord Tung exclaimed, his face beaming with admiration. He addressed Wang as brother rather than using formal titles, signaling his goodwill. Wang Qinquan had recently achieved a breakthrough to the Yuanying stage, and without intentionally concealing his aura, outsiders could still perceive his true level of cultivation. Moreover, Lord Tung had closely observed Wang Qinquan's growth and was well aware of his capabilities. Previously, Wang Qinquan had already demonstrated strength at the Huashan stage. Lord Tung speculated that Wang Qinquan had either received the inheritance from a powerful entity above the Lianshu stage or had been bestowed with insights from such a master. It was also possible that he possessed an extraordinary innate talent. Regardless, such prodigious talent was beyond Lord Tung's reach. Firstly, the Great Ling Empire placed immense emphasis on its own geniuses. Should a powerful figure attempt to seize their inheritance or physique, it would be deemed a heinous crime, leading to the annihilation of their entire lineage. Secondly, Lord Tung himself had only recently broken through to the Huashan stage. He lacked the strength to make such a bold move. Of course, Lord Tung was a man of integrity and not one to engage in such wicked deeds. You flatter me too much, Wang Qinquan replied humbly. You are truly a once-in-a-millennium genius of our Yun City, Lord Tung praised. Not only in Yun City but throughout the entire Great Ling Empire, such talent is exceedingly rare. At such a young age, you have already attained the Yuanying stage and possess Huashan-level combat prowess. Who can compare? Unbeknownst to him, Wang Qinquan had surpassed even Huashan-level strength at this moment. I have come today to specifically congratulate you on your breakthrough and, while I am at it, to inquire about something. Lord Tung shifted the conversation to more serious matters. Wang Qinquan smiled, his earlier suspicions confirmed. Lord Tang's visit to the Wang family was undoubtedly not without purpose. Brother Wang, have you heard of the Great Ling Youth Sword Conference hosted by Miss Hu Tao of our Great Ling Empire? Lord Tung continued. I have heard a little, Wang Qinquan replied nonchalantly, his expression unperturbed. Miss Hu Tao is said to possess an unparalleled beauty. She is the beloved daughter of General Hu of the Empire and is extremely well known. Every 60 years, she holds the Great Ling Youth Sword Conference, purportedly to recruit talents for the Empire. It is said to be a grand feast for the young generation's geniuses. Not only does it invite talented cultivators from various celestial cities and prefectures, but even prodigies from major sects participate. Are you aware that our Yun City is set to send a talented representative to compete in this conference? Lord Tung continued. Indeed, Wang Qinquan maintained his calm demeanor. Would you be willing, Brother Wang, to represent our Yun City in this competition? The Lord of Tung City finally revealed his intentions. Every celestial city would dispatch its most formidable prodigies. It was evident that Wang Qinquan was undoubtedly the strongest prodigy of this city. In previous years, the humble Yun City had not qualified to participate in the Grand Ling Youth Sword Conference, as no such talent had ever emerged. This year, however, Wang Qinquan's remarkable ascent had caught the attention of Miss Hu Tao, who personally selected him, granting him a spot in the competition. She hoped that Wang Qinquan would represent Yun City at the conference. If he participated and secured a commendable position, he would undoubtedly gain renown across the land. And in turn, Yun City would bask in the glory of Wang Qinquan, reaping significant benefits. Wang Qinquan pondered for a moment before responding, Lord Tung, you are far too gracious. This is a mere trifle. I have just broken through to the Yuanying stage and was indeed planning to explore the wonders of the Grand Ling. With that, he accepted the offer. In truth, he lacked for nothing in terms of cultivation resources. Given time, he could reach the great ascension stage, endure the tribulations, and perhaps even attain immortality. Nevertheless, a journey would be welcome, providing an opportunity to seek a suitable companion for the path. It had been quite some time since Yun City had discovered such a woman. Fortune, after all, is never too abundant. Of course, with numerous enchanting individuals around him, he would not simply fall for the first he encountered. It was essential to ascertain mutual interest. Wang Qinquan also found the prospect of such an event quite intriguing. Young people do revel in festivities. This was a grand occasion, a celebration for all of Grand Ling. Not to mention, the illustrious Miss Hu Tao, known far and wide for her events, would surely attract other talented female cultivators from across the Grand Ling Empire. Upon hearing this, Lord Tung was elated. He had not anticipated Wang Qinquan's swift agreement. That is excellent. Brother Wang, rest assured, I shall take care of everything. Simply await my news regarding the journey. Lord Tung exclaimed with joy. Wang Qinquan did not decline and expressed his gratitude. Then I shall trouble you, Lord Tung. With a beaming smile, Lord Tung bid farewell. After spending half a month with his family, Wang Qinquan received a message via flying sword from Lord Tung, detailing the date and location of the sword conference. He finally set out for the venue of this year's Grand Ling Youth Sword Conference, the Hu County Celestial City. Located not far from the Grand Ling Imperial City, Hu County Celestial City is a 2-star celestial city and the stronghold of the formidable Hu family. Wang Qinquan was accompanied by his most powerful companion, Long Ji. Murong Yuyin and Pan Yinlian remained at home to educate their children. Wang Qinquan entrusted them with a perfected Golden Banner warrior for protection. It is worth noting that the Golden Banner warrior, while a puppet without certain vital parts, is capable of recognizing its master through blood. Additionally, Pan Yinlian, being of lower cultivation and not aligned with that path, opted not to accompany them. Indeed, the young prodigies from various regions attending the Great Ling Youth Sword Conference are all unparalleled talents from powerful factions, each possessing formidable abilities. Having cultivated for many years beyond the harmonization stage, the presence of numerous beautiful companions around them often leads to potential conflicts. Although Wang Qinquan remains unperturbed, Pan Yinlian believes it is prudent to postpone her return to her familial home for now. She has already established correspondence with her family through the Lingyun Chamber of Commerce, but her mother is currently in seclusion. Wang Qinquan and Long Ji traverse the skies aboard a flying vessel. Ever since the 4 avatars entered the 8th continent and vanquished the harmonization stage beasts, they have begun to acquire equipment of artifact caliber. However, the drop rate for such artifacts is significantly lower than that of treasure-grade items, merely 1% of its rate. This flying vessel, classified as a low-grade artifact, originally measured no more than the size of a palm, but can expand to several meters in width and over 10 meters in length. The open deck is quite spacious, equipped with a puppet system that allows for automated flight. In the Kunling realm, equipment above the artifact level is exceedingly precious, often unattainable even with low-grade spirit stones, necessitating transactions with medium-grade spirit stones instead. Such a low-grade flying vessel would likely fetch around 10 million medium-grade spirit stones at the Lingyun Chamber of Commerce. My dear, I have heard that the Great Ling Youth Sword Conference is a grand assembly of geniuses from your esteemed Ling Empire. We must seize the opportunity to witness it, Long Ji said with a smile. The mountains below should be the central region of the falling Cloud Mountain range. Traveling from Cloud City to Dun Immortal City does not require passage through this central area. However, a direct flight from Cloud City to Hu County Immortal City necessitates traversing through the heart of the falling Cloud Mountain range. Wang Qinquan nodded in agreement, stating, indeed. Once we cross the falling Cloud Mountain range, we shall reach Hu County Immortal City in a matter of days. My dear, I shall here wish you victory in advance. Long Ji chimed playfully. Wang Qinquan laughed heartily, embracing Long Ji and stealing a kiss. I will strive to make you proud. The flying vessel glided smoothly, swiftly disappearing into the horizon. Humph. A mere human cultivator dares to vie for supremacy at the sword conference against us? Utterly delusional. At that moment, a voice of derision echoed through the void. Suddenly, a spear crackling with lightning emerged from a rift in the air. The spear exuded a terrifying aura of destruction, sending chills down one's spine. This is dire. Wang Qinquan's expression shifted as he intended to maneuver the vessel to evade the impending danger. With a piercing sound, the lightning spear penetrated the flying vessel, causing it to explode in a cataclysmic burst. Chapter 96, Sword Slash at the Thunder Leopard Prodigy, Heavenly Spirit Fruit. Alas, my flying vessel, merely a low-grade magical artifact, how could it be shattered in an instant? Wang Qinquan could hardly believe his eyes, as the vessel erupted into fragments. He embraced Long Ji, conjuring a protective barrier of spiritual energy around them, emerging unscathed. Wang Qinquan discerned that the adversary's lightning spear must be a mid-grade magical artifact. In comparison, the resilience of a low-grade flying vessel, even when expanded into a cabin, was unlikely to rival that of a mid-grade weapon. A mere junior of the human race, do you aspire to participate in the sword discussion conference with your infant soul cultivation? Is this not a grave insult to our talents? A figure materialized in the sky, his haughty voice echoing around them. Subsequently, a formidable pressure enveloped Wang Qinquan and Long Ji. This oppressive force must belong to a half-step void refinement demon, perhaps? Long Ji's countenance shifted slightly. Even among the dragon kin of her Longyuan Sea domain, there were numerous masters at the void refinement and fusion stages. Yet, at this moment, a mighty dragon should not suppress a local snake. They were within the Luyun mountain range, not her sea domain's dragon palace. Merely a half-step void refinement demon, it seemed. It appeared that this Luyun mountain range harbored quite a number of prodigies. Wang Qinkuan, with an arm gently around Long Ji's slender waist, reassured her as he turned his gaze toward the young man before him, adorned with leopard-like markings, his expression darkening. It was said that Miss Hu Tao's Great Ling Youth Sword Discussion Conference welcomed participants regardless of whether they were human or demon, with no restrictions on cultivation level. Only a cap of 400 years of age. The demons of the Luyun mountain range belonged to the Great Ling Empire, thus they too had eligibility to participate. The destruction of Wang Qinkuan's low-grade flying vessel, valued at 10 million mid-grade spirit stones, was merely a trifle. He could demand 3-fold or 5-fold compensation at most. However, the audacity to disrupt him and his partner was a matter of grave consequence. You are a transformation stage dragon maiden, yet you consort with a mere human infant soul cultivator, even calling him husband. But you are so strikingly beautiful, I find myself intrigued. The young man leered at Long Ji, licking his lips without restraint. Seeking death, Long Ji was seething with rage. The leopard-marked man's gaze repulsed her. Without a moment's hesitation, she formed a hand seal, summoning a blazing true dragon flame that stretched hundreds of feet, sweeping forward with ruthless intensity. After years of dual cultivation with Wang Qinkuan, she had now achieved the later stage of transformation, and her wrathful strike twisted the very fabric of the void. Trivial skill. The leopard-marked man laughed arrogantly, swatting the true dragon flame aside effortlessly. This great demon appeared to be extraordinary. What manner of creature are you? Wang Qinkuan inquired, disinterested in employing his observation eye. Haha, remember my name? Human. I am Lei Baozu's prodigy, Lei Jingtian. The young man proclaimed with a commanding air, his fangs glistening, exuding an overwhelming demonic aura. So, he hails from the Thunder Leopard clan of the Luyun mountain range. Lei Jingtian. Wang Qinkuan's eyes glimmered. The Thunder Leopard clan, known for being rare lightning-type demon beasts, excelled in the art of thunder and lightning, indeed formidable. It is said that the Thunder Leopard clan is one of the 8 great demon tribes within the Falling Cloud mountain range. Since you are aware of my Thunder Leopard lineage, why do you not kneel and plead for mercy? The spotted man spoke with haughty pride, a glimmer of mockery dancing in his eyes. What are you even worth? You dare to demand my submission after shattering my flying vessel? Wang Qinkuan's eyes narrowed as he spoke. Humph, you have trespassed into the sacred grounds of my demon tribe and audaciously seek to participate in the sword discussion conference. Now, kneel and apologize, and leave this beautiful dragon maiden to be my concubine. I may consider sparing your life. Thunderstorm's arrogance was boundless. He regarded Wang Qinkuan with utter disdain. In his mind, he envisioned indulging in the exquisite dragon maiden before leisurely escorting her to the conference. As for this human youth, he could easily dismiss him, given that he had delivered such a captivating dragon maiden. However, he only recognized the dragon maiden as a member of the dragon clan, oblivious to the fact that she was a princess of the dragon race. Merely a trifling demon. You are courting death. Golden Gale Slash. Wang Qinkuan, disinterested in further banter, unsheathed his sword and struck. The Golden Gale Slash was a formidable sword technique from the Golden Gale transformation, wielding immense power. A brilliant golden light surged from his body as he swung his sword. Crack! The resplendent golden light roared forth. The heavens themselves seemed to fracture. The terrifying sword radiance swept through the void like a blazing golden sun. Are you the ancestor of refining void? Thunderstorm's pupils constricted as he felt the overwhelming sword intent lock onto him, sending shivers down his spine, paralyzed with fear. He was utterly incapable of withstanding the might of an ancestor in the refining void stage. Regret flooded his heart. He had simply been walking outside his tribe, preparing to attend the sword discussion conference, and now he had provoked a human ancestor of the refining void for no reason. In his panic, Thunderstorm hastily conjured a layer of thunderous light to form a protective shield around himself. Uft! With a single strike, he and his shield were cleaved in two, blood showering the sky. Thunderstorm's consciousness screamed in agony as his severed body fell. His primordial spirit was obliterated by a single palm strike from Wang Qinkuan, completely annihilated. At present, Wang Qinkuan was at the early stage of the nascent soul realm, and with the abundance of attribute points he possessed, he already boasted the strength of the early stage of the spirit transformation realm. Furthermore, before setting out, He had infused himself with 2% of the cultivation of the great perfection yellow turban warrior from the system space, achieving the mid-stage of the refining void realm. This was merely 1/10 of his spiritual energy in that strike, yet he effortlessly vanquished Thunderstorm. Standing beside him, the dragon maiden gazed at her husband with admiration. My husband is truly magnificent. She was astounded. His power had grown increasingly extraordinary, effortlessly dispatching even a half-step refining void demon. Wang Qinkuan sheathed his sword and incinerated Thunderstorm's corpse, retrieving the lightning spear before turning to the dragon maiden with a smile. This leopard demon was simply seeking trouble. Now, let us proceed to the immortal city of Hu County. He then produced a low-grade flying vessel, enlarging it with a wave of his hand, and the two entered, swiftly vanishing into the sky. After all, this is the territory of the demon race. Having killed Lei Jingtian, it is likely that a powerful demon from the Lei leopard clan will soon emerge. Wang Qinkuan is not yet inclined to be entangled in trouble. A few days later, in Hujun Xian City, within the grandest and most opulent tavern of the city, the aroma of fine food and wine wafts through the air. At a banquet table, cups clink and laughter fills the space. A large group of men and women are engaged in lively conversation. Dear friends, in just a few days, the grand feast of the Hujun Xian City, Deling Youth Sword Conference, will commence, where exceptional talents from various regions will gather here. A young man at the table proclaimed, raising his cup and surveying the crowd. The so-called sword debate is actually a selection of prodigies for our great Ling Empire. Those who rank among the top 50 in this contest will receive substantial rewards. Moreover, it is said that the top 3 will be bestowed with a heavenly spirit fruit. Consuming this fruit allows one to break through a major realm. Additionally, the top 100 prodigies will gain the qualification to enter the legendary Immortal Sect's secret realm. What? The heavenly spirit fruit? Such a rare treasure exists? Exclaimed one in disbelief. I never imagined Miss Hu would be so generous. Are these treasures provided by the Hu family? Even the Hu family cannot afford such treasures. It must be supplied by the empire. Surely, the empress herself is behind this sword conference. Furthermore, entry into the Immortal Sect's secret realm. Yes, I have heard whispers that the secret realm is about to manifest. It only appears once every 120 years and is said to house treasures of the immortals. This is an incredible opportunity. The Immortal Sect's secret realm, while it may be filled with treasures, it will also attract a multitude of powerful figures. We, cultivators at the initial and mid-stages of the transformation god realm, would hardly be more than mere embellishments within. Sighing, the cultivators at the banquet expressed their discontent, feeling somewhat disheartened. At that moment, a light chuckle echoed through the hall. Suddenly, a handsome young man, with narrow eyes and dressed in green, strode into the tavern. His gaze was imperious, surveying the crowd as if the entire world were beneath his notice. His entrance captured the attention of all the cultivators within the tavern. Who is that? So strikingly handsome. He appears to be the true disciple of the 2-star, half-immortal sect, Full Moon Sword Sect, named Xiao Yi. I have heard he has slain a half-step transformation void cultivator upon just stepping into the half-step transformation void himself. Now he has reached the initial stage of transformation void. How terrifying. No wonder he carries himself with such pride. He indeed has the merit to do so. Xiao Yi's arrival drew the gaze of many cultivators. Master Xiao? At that moment, a woman sitting by the window suddenly exclaimed with delight, her face lighting up with joy. Chapter 97. The Secret Realm of the Immortal Gate. Secrets of the Empire. The lady possessed an exquisite and enchanting beauty, adorned in a flowing green dress, resembling a captivating painting that was difficult to forget after just a glance. She was Lu Yi, a true disciple of the 2-star half-immortal sect, Tianyan sect, celebrated among the male cultivators of the Daling cultivation realm as the foremost fairy of Tianyan sect. Upon seeing Xiao Yi, her expression shifted from surprise to delight. Lu Yi, have you come to participate in the sword discussion? Xiao Yi remarked, slightly astonished to encounter an acquaintance in such a place. Lu Yi had already attained a cultivation level nearing the realm of virtual refinement, not far off from his own. Once, she had been his childhood companion. However, the two had taken divergent paths into different sections. Xiao Yi had immersed himself in cultivation, while Lu Yi, a woman of keen social acumen, attracted admirers, leading Xiao Yi, who was inherently aloof, to sever their connection. Indeed, young Master Xiao, I have just arrived in Hu County and plan to rest for a few days before attending the sword discussion conference. Lu Yi replied with a charming smile. Xiao Yi nodded in understanding, recognizing that each session of the Hu County Immortal City sword discussion gathered formidable talents from all quarters, necessitating early preparation. Moreover, The secret realm of the Immortal Gate was replete with opportunities. By the way, Brother Xiao, why haven't you contacted me all these years? You haven't come to see me. I felt so lonely, Lu Yi said, feigning a pitiful demeanor while playfully coaxing him. I have been preoccupied with my cultivation. I just emerged and sought you out, Xiao Yi responded with an awkward smile. In truth, he wanted to express that she was never short of powerful and affluent men around her. What need had she for him to seek her out? The Full Moon Sword sect and Tianyin sect were rivals, and Xiao Yi was naturally aware of some prominent figures within Tianyin sect. Lu Yi was indeed their most renowned female disciple, a beauty whose reputation echoed throughout the Daling Empire. He surmised that Lu Yi, upon witnessing his considerable cultivation prowess, was reluctant to let go of a potential ally, seeking to rekindle their connection. Nevertheless, he found it difficult to rebuff her. For Lu Yi had once been the unattainable goddess of his youth. With a radiant smile, Lu Yi beamed at him. Just as Xiao Yi approached to take a seat beside her, a female companion whispered, "Elder Sister Yi, look quickly, senior brother Li Yang has arrived." Turning her gaze, Lu Yi spotted a young man clad in white, with a long sword at his waist, sauntering towards her. The young man bore a gentle smile, yet his eyes, upon glancing at Xiao Yi, were filled with mockery and disdain, clearly indicating his disdain for his former rival. Li Yang possessed formidable early-stage virtual refinement cultivation, clad in white. Could this be Li Yang, the true disciple and elder brother of Tianyin sect? Xiao Yi was taken aback. He had not anticipated Li Yang's presence at this sword discussion. Around them, numerous cultivators whispered among themselves, their gazes towards Li Yang laden with deep apprehension. Indeed, Li Yang's identity is far from ordinary, and his prowess is equally remarkable. Brother Li Yang, it has been quite some time. Upon seeing Li Yang, Lu Yi seemed to momentarily forget the presence of Xiao Yi, her fair countenance adorned with a shy smile. Xiao Yi was left utterly stunned. With a slight smile, Li Yang's gaze fell upon Xiao Yi, his eyes narrowing. "Xiao Yi, it appears that fate has conspired to bring us together once more. Are you here to participate in the sword discussion conference? Perhaps you intend to seize the heavenly spirit fruit?" Xiao Yi cast a sidelong glance at Li Yang, a hint of self-deprecation playing at the corners of his mouth. He had no desire to engage with the man before him, nor did he wish to exchange words. Of course, he recognized Li Yang, the man who fervently pursued Lu Yi, rumored to be on the verge of success. Although both he and Li Yang possessed comparable strength and status, the Li family from which Li Yang hailed was significantly more powerful than Zhao's clan, boasting wealth that far exceeded his own. In the realm of cultivation, where wealth, companions, techniques, and land are paramount, it was no wonder Lu Yi chose Li Yang. Humph. Li Yang snorted disdainfully. This insufferable fellow, who was once Lu Yi's first love, dared to approach her in his absence. The thought of it ignited a fury within him, leading to feelings of jealousy. However, considering the formidable strength of his rival and the fact that they were within the territory of the esteemed Hu family, Li Yang refrained from causing a scene. In Li Yang's mind, among the dazzling talents of the Great Ling Empire, aside from the untouchable empress of Great Ling and the imperial jewel Hu Tao, as well as the already married sect master Pan Manhwa, Lu Yi rightfully claimed the fourth position. Of course, this ranking pertained solely to the captivating women over 300 years of age, excluding those of younger generations. After all, mere beauty holds little value if not accompanied by formidable cultivation. Women with higher cultivation than Lu Yi may not possess her youthful allure. Regrettably, despite having thoroughly explored Lu Yi's charms and expended vast resources on his cultivation, he had yet to truly possess her. Li Yang plopped down beside Lu Yi, unabashedly wrapping his arms around her while provocatively raising an eyebrow at Xiao Yi. "Brother Yang, please refrain from such behavior." Lu Yi blushed and gently pushed away his hand. Witnessing this, Xiao Yi's expression darkened, and he swiftly departed with a flick of his sleeve. The Great Ling Youth Sword Discussion Conference gathered numerous talents and geniuses. On that evening, nearly all the inns and guest rooms in the Celestial City were filled to capacity, brimming with a throng of people. Nevertheless, the innkeepers were diligent, deploying skilled guards to maintain order and prevent any disturbances involving esteemed figures. Within one of the inns, Wang Qinkuan and Long Ji, who had just arrived in Hu County's Celestial City, expended a fortune of 100,000 spirit stones to secure a luxurious room. Inside, Wang Qinkuan held Long Ji close, the curtains drawn back, allowing him to gaze out at the distant horizon, where the sky blazed with vibrant hues, resembling a fiery spectacle, magnificent and awe-inspiring. Amidst the radiant glow, a colossal and enigmatic portal flickered into view, emanating an aura of vastness, profundity, and unfathomable terror. Through this ethereal gateway, one could faintly discern the silhouettes of majestic mountains and splendid landscapes, a realm akin to a celestial paradise. Indeed, this was the fabled Immortal Gate's secret domain, yet it remained unopened for the time being. According to legend, entry into this mystical realm was granted to those who ascended the sword dual hero rankings, allowing them to seek treasures of the immortals. The glimmer of excitement sparkled in Wang Qinkuan's eyes. Indeed, Long Ji nodded, her gaze fixed upon the resplendent scene outside the window. Previously, they had ventured through the Hu County Immortal City, gathering numerous tidings regarding the Sword Duel Conference. The rewards of this gathering were nothing short of lavish. For Long Ji, this Sword Duel Conference represented a significant opportunity, as the Immortal Gate's secret domain was a premier sanctuary jointly held by the two great human empires of the Kunling realm, the Daling Empire and the Dao Empire. The aquatic and dragon tribes of the Endless Sea had no share in it. It is worth noting that the land of the entire Kunling realm is divided, governed entirely by the Daling Empire in the eastern and southern territories, which are under the jurisdiction of righteous forces, while the Dao Empire controls the western and northern regions, dominated by demonic powers. The two empires, one just and the other malevolent, have often clashed and waged wars against each other. The emperor of the Dao Empire harbored a deep desire for the empress of the Daling Empire, wishing to marry her and subsequently unify the realm. He has threatened the empress on numerous occasions. However, her formidable strength thwarted his ambitions. Historically, the Dao Empire has never triumphed in the several wars instigated against the Daling Empire. Long Ji had heard of these secrets of the human empires from her father and mother. Naturally, these matters did not concern the aquatic tribes, and the Dragon clan remained uninvolved. She could only hope that her journey to the Immortal Gate would yield delightful surprises. Taking a deep breath, Long Ji steadied her emotions. "My dear," Wang Qinkuan embraced her from behind, and their tender exchange deepened their bond. On the following morning, the central square of Hu County Immortal City was thronged with a multitude of people as the Daling Youth Sword Duel Conference commenced. All participants had arrived early at the square, which was surrounded by a dense crowd, teeming with voices and an atmosphere of unparalleled excitement. Chapter 98, Miss Walnut. The sword debate begins. The scale of this youthful sword debate is truly monumental. In the square, some quietly expressed their astonishment. Not only is it grand, but nearly all the participants are masters above the transformation stage from the younger generation. It is said that many among them are prodigies from 2-star and 2.5-star sections. Listening to the discussions around him, Wang Qinkuan smiled, while a trace of solemnity crossed Long Ji's brow. The potential of your human cultivators is indeed far superior to that of the demon race. Long Ji conveyed to her husband through her spiritual sense, reflecting on the matter. The number of geniuses among humans who can cultivate to the transformation stage before the age of 400 is incomparably greater than that of the demon race. For instance, the famed Jousting from the Jousting Sea barely qualifies as a genius among demons, having reached the early transformation stage at over 400 years of age. In contrast, numerous prodigies from human sects of 2 stars and above managed to reach the transformation stage well before 400. That Miss Walnut is particularly extraordinary. It is said that she has already attained the integration stage before reaching the age of 400. However, the cultivation talent of her dragon kin is significantly stronger than that of the average demon. At that moment, a hearty laughter erupted. A middle-aged man clad in a blue robe descended gracefully from the sky, riding on a cloud. Esteemed guests, I am Hu Hong, the inspector of Hu County, and also the head of the Hu family, here to represent Hu County's Immortal City. I warmly welcome you all to this sword debate. Hu Hong landed upon the vast platform in the square and greeted the audience with a respectful gesture. This head of the Hu family is, in fact, a formidable presence at the mid-integration stage. Wang Qinkuan was taken aback upon seeing him. Truly, a distinguished family from a 2-star immortal city. This is astonishing. Yet, it is said that the strongest among the Hu family is not him. The renowned Hu Shui of the empire is said to possess terrifying cultivation at the great ascension stage. The much-rumored Miss Walnut, whose beauty is said to rival that of the great Ling Empress, has yet to make her appearance. It is also said that she possesses integration-level prowess. Greetings to the inspector. Salutations to the head of the Hu family. The surrounding cultivators hastily bowed or cupped their hands in respect. Now, I shall not speak excessively. This time, under the grace of Her Majesty the Empress, we, Hu County, are hosting this grand sword debate, wherein we will select 100 prodigies to enter the legendary Immortal Gate's secret realm. Hu Hong surveyed the crowd and continued, as per tradition, I, alongside Miss Walnut and the 8 generals of the empire, shall serve as judges for this event. The first round will be a point-based free-for-all. Within the square, 10 small worlds of competition have been established, each equipped with spatial formations, creating vast internal spaces approximately 10,000 miles wide, with varying scenes. Each arena can accommodate 1,000 participants for the free-for-all. The teleportation arrays at the entrance of each arena will automatically assign competitors to their respective arenas. However, considering that all present are indispensable geniuses of our great Ling Empire, this sword debate has been set with formations within the arena worlds. The contestants do not face true death when vanquished. Instead, they are randomly teleported to different locations. Each participant possesses a total of 10 lives in the arena. After being defeated 10 times, they will be teleported away. Every contestant begins with a score of 10 points, gaining 1 point for each opponent they triumph over, with points accumulating accordingly. A victor can earn a maximum of 10 points by repeatedly defeating the same adversary. The dominant party must refrain from deliberately torturing or executing their opponent, while the weaker party retains the right to concede. The Sword Challenge token automatically tallies each participant's score. During the contest, those who accumulate the most points will secure a higher ranking. In the first round, which is time limited to 6 hours, if a participant is unfortunate enough to be eliminated 10 times within the first half hour, they will be granted a single opportunity to re-enter the arena. However, if they exceed half an hour, they will lose the chance to return. This round will determine the top 150 competitors based on individual scores. The second round will consist of a defense battle, primarily involving the top 50 from the first round, who will engage in one-on-one challenges against the bottom 50. No points will be awarded in this round. If a defender succeeds, their ranking remains unchanged. If they fail, their positions will be exchanged. Each defender will enjoy a brief respite of 1 cup of tea after their battle. Notably, a defeated defender retains the option to challenge those ranked above them. In this round, those with lower rankings may challenge higher-ranked contenders, while the top 50 may challenge anyone above them, with the exception of the first-place contender, who cannot initiate challenges but must accept them. This round will ultimately establish the final top 10 and the top 3 participants of the Sword Challenge, also within a time limit of 1 day. After Hu Hong announced the rules, he remained stationary as the crowd buzzed with discussions regarding the competition's regulations. Wang Qinquan nodded slightly, appreciating the humane nature of the Sword Challenge's rules. The opportunity for re-entry within the first half hour minimizes the chance of misfortune at the outset for talented individuals, preventing them from being eliminated by stronger opponents early on. The defense battle is even more straightforward, allowing all but the first-place contender to challenge those ranked above them, with no limit on attempts. Should the first-place contestant be defeated, they too may continue to challenge others. Shortly thereafter, the 8 generals of the empire, along with Miss Hu Tao, appeared, gracefully descending onto the vast platform. Among these 8 imperial generals, both male and female, predominantly male, each donned armor of artifact level, exuding an aura of formidable power. The renowned Miss Hu Tao, possessing terrifying prowess at the late stage of fusion, soared into the air, standing aloft. She wore a black hat, and her exquisitely carved youthful face radiated a hint of playfulness, with her chestnut hair fashioned into twin ponytails. Adorned in a black qipao, she emanated an ethereal spirit akin to that of a celestial being, compelling observers to gaze upon her in awe. Name: Hu Tao, sister of the Empress of Deling, daughter of Hu Shui. Age: 320. Realm: late stage of fusion, spiritual root, supreme grade. In the realm of destiny, where fortune is measured at 98 and overall prowess at 96, the Supreme Empress stands resplendent. Long Ji gazes in awe at Miss Hu Tao's exquisite beauty and commanding presence, while Wang Qinquan employs the eye of observation, discerning that this Hu Tao is far from ordinary. She possesses an aura rivaling that of Yun Yun, the Supreme Empress herself. Remarkably, at merely over 300 years of age, she has already reached the late stage of integration, showcasing formidable strength. Even if she has consumed the celestial spirit fruit to elevate her cultivation by a significant tier, it would imply she originally possessed the prowess of late-stage void refinement, which is indeed exceptional. Suddenly, a colossal wave of mental pressure envelopes the entire square, causing many to blanch in response, with some unable to withstand the force. Hovering in the air, Hu Tao surveys her surroundings, a hint of a smile gracing her delicate lips, before retracting her overwhelming aura. With her presence, the square falls into a profound silence, as all eyes are drawn upward to behold her. Today marks the grand gathering of the Daling Youth Swordsmanship Conference. I trust that under the guidance of my esteemed Uncle Hong, you have all comprehended the rules and harbored no doubts? Hu Tao inquires. Understood, the crowd responds in unison, affirming their clarity. Very well, let us commence shortly. We shall begin with the first round of the points competition. Apart from those who have already received their participation tokens, all attendees who possess the cultivation of spirit transformation or above and are under 400 years of age may approach the city guard commander to obtain a swordsmanship points token, allowing entry into the arena for the first chaotic battle for points. With a graceful gesture, a swordsmanship points token materializes in her hand. Wang Qinquan already possesses one, bestowed upon him by the city lord Tong, yet Long Ji has yet to acquire hers and must retrieve one to compete. The swordsmanship conference is open to all members of the Daling human and demon races, and as Wang Ji is now the lady of the Wang family, she is naturally eligible to participate. Hu Tao commands, those in need of a swordsmanship token may collect one from the respective commanders. All contestants are to enter the arena world, vying for points by defeating any adversary to earn their score. The accumulation of personal points will determine your eligibility to enter the secret realm of the Immortal Gate. Upon hearing her proclamation, the crowd swiftly begins to mobilize. Many advance, preparing to enter the arena world. Wang Qinquan, hand in hand with his companion Long Ji, navigates through the throng toward a commander of the city guard. I am Wang Qinquan of the Wang family from Yunjiang Immortal City, and this is my partner Long Ji of the Dragon Clan, he announces as they approach the commander of spirit transformation. The commander, taken aback, utilizes an age-detecting artifact, confirming Long Ji's eligibility before presenting her with a swordsmanship token. His astonishment stems from the rarity of Dragon Clan women marrying into the human race, particularly one so strikingly beautiful and gifted. Embracing each other, Wang Qinquan and Long Ji step into the teleportation array leading to the arena world. With a flash of radiant light, the two find themselves amidst a vast expanse of grassland. This arena world is quite unique. Upon entry, two individuals must embrace each other to access the platform. However, this is strictly limited to a pair. Any additional individuals attempting to join in the embrace will be forcibly separated by the formation. It is said that this intricate arrangement was personally devised by Ms. Hu Tao. Chapter 99, Everyone Run. It is said that this formation was personally arranged by Ms. Hu Tao. Suddenly, a wolf's howl echoed from afar, and in an instant, a formidable black wolf sprang from the thicket, lunging towards Wang Qinquan and his companion with astonishing speed. In the blink of an eye, it was upon them. This mere early-stage transformation beast was no match for Wang Qinquan, who effortlessly struck it down with a casual wave of his hand, reducing it to a swirl of energy that was subsequently absorbed by the arena's formation. Clearly, the beasts here were mere projections of the formation. The sword debate token also mentioned that killing beasts below half-step void refinement would not yield any points. Only those above this threshold would count. These beasts roamed continuously, patrolling the area. The arena simulated certain environments of the Immortal Sect's secret realm, which was rumored to be fraught with high-level beasts. This was to heighten the competition's difficulty, particularly for those cunning competitors who preferred lurking in the shadows. One must locate and eliminate their rivals to gain points. Accompanied by Long Ji, Wang Qinquan set out to track down the nearly 1,000 competitors, needing to slay as many as possible within a span of 6 hours to accumulate points and secure a place among the top 100. According to the rules of the sword debate, merely entering the top 100 in the first round was deemed a success. Each participant's sword debate token displayed a real-time leaderboard, allowing them to see their current ranking. Is someone there? Wang Qinquan suddenly headed towards the right side of the tall grass. I see you, come out, he called out lightly. Instantly, a man emerged from the towering grass. Appearing to be in his 30s, with a cold, aloof demeanor, arms crossed, gazing indifferently at Wang Qinquan. Possessing the cultivation of great perfection in transformation, it was no wonder he dared to spy on Wang Qinquan and his wife. Interesting. A late-stage transformation dragon maiden and a nascent soul cultivator? Your points will belong to me. The man scoffed, charging forward with sudden ferocity. Boom. A violent clash ensued, unleashing a terrifying wave of energy that swept across the surroundings. Without a moment's hesitation, Wang Qinquan delivered a decisive slap that shattered the man's head. Protected by the arena's formation, the man's true form executed a miraculous escape. Astonishment etched on his face before being swiftly teleported away. The shattered figure was merely a temporary projection created by the formation. At this moment, Wang Qinquan's sword debate token lit up, indicating that he had just earned a point. My dear, let us continue our search, Wang Qinquan urged, pulling Long Ji along as they ventured in a different direction. Within this arena, a prohibitive formation hindered flight, rendering even void refinement cultivators incapable of sustained aerial movement. Yet, moments later, an onslaught of sword-shaped divine consciousness surged towards them. a sword-shaped divine sense. Sensing the impending attack, Wang Qinkuan swiftly unleashed a vast expanse of divine consciousness to shield Long Ji, simultaneously sending forth a retaliatory sword-shaped divine sense. Boom! A resounding explosion echoed through the air. Wang Qinkuan stood motionless, while the assailant was hurled backward, crashing to the ground hundreds of feet away, blood gushing from his mouth and nose, his breath extinguished. Suddenly, his corpse vanished, his true form transported away by the arena's mystical array. This individual was not merely in the nascent soul stage. He was indeed a formidable master at the void refinement stage. In a thicket on the opposite side of the arena, the figure of the assailant reappeared, his countenance grim, drenched in cold sweat, and collapsed to the ground. After a moment of recovery, he struggled to rise, filled with immense trepidation. He could not fathom that within the vastness of the arena, he would encounter a master of such caliber so swiftly. This time, he had truly met his match. Anxiously, the assailant hastily departed from that place. Meanwhile, before Long Ji and Wang Qinkuan, several competitors emerged. However, they were a pitiful bunch, possessing only the early to mid-stage capabilities of the god transformation realm. Amongst them, it was evident that some were acquainted, gathering together with the apparent intention of banding together to assault others for points. Ah, greetings to you all. It appears you have come to provide my partner with points. Long Ji, do take care of them. Wang Qinkuan chuckled, casting a glance at the group, and with a mere wave of his hand, he suppressed them all with an overwhelming surge of magical energy, as if they were mired in a quagmire. Upon hearing this, Long Ji's lips curled into a slight smile as she extended her delicate finger and flicked it several times. Instantly, several fierce gusts of wind shot forth. In the blink of an eye, the heads of those suppressed cultivators burst open, their true forms whisked away by the array. My dear, you are quite wicked. Long Ji teased with a playful laugh. Wang Qinkuan replied with hearty laughter. My lady, such actions will swiftly elevate your score. The two joined hands, wandering through the arena world. With each step, they covered vast distances at an astonishing speed. Half an hour later, they had traversed the entirety of the arena and roamed through various locations, defeating numerous competitors. At this moment, in a marsh, a group of powerful contestants had gathered. The ferocious god transformation crocodiles that once roamed there had been vanquished. Among this assembly of god transformation masters was a young man in the initial stage of void refinement. Quite peculiar. The young man furrowed his brow. He realized that his spiritual sense had inexplicably lost track of the couple. They seemed to have vanished into thin air. It turned out that this individual was Zhu Kaishan, the foremost disciple of the two-star semi-mortal sect, Wuji sect, accompanied by his fellow disciples. His juniors had been defeated multiple times by Wang Qinkuan and his wife. Thus, Zhu Kaishan had come here to block their path and avenge his fellow disciples. Although the sect tokens and family insignias of the contestants lost their efficacy within the arena, they still had alternative means of communication, which is why they had gathered together. I knew you would be lurking in the shadows, waiting for the right moment to strike. Prepare to meet your end. Suddenly, the young man bellowed. Swish. In the next moment, he unsheathed his long blade, unleashing a fierce wave of energy that cleaved through the air with formidable force. This strike was exceedingly domineering, imbued with terrifying fire element spiritual power, shattering the void as it surged towards the approaching Wang Qinkuan and his wife. Both Wang Qinkuan and Long Ji turned their gazes toward it simultaneously. Wang Qinkuan let out a light chuckle. He merely utilized the power of his consciousness at the mid-level of the void refinement stage to obscure his presence without making any deliberate attempt to conceal himself. He raised his hand and launched a punch, a brilliant golden light streaking through the sky like a meteor, crashing violently against the blade. A deafening sound reverberated through the heavens. The violent ripples of spiritual energy surged wildly. Zhu Kaishan let out a low groan, staggering back and spitting blood. His face filled with alarm. Everyone, run. This individual is an unparalleled genius at the mid-level of the void refinement stage. Upon finishing his words, his body began to crack, and he was whisked away by the formation. Wang Qinkuan's strength was too terrifying. He was utterly outmatched. Under normal circumstances, such injuries would not be fatal. However, the rules of the arena formation dictated that once a contestant sustained such a serious level of attack, it would be determined that they had been defeated. Zhu Kaishan's disciples were taken aback, immediately attempting to flee. Yet Wang Qinkuan had no intention of letting them escape. He flickered and swiftly pursued, delivering a punch. Boom! A wave of golden ripples expanded outward with unmatched speed, enveloping all directions. In an instant, 8 cultivators at the divine transformation stage cried out in agony, their substitutes bursting apart as their true selves were teleported away. This bastard, Zhu Kaishan muttered through clenched teeth from a patch of grass, his complexion pale. He had already perished 3 times. The first 2 instances had occurred while fighting alone, once against a group of experts from another sect, ultimately leading to his demise. The second time was an ambush by 2 mid-level void refinement geniuses who collaborated to slay him. The third time, he was with his sect's members, falling victim to Wang Qinquan alone. He never anticipated that Wang Qinquan would be so monstrous. A genius of the mid-level void refinement stage under 400 years old. In the history of the Daling Empire, aside from the Empress Ling Wan and Miss Hu Tao, such individuals were not entirely absent, but were exceedingly rare. This arena's microcosm harbored such a fearsome genius. He would have to proceed with utmost caution to avoid encountering him again. Chapter 100. The Master Sister of the Harmony sect outside the arena. 10 colossal arrays cast luminous screens, displaying the mesmerizing scenes from the 10 realms of the contests. These formations possess the ability to gauge the formidable power exhibited by each contestant during their combat. Countless spectators, comprising cultivators, gasped in astonishment. They had never anticipated that this year's sword discussion conference would unveil such an extraordinary contender. At the mid-stage of the void refinement realm, it was evident that no one else present could rival such a prodigy. With his formidable cultivation, he was capable of dominating other skilled opponents effortlessly. This was nothing short of miraculous. They witnessed Wang Qinquan effortlessly dispatching the chief disciple of the Wuji sect, Zhu Kaishan, along with his entourage, with merely a wave of his hand. On the luminous screens, the names of the contestants were prominently displayed above their heads. Wang Qinquan's prowess was astonishing. Even the true disciples of the Wuji sect found themselves outmatched. Indeed, the competitors on Arena number 6 had all been bested by Wang Qinquan on more than one occasion. His strength undoubtedly positioned him among the top 10 on the prodigy rankings. Some remarked, given that many prodigies possess the ability to engage in battles beyond their level. The mid-stage of void refinement does not guarantee a definitive victory in the end. The top 10 may not be the limit. I venture to say he could secure a place in the top 3. Yet, Zhu Kaishan is formidable in his own right. He has triumphed over peers in the early stages of void refinement, showcasing his undeniable strength. The fact that such a superlative warrior was vanquished by a newly emerged prodigy is truly astonishing. Many expressed their admiration, while others displayed expressions of schadenfreude, lamenting the fate of the other prodigies within Wang Qinquan's realm on Arena 6. The crowd buzzed with excitement. Some elders and disciples from the Wuji sect seated below wore grim expressions. Meanwhile, within the arena world, Wang Qinquan and Long Ji continued their relentless advance. They not only eliminated their fellow contestants, but also slew numerous half-step void refinement and early-stage void refinement beasts. Each half-step void refinement beast yielded 3 points, while an early-stage beast garnered 10 points. Wang Qinquan scored soared at an alarming rate, firmly placing him within the top 10 of the prodigy leaderboard. This was partly due to his considerate nature towards Long Ji, allowing her to reap some of the rewards. Otherwise, he might have claimed the top spot effortlessly. Long Ji's score was also commendable, having already ascended into the top 50. 2 hours had elapsed by this point, and her position within the top 100 was assured. At the hosting platform of the sword discussion conference, Hu Tao's beautiful eyes sparkled with intrigue as she focused intently on the array screens. Such a remarkable prodigy was undoubtedly worthy of her attention. The girl, in her seriousness, radiated unparalleled beauty. As the second most alluring figure of the Daling Empire and a paragon of the Hu family, Hu Tao embodied both nobility and an endearing purity. She possessed a voluptuous figure, accentuated by her alluring curves, and her fair, delicate legs were adorned with black sandals, revealing her charmingly cute toes. Many young male cultivators in the audience could not help but steal glances at Hu Tao from time to time, only to hastily divert their gaze to the various screens. Although Hu Tao was aware of this, she was accustomed to such trivialities. Possessing a captivating appearance, she inevitably attracted attention. Hu Tao was a beautiful maiden destined for greatness, and she would never be perturbed by the mere fact that others glanced at her. Another prodigious talent had emerged in our great Ling Empire. Witness the formidable Wang Qinquan, a man not yet 40, whose strength is astonishing. Given time, his potential is boundless. His prowess undoubtedly ranks among the top 3 in this tournament. Indeed, with such a genius, our chances in the competition within the Immortal Gate's secret realm are considerably enhanced. Inspector Hu Hong and the 8 esteemed generals of the Empire also displayed expressions of excitement. At this moment, within the arena, Wang Qinquan and Long Ji continued their pursuit of prey. Suddenly, they halted, gazing ahead. Before them lay a dense grove, and from the rich shadows emerged a faint scent of cosmetics, hinting at a woman's presence. Wang Qinkuan frowned slightly, then called out coldly, "Come out." In a flurry, several figures darted from the woods, landing not far away. The leader was a woman clad in golden robes, her skin pale and radiant, her beauty enchanting, a truly exquisite maiden. Her elongated eyes gleamed with a hint of cunning as she fixed her gaze on Wang Qinkuan, smilingly saying, "So, you are Wang Qinkuan, the one accompanying the dragon maiden? Impressive, you actually managed to discover us." Wang Qinkuan's name had long been circulated in this arena. Many prodigies in this realm had heard that the young man accompanying a dragon maiden was, in fact, a formidable figure masquerading as a mere novice. Previously, a nascent soul prodigy unfortunate enough to cross paths with Wang Qinkuan had even inquired about his name. Wang Qinkuan did not shy away from revealing his identity, and upon doing so, he swiftly dispatched the challenger. "You can't be discovered even with your fragrance wafting through the air? Are you all hidden in the grove with the intent to ambush us?" Wang Qinkuan remarked with a light chuckle. Observational eye. Name, Yin Bo, true disciple sister of the Hahuan sect. Age, 340. Realm, initial stage of void refinement. Spiritual root, heavenly grade. Fortune 52, overall 83. Married woman. This golden-robed woman, Yin Bo, was unexpectedly the senior sister of his partner, Pan Yinlian, and the true disciple of the two-star immortal sect, Hahuan sect. Typically, for a married woman, even if she achieved imperial stature, the system would not propose the notion of marriage. After all, this is not the system of a scoundrel. Upon hearing this, Yin Bo's expression shifted slightly. "Very well. Let me test just how formidable the strongest prodigy of this arena truly is." With a cold huff, she charged forward. Boom! A tremendous aura erupted, as Yin Bo exuded a unique fragrance, surrounded by swirling petals of vibrant colors. This exotic scent, if inhaled, could render one's limbs weak and significantly diminish combat effectiveness. She reached out, and instantly, a long sword fell into her grasp. It is a golden sword, its tip exuding a chilling radiance that sends shivers down one's spine. "Kill!" Yin Bo commanded sharply, thrusting the sword forward. With a whoosh, the air seemed to tear apart, a brilliant beam of golden light shooting forth, aimed at Wang Qinkuan. A mere trick. Shatter! Wang Qinkuan responded without hesitation, delivering a powerful palm strike. Boom! The moment he struck, the sword light erupted, transforming into a myriad of shimmering droplets that dissipated into nothingness. "As expected of you, Wang Qinkuan, truly formidable." Yin Bo's gaze narrowed, a hint of trepidation surfacing on her face. Clearly, she had not anticipated Wang Qinkuan's strength to be so overwhelming. Wang Qinkuan laughed heartily. "Formidable? Yin Bo, my dear sister, you are no match for me. Surrender gracefully." Having engaged in their first exchange, Yin Bo sensed the vast disparity in their strengths, recognizing her complete disadvantage. However, she remained unperturbed, her eyes sparkling with mischief. "Indeed, my brother-in-law is impressive. No wonder he managed to win over my little Liener." Upon hearing this, Wang Qinkuan smiled, aware that she had recognized him. After all, Pan Yinlian had conveyed her appearance and name back to her family at the Hahuan sect. Wang Qinkuan and his spouse had met with Sister Yin and the other sisters of the Hahuan sect once again. He offered his respects while introducing the identity of Long Ji. Long Ji reciprocated the gesture. Yin Bo and her 5 junior sisters stepped forward to return the courtesy. Hearing her junior sister's mental transmission, Yin Bo chuckled lightly and said, "Brother-in-law, you are too courteous. We wouldn't have met if not for our sparring. However, I heard from Sister Lien that you possess considerable wealth. On our first meeting, do you have any gifts for us?" The other true disciples of the Hahuan sect also stifled their laughter. They were merely teasing and did not truly believe that someone of Wang Qinkuan's caliber could present them with anything that would captivate their interest. Chapter 101. The Battle of the Exceptional Warriors. Wang Qinkuan smiled generously and said, "Of course, if my esteemed sisters fancy it, I would be delighted to present a small token of my appreciation." He retrieved 6 exquisite sword-shaped magical artifacts, 6 supreme beauty elixirs, and over 1,000 fifth-level spiritual talismans, equivalent to the power of transformation, bestowing them upon Yin Bo and her 5 companions from the Hahuan sect. Gasp! Supreme beauty elixirs, exquisite magical artifacts, 5th-level talismans. Yin Bo and the other 5 women widened their eyes in astonishment. They gazed at the supreme beauty elixir in their hands, the exquisite magical artifact, and the substantial stack of talismans, rendered momentarily speechless, their faces awash with shock. Though they were all transcendent beings in the realm of cultivation, revered by countless lower-tier practitioners, they were still women, and how could they resist the allure of the now-scarce supreme beauty elixirs in the cultivation world? Furthermore, Wang Qinquan gifted each of them 200 fifth-level talismans, a considerable fortune in itself. The offering of an exquisite magical artifact to each was even more staggering. A mid-tier magical artifact could cost around 20 million mid-tier spiritual stones, while an exquisite one could soar to a staggering 40 million mid-tier spiritual stones, equivalent to 4 billion lower-tier spiritual stones. Among them, only Yin Bo possessed a mid-tier magical sword, while the others were still utilizing lower-tier artifacts. Wang Qinquan had bestowed upon them an exquisite magical artifact in one fell swoop. Naturally, they were all immensely pleased with such a generous gift. What a windfall. Haha. Young Master Wang is indeed exceedingly generous. We shall not be modest. Thank you, dear brother-in-law. Yin Bo chuckled, accepting the gifts. The other 5 women also joyfully received their presents, expressing their heartfelt gratitude to Wang Qinquan. They privately lamented that their sect's saintess, Pan Enlian, had such fortuitous luck to find a remarkably handsome and wealthy partner so swiftly. Why were they not similarly blessed? Before departing, each of the 6 Hahuan sect women stepped forward to embrace Wang Qinquan, seizing the opportunity to plant a kiss on his cheek, with the shorter one kissing his neck. Yin Bo finally wrapped her arms around him, planting a kiss on his lips, saying, "Qinquan, dear brother-in-law, and Long Mei, please do not misinterpret our excitement. We shall not intrude further upon your time as a couple. Farewell." With that, she turned to leave. The other disciples of the Hahuan sect followed suit, eager to seek out prey and accumulate points now that they were armed with superior weapons. Wang Qinquan chuckled, shaking his head as he used his magic to dispel the remnants of the sisters' kisses and the lingering fragrances upon him. He was still enveloped in the enchanting scents left by the enchanting sisters, the softness of their embrace lingering on his chest. With the aid of the exquisite magical artifacts, the other Hahuan sect sisters would surely amass more points and have a chance to break into the top 100. As for Yin Bo, she would undoubtedly rank among the top 20 exceptional warriors. Once the Hahuan sect sisters had departed, Long Ji rushed over, embracing Wang Qinquan tightly, and bestowed upon him a passionate kiss. Truly, his wife Long Ji was unparalleled. Wang Qinquan held her soft waist tightly. Moments later, they finally parted. Wang Qinquan and Long Ji had already donned exquisite long swords of superior quality. His 4 powerful avatars had currently reached the 9th level of the Cloud Stage continent, dropping the finest equipment, which was of superior quality. At this moment, the array screen of the 6th arena was showcasing the battles occurring in other locations, and the scene of Wang Qinquan gifting presents to the disciples of the Hahuan sect went unnoticed by the external audience. As the final hour approached, a plethora of semi-virtual beasts emerged within each arena world, prompting numerous contestants to abandon their search for others and instead engage in fierce combat with the beasts to accumulate points. Before long, 6 hours had elapsed, marking the end of the points competition. Approximately 10,000 contestants from the 10 arena worlds were teleported out, with the top 100 on the leaderboard being transported to the same arena, standing in accordance with their rankings. In this round of the points competition, Wang Qinquan amassed a total of 12,066 points, securing the 3rd position on the talented individuals list. Long Ji garnered 2,533 points, placing her in the 40th position. As for the female disciples of the Hahuan sect, Yin Bo achieved 8th place, while 4 other senior sisters also made it into the top 100, which was commendable. Temporarily holding the 1st position was Nangong Tsang, a prodigy from the illustrious Nangong family of the 2-star celestial city, Nangong Xianqing, boasting formidable cultivation in the mid-stage of the virtual realm. The Nangong family is a prestigious lineage, rivaling the strength of the Hu family. It is worth noting that celestial cities under the rule of the Daling Empire, unlike those sects, are only ranked up to 2 stars. In fact, celestial cities like Hujun Xianqing, Daling Imperial City, and Nangong Xianqing possess a number of formidable individuals and strengths that can equal some 2.5-star sections. Even among major sects, some 2-star sects do not necessarily fall short of 2.5-star sects. They simply remain low-key and have not sought star evaluations. The 2nd place was occupied by Xiao Yi from the Full Moon Sword sect. The 3rd was Wang Qinquan, followed by Li Yang from the Tianyin sect in 4th place, and Zhu Kaishan from the Wuzhizong in 5th. The 6th position belonged to Hu Si, a prodigy of the Hu family, while the 7th was claimed by Wu Hongzhua from the Loose Cultivator Alliance, and Yin Bo, the eldest sister of the Hahuan sect, secured the 8th position. However, this points competition primarily determined the top 100, not the final rankings. After the top 100 prodigies in the arena had rested and recovered for half a day, 100 small arenas were arranged within the arena world. Miss Hu Tao then approached the assembled prodigies. her voice crisp and melodious as she proclaimed, "Congratulations to all you prodigies of the Empire for securing a place among the top 100 in this sword discussion conference, earning a precious opportunity to enter the secret realm of the Celestial Gates. You will now engage in the second round of the Prodigy Defense Battle, determining the ultimate top 50, top 10, and top 3 prodigies of this sword discussion. For those ranked 50 to 11th, rewards include a medium-grade magical artifact, a transformation pill, and a bounty of spirit stones. The top 10 to 4th place will receive a superior-grade magical artifact, a transformation pill, a virtual refinement pill, and additional rewards. The top 3 will each receive a heavenly spirit fruit, along with a supreme-grade magical artifact, a transformation pill, a virtual refinement pill, and further rewards." The melodious voice of Hu Tao resonated not only in the ears of the 100 prodigies, but also reached the tens of thousands of spectators present. The rewards this time are indeed substantial. A plethora of spirit stones, transformation pills, and void refinement pills await, alongside mid-grade, high-grade, and supreme-grade magical artifacts. The top 3 prodigies will also receive the Celestial Spirit Fruit, a truly priceless treasure. Furthermore, the top 10 should expect additional rewards. It is rumored that the previous competition even included Spirit Vein rewards. The audience erupted in a flurry of excitement, engaging in animated discussions. Amidst the clamor, the second round of the defending battle commenced. The 100 prodigies took their positions on 100 small arenas. Wang Qinquan conveyed his thoughts to Long Ji, advising her not to be concerned about rankings. Should she find herself unable to compete, she should concede. For merely qualifying among the top 100 would grant her access to the mystical realm of the Immortal Gate, a sufficient achievement in itself. After all, her youth rendered her somewhat inexperienced compared to the other prodigies present. With her mid-stage transformation prowess, complemented by high-grade artifacts and certain Dragon Clan abilities, she would only match the capabilities of a fully realized human transformation prodigy. The foundations of the various factions from the Great Ling were not to be underestimated either. Within the arena, there were already over 50 prodigies from both human and demon cultivators, each at least a half-step into the void refinement realm. It seemed improbable that she could maintain her position within the top 50. Long Ji readily agreed, for aside from the rewards for the top 3, she held little regard for those of the top 50. The spectacle was finally set to unfold. In the plaza, every eye was wide with anticipation, breaths held as they focused intently on the stage. As the defending battle commenced, those ranked within the top 50 hesitated, opting to observe the strengths of their peers first. Although they had received general information regarding the capabilities of the top 100 prodigies from their respective sects and families during their earlier respite, the true prowess of each opponent could only be fully appreciated through first-hand experience. At that moment, challengers from the lower 50 began to step forward, seeking to contest against the prodigies in the top 50. After all, only the top 50 would be granted the bountiful rewards. Among them was Lu Yi, a half-step into the void refinement realm, who stepped out onto the arena and gazed at the prodigies ranked within the top 50. With a sweeping glance, she noted that nearly all of them were at least half a step into the void refinement realm, and the third-ranked Wang Qinquan must possess formidable strength to accumulate such a vast amount of points. Additionally, the higher-ups of the Tianyin sect had informed her of his formidable abilities. "I shall challenge the Dragon Maiden, Long Ji," Lu Yi declared, her gaze fixed unwaveringly on Long Ji, who held the 40th position, as she initiated her challenge without hesitation. Chapter 102. The entwined blue vines. Lu Yi cast her gaze upon the 40th-ranked Dragon Princess, and, without hesitation, issued a challenge. What a surprise. It is none other than the half-step refinement immortal, Lu Yi, taking action. The Dragon Princess is surely in trouble. Indeed, this Dragon Princess is merely at the late stage of the transformation god realm, leaving no room for doubt. A crushing defeat seems inevitable. The Dragon Princess has only amassed such points due to the strength of her husband, Wang Qinquan, allowing her to secure the 40th position. Nevertheless, one cannot help but feel pity for the Dragon Princess. May Lu Yi go easy on her. Upon hearing Lu Yi's challenge, the multitude of Daling cultivators erupted into fervent excitement. Who does not admire beauty, especially when it comes to a paragon like the Dragon Princess, whose allure eclipses all others present, save for the unattainable Miss Hu Tao. Even the esteemed first fairy of Tianyin sect, Lu Yi, and master sister Yen Bo of Hehuan sect cannot rival her allure. Despite the Dragon Princess being married, it does not diminish the admiration she receives from countless male and female cultivators alike, who are captivated by her striking beauty, deeming her the most enchanting celestial prodigy of this gathering. The expression on the Dragon Princess's face shifted slightly. It is merely the beginning. Yet a half-step refinement immortal has set her sights on her ranking. However, as a member of the Dragon Clan, she would never retreat without a fight. A radiant smile graced the Dragon Princess's lips. Then, esteemed sister, please proceed. Humph, little dragon girl. This position is not one that a mere transformation god can hold. I shall usurp your place. Lu Yi spoke without reserve, her figure flashing as she ascended the arena, standing opposite the Dragon Princess. Lu Yi had entered the same arena world alongside her senior brother, Liang, but he had refrained from assisting her in accumulating points to preserve his own ranking. Thus, upon learning that the majority of the Dragon Princess's points were garnered through her husband's efforts, a twinge of jealousy arose within her. How could it be that she, the first fairy of Tianyan sect, fared worse than a mere fledgling Dragon Princess? And her companion is far less capable than the Dragon Princess's partner? Feeling the oppressive aura emanating from the formidable Lu Yi, the Dragon Princess found her calm and embraced the spirit of battle. With a powerful stride, she transformed into a fleeting shadow, charging towards Lu Yi. Humph. Unaware of her own peril, she dares to disrupt the balance. Seeing the Dragon Princess audaciously initiate an attack, Lu Yi let out a cold snort, clapping her palms together. Two immense streams of mana, one icy and one fiery, surged forth from her hands, enveloping a vast area. The Dragon Princess, moving with remarkable speed across the arena, unleashed icy dragon breath from her mouth to counter Lu Yi's palm strike, simultaneously drawing her sword to unleash a torrent of blazing sword energy, a clash of ice and fire. Both women adept in water and fire spells engaged in a fierce exchange, each unable to gain the upper hand. Moreover, the Dragon Princess possessed formidable physical defenses. Clad in a high-grade magical armor gifted by Wang Qinquan, rendering her unharmed against Lu Yi's terrifying magical onslaught. Ah, the prowess of this dragon lady is indeed remarkable. With her beauty and formidable strength, she captivates the audience, who cannot help but express their admiration. However, the other distinguished competitors on the platforms shake their heads, recognizing that Lu Yi merely utilized a technique from the Heavenly Transformation sect. Coincidentally, Dragon Lady possesses a certain immunity to such abilities. Galeblade. After a prolonged assault without success, a slight frown appeared on Lu Yi's exquisite face as she altered her hand gestures. A fearsome gale swept through the void before her. Frantic wind blades tore through the air, cascading down like a flurry of sharp blades towards Dragon Lady, instantly cutting off her escape route and forcing her to dodge left and right in a desperate manner. Unsurprisingly, Dragon Lady was ultimately knocked off the stage, as Lu Yi's speed matched hers, coupled with such overwhelming prowess. After her defeat, Dragon Lady ranked 52nd, while Lu Yi revealed a pleased expression, having finally secured the 40th position. Upon witnessing this, Wang Qinquan on the third platform furrowed his brow but chose to remain silent. After all, this was within the rules of the competition, and as the third-ranked participant, he could not challenge the 40th-ranked Lu Yi to teach her a lesson. How dare she bully our little dragon lady? In the arena, Chang Xiaoshuang, the second sister of the Hahuan sect, who ranked 48th, became enraged. Once Lu Yi had completed her rest, she promptly stepped forward to challenge her. Chang Xiaoshuang, possessing extraordinary cultivation at the half-step refinement stage, had previously received a gift from Wang Qinquan in the arena world and is one of the 6 women of the Hahuan sect. The 6 ladies of the Hahuan sect now harbor great affection for their Saintess Junior's husband, Wang Qinquan, and since Dragon Lady is his companion, she naturally becomes one of their own. Sister Dragon Lady, leave this woman to me. I will teach her a lesson and avenge you. Chang Xiaoshuang conveyed through thought to Dragon Lady. Dragon Lady smiled in response. All right, thank you, Senior Sister Chang. Rest assured, I shall ensure she receives her due punishment. Chang Xiaoshuang leaped onto Lu Yi's platform, brandishing a sword in one hand and her fist in the other, eager for a fight. Lu Yi, how dare you bully my sister Dragon Lady? You might as well retreat. Lu Yi, perplexed, wondered how she had offended anyone from the Hahuan sect. What connection did Dragon Lady have with them? However, sensing the formidable aura emanating from Chang Xiaoshuang, who wielded a high-grade magical artifact, she felt compelled to take the situation seriously. Though the Hahuan sect appeared to be merely a 2-star celestial sect on the surface, it has always maintained a low profile, and its underlying strength likely surpasses that of many half-star sects. Without hesitation, Lu Yi unleashed her most powerful technique, Galeblade. In the next moment, Chang Xiaoshuang's body trembled violently as streams of blue energy emanated from her, coalescing into a vast vortex above her. This vortex devoured all the wind blades released by Lu Yi, as the blue vines entwined, The vortex shot forth thousands of robust blue tendrils, sweeping down upon Lu Yi, ensnaring her entirely. In the wake of the blue vine's contraction, they swiftly breached Lu Yi's protective spiritual barrier, binding her entirely. Alarmed, Lu Yi found her mouth ensnared by a blue vine, her expression one of disbelief. Although Chang Xiaoshuang was merely at the threshold of the void refinement stage, her genuine combat prowess was akin to that of a formidable master at the early stages of the void refinement. With a swift kick, Chang Xiaoshuang struck Lu Yi squarely in the chest. Lu Yi emitted a muffled groan, blood spewing forth as she was forcefully propelled backward, crashing heavily onto the ground beneath the arena. Her pallid visage revealed the severity of her injuries as she clutched her wounded chest. The victor is Chang Xiaoshuang, declared the imperial general serving as the referee, as Chang Xiaoshuang stood triumphantly on the stage. Wang Qingquan let out a quiet sigh of relief, a smile gracing his face. Long Ji, however, was unfazed. With a mindset of merely testing the waters, she had hoped to contend with the top 50 prodigies, only to find herself outmatched even by Lu Yi. Nevertheless, Long Ji remained undeterred, apart from her husband, Wang Qingquan. Each of these elite contenders was a venerable being over 300 years old. She mused that when she herself reached 300, or perhaps even sooner, she would possess the unwavering confidence to dominate the talents gathered here. Li Yang, the eldest disciple of the Tianyin sect, ranked fourth, observed Lu Yi, Chang Xiaoshuang, Long Ji, and Yin Bo from the 8th arena with keen interest. Upon covertly comparing these women, he was astonished to realize how myopic his previous views had been. The goddess like Lu Yi, once idolized by him, paled in comparison to Long Ji, her beauty a mere shadow when juxtaposed against hers. Even in comparison to Chang Xiaoshuang of the Hahuan sect and the spirited Yin Bo, she fell short. How foolish he had been to regard Lu Yi as the fourth beauty of Daling, expending considerable effort to pursue her, only to have her snatched back from Xiao Yi. Xiao Yi, Li Yang suddenly called out, halting the second-ranked prodigy, Xiao Yi, in his tracks. Chapter 103, Thunder Sword Technique versus Full Moon Sword Wheel on the second arena. Xiao Yi cast a glance at Li Yang, questioning whether he wished to challenge him. Just moments ago, Xiao Yi had witnessed his former childhood companion, Lu Yi, triumph over the Dragon Maiden, only to be swiftly defeated by Chang Xiaoshuang from the Hahuan sect on Arena 40. Strangely enough, he felt no sympathy or sorrow for Lu Yi. Instead, an unprecedented exhilaration surged within him. We share a history of grievances. This battle shall serve as a definitive resolution to our personal vendetta, if you do not mind, Li Yang remarked with a hint of self-mockery. Suit yourself. However, should you lose, you must refrain from causing me trouble in the future, and that includes any harassment towards my sect and family. Xiao Yi replied with a detached nod. Very well, I accept, Li Yang responded, his eyes narrowing with confidence. He was assured in his ability to vanquish the prodigy of the Full Moon Sword sect, Xiao Yi. Moreover, even in the event of defeat, he felt it hardly mattered. Li Yang realized that harboring a feud with Xiao Yi, and possibly with the Xiao family and the Full Moon Sword sect, over a woman like Lu Yi was utterly unworthy. Did she even deserve it? Not only did Li Yang possess unwavering confidence, but the audience, particularly the elders and disciples of the Tianyin sect, also held immense faith in him. After all, among the young talents of this generation, aside from the invincible Nangong Tsang, Li Yang's reputation was second to none. Excluding Hu Tao, they had instinctively regarded her as a venerable figure. Meanwhile, Xiao Yi had long secluded himself in cultivation, seldom gracing the world with his presence. I say, it seems the prodigy of the Full Moon Sword sect, Xiao Yi, may find himself in peril this time. Indeed, the prowess of Tianyin sect's senior brother Li Yang is formidable. It is said that his strength nearly rivals that of seasoned practitioners in the mid-stage of the void refinement realm. Xiao Yi is destined to concede the heavenly spirit fruit to him. Although this Li Yang is shameless for having taken Xiao Yi's woman, Lu Yi, his power is undeniably impressive. From the front rows, numerous transformation stage and void refining cultivators engaged in conversation. The Great Ling Youth Sword Conference attracted not only the younger generation, but also a plethora of elder practitioners eager to observe. As Li Yang made his entrance, the other prodigies on various arenas turned their attention toward him. What a scoundrel! How despicable! Indeed, he seizes the opportunity to instigate trouble. I hope senior brother Xiao defeats him and claims the heavenly spirit fruit. Go, senior brother Xiao. In the audience, where the Full Moon Sword sect was situated, many disciples displayed expressions of concern. With a swift motion, Li Yang leapt onto Xiao Yi's arena. Xiao Yi, concede your defeat, Li Yang proclaimed, a playful smirk gracing his face. You remain as arrogant as ever, Xiao Yi replied with a faint smile, choosing not to elaborate further. Since you refused to yield, allow me to send you down. Li Yang's expression darkened. He had discerned that Xiao Yi seemingly regarded him with disdain, igniting a fierce blaze of wrath within him, elevating his aura to a frenzied peak. As Li Yang raised his sword, the very air around them became thick with tension, and a multitude of electric currents flickered ominously. The initiation of the Thunder Sword Technique. Li Yang had remarkably mastered the formidable sword technique of the Tianyin sect, the Thunder Sword Technique. This technique was renowned for its extraordinary power. When unleashed, it was nothing short of terrifying. Clearly, Li Yang was resolute in claiming second place, launching into such a devastating move right from the outset. Witnessing Li Yang's strike, a stir rippled through the crowd below. Having only recently entered the initial stage of the refinement void, his ability to execute the Thunder Sword Technique was a testament to his astonishing talent. Truly astonishing indeed. With a slight smirk, Lu Yi, positioned on the 48th platform, cast a glance at Xiao Yi, her eyes glinting with a trace of mockery. Following her defeat by Chang Xiaoshuang, her rank had plummeted to 48th, and no challengers had emerged since. Ever since that day when Xiao Yi witnessed her intimate interactions with Li Yang, he had seemingly transformed. Even when Lu Yi's junior sister sought to arrange clandestine meetings, he remained indifferent. This had greatly humiliated Lu Yi, fueling her ire toward Xiao Yi. She firmly believed that once Li Yang unleashed the Thunder Sword Technique, Xiao Yi would be utterly incapable of withstanding it, and her lost dignity would be restored by her man, Li Yang. Boom. On the second platform, Li Yang surged toward Xiao Yi, his form enveloped in crackling lightning, sword raised high, channeling a torrent of thunderous energy. In an instant, arcs of sword energy surged forth like roaring thunder serpents, saturating the air with violet luminescence. Yet, just as the onlookers braced for Xiao Yi's inevitable defeat, he stirred. The Full Moon Sword Technique's Full Moon Sword Wheel. An overwhelming aura erupted from him as he gripped his silver sword tightly, unleashing a sweeping arc of sword energy. With a whoosh, the blinding sword light burst forth, resembling a radiant full moon, dazzling to the point of being blinding. Boom. The energies of both swords collided in a cacophony of explosive sounds. A figure was sent reeling, blood spilling forth, a sight that revealed Li Yang to be the one injured. Meanwhile, another figure remained standing unscathed. What? Li Yang was actually injured and forced to retreat. How could this be possible? Xiao Yi was even stronger? The crowd erupted into uproar. The Full Moon Sword Wheel. Brother Xiao had indeed mastered the Full Moon Sword Wheel. My disciple Xiao Yi possesses the demeanor of an emperor. Below, the members of the Full Moon Sword sect stood in exhilaration, their gazes fixed intently on Xiao Yi. Damn it! Li Yang's face turned ashen, his eyes flashing with a fierce, cold light. He had never anticipated that his most proficient Thunder Sword technique would be so effortlessly countered, and that he would sustain injuries. I refuse to accept this. I will not yield. Li Yang let out a furious roar, his form transforming into a streak of dazzling light as he surged forward. With another strike of his thunderous sword technique, he unleashed a torrent of 1,000 bolts of lightning, fiercely descending upon Xiao Yi. Get lost. Xiao Yi retaliated with all his might, wielding his sword to summon an even more radiant Full Moon Sword Wheel, which spun at high speed, slicing through the void. Once again, Li Yang was sent flying, his body marred by horrific wounds, blood gushing forth. He crashed onto the ground, causing the entire arena to crack under the impact. A sharp intake of breath echoed in the air. Li Yang had been defeated in 2 consecutive moves. Xiao Yi was truly extraordinary, forcing Li Yang into such a desperate situation. You are no match for me, why persist? Xiao Yi approached Li Yang, looking down upon him, shaking his head. Huh, I refuse to believe it. How could you possibly defeat me? I can still rise and fight again. Li Yang gritted his teeth. But the truth was not that he could not rise. Rather, he needed to suppress the invading sword energy of the Full Moon Sword Wheel with all his remaining magical power. Xiao Yi's strength surpassed his own, leaving him engulfed in a profound humiliation. Meanwhile, on another stage, Lu Yi stood in stunned silence. She had never imagined that Xiao Yi could be so formidable. He had actually managed to defeat her seemingly invincible senior brother, Li Yang. Could it be that she had misjudged and chosen the wrong man? Her expression fluctuated between despair and disbelief. Chapter 104. Nangong Tsang admits defeat. First place secured. Xiao Yi. I concede that your strength surpasses mine. However, in matters of the heart, your Lu Yi has still succumbed to me. Li Yang wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, glaring at Xiao Yi with indignation. Brother Xiao Yi, I truly love only you. All other men are mere trifles to me. Lu Yi suddenly stood up, her beautiful eyes brimming with tears as she uttered words that left everyone astounded. In that moment, all present were rendered speechless. Liang was taken aback, feeling utterly defeated and powerless. Xiao Yi stood there in a daze as well. The likes of Wang Qinkuan, Long Ji, Zhu Kaishan, Yin Bo, and even the hosts, Hu Tao and others, were all stunned. This scene was exceedingly melodramatic. How shameless must this woman be to utter such words? Did she truly believe herself to be the most beautiful in the realm of cultivation, as if adorned in gold? The tumultuous tale involving the three exceptional figures, Xiao Yi, Lu Yi, and Liang, was well known throughout the land. It was Lu Yi who initially sought to part ways with Xiao Yi. Now, upon witnessing his newfound prowess, she wished to reclaim him. Countless gazes were fixed upon Xiao Yi, eager to see how he would respond. His expression fluctuated between shadow and light. But after a brief moment, his gaze turned resolute, his tone icy. Lu Yi, you fickle woman, it is too late to seek me now. Go find your Liang. Lu Yi covered her face and wept, realizing that it was all over. Her impulsive outburst had revealed her innermost feelings, and now, Xiao Yi could never be swayed back. Perhaps even Liang would no longer harbor affection for her. The contest among the exceptional talents continued unabated. Wang Qinkuan effortlessly defeated several challengers of the initial stage of the Void Refinement realm, showcasing a terrifying prowess that rivaled Xiao Yi's. Consequently, many exceptional talents withdrew, no longer willing to waste time challenging him. After dropping to 52nd place, no one dared to challenge Long Ji. Even Lu Yi, having fallen to 57th place, faced no further challengers. In the latter half of the rankings, positions bore little distinction, as the rewards remained the same. Moreover, challenging Long Ji would incur the wrath of the exceedingly formidable Wang Qinkuan. At this juncture, Wang Qinkuan leaped onto Nangong Song's first arena, approaching him with a smile. Nangong, my fellow Taoist, as no one dares to challenge us any further, might I request your guidance? Wang Qinkuan's countenance was filled with fighting spirit. He certainly coveted the reward for first place. He also wished to test whether he could match the prowess of other renowned talents of the same stage. Such an extraordinary prodigy has emerged from the humble Yunjiang Xianqing. Nangong Song regarded Wang Qinkuan with admiration. As a gifted individual from a prominent cultivation family, he naturally possessed a degree of understanding concerning the families of various celestial cities. The Cloud River Immortal City has now merely become a one-star immortal realm, and yet, an unparalleled prodigy has emerged, leaving him greatly astonished. Although Nangong Song is known for his pride, he is by no means a mindless dandy. He perceives the subtle yet formidable threat emanating from the figure before him, Wang Qinkuan, which is far more intense than that of Xiao Yi. A sense of danger arises within him. Boom. Without uttering another word, Nangong Song abruptly ascends into the air, striking out with his palm. A colossal, earth-toned hand of magical energy materializes in the sky, casting a shadow as it hurtles towards Wang Qinkuan. Slap. Wang Qinkuan radiates golden light, and in an instant, his palm transforms into a great Buddha's imprint, retaliating with equal force. The two figures find themselves locked in a stalemate midair. However, moments later, Nangong Song's body begins to sway, his steps faltering as he retreats a dozen paces before regaining his balance. The rumored Buddhist powers from the immortal realm? Indeed, there is some truth to it. A hint of gravity appears in Nangong Song's gaze, yet only gravitas remains. Fear is far from his thoughts, for it was merely a casual strike. Wang Qinkuan, too, senses Nangong Song's prowess, a flicker of surprise crossing his eyes. He feels no concern. Rather, a spark of excitement ignites within him. The stronger the adversary, the more exhilarating the battle. Golden Dragon of the Gale. A formidable pressure emanates from Wang Qinkuan as a golden dragon roars into existence around him, exuding a fierce intent as it lunges toward Nangong Song. This fellow. Feeling the terrifying might, Nangong Song's pupils constrict slightly, and a trace of wariness crosses his face. Yet, almost immediately, a cold smile emerges upon his lips. Sword Path Blossom. He raises his sword, and with a resonant hum, vibrant and dazzling sword flowers burst forth, each one radiating a striking aura of lethal intent. The sword energy intertwines, as the blossoms fill the sky. In the blink of an eye, a multitude of sword flowers gathers before Nangong Song, relentlessly bombarding the golden dragon. Hiss! The golden dragon unleashes a torrent of golden flames, the searing heat distorting the air, yet it is still dispersed by Nangong Song's sword blossoms. Haha, with just this, you think to defeat me? You are still far from it. Nangong Song laughs heartily, his form expanding as he charges forward. Seeing this, Wang Qinkuan, unwilling to yield, soars up to meet him. Bang bang bang. Their speeds reach an extreme, generating countless shockwaves, creating deep craters in the ground and tearing the void as they clash. The confrontation between Wang Qinquan and Nangong Song is remarkably evenly matched. Nangong Song is truly formidable, and Wang Qinquan is not lacking in the slightest. Xiao Yi, the second champion, is left deeply stunned. He had previously believed that his strength was not inferior to that of the first champion, Nangong Song, and was preparing to challenge him in the end. Now, however, it is clear that neither Nangong Song nor Wang Qinquan is an opponent he can contend with. His thoughts were shared by Li Yang and the others, who were filled with trepidation towards Wang Qinquan and Nangong Song. 10,000 swords returned to the sect. Nangong Song unleashed his true fire, finally employing his most formidable technique. Accompanied by a heart-pounding whoosh, countless tangible flying swords appeared in the sky, sweeping towards Wang Qinquan. Golden Gale Storm. Wang Qinquan remained unperturbed, swiftly forming hand seals. Before him, an immense golden vortex materialized. This was the fourth divine power of his Golden Gale transformation technique, the ultimate manifestation of the art. The golden vortex was mobile, continuously generating terrifying golden gale blades that sliced and shredded towards his opponent. Obliterating the sword energy of the 10,000 swords returned to the sect and consuming it within the vortex. Nangong Song's expression shifted. He could not allow his grand move to be swallowed and shattered by his adversary. Thus, he braved the crushing force of the Golden Gale Storm and charged towards Wang Qinquan. The two figures clashed fiercely in midair, exchanging blows until they gradually descended onto the arena. Poof! As soon as Nangong Song landed, he was unable to suppress a few spurts of blood. The recent confrontation had taken a significant toll on him. Wang Qinquan's Golden Gale Storm was immensely powerful, directly dismantling his 10,000 swords returned to the sect, while he himself had endured a combined assault from the storm and Wang Qinquan. Moreover, Wang Qinquan's physique was extraordinarily resilient. He had withstood several of Nangong Song's strikes without a scratch. This battle cannot continue. Although Nangong Song's heart remained unwilling, a shadow of resignation crossed his face. He recognized his defeat. He was grievously injured, and to continue would only lead to certain loss. I concede. After a moment's hesitation, Nangong Song ultimately chose to yield. Is this truly surrender? Wang Qinquan was momentarily taken aback, as he had not yet exerted his full strength. Brother Wang, you have won this time. Nangong Song cast him a glance. However, once I grow stronger, we shall battle again. Brother Nangong, you are too modest. Indeed, we shall speak of it again when the opportunity arises. Wang Qinquan chuckled, reveling in his victory. He had secured first place. Nangong Song flew down from the first arena. Instead of ascending to the third arena where Wang Qinquan had previously stood, he directly soared to the second arena, challenging Xiao Yi. Chapter 105. The conclusion of the sword tournament. The Celestial Gate's secret realm is soon to open, having long heard of the vast prowess of Brother Nangong. I humbly request your guidance. As Xiao Yi witnessed Nangong Song stepping forth to battle, he was acutely aware of his own inadequacies, yet he refrained from conceding immediately. After all, the opportunity to spar with a remarkable prodigy is a rare treasure. Please, Xiao Shidi. Nangong Song responded with utmost courtesy, clasping his hands. Although his cultivation surpassed that of Xiao Yi, this was primarily due to his few years of seniority. Xiao Yi's ability to triumph over peers such as Li Yang was not to be underestimated. The two engaged in combat. Despite having sustained considerable injuries in his recent bout against Wang Qinquan, Nangong Song's strength had diminished only slightly. Nevertheless, he found it effortless to contend with Xiao Yi. After exchanging dozens of blows, Xiao Yi was ultimately struck down from the stage by Nangong Song's formidable move, 10,000 swords returning to the origin. Thus, the current rankings stood as follows: Wang Qinquan, Nangong Song, Xiao Yi, Li Yang. At that moment, the 8th-ranked senior sister of the Hahuan sect, Yin Bo, issued a challenge to Zhu Kaishan of the Wuzhizong. The two fought fiercely for an extended period, and ultimately, Zhu Kaishan, having nearly exhausted his mana while wielding a mid-grade magic treasure, succumbed to Yin Bo, who triumphed thanks to the advantages conferred by her superior-grade magic treasure. This secured her 5th place. The superior-grade magic treasure boasts greater power while demanding less mana from its wielder, naturally bestowing a significant advantage. After a brief respite, Zhu Kaishan vanquished the 6th-ranked genius, Hu Si of the Hu family, thus claiming the 6th position. Hu Si, son of Hu Heng and cousin to Hu Tao, possessed commendable talent, yet he was not among the elite in this tournament. The 7th rank remained unchanged for the Rogue Cultivator Alliance's Wu Hongzhua, while Hu Si now occupied 8th place. Before long, a day had passed, and the second round of the Prodigy's defense of the stage concluded. The Grand Daling Youth Sword Tournament finally reached its conclusion. Miss Hu Tao herself descended to personally bestow rewards upon the top 10 prodigies, including Wang Qinkuan. The prizes consisted of the celestial spirit fruit, a top-grade magic treasure, 2 medicinal pills, and a superior-grade spiritual vein. Such treasures are indeed remarkable. Many thanks to Miss Hu Tao. Gazing upon the celestial spirit fruit, imbued with the mysterious essence of the heavens and exuding a fragrant aroma, Wang Qinkuan found himself momentarily oblivious to the breathtaking beauty of Miss Hu Tao. The observational eye, the celestial spirit fruit, a rare spiritual fruit infused with the essence of heaven and earth, allows cultivators below the tribulation stage to elevate their cultivation by a significant tier upon consumption. This is an extraordinary treasure. Even those at the Great Ascension stage may directly transcend to the tribulation stage by consuming this fruit. As for the transformation pill and the void refinement pill, these held little value for Wang Qinkuan. Even while his avatar was idling in the world, he could obtain transformation pills, albeit at a remarkably low drop rate. He stowed away the 2 pills along with the exquisite, sword-shaped magic treasure. The superior-grade spiritual vein, extending 1,000 feet in length, was originally housed within a treasure-grade storage pouch. Spiritual veins, being such coveted assets, can be placed beneath the grounds of clan territories or sect cultivation sites, continuously releasing vast amounts of spiritual energy. Wang Qinkuan, I never would have imagined that at not even 40 years of age, you would claim the title of the foremost prodigy in this tournament. Truly a once-in-a-millennium genius of Daling. Hu Tao regarded Wang Qinkuan with eyes filled with admiration. The more such prodigies that arise, the stronger Daling shall become. Her sister Lingwan need not worry excessively. After Hu Tao finished speaking, she proceeded to distribute rewards to others. The second place, Nengong Tsang, and the third place, Xiao Yi, also received celestial fruits, exquisite magic treasures, transformation elixirs, and refining void elixirs, though they were only awarded medium-grade spirit veins. Nangong Tsang received a medium-grade spirit vein measuring 1,000 feet, while Xiao Yi's was merely 500 feet long. Those ranked lower did not receive celestial fruits, and their spirit veins were only of inferior quality. The rewards for those ranked from the top 50 to the 11th were distributed by 2 imperial generals. In addition, Hu Tao specially invited numerous outstanding talents among the top 100 to celebrate at the Zue Xianju restaurant in the city center. Naturally, the others could only watch enviously. However, after the closing ceremony, many talents beyond the top 100 chose to remain, opting to stay at an inn and await the day the Immortal Gate secret realm would open. Hu Tao mentioned during the closing ceremony of the Sword Discussion Conference that those beyond the top 100, who were under 400 years of age and at the transformation stage, still had a chance to enter the Immortal Gate secret realm to seek treasures. This is because, throughout the Kunling realm, there are 1,000 slots available for entering the Immortal Gate secret realm, with the Great Ling and Great Yu empires each claiming 500 slots. The top 100 of the Sword Discussion Conference were awarded a free entry into the Immortal Gate secret realm, while others could also enter for a fee. It is said that this proposal came from Hu Tao to the Empress. One must admit that Miss Hu Tao has been deeply concerned about the financial affairs of the Great Ling Empire. Wang Qinkuan, Long Ji, Nangong Tsang, Xiao Yi, Li Yang, Yin Bo, Zhu Kaishan, Wu Hongzhua, and others had already been granted early access to the Zue Xianju to partake in the banquet. At Zue Xianju on the second floor, Wang Qinkuan, Nangong Tsang, Xiao Yi, and the other top 10 talents, along with Wang Qinkuan's partner Long Ji, were seated around a massive table. The others ranked 11th and below occupied other tables in the main hall. The main course of this banquet consisted of various meats from transformation stage beasts, which was truly extravagant. Haha, congratulations to you all. You must have reaped significant rewards from this sword discussion conference, Miss Hu Tao said, elegantly seated at the head of the table, her beautiful eyes gazing at Wang Qinkuan, Nangong Tsang, Xiao Yi, and the others. Thank you, Miss Hu Tao. They all stood up to express their gratitude. Esteemed talents, I raise a toast to you, Miss Hu Tao declared, lifting her wine glass. Cheers. Wang Qinkuan and the others raised their glasses. As the specially brewed spirit wine made from unique spiritual fruits flowed down their throats, a rich, sweet aroma surged from their bellies, instantly enveloping their bodies. Each person's spirit was invigorated, as if their souls had been elevated. Indeed, it is fine wine. The faces of the crowd displayed expressions of intoxication. This is the exquisite spirit peach brew from Manhua family, which is generally unattainable for most. Miss Hu Tao smiled gently. Thank you, Miss Hu Tao. They once again voiced their gratitude in unison. No need for formality. You are all destined to grow into formidable figures for the Great Ling Empire, Hu Tao stated. In 7 days, the Immortal Gate secret realm will open, and at that time, I will need all of you, the Great Ling talents, to enter the secret realm and procure abundant resources for cultivation. The Immortal Gate secret realm? Upon hearing this word, the crowd could not help but lift their heads, their eyes glimmering with anticipation. Outside our Kunling realm lies an ancient celestial gate, a secret domain where the Great Ling cultivation realm and the Great Yu demon realm will vie for unparalleled celestial fortunes. Hu Tao elucidated that this celestial gate secret domain has existed for tens of thousands of years. Every 120 years, the domain opens its gates, permitting only cultivators under the age of 400 to enter. Within the domain, spiritual herbs abound, fierce beasts roam, and treasures of heaven and earth are innumerable. It is even possible to discover the scriptures of celestial beings. Should fortune smile upon us, one might even attain a legacy from the celestial realm, thus becoming an extraordinary powerhouse. The mention of celestial techniques and celestial legacies ignited a spark in everyone's eyes. Indeed, if luck permits, one could acquire an inexhaustible reservoir of cultivation resources for a formidable faction. Hu Tao nodded, her face as radiant as jade, reflecting a hint of excitement. A collective gasp resonated through the assembly. Esteemed guests, during this expedition to the secret domain, I, Hu Tao, shall lead our Great Ling faction. I hope that our talented individuals will cast aside past grievances and unite in a common endeavor. Hu Tao once again raised her cup, toasting to the esteemed talents present. The revelation that Miss Hu Tao would personally lead the expedition was met with unanimous agreement. Wang Qinkuan and the others all raised their cups, drinking heartily in response. After the banquet, Wang Qinkuan and Long Ji returned to the inn they had previously rented. He resolved to consume the heavenly spirit fruit, aiming to break through his cultivation first. Chapter 106. The arrival of the mighty from the Shura Hall in a lavish chamber. Wang Qinkuan smiled at Long Ji and said, "My dear Longer, allow me to consume this celestial spirit fruit to enhance my cultivation. Should we encounter another one upon entering the secret realm of the Immortal Gate, I shall certainly gift it to you." Long Ji embraced Wang Qinkuan, her voice filled with emotion. "Husband, you are truly kind to me. There is no need for explanations." The two shared a tender moment before Wang Qinkuan prepared to ingest the fruit, aiming to break through to the next level of cultivation. Suddenly, a voice filled with alarm echoed from outside. "Not good, Hu Tao has arrived." Following this, a tremendous crash resounded, shattering the entire Yulai Inn. Debris flew in all directions, and a brilliant flame soared into the sky. Wang Qinkuan swiftly enveloped Long Ji in his arms, conjuring a protective aura to shield them both as they ascended into the air. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The other guests at the inn, all of whom were above the spirit transformation stage, also took to the skies, their faces etched with horror as they gazed down at the ruins of the inn. Hovering above the wreckage, Hu Tao's expression was grim. Among the debris lay several bodies of practitioners at the nascent soul stage and below. Additionally, there was the charred corpse of an elderly man at the early stage of the harmonization phase, the very same individual who had attempted to harm Wang Qinkuan moments ago, only to be thwarted by Hu Tao. In a desperate bid to escape, he had inadvertently destroyed the inn. Yet Hu Tao had swiftly ended his life with a wave of her hand. The practitioners below the spirit transformation stage had perished due to the residual energy unleashed by the harmonization stage elder. Fortunately, such a magnitude of energy was insufficient to harm those above the spirit transformation stage. Wang Qinkuan, this individual belongs to the Shura Hall, a malevolent faction. It seems he was drawn here by your exceptional talent and the celestial spirit fruit you possess, intending to eliminate you and seize your treasures, Hu Tao informed him. Wang Qinkuan activated his observational eye, scrutinizing the charred remains of the elder, the corpse of Zhang Tianlu. His soul has been obliterated. He was a heavenly assassin of the Shura Hall, tasked with eliminating the outstanding talents of the Great Ling realm, possessing the cultivation of the early harmonization stage. Once again, the Shura Hall. Wang Qinkuan's expression darkened. He had heard whispers of this wicked organization from the Great Yu Empire, which had stealthily infiltrated the Great Ling cultivation world to wreak havoc. Moreover, this was not the first time the Shura Hall had dispatched assassins against him. Previously, a bronze assassin had attempted to take his life, but had been dealt with by a spirit transformation warrior. Now, they had sent a formidable harmonization stage assassin to confront him. Did they truly hold him in such high regard? Spring brother, why did you not inform me earlier of the Shura Hall's powerful assassin? Wang Qinkuan inquired of the system, his dissatisfaction palpable. Host, Hu Tao had already arrived and, upon witnessing your intimacy with your wife, chose to keep her distance. The harmonization stage assassin followed after her and was subsequently detected by Hu Tao, the system replied. Thus, It became clear why Nangong Tsang and Xiao Yi, who also possessed celestial spirit fruits, were not targeted. Their respective factions had harmonization stage experts guarding them. The loss of life due to this incident weighed heavily on Wang Qinquan's heart, and he had now firmly etched the Shura Hall as a sworn enemy. This incident has stirred the Lord's Mansion and the city guard of Hu County's immortal city, as well as various factions that have yet to depart. Even the higher echelons of the empire have been alerted. Hu Shui has dispatched additional generals in the harmonization stage, along with a formidable army of cultivators, to conduct a thorough search around Hu County's immortal city, aiming to eradicate the Shura Hall and other malevolent forces. Hu Tao's visit is primarily to safeguard Wang Qinquan, providing him protective support to facilitate his breakthrough in cultivation. This is crucial for the Daling faction to enhance their odds in the impending struggle for the secret realms against the Daio Empire. With the Yulian now lost, Hu Tao has no choice but to escort Wang Qinquan and Long Ji to the Longmen Inn. The three of them entered a lavish room within the inn. Young Master Wang, what transpired earlier was merely an accident. You should consume the Tianling fruit and make your breakthrough now. I shall provide protection for you. Hu Tao smiled at Wang Qinquan. Then I shall trouble you, Fairy Hu Tao, for your protective guidance. Thank you. Wang Qinquan gazed at the exquisite beauty before him, whose charm rivaled that of Long Ji, and spoke with pure sincerity. The system is capable of discerning whether others harbor ill intentions towards the host. If there were any malevolent beings in the harmonization stage, Wang Qinquan would certainly not allow them to approach so closely. There is no need for such formality. Young Master Wang, it is my duty as a member of the imperial elite, Hu Tao replied playfully. Seizing this opportunity, I can have a delightful interaction with the charming Long Ji sister. In truth, as the adoptive sister of the Empress of Daling, she had already been bestowed the title of Princess Chong by the Empress, though her modest disposition kept this fact largely unknown to the outside world. The Daling Empire, being the most powerful righteous faction in the Kunling realm, is quite familiar with the Dragon Clan of the Endless Seas. Hu Tao had long recognized Long Ji as a princess of the Dragon Clan. The fact that a princess of such nobility would marry into a minor family in Yun City, coupled with Wang Qinquan's impressive reputation in Yun City, piqued her curiosity about him. This presented a perfect opportunity for her to engage with Long Ji. Long Ji, too, was intrigued by this legendary maiden of the Daling Empire. And without regard for Wang Qinquan, she pulled Hu Tao aside for a chat. Wang Qinquan smiled at the scene, consuming the Tianling fruit and entering a meditative state for cultivation. Meanwhile, in the Daling Imperial City, within the Lingdi Palace, a palace maid approached the dragon throne and respectfully reported, Your Majesty, envoys from the Daio Empire seek an audience. Daio Empire? Announce them. The enchanting Ling Wan, Empress of Daling, opened her eyes slowly, her aura steeped in ethereal grace. She retracted her celestial essence, revealing a more defined presence. Clad in a flowing crimson robe, with a jade belt cinching her waist, her dark hair cascaded like clouds, and her figure was both elegant and commanding. She possessed an unparalleled beauty, with radiant skin and exquisite features, exuding an air of majesty that commanded respect. However, at that moment, her countenance bore a frosty demeanor that instilled trepidation in those who beheld her. The envoy of the Daio Empire pays their respects to Your Majesty of Daling. An elderly man in a black robe entered the Lingdi Palace, bowing deeply in reverence. What business do you bring, envoy? The Empress Ling Wan said with a slight indifference. Our emperor has issued a decree, wishing to establish a fraternal bond with your esteemed nation, forever solidifying the friendship between Qin and Jin. The elder in the black robe replied in a resonant voice, Hee, I have no need for such allies. A trace of derision appeared at the corner of Empress Ling Wan's mouth as she remarked, I have just experienced the sincerity of your great Yu Empire. The elder quickly responded, Your Majesty has misunderstood. The goodwill of our great Yu Empire is something you should fully appreciate. Our crown prince wishes to take your esteemed sister, Miss Hu Tao, as his consort to demonstrate our sincerity. The elder's expression slightly shifted before he regained his composure and continued speaking. Chapter 107. The Empress's sword strikes the great Yu sovereign. Upon hearing this, Empress Ling Wan's expression momentarily froze, a flicker of astonishment crossing her phoenix-like eyes. She had initially presumed that the envoy's true purpose was to propose a union between herself and the 9 Yu emperor. To her surprise, the great Yu had adopted a different strategy, aiming to ensnare her sister-in-law, Walnut. Ling Wan's mind raced, and she swiftly deduced that the great Yu Empire must harbor significant apprehension regarding the prowess of the current generation of talents from the Daling Empire. Hence, they were willing to sacrifice a powerful being of the harmonization stage to target Wang Qinquan, the foremost among this generation's elite. Following the failure of the assassination attempt on Wang Qingquan, they had altered their approach, opting instead for a matrimonial alliance. If she, Ling Wan, were to acquiesce, it would effectively allow the great Yu to dominate the most formidable expert entering the Immortal Gate's secret realm from the Deling Empire. After all, Walnut was undeniably the most extraordinary prodigy under 400 years of age in the Deling Empire, and she would undoubtedly lead the charge among the Deling elites. Yet, these demonic cultivators were indulging in fanciful delusions. The 9 Yu Emperor was a malevolent old fiend, and the prince of the Yu Kingdom, Yumo, was hardly any better. He was equally a ruthless tyrant. How could she possibly cast her sister-in-law Walnut into a veritable inferno? I regret to inform you, Prince of the Great Yu, that your aspirations are but a flight of fancy, Ling once stated slowly. What? The Empress has declined? The black-robed elder was taken aback, utterly unprepared for such an outright rejection from the Empress. He had not even considered consulting Walnut herself. His prince, Yumo, was charming and dashing, a paragon of desire for countless demonic maidens. With but a word, legions of enchantresses would gladly lay bare their hearts for him. This matter must not be broached again. Empress Ling, one declared resolutely. Thus, our emperor and prince have conveyed that should her majesty be unwilling, conditions may be proposed. The black-robed elder, Dark Ming's sovereign, remained silent for a moment before speaking, his tone now frigidly resolute. Ha! Ling Wan could not help but erupt in a hearty laugh, as though she had just heard the grandest jest in the world. The 9 Yu has made such declarations, has it? Very well. I now present you with two choices. Ling Wan's demeanor shifted from mirth to coldness. The first choice is for our two nations to resume hostilities. To the death. The Deling Empire has long been prepared for this. The second choice is for you to depart at once, and I shall consider this matter as though it never transpired. Upon hearing this, the black-robed elder exhibited a flicker of hesitation. Their mission had been to negotiate peace. However, they had never anticipated that Ling Wan's stance would be so unyielding, adamantly refusing to yield even an inch. Your Majesty, we have approached with immense sincerity. Such behavior is unbecoming of your station, Dark Ming's sovereign retorted with a cold snort. As an envoy of the great Yu Empire, his esteemed identity as the master of Prince Yumo conferred upon him a position of great authority, possessing unmatched cultivation that towered over the realm, reaching the pinnacle of the tribulation stage. Had he not been enamored with the earthly riches, he could have secluded himself for a century, transcended 2 more tribulations, and ascended to the celestial realm. Even the esteemed princes of the great Yu royal family would respectfully bow and address him as master uncle in his presence. Yet, the Empress of the great Ling Empire, in her audacious arrogance, was deserving of the gravest punishment. With a cold laugh, Ling Wan disregarded the situation entirely. This negotiation was destined to yield no fruitful outcome. In light of this, the Dark Nether sovereign fixed a chilling gaze upon Ling Wan, his intent lethal as he proclaimed, Your Majesty, we shall part ways here. The day of your great Ling's demise shall also mark your day of reckoning. As his words echoed, he swiftly retreated from the Ling imperial palace. The Dark Nether sovereign merely sent a telepathic message to the group of divine transformation and refining void emissaries stationed outside the palace, informing them of the failed talks. Before neglecting their presence, he sensed a hint of murderous intent emanating from the Empress herself. The Dark Nether sovereign's speed was astonishing. He vanished into the void, swiftly exiting the royal city. He was acutely aware that the Empress of the Great Ling Empire possessed an equal mastery over tribulation, and he also recognized the presence of numerous formidable beings within the Great Ling royal city. After all, this was the stronghold of his adversaries, and he feared being besieged by their tribulation experts or ensnared by their formations. Since he had come, did he still wish to escape? A smirk of derision graced Ling Wan's exquisite visage as she sensed the dark aura of the fleeing figure. If it were any other matter, she might have let it slide. But the audacity of this Dark Nether fiend to propose that the Prince of the Yu nation marry her dear sister had incensed her greatly. Hu Tao was akin to a sister to her, even closer than her own blood. Coupled with the earlier incident involving the Great Ling dispatching a Shura temple assassin to deal with the current prodigies, she could not allow this old fiend to live if she wished to exact vengeance upon the Great Yu and quell her fury. The Dark Nether sovereign's speed was indeed remarkable, his presence fading within the confines of the royal city in an instant. However, Ling Wan's perception was vast and acute. She immediately discerned that a particular area along the border of the Great Ling was enveloped in a state of distortion. With a slight arch of her brow and a subtle shift of her form, she vanished from her original position. In the next moment, 2 figures abruptly materialized in the void along the border of the Great Ling Empire. One was the shadowy, deeply sunken-eyed elder robed in black, the Dark Nether Sovereign. The other was none other than the Empress Ling Wan, who stood tall, her stature rivaling that of Murong Yuyan, yet possessing a more imposing presence. Ling Wan, you dare pursue me alone to kill? The Dark Nether Sovereign was incredulous. Had the Empress come with a host of tribulation experts, he would have fled without hesitation. But the audacity of the great Ling Empress to chase after him alone filled him with no fear whatsoever. Like a wraith, the Dark Nether Sovereign lunged at Ling Wan, his hands transforming into enormous, jet-black claws. With each strike, explosive cold light burst forth, shattering the very void. The rumbling echoed as the entire mountain below was reduced to rubble. Humph, a mere demonic cultivator. Ling Wan's gaze sharpened, and she let out a cold snort. In an instant, the Empress of Ling wielded the demon-slaying divine sword, unleashing a sword aura that soared to unimaginable heights, tearing the void asunder. The dark claws that shot forth were shattered, dissipated by the might of her blade. With a sickening sound, the dark underworld sovereign was cleaved in two by a single stroke. Blood rained down from the heavens. His severed body emitted countless strands of demonic energy, desperately attempting to mend itself, retreating thousands of miles while spewing blood, gravely injured and on the brink of death. In just one exchange, he had suffered a catastrophic defeat. This is impossible. You are not a tribulation practitioner. Could you be a celestial being from the mortal realm? The dark underworld sovereign's heart plummeted. He could not have anticipated that the Empress of Ling concealed such profound power. His own cultivation, having reached the pinnacle of tribulation completion, had begun to transform into celestial essence, qualifying him as a half-step celestial. Only beings above the celestial realm could inflict such grievous harm with a single strike. The so-called celestial of the mortal realm refers to those who have completed their tribulation in the human domain, reached the celestial realm, and, through supreme secret arts, aligned with the heavenly Tao, allowing them to dwell in the mortal world. No wonder the Emperor of the Nine Hells valued the Empress of Ling so highly, going to great lengths to court her, even seeking to wed her. Damned it! If only the Nine Hells had informed him that the Empress of Ling had ascended to immortality, he would not have brought envoys to the great Ling today. You know, it is too late now. Ling Wan's celestial aura surged, and she infused celestial essence into the demon-slaying divine sword, with a casual slash. A grand sword energy cleaved through the heavens, splitting the void. The sword energy transformed into a rain of radiant light, enveloping the dark underworld sovereign. This strike was at least several times stronger than the last. Despair engulfed the dark underworld sovereign. He felt no inclination to resist, summoning his demonic energy to escape in haste. However, it was ultimately too late. With a single sword stroke, the dark underworld sovereign was reduced to countless fragments, devoured entirely by a fire dragon summoned by Ling Wan, with not even his primordial spirit able to flee, all turning to ash. Heh! The Empress of Ling observed this scene with indifference, her expression unchanging. In the next moment, she silently vanished into the void, returning to the Ling Emperor's palace, where she elegantly took her seat and sipped her spiritual tea. Chapter 108. The Second Prince Yoshio and Wang Qinquan's Breakthrough in the Great Yu Empire, Bone Jade Demon City. Clap, clap, clap. In the opulent central mansion of Bone Jade Demon City, the sound of applause resounded melodiously. After approximately 15 minutes, a tall and handsome young man, disheveled yet striking, emerged slowly from the palace. His eyes were an inky black, seemingly capable of ensnaring souls, and he emanated an astonishing aura of complete integration. Congratulations, Your Highness, on achieving complete integration. In the trembling void nearby, two elderly men appeared, offering their congratulations. Clad in purple robes, they exuded a profound presence that imparted an overwhelming sense of danger. They were, in fact, two esteemed uncles from the Heavenly Kill sect. This young man was none other than Yoshio, the second prince of the Great Yu Empire. With a beaming smile, he regarded the two elders. Despite their status as formidable demonic cultivators of the Great Ascension stage, he held little reverence for them, for he was a royal prince, a direct disciple of the venerable Feng Tian, the supreme elder of the Heavenly Kill sect. On either side, two beautiful maidservants bowed respectfully to Yoshio, their faces brimming with fervent admiration. Ha ha, cleanse the woman inside and send her back, Yoshio commanded the maidservants with a smile. Yes. The maidservants hurried inside to awaken the unconscious demonic female cultivator who had been serving the second prince, then cleansed her before sending her on her way. Yoshio had a habit of seeking relaxation with beautiful female cultivators after each period of seclusion and cultivation. However, this was not deemed inappropriate, although he acted swiftly. He was gentle enough not to harm the lives of the fair maidens, unlike his elder brother Yumo. who callously ended the lives of the women he entertained. Yoshio, along with the two formidable members of the Heavenly Kill sect, proceeded to the reception hall of his mansion. Once seated, other maidservants presented fragrant tea. I have been in seclusion for quite some time, and at last, I have successfully ascended to complete integration, he exclaimed, excitement illuminating his eyes. This time, when I enter the secret realm of the Immortal Gate, I will undoubtedly lead the prodigies of the Great Yu to sweep away the talents of the Great Ling Empire, achieving an unrivaled reputation. Even my father must rely on me, for this expedition will showcase my prowess in seizing treasures. The second prince speaks truly. The elder on the left, Wu Ji, remarked in a calm tone. Once you obtain the chance of immortality, our Great Yu Empire shall gain another formidable general. Indeed, the elder on the right, Ning Bin Hong, nodded, his eyes sparkling with wisdom. It is said that the walnut of the Great Ling has already reached the late stage of integration. Oh, Yoshio replied, admiration evident in his voice. The walnut is indeed an exceptional talent of the Great Ling, advancing to the late stage of integration so swiftly. Yet, she remains within my grasp. A confident expression crossed Yoshio's face as he stated, in terms of innate talent, she is indeed formidable, a late-stage prodigy at merely over 300 years of age. However, when it comes to true combat power, I am not to be underestimated. My prowess surpasses that of Hu Tao by several magnitudes. Yoshio's age still falls short of 400 years by over a decade, making him perfectly poised to enter the secret realm of the Immortal Gate. Of course, both Yoshio and Hu Tao have partaken of the heavenly spirit fruit, elevating their realms significantly. The second prince speaks true. Wu nodded in agreement, exclaiming, Your Highness, your aptitude is a rare talent, occurring once in 10,000 years. You are indeed many times stronger than the first prince. The first prince, of course, refers to their royal heir, Umo of the Great Yu Empire. Although Umo has already attained the initial stage of the Great Ascension, he has long exceeded 400 years of age, rendering him ineligible for the Immortal Gate's secret realm. Speaking of Hu Tao and Prince Umo, there is something you may not have heard upon your recent emergence from seclusion, second prince. The dark underworld sovereign from the soul-severing valley has taken our Great Yu envoy to the Great Ling Empire to propose a marriage for the prince. And the intended bride is none other than Miss Hu Tao of Great Ling. What? The prince intends to pursue my Hu Tao? What is the situation with Great Ling? Has that empress agreed to such an outrageous request? Upon hearing this, Yoshio's eyes blazed with seething fury. The Miss Hu Tao from the Great Ling Empire is a goddess he has long coveted, while his elder brother, Umo, is merely a decrepit old fool over 1,000 years of age who knows nothing of cherishing beauty. How dare he covet his Hu Tao goddess? Yoshio had planned to claim Miss Hu Tao during the trials of the Immortal Gate's secret realm. Even if she were unwilling and defiant, he would seize her by force, for the ways of the demon cultivators are driven by desire. Given time, he need not surpass his father, the Nine Underworld, but merely outshine Prince Umo, and Yoshio remained optimistic. How utterly preposterous, to dare to steal his Hu Tao. His elder brother, Umo, had already sealed his own doom. Second prince, there is no need for such anger, Wu hastily advised. Ning Binhong chuckled with malicious glee. We have just received the latest news. That Lingwan Empress not only rejected this proposal, but has also heard that the dark underworld sovereign of the soul-severing valley has already perished. Hiss, this Lingwan Empress is so tyrannical. To take a life over a disagreement. I have heard that the dark underworld sovereign was an unparalleled being at the peak of the tribulation crossing. A profound shock and trepidation washed over Yoshio's face. The dark underworld sovereign stood as the pinnacle beneath the immortals. A journey to the Great Ling Empire was perilous enough to cost one's life. One can only imagine the depths of Great Ling's waters and the terrifying nature of its empress. She surely rivals his father in might. However, an empress is an empress, and Hu Tao is Hu Tao. As long as he can consummate his union with Hu Tao within the Immortal Gate's secret realm and return to the Great Yu Empire, that empress will have no choice but to acquiesce. In the future, the Great Yu Empire will rapidly flourish using the abundant resources obtained from the Immortal Gate's secret realm. Yoshio will swiftly transcend the Great Ascension, conquer the tribulation stage, defeat his elder brother the prince, and ascend to the throne of the Great Yu Empire. Ultimately, that stunningly beautiful empress of Great Ling may well fall into his grasp. Yoshio's eyes glimmered with ambition as these thoughts coursed through his mind, causing him to salivate in anticipation. Not only did the splendid royal residence of the Bone Jade Demon City stir waves due to the Empress slaying the Dark Nether Sovereign, but the other demon cities within the Great Yu Empire and various demonic sects also erupted in fervent outrage. Within the Great Yu realm, countless demonic cultivators were incensed. The upper echelons of the soul-severing valley and Prince Yumo even approached the Nine Nether Emperor, advocating for a coalition of all demonic forces to wage war against the Great Ling Empire. However, the Nine Nether Emperor remained silent, stating that the time was not yet ripe. At the very least, a decision must await the conclusion of the Celestial Sect's prodigy trials. One day later, within the opulent confines of the Dragon Gate in Inhu County's immortal city, Hu Tao and Long Ji animatedly communicated with each other through their spiritual senses. The two young women found great rapport, their bond deepening as they shared everything and became close friends. Long Ji teasingly suggested, "My husband is such a wonderful man, handsome and capable of aiding others in their cultivation. Why not marry him, Hu Tao, and become my sister?" Hu Tao blushed and replied, "Sister Long Ji, I still have to assist Sister Empress with her affairs, and I am not inclined to marry so soon. When I do decide to wed in the future, I shall certainly consider Prince Wang first." In truth, she held a profound admiration for Wang Qinquan's exceptional talents. She believed that in the Kunling realm, her own gifts ranked among the very best, even surpassing that of the Empress. Yet, Wang Qinquan's genius far exceeded her own. Such an extraordinary figure truly seemed the perfect choice for a soulmate. Ding! Congratulations, host, on breaking through to the transformation realm. Your talent, Furnace Body, has been upgraded to red. You can now create one additional clone. A new item has appeared in the shop. You have gained a lottery opportunity. At this moment, seated in meditation, Wang Qinquan slowly opened his eyes, radiating divine light, his body imbued with an overwhelming divine essence. The profound energy from the heavenly spirit fruit had finally been completely absorbed. He transitioned from the early stage of the nascent soul to the initial stage of the transformation realm, experiencing a significant enhancement in the strength of both his physical form and spiritual essence, now capable of withstanding the full cultivation of a perfected harmonization realm powerhouse. Chapter 109. The Body of Thunder. Departure. Wang Qinquan commanded the system to create a fifth avatar, aptly named Kunkan No. 5. He sent it forth alongside the other avatars, charging vigorously into the 10th cloud realm to continue his idle pursuits. With 5 avatars possessing combat prowess comparable to that of the Void Refinement ancestor, their strength had multiplied exponentially, making the extermination of Void Refinement beasts a trivial task. Once they leveled up to the pinnacle of the God transformation stage, progressing to the 12th cloud realm for further idleness would surely pose no challenge. Upon accessing the system's marketplace, Wang Qinquan discovered a new item, an enigmatic and potent physique, Body of Thunder. It required 50 points of fortune and bestowed upon its wielder the ancient Body of Thunder, enabling mastery over lightning's power while enhancing resistance to thunder attributes and generating a divine-grade thunder spirit root within. My goodness, what a remarkable treasure. The required fortune was not excessive. The mere prospect of acquiring a divine-grade thunder spirit root made it exceedingly worthwhile. Wang Qinquan promptly exchanged for the Body of Thunder, and his fortune diminished from 249 to 199. A tremor coursed through his body as the essence of thunder enveloped him, and he gained a divine-grade thunder spirit root. From that moment forth, he could also regard the path of thunder as a primary focus of his cultivation. He was now capable of specializing in 2 elements, gold and thunder. Of course, it was not mandatory to possess a thunder spirit root to cultivate thunder techniques. In fact, one could still practice thunder methods without it, albeit at a slower pace and with diminished potency. In the room, the 2 ethereal figures, Hu Tao and Long Ji, ceased their conversation, gazing at him with curiosity. Wang Qinquan smiled, retracting his aura, and conducted a lottery draw, resulting in a fully realized yellow turban warrior. He frowned slightly, feeling unsatisfied. Previously, after producing 5 offspring, he still had 5 remaining lottery chances to utilize. Thus, he decided to exhaust them all at once. In this round of 5 consecutive draws, he unexpectedly acquired a fully realized yellow turban warrior of the Great Ascension stage, along with a heavenly spirit fruit. Additionally, he obtained a 13th level thunder technique, Zixiao Heavenly Thunder Technique. Furthermore, he drew a Death Substitute Talisman and Heavenly Silkworm Blood. This round of lottery was filled with splendid treasures, a significant windfall. All these items resided within the system's space. At this moment, Hu Tao, who had noticed Wang Qinquan's breakthrough in cultivation, congratulated him before preparing to take her leave, as she had her own pressing matters to attend to. Miss Hu Tao, I am grateful for your protective guidance. Please accept these exquisite youth-preserving pills as a small token of my appreciation. Wang Qinquan quickly called out to her, retrieving 10 exquisite youth-preserving pills and presenting them to her delicate hands. Ah, young Master Wang possesses such an abundance of exquisite youth-preserving pills. I shall not be polite. Hu Tao exclaimed, her small face lighting up with surprise and delight. Although the Great Ling Imperial Palace boasted numerous skilled alchemists, youth-preserving pills were a unique and low-tier concoction. The scarcity of refining materials and the quality of the pills produced were not solely contingent on the alchemist's expertise. Ultimately, it was a matter of pure luck, making the emergence of exquisite pills exceedingly rare. Hu Tao and the Empress had only ever consumed superior youth-preserving pills, never having encountered the exquisite variety. Thus, without any pretense, Hu Tao joyfully accepted 10 exquisite youth restoration pills and hurriedly departed, intending to share half with her Empress sister in the palace. Observing Hu Tao's exit, Wang Chenkuan bestowed upon Long Ji 5 exquisite youth restoration pills, along with a formidable Huangjin warrior at the consummate stage of integration and a death substitute talisman, informing her that they all required blood to acknowledge their master. By securely placing the death substitute talisman close to her, she would gain the ability to substitute for death once. Wang Chenkuan already possessed one. Given that the Tianling fruit was an exceptionally rare treasure, exclusively found within the secret realms of the Celestial Gates, it was prudent not to reveal its existence. Therefore, he planned to wait until they entered the Celestial Gate's secret realm before allowing Long Ji to consume the Tianling fruit and make a breakthrough. He is truly too good to me, willing to part with such treasures as the integration stage puppet and the death substitute talisman. Long Ji was overwhelmed with emotion, embracing Wang Chenkuan's face and showering him with fervent kisses. This death substitute talisman was produced by the system, requiring others to acknowledge their master through blood for it to take effect. After acknowledging the Huangjin warrior and the death substitute talisman as her own, she stored them within her spatial realm. High-level demon clans and beasts could derive a storage space from their scales and bodies. Subsequently, Long Ji practiced cultivation alongside her husband. The following day, Wang Chenkuan arose from his gentle slumber and began to study the Zixiao heavenly thunder technique. After several days, Hu Tao's consciousness swept over from afar, urging them to awaken. Once Wang Chenkuan and Long Ji had refreshed themselves, they soared into the air and arrived at the Grand Plaza at the heart of Hu County's celestial city. There, they beheld all the assembled participants from the Daling Empire bound for the Celestial Gate's secret realm, without exception. In addition to the top 100 from this year's talents ranking, there were also 400 prodigies who had purchased trial slots for the secret realm. Long Ji had previously heard from Hu Tao that each trial slot beyond the top 100 required a fee of 20 million mid-grade spirit stones, equivalent to 2 billion low-grade spirit stones, which was the price of a mid-grade magical artifact. Furthermore, participants needed to possess cultivation at the God transformation stage or higher and must be under 400 years of age. Among the 500 individuals heading to the Celestial Gate's secret realm, alongside the human prodigies from Daling, there were also some from the demon clans, all belonging to the Daling territory. The venerable Ling Jiangxue, serving as the head of the Lingdi Palace's guards, along with the left prime minister, Hu Shuai, and various sects and families, presided over this grand event of opening the Celestial Gate's secret realm. In the sky stood over a dozen imposing figures, both male and female. As the prodigies gazed up, they recognized the speaker as a dignified elderly woman with white hair, clad in a golden robe. The head of the Lingdi Palace's guards? Wang Chenkuan discreetly employed his observational eye to scrutinize her, astonished by her formidable cultivation. This white-haired matron, Ling Jiangxue, astonishingly possessed the terrifying cultivation of the great perfection of transcendence. The left prime minister, a plump elderly man dressed in ministerial attire, also boasted the great perfection of transcendence. Hu Shuai, originally known as Hu Lu, was a handsome and imposing middle-aged man, and he was indeed Hu Tao's father, possessing the cultivation of the early stage of transcendence. Previous rumors suggested that Hu Shuai had achieved the great perfection of ascendance, indicating a recent breakthrough. Additionally, there are others who are formidable beings in the tribulation phase, all of whom serve as esteemed elders from various powerful sects such as the Full Moon Sword sect, the Heavenly Transformation sect, and the Nangong clan. These individuals are the pinnacle of strength within the Great Ling Empire. Indeed, these super sects and families of the Great Ling should be considered to meet the standards of a 3-star power. However, the Great Ling Empire publicly perceives itself as merely a 3-star force. Similarly, the Great Yu Empire and the Dragon Clan of the Dragon Abyss Sea also regard themselves as 3-star powers. Thus, the myriad forces within the Great Ling cannot be equated with the entirety of the Great Ling, and can only be classified at a maximum of 2.5 stars. In short, the Kuan-Ling realm is characterized by a prevailing atmosphere of concealment, with major forces shrouding their true capabilities. According to the established rules of the Immortal Gate Secret Realm trials, all treasures obtained by the 500 prodigies within the realm must be submitted to the Empire, with 50% of the spoils returned. Ling Jiangxue continued. Furthermore, the prodigies of our nation must prioritize the greater good within the secret realm and must not engage in fratricidal conflict. Any incidents will surely be scrutinized through divination and lie detection methods upon their return. Your primary adversaries will be the Great Yu Empire and potentially prodigies from other realms of cultivation. What? Prodigies from other worlds will also enter the Immortal Gate secret realm to vie for treasures? The prodigies in attendance murmured quietly, realizing that their righteous faction from the Great Ling was already at a disadvantage against the demonic prodigies of the Great Yu. They had received reports that several prodigies at the integration stage were set to enter the secret realm from the Great Yu this time. Now they must compete with prodigies from other worlds as well? Fear not. I can assure you that aside from the young lady Hu Tao, there are also prodigies such as Wang Qinkuan, Nangong Tsong, and Xiao Yi, who have also attained the integration level. The esteemed who stood in the sky and addressed the crowd, encouraging them. The path of cultivation is a contest of chance. Such celestial opportunities must not be squandered. While treasure hunting requires strength, it also hinges on fortune and destiny. Wang Qinkuan had previously utilized the great perfection of the Huangjin warrior to elevate himself to the integration great perfection. The numerous prodigies are well aware that Wang Qinkuan, Nangong Song, and Xiao Yi have all consumed the celestial spirit fruit, enabling their breakthrough to a significant realm. Contemplating the myriad treasures they might acquire within the Immortal Gate secret realm, including celestial materials like the celestial spirit fruit, their hearts brimmed with fervor. They would certainly not retreat out of fear of their opponents. It would be absurd to forego such a monumental opportunity simply out of fear of death. Such a choice could very well shatter their resolve. A shattered resolve would hinder any future efforts in cultivation, potentially leading to regression. Under the leadership of Ling Jiangxue, the left chancellor, and the esteemed Hu, the gathered prodigies boarded an artifact-grade flying warship and set forth. The Immortal Gate secret realm lies just beyond the Kunling realm, high above the two empires. In the lofty skies, chaotic void currents ravaged the atmosphere, and fierce winds howled. Only those at the integration stage and above, along with artifact-grade flying vessels, can survive in such an environment. Above, shrouded in a mist of radiant light, lies a vast realm known as the Celestial Gate's secret domain. This is an independent spatial world. Piercing through the veil of this ethereal glow reveals the enchanting vistas that await within. Chapter 110, The Dragon Princess's Breakthrough. The white-clad fox demon, here lies the entrance to the Celestial Gate's secret realm. This mystical place is said to be an extraordinary world born from the very fabric of heaven and earth, capable of concealing and shifting its location. Emerging once every 120 years, close to the Kunling domain. The expanse of this realm dwarfs that of Kunling, harboring numerous treasures, yet fraught with peril. Those who venture within may not return alive. From a distance, two colossal warships, separated by 100,000 miles, soared towards the radiant glow, representing the prodigious vessels of the Great Ling and Great Yu empires. With a thunderous roar, the ships carved long arcs through the void, breaking through the mist of the glowing clouds and vanishing into the heavens. After a duration exceeding 2 hours, Wang Qinkuan and the other prodigies of the Great Ling finally reached the entrance to the Celestial Gate's secret realm on their side. This entrance is, in truth, the thinnest point of the barrier separating the celestial realm. The barrier resembles an immense shimmering shield, and at present, a grand teleportation portal had already been established upon it, constructed by the formidable figures of the Great Ling Empire during previous trials. However, even the teleportation portal was sealed by the barrier, requiring a reopening. Once unlocked, the trial takers could step through. This realm exudes tremendous gravitational forces, permitting only cultivators under 400 years of age to enter. Moreover, even when entering through the same portal, individuals may not necessarily be transported to the same location. Only pairs standing close together can arrive at a single spot. Groups cannot be transported to one place. Upon entering the secret realm, external cultivators are permitted to remain for a maximum of 1 month before being expelled by the realm's innate forces. The prodigy trial takers, including Wang Qinkuan, all carried the Imperial Order of the Great Ling. This was a designated teleportation token from the Grand Plaza of the Imperial City, which would automatically activate to return them to the city upon their expulsion. The powerful figures of the Great Ling Empire emerged from the warships, standing suspended in the void, impervious to the chaotic currents of space. Uniting their strength, a dozen mighty beings unleashed their power, and after a brief incense stick's time, they shattered the barriers surrounding the portal of the secret realm. This revealed a vast, distorted opening, shrouded in darkness, resembling a corridor of emptiness. Quickly, Hu Tao commanded, leading the prodigies of the great Ling Empire as they leaped from their airborne vessels into the portal of the secret realm. Wang Qinkuan embraced the dragon princess, closely following behind. With a flurry, the multitude of prodigies entered in succession. As they crossed the threshold, the opening of the celestial gate swiftly sealed behind them. Is this truly the secret realm of the celestial gate? It is indeed a sight to behold. Wang Qinkuan, cradling the dragon princess, found themselves descending into a mountain range from the portal, now standing atop a peak. As they surveyed their surroundings, billowing seas of clouds undulated, verdant foliage sparkled, and ancient trees towered majestically, interspersed with a profusion of spiritual herbs. Each herb, classified as tier 3 or higher, boasted centuries, even millennia, of age. Numerous spiritual herbs emanated an astonishing fragrance, evidently aged for over 10 millennia. My lord, the resources of spiritual herbs within these mountains should rival the botanical foundations of any two-star sect in the Great Ling, wouldn't you agree? Long Ji remarked, visibly intrigued and eager to gather these herbs. Such herbs are merely trivial. I possess an abundance, Wang Qinkuan replied. Moreover, some of the advanced spiritual herbs are guarded by ferocious beasts. He grasped Long Ji's arm gently. Let us first find a suitable location. You should consume the celestial fruit to elevate your cultivation before seeking treasures. The celestial fruit? My lord, do you possess the celestial fruit? Long Ji inquired, puzzled. Wang Qinkuan produced the precious fruit and placed it in Long Ji's delicate hand without further elaboration. Her expression lit up with delight as she beheld the unparalleled treasure. However, her astute nature prevented her from probing too deeply into her husband's secrets, including the origin of this second celestial fruit. What truly mattered was that her husband thought of her when he encountered good fortune. Although the unique effects of the celestial fruit necessitated a century's wait between consumption, who among other men would be so generous as to bestow such a rare gem upon their wife? Most would likely keep it for their own benefit after 100 years. Let us proceed and find a suitable spot for your protection, Wang Qinkuan suggested. His thoughts were alight with the tales of countless treasures hidden within the immortal sect's secret realm, where various advanced spiritual herbs, elixirs, divine artifacts, and techniques might await discovery. Though the immortal sect's secret realm was fraught with danger, the abundance of treasures promised immense rewards. Wang Qinkuan's gaze burned with fervor as they descended the mountain. A massive beast, a monstrous avian creature, suddenly swept through the air, whipping up a gale that stretched for miles. Wang Qinkuan looked up to behold a formidable iron-backed, golden-eyed eagle of the void refinement stage, with a resounding cry that echoed across the heavens. Its razor-sharp talons tore through the void, aiming for Wang Qinkuan and Long Ji's heads. With a slight tremor of his arm, a flash of sword light erupted. A muffled thud resounded as the iron-backed, golden-eyed eagle was cleaved in two, a rain of crimson falling as its demonic soul was obliterated by the terrifying sword intent. Moments later, within a secluded yet spacious cave, Wang Qinkuan encouraged, Long Ji, you may break through here. Thank you, my lord. Long Ji expressed her gratitude. She consumed the celestial fruit, closed her beautiful eyes, and sat cross-legged, beginning her breakthrough. A day later, Long Ji successfully advanced from the late transformation stage to the late void refinement stage. The pair emerged from the cave, ready to officially embark on their treasure hunt. The scenery here resembled an ethereal paradise, truly extraordinary. Wang Qinkuan surveyed the surroundings. They reveled in the beauty of the landscape. The nearby mountains were suffused with spiritual energy, flourishing with verdant flora, steep peaks, and the sweet melodies of birds mingling with fragrant blossoms, resembling a heavenly utopia, breathtakingly magnificent. Let us depart. This immortal sect's secret realm is vast, and we must swiftly seek the ancient treasures, Wang Qinkuan urged. The two hastened their pace and began their search. Meanwhile, not far from their location, in the depths of a valley abyss. Beneath this abyss lies a realm shrouded in darkness and dampness. Its depths extend beyond the limits of sight, with no discernible edge. Upon a protruding rock, a woman clad in white reclines serenely. Her eyes are tightly shut, her complexion ghostly pale. At her forehead, a lotus mark radiates a faint cerulean glow. Her skin, as delicate as mutton fat jade, frames brows like willow leaves, a regal nose, and lips that glisten like cherry blossoms. Her cascading white hair falls gracefully over her shoulders, and her figure boasts an exquisite curvature, utterly flawless. Such beauty could ignite a fervor within the hearts of male cultivators. Yet, the pallor etched upon her lovely face bears an ethereal frailty, evoking sympathy from any passerby. compelling them to linger and safeguard her. However, behind her, 9 furry fox tails emerge, and atop her head, a pair of pristine white fox ears manifest. These attributes unmistakably reveal her identity as a fox spirit. At this moment, the fox spirit lies ensnared in a deep slumber. A thick layer of frost envelopes her form, exuding a biting chill that causes her delicate body to quiver slightly. Suddenly, shadows emerge from the depths below. These shadows coalesce into a horde of fearsome, venomous scorpion demons, each one larger than a common dog. Their tails drip with a noxious liquid, a sight that induces nausea in those who dare to behold it. Chapter 111. The annihilation of the third prince of the Zhangxian realm, a swarm of venomous scorpion-like demons fixated on the exquisite white-clad fox spirit, their insectoid eyes gleaming with insatiable hunger. What a delectable feast indeed! This was the flesh and blood of a formidable fox demon at the stage of integration. To our astonishment, such a stunning vixen has graced our presence. Were it not for our inability to transform, we would be loath to devour such a breathtaking beauty. Oh, I can hardly contain my eagerness to savor her essence. Brothers, let us advance. Hiss hiss. This congregation of venomous scorpions, possessing significant intellect, communicated through a myriad of psychic waves. In unison, they lunged toward the white-clad maiden. However, just as they initiated their assault, the fox spirit seemed to stir from her slumber, her subconscious sensing the imminent peril. With a soft whimper, she momentarily awakened, raising a delicate hand to conjure a crystalline shield of ice that enveloped her entire being, before succumbing once more to a deep sleep. The relentless scorpions assaulted the shimmering barrier. Wang Qinquan, whose immense consciousness rivaled that of beings at the integration stage, was scanning the surroundings and happened upon this scene within a nearby valley chasm. The fox maiden was in grave danger. Should he intervene? What a striking beauty she was, her allure rivaling that of the dragon princess. The information transmitted from his observation revealed the fox maideness details. Name, Bai Yunu, Holy Maiden of the White Fox Clan. Zhangxian Realm. Age, 360 years. Realm, perfect integration, spiritual root, divine grade. Fortune, 90, overall, 95, legendary empress, recommended for marriage. She was a fox spirit of even higher cultivation than Hu Tao. The Zhangxian Realm must be the other realm spoken of by Ling Jiangxue, one that also granted access to the secret domain of the Immortal Gate. It would be a grave shame to allow such an exquisite demoness to perish at the hands of these vile creatures. Come, there lies a fox maiden besieged by demons. Wang Qinquan remarked to the dragon princess, embracing her as they soared towards the scene. Though the gravitational pull of this secret domain of the Immortal Gate was significantly stronger than that of the Kunling realm, practitioners above the void refinement stage could still take to the skies, albeit at a considerably reduced speed. Upon reaching the valley's depths, the dragon princess gazed in awe at the fox maiden, who lay upon the rocks encased within her icy barrier. This was indeed the legendary fox spirit. No wonder her husband hastened to her rescue. With a swift flick of his wrist, Wang Qinquan summoned a sword of 3 feet in length, unleashing a radiant arc of purple lightning that erupted into a tempest of thunderous sword energy, engulfing dozens of scorpions. Boom, boom, boom. The scorpions, caught off guard, were obliterated in an instant, their demonic souls annihilated by the might of the thunder. This demonstrated the terrifying power of his lightning-infused sword aura after mastering the purple sky thunder technique. He had not even unleashed a full power strike, merely employing a simple sword swing. As he prepared to awaken the slumbering fox maiden, he was taken aback. Ah, this enchanting fox spirit had ventured into this realm. And there was yet another such unparalleled dragon maiden present. Who are you? You are not challengers from my Zhangxian realm. They must be individuals from the Kunling realm. Young man, I am addressing you. Speak quickly. Suddenly, 5 figures soared in from beyond the abyss. Among them was a young cultivator clad in a golden robe, embodying the pinnacle of the harmony stage, while the others were formidable masters of the void refinement stage. As soon as this group appeared, they menacingly interrogated Wang Qinquan and his spouse. The garments worn by these individuals bore the embroidered insignia of the Zhongshuan Empire upon their chests. It was evident that they hailed from the Zhongshuan realm. Are you from the Zhongshuan realm? What is the Zhongshuan Empire? Wang Qinquan inquired, maintaining his composure. Are you truly unaware of our Zhongshuan Empire? It is not surprising, considering your Kunling realm is said to be merely a remote little world. We, the Zhongshuan Empire, are the invincible force of the Zhongshuan Great World. This young man is none other than our Zhongshuan's third prince, His Highness Zhangtiansheng, declared the Void Refinement Masters. The Zhongshuan third prince, Zhangtiansheng, gazed greedily at Long Ji and menacingly warned Wang Qinkuan, young man from the Kunling realm. This fox woman is my betrothed. She is not something you can covet. Your encounter with her in her unconscious state has sealed your fate. However, this exquisite dragon maiden must be your Tao companion, correct? Heaven bestows mercy. If you deliver her to me, not only will I allow you to leave, but I shall also grant you 10,000 exquisite spirit stones. Oh, 10,000 exquisite spirit stones. Your Highness is exceedingly benevolent, exclaimed the subordinates of the Tsongshuan third prince, taken aback. After all, 10,000 exquisite stones equate to 100 billion inferior spirit stones. Nevertheless, Long Ji remained unfazed. A mere 100 billion spirit stones were insignificant to her husband. Moreover, she shared a deep connection with him, understanding his character well enough to know that even the most extraordinary benefits would not tempt him to betray his Tao companion. Leaving her untroubled, what? Songshuan's third prince, do you have a fancy for my dragon maiden? You possess discerning taste, but how do you wish to meet your demise? Wang Qinkuan's gaze turned frigid, exuding a palpable aura of menace. Heh, young man, you are refusing my hospitality. In that case, prepare to die. The golden-robed youth, Song Tiansheng, flashed a sinister grin. With that, Song Tiansheng suddenly lunged towards Wang Qinkuan, an overwhelming surge of golden magical power emanating from his being. Great sun, boundless universe, he proclaimed, unleashing a punch that radiated dazzling golden light, transforming into a miniature sun that blazed down upon Wang Qinkuan. Star-extinguishing thunder slash. Wang Qinkuan did not flinch or retreat. Purple lightning surged around him as he wielded a 3-foot-long azure blade, channeling the formidable thunderous energy into a powerful downward strike. A cataclysmic sword aura of thunder erupted, slicing through the air and colliding fiercely with the miniature sun. This was the first divine ability of the 13th tier celestial technique, Zixiao Thunder Art, a thunder-based sword technique. This sword art surpassed Li Yang's thunderous sword technique by more than tenfold. With a single stroke capable of extinguishing stars, its terrifying might was undeniable. With a resounding boom, a mushroom cloud erupted as the miniature sun shattered and exploded. The heavens trembled as Song Tiansheng was violently hurled several dozen miles away, spewing blood and sustaining grievous injuries that fractured his very form. The battlefield lay in disarray, with nearby cliffs crumbling under the force of the impact. The several cultivators at the void refinement stage were also cast away by the residual shockwaves, flung far from the scene. However, the enchanting dragon Ji and the fox maiden behind Wang Qinkuan remained unscathed, shielded by his formidable presence. In a swift motion, Wang Qinkuan traversed the void, unleashing yet another devastating strike known as the star-destroying thunder slash. The thunderous sword energy surged forth, embodying a cataclysmic power. In an instant, Song Tiansheng, unable to conjure any defensive techniques, was obliterated into mere fragments. His panicked primordial spirit fled, hovering in the air, its voice imbued with trepidation. You possess the strength of a half-step into the great ascension. Fellow cultivator, please cease your assault. Let us speak amicably. Do not take my life. I shall offer you my fiancée, by Yunu, as a token of goodwill. Moreover, my father is a heavenly immortal. Should you slay me, you will be forever trapped within the Kunling realm, destined for certain death should you attempt to escape. Song Tiansheng's primordial spirit found no avenue for retreat, for Wang Qinkuan had already locked onto its essence with his divine sense. Furthermore, given Wang Qinkuan's unparalleled speed, escape was an impossibility. Wang Qinkuan infused a mere 6% of his cultivation from a Great Ascension Yellow Turban warrior, amounting to the prowess of a half-step into Great Ascension, his current pinnacle of power, coupled with his 13th level lightning technique. He stood invincible among those at the half-step Great Ascension tier. Thus, even the fully realized Song Tiansheng could not withstand his onslaught. Oh, you wish to gift me this fox maiden? You must inquire if she consents, Wang Qinkuan remarked with a sardonic smile, casting a glance at the alluring fox maiden who had been roused from her slumber by the tremendous commotion. He continued, however, it is too late to negotiate. Even if she were to agree, your fate is sealed. With a deft flick of his finger, he conjured a basketball-sized purple lightning sphere that obliterated Song Tiansheng's primordial spirit in an instant. Chapter 112. I will treat your cold poison what? The several cultivators from the Zhongxian realm who had fallen to the ground were utterly astonished. They could hardly fathom that this practitioner from the Kunling realm possessed such formidable combat prowess, and how could he dare to resort to such lethal measures? It is well known that the vastness of the Zhongxian realm far surpasses that of this secret realm of the Immortal Gate, being several times larger. In such an expansive world, there exists only one human empire, making it evident how formidable the strength of their Xian empire truly is. Within the royal family, the legendary immortals number more than 10. To their shock, this individual had the audacity to slay their third prince. You are finished. With the might of the immortals from our Xian royal family, we will undoubtedly deduce that you are the murderer of the third prince. Not only you, but even your Kunling realm shall bear the brunt of our Xian empire's wrath. The insignificant Kunling realm is destined to be crushed by our empire. You shall perish, and countless cultivators will either be slain or reduced to slaves. The remaining individuals did not attempt to flee, as it would be futile. With their speed, escape was impossible. Wang Qinkuan's gaze was icy. I am finished? My Kunling realm will be shattered? Before that happens, it is you who shall meet your demise. Upon hearing this, the Xian realm's virtual refinement cultivators shouted in unison, unleashing their divine abilities to attack Wang Qinkuan. Wang Qinkuan's expression remained indifferent as a colossal, thunderous Buddha palm descended from the heavens, reminiscent of the Rulai's divine palm. Boom, boom, boom. Within mere moments, these cultivators from the Xian realm were obliterated into mere clouds of blood mist, their primordial spirits extinguished. Beside him, Long Ji was rendered speechless. She was aware of her husband's immense strength, yet the ease with which he dispatched a fully realized fusion expert along with several virtual refinement cultivators was beyond her imagination. The fox demoness, by Yunu, had long since regained consciousness, her body still exuding cold air. At this moment, she opened her small mouth, gazing at Wang Qinkuan in astonishment. Are you all right, Miss Bai? Wang Qinkuan inquired with a smile. I am fine. Thank you, young master, for saving me. Bai Yunu replied, lightly biting her crimson lip as she rose to her feet and offered a graceful bow to Wang Qinkuan, also acknowledging Long Ji with a slight gesture. It was but a small effort. There is no need for you to concern yourself, Miss Bai? Wang Qinkuan waved his hand dismissively and then asked, is the cold energy within you a result of some bodily affliction? I possess the ice fox physique, which typically seldom unleashes its inner icy power, Bai Yunu elucidated. However, after being relentlessly pursued by that third prince of Xian, I expended too much of my icy energy during the ensuing battle, which led to a backlash from my ice fox constitution. She then recounted her tale, revealing why she was being hunted by the heavens. It turned out that within the Xian realm, there existed only one major power, the Xian Empire, which unified the entirety of the Xian realm. Even the forces of the demon race's sacred grounds were unable to contend against it. Additionally, due to the multitude of factions within the demon race, their unity was lacking, rendering them helpless against the empire and forcing them to reside within the confines of the demon race's sacred space. However, the holy land of the demon race does harbor immortals, and the Xian Empire is reluctant to engage in a mutually destructive confrontation with them. Moreover, given the multitude of demons and demon beasts, it is implausible to eradicate them all. Consequently, the Xian Empire has adopted a strategy of division and marriage alliances. Bai Yunu, a member of the White Fox clan, has her uncle as the current clan leader. She has been chosen by the clan leader as a means to forge an alliance with the Xian Empire, betrothed to the notorious third prince, Song Tiansheng, with plans to marry upon the conclusion of the Immortal Gate secret realm. However, she harbors no fondness for this ill-reputed prince, notorious for his mistreatment of female cultivators. Furthermore, Song Tiansheng practices a certain nefarious technique, reportedly deriving most of his cultivation from the exploitation of female cultivators. Thus, Bai Yunu has consistently evaded him. As a prodigy of the demon race, she is barely 400 years old and naturally qualifies for entry into the Immortal Gate secret realm. Yet, shortly after her arrival, she was pursued by Song Tiansheng and his entourage, intent on seizing her vital essence for cultivation. This predicament arose due to the clan leader's covert machinations, which led to her being tracked down by the third prince. Bai Yunu engaged in a fierce battle with Song Tiansheng, but ultimately fled in defeat, only to be relentlessly pursued. As the cold poison within her flared up, the subsequent scene unfolded. Fortunately, this dashing young man from the Kunling realm intervened, vanquishing Song Tiansheng and alleviating her concerns. However, this act of valor may subject him to the Xian Empire's unending pursuit, rendering him unable to escape even the Kunling realm itself, potentially endangering the entire realm. This plight weighs heavily on her kind-hearted nature, stirring feelings of unease within. Moreover, the delightful aura emanating from this young man possesses a considerable allure for her. Bai Yunu sensed a marked improvement in her condition. Her fluffy nine tails could be retracted, though her fox ears remained. She inquired about this gentleman's esteemed name, hoping to express her gratitude in the future. I am Wang Chen-kun, and this is my partner, Long Ji, he introduced his companion. Bai Yunu acknowledged the lady. Madam Long Ji, you are exceptionally beautiful. Not at all. Bai Jiejie is also quite lovely, Long Ji replied. As the two women exchanged courteous gestures, Wang Chen-kun regarded the equally radiant Bai Yunu with admiration. The enchanting fox maiden, with her bright eyes and pearly teeth, exuded a captivating charm. Her white gown accentuating her alluring figure, each smile and frown evoking an air of purity and seduction. She resembled a celestial being, breathtakingly beautiful yet imbued with a hint of enchantment. Long Ji stood beside him, gazing at Bai Yunu with a look of appreciation. Sensing her husband's unwavering attention on the young woman, she discreetly conveyed, "Darling, do you harbor any intentions toward her? If so, I could act as a matchmaker." Wang Chen-kun responded, "Indeed. However, allow me, your husband, to take the initiative, as this would convey a greater sincerity." Long Ji smiled gently and nodded slightly. Thus, Wang Chen-kun gazed fervently at Bai Yunu and boldly stated, "Miss Bai, given the circumstances, upon your return, you are likely to face difficulties from the Zhongxian Empire. Am I correct? I have a bold proposal, and I wonder if you would entertain it?" Upon witnessing Wang Chen-kun's intense gaze, Bai Yunu began to surmise his intentions. Her cheeks flushed as she replied, "What notion does young master have? I shall consider any proposal you put forth." Wang Chen-kun candidly confessed, "To be honest, from the very moment I laid eyes on you, I was captivated. I hope to forge a lifelong bond with you." Hearing Wang Chen-kun's words, Bai Yunu's cheeks blushed deeply. Wang Chen-kun was not only immensely powerful but also strikingly handsome, and he was exceptionally youthful, far surpassing Song Tianxing in every regard. Most importantly, he had just saved her. Otherwise, the fate awaiting her at the hands of Song Tianxing would have been dire. Though Bai Yunu was the saintess of the White Fox Demon clan, she was more than willing to become a companion to such an extraordinary human talent. "Would you consent to marry me?" Wang Chen-kun asked. Seeing the shyness blooming on her face, his heart filled with assurance. "Yes, I would." Bai Yunu lowered her head, her face radiant with bashfulness. "Excellent." Wang Chen-kun laughed heartily. "From this moment forward, we are family. What better day than today? Shall we wed at once?" "Ah, right now?" Bai Yunu was taken aback. Her fiancé, no, her husband, seemed a tad too eager. "My cultivation technique should be able to release the icy power within you, dispelling the cold poison you bear. However, we will need to be in close contact," Wang Chen-kun explained. "Very well." Bai Yunu, her face aglow, nodded shyly. Wang Chen-kun's heart swelled with joy. "In that case, let us depart at once," he declared, taking her delicate hand while grasping Long Ji with his other, and they soared out of the abyss. Long Ji chuckled lightly at the sight. Bai Yunu felt the warmth of Wang Chen-kun's strong hand enveloping her own, her heart racing as she stole glances at his figure, her eyes shimmering with infatuation. This handsome young man, a paragon of humanity, became increasingly pleasing to her sight. Not only was he extraordinarily good-looking and formidable, but he also exhibited a commendable sense of responsibility. Her heart brimmed with sweetness. Wang Chen-kun led Bai Yunu and Long Ji back to the cave they had occupied earlier. "My dear, you harbor cold poison and must rid yourself of it promptly," he stated upon their return. She nodded obediently. Long Ji took her position at the entrance of the cave, guarding their domain. A smooth stone within the cave was already adorned with thick bedding. Bai Yunu seated herself there. "You err, extend your feet. I shall assist you in treating the cold poison." Bai Yunu complied, gracefully raising her legs beside Wang Chen-kun. Wang Chen-kun grasped her icy jade leg, a surge of spiritual energy permeating through it as he probed the source of the chill that enveloped her. "You err. Are you able to endure a measure of excruciating pain?" Wang Chen-kun inquired. "My lord, you may act as you wish. I fear not," Bai Yunu replied gently. Chapter 113. The Foxwoman's Half-Step to Great Ascension. Trial Valley. Wang Chen-kun nodded gently, removing the shoes and stockings of Bai Yunu entirely. He then laid her flat on her back. Simultaneously, he activated the four formidable techniques: the Purple Cloud Thunder Technique, the Golden Transformation, the Yin-Yang Dragon Convergence Technique, and the Scarlet Sun Divine Art. Among these, the Yin-Yang Dragon Convergence Technique was a Dragon Clan art imparted to him by Long Ji, while the Scarlet Sun Divine Art was a recently unveiled 6th-level technique from the world of the 5 avatars, equivalent to the Void Refinement level. Though newly learned, this 6th-level technique proved formidable under the vast currents of his mana. Each of these techniques possessed a solar attribute, and their convergence should effectively dispel the cold poison within her. This was the guidance provided by the system. Wang Qinkuan pressed his hands repeatedly against Bai Yunu's soles and lower abdomen, channeling torrents of potent energy into her. Instantly, the cold poison within her surged violently, as if encountering its nemesis. Bai Yunu let out a soft moan, her delicate face pale and beads of fragrant sweat forming on her forehead. "You err, bear with it a little longer," Wang Qinkuan said gently, not pausing in his efforts. "The cold poison within you is currently in a frenzied release, but under my energy suppression, it has become quite mild. You might as well refine that poison using your own power." "All right, my husband," Bai Yunu agreed, invoking the ice fox scripture from her inherited memories to refine the cold poison. To her astonishment, the vast and chilling power that could freeze one's very soul was swiftly transformed into her own cultivation energy. Wang Qinkuan nodded, once again circulating his technique and imparting robust energy to suppress the cold poison within Bai Yunu. After several hours, her delicate features returned to normal, her complexion flushed, and her breathing gradually steadied. Her cultivation experienced a significant enhancement, astonishingly reaching the threshold of half-step to great ascension. Bai Yunu opened her enchanting eyes. "Thank you, my husband." Wang Qinkuan smiled. "Now, let Yue become my woman." With that, he embraced her slender waist and pressed his lips against hers. Bai Yunu responded willingly, showing no intent to refuse. After their mutual cultivation, the lingering cold poison within Bai Yunu dissipated entirely, leaving her feeling light and ethereal, as if she were ascending to immortality. Her cultivation had increased notably, surpassing that of an ordinary half-step to great ascension practitioner. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully marrying a legendary empress as a companion, earning 50 points of fortune and 50 points in all attributes. Amidst the system's electronic announcement, Wang Qinkuan received 50 points of fortune and attributes, bringing his fortune to a total of 249 points. Furthermore, benefiting from the immense demonic essence within Bai Yunu, his initial stage of transformation attained a breakthrough to the mid-stage of transformation. He could now endure greater infusions of cultivation from the Yellow Turban warriors. Wang Qinkuan embraced Bai Yunu's delicate form, chuckling, "Yue, you truly are my treasured wife. This time, you have turned misfortune into fortune, breaking through to half-step great ascension. Without the interference of cold poison, your strength can now be perfectly manifested." Bai Yunu's delicate face flushed a rosy hue as she lowered her head. "Thank you, my lord. All of this is your achievement." "What is there to thank? We are now eternal partners, bound by fate." Wang Qinkuan chuckled. The two tidied their attire and took a moment to rest. At that moment, Long Ji's consciousness arrived to observe. "All right, let us venture into the secret realm of the Immortal Gate to seek treasures. We must not delay the opportunities here." Wang Qinkuan took Bai Yunu's hand, and together with Long Ji, they exited the cave. Before long, the trio vanquished several transformation stage demon beasts and arrived at a canyon located tens of thousands of miles away. In this secret realm of the Immortal Gate, demon beasts of the void refinement stage and above were not as ubiquitous. The previous location had simply been more abundant. The canyon appeared to emit faint wisps of treasure aura. Wang Qinkuan released his consciousness to observe for a while and remarked, "The treasure aura is indicative of high-quality spirit stones, magical artifacts, superior heavenly materials, and advanced techniques, which can radiate their essence over vast distances." Deep within the canyon, spiritual mist coiled about, and faintly, the roars of beasts could be heard. Wang Qinkuan understood that such misty canyons were typically where spiritual herbs thrived. Surely, this place would be replete with high-grade elixirs. However, danger undoubtedly lurked within the canyon. "Let us venture in together," Wang Qinkuan suggested, reassured that any imminent peril would be forewarned by the system. Long Ji and Bai Yunu, placing their trust in him, voiced no objections. As they delved deeper into the canyon in search of fortune, the fog thickened with each step. Before long, visibility was reduced to mere inches. Fortunately, the three were formidable cultivators, and this posed little hindrance to them. They could conjure fireballs or utilize night spirit pearls for illumination. Suddenly, a resounding rumble echoed, shaking the very ground beneath them. A violent tremor reverberated from the surroundings, and shadows emerged from the cliffs, roaring as they lunged toward the trio. To their astonishment, a swarm of black bats, each the size of a calf with wings spanning over 10 feet, descended upon them. Their targets were unmistakably Long Ji, Bai Yunu, and Wang Qinkuan. Wang Qinkuan, employing his observational eye, discerned that these black bats were transformation stage puppet beasts known as nether bats. He promptly informed his companions, Such fearsome creatures are merely puppets of the transformation stage. It is said that the appearance of these puppets in the Immortal Gate secret realm signifies the arrival at a trial ground. Bai Yunu and Long Ji, undeterred, giggled and chatted, exhibiting no signs of panic. The two drew their swords, effortlessly dispatching the demon bats. Upon destruction, these puppet bats dissolved into streams of celestial energy, leaving behind various treasures at their location: high-quality spirit stones, supreme spirit stones, magical artifacts, and advanced elixirs. This secret realm of the Immortal Gate was indeed extraordinary, showcasing such grandeur. Wang Qinkuan refrained from intervening, as this trial ground resembled a small world where his avatar could leisurely progress. Before entering the secret realm of the Immortal Gate, the high-ranking officials of Daling had naturally provided them with an introduction to some aspects of the trial grounds. It can be said that within this mystical world, the most valuable locations are undoubtedly these trial sites. Wang Qinkuan observed Bai Yunu and Long Ji effortlessly slaying the puppets while wielding their magical powers to collect treasures. He stood nearby, safeguarding the two women, primarily to prevent ambushes from high-level puppets. After the passage of an hour, the demon bat puppets were nearly exterminated, and the two women joyfully gathered a plethora of treasures. The canyon returned to silence, as if nothing had transpired moments before. The trio continued their journey. Suddenly, whoosh! A razor-sharp arrow pierced the air, hurtling towards Long Ji. Wang Qinkuan reacted swiftly, raising his hand to shatter the arrow. "Is there truly an archer lurking here?" Long Ji exclaimed, mildly irritated. Wang Qinkuan reassured her, "Fear not. This is not a living being, but merely a puppet archer at the transformation stage." No sooner had he spoken than swish, swish, swish. Thousands of arrows shot forth from various angles, targeting the trio. Such trifling attacks from mere transformation stage puppets. Long Ji scoffed, gripping her long sword and shattering the arrows directed at her with ease. After all, she was a formidable master at the late stage of the void refinement realm. Even if the arrows struck her, they would not breach her defenses. Bai Yunu also took action. Her magical prowess was primarily rooted in ice and water, while Long Ji excelled in ice, water, fire, and even lightning. The counterattacks of the two women were dazzling and spectacular, enhanced by their graceful figures and long limbs, making for a captivating spectacle. Wang Qinkuan leisurely stood by, hands clasped behind his back, admiring the agile movements of his two partners. He had already discerned the positions of the archers. As the trio advanced, Wang Qinkuan summoned thousands of flying swords, manipulating them with his spiritual consciousness to soar within a 100-mile radius of the canyon, systematically annihilating the puppet archers. A myriad of treasures littered the ground. Unfortunately, there was naught that caught Wang Qinkuan's discerning eye. All the spoils were divided between Long Ji and Bai Yunu. At this moment, the trio effortlessly made their way to the depths of the canyon, where they beheld a dozen men at the pinnacle of the void refinement realm, leading numerous transformation stage cultivators, charging toward them. Wang Qinkuan squinted, fixating on the approaching cultivators. They too are puppets. Wasting no further time, he dispatched the puppets with a single strike, watching as they dissolved into swirling energies of heaven and earth. At this moment, in the heart of the canyon, a vast pit emerged. At the center of this pit, a bizarre green silhouette coiled ominously. Chapter 114, The Remnants of the Immortal Abode. Decimating the great young talents at the heart of the vast pit, a peculiar green figure loomed ominously. What could it be? Wang Qinkuan furrowed his brow and employed his observational eye. The specter of a disciple of the Celestial Gate, a remnant soul, who in life had been at the nascent stage of an immortal, incapable of attacking the challengers. No wonder this figure appeared nebulous and its aura fluctuated alarmingly. Infused with the essence of celestial spirits, it was indeed the remnant soul of an immortal. However, since it posed no threat, Wang Qinkuan felt a sense of relief wash over him. Long Ji shook her head in confusion. "I do not recognize it. This is the remnant soul of a Celestial Gate disciple," Bai Yunu exclaimed, her surprise evident. Wang Qinkuan was somewhat taken aback. It seemed his foxwoman consort possessed considerable knowledge of this secret realm of the Celestial Gate. Truly, she was worthy of being the saintess of the White Fox clan from the Zhongxian realm. Suddenly, the remnant soul of the disciple solidified, transforming into a lifelike figure. The middle-aged man addressed Wang Qinkuan. "Congratulations on passing the first trial of this place. You are entitled to certain rewards." He radiated an overwhelming aura of celestial power, though it posed no danger to the group. "Rewards?" Wang Qinkuan exclaimed with delight. Indeed, the celestial disciple waved his hand, and 3 storage bags materialized from thin air, each soaring toward Wang Qinkuan and the two women. Upon opening the bags, they discovered each contained 5,000 premium spirit stones, a top-grade magical artifact, and an assortment of advanced elixirs such as 100 longevity pills, yuaning pills, transformation spirit pills, and refinement void pills, each of exquisite quality. This was already a substantial trove of resources for cultivation. Yet, upon seeing this, Wang Qinkuan shook his head, a hint of disappointment crossing his features. He had not found the heavenly spirit fruit, the treasure he yearned for most. Dare I inquire, esteemed senior, are there treasures such as the heavenly spirit fruit within this trial ground? Wang Qinkuan queried. The celestial disciple regarded him for a moment and replied, the heavenly spirit fruit? Indeed, it exists. However, such a precious item is not found here. Only by successfully passing the trials of the immortal abode can you claim the treasures and resources that lie within. These words ignited a spark of excitement in Wang Qinkuan and the two women, their eyes gleaming with anticipation. At long last, they had gleaned information regarding the heavenly spirit fruit. According to the celestial disciple, it should reside within the immortal abode. What must we do to reach the immortal abode? Wang Qinkuan asked earnestly. The remnant soul responded, you three must follow the path to the end of this gorge, overcoming each challenge. Upon reaching the terminus, you shall behold the immortal abode. Wang Qinkuan exchanged glances with Bai Yunu and Long Ji, smiles breaking across their faces. Such trials would pose little challenge for them as a couple. Let us proceed, Wang Qinkuan declared, stepping forward with conviction. Long Ji and Bai Yunu followed closely behind, and the trio advanced together. The trial ground was ensnared with a void-suppressing formation, preventing any challengers below the integration stage from flying. Only those above this threshold could achieve brief moments of levitation. The gorge stretched interminably, with subsequent challenges growing increasingly arduous and the number of obstructing puppets multiplying. Along the way, numerous trial stages awaited, each teeming with an array of puppet formations that emerged to assail them. Even they, after toiling for 3 days, managed to traverse several levels and acquire a wealth of treasures. Yet, they had advanced merely around 100,000 miles. However, this distance unveiled a vast expanse ahead, revealing the remnants of an enormous palace. This must be the ruins of the celestial manor. Let us hasten to investigate. Wang Qinkuan and his companions were filled with exhilaration, quickening their pace. Yet, as they approached the celestial manor ruins, they were met with the sounds of fierce shouts and clashing. What is happening? Has someone beaten us to it? Bai Yunu's expression shifted. Long Ji furrowed her brows and remarked, it seems we have arrived too late. Why fret so much? Since others have gotten there first, we shall follow in their wake and seize the treasures for ourselves. Wang Qinkuan chuckled. Bai Yunu giggled indeed. With so many treasures in the secret realm of the celestial gate, there will always be opportunities for scavenging. Wang Qinkuan remained unperturbed. Encountering individuals from the Great Ling Empire was manageable, but should they cross paths with those from the Great Yu Empire or the Zhongxian realm? It could very well come down to a contest of strength to determine the rightful owner of the treasures. He stated, let us proceed. The trio then raced towards the source of the commotion. Shortly thereafter, they beheld the battlefield. Before the vast and boundless ruins of the celestial manor, an expansive and level lawn was the scene of a fierce melee. 15 or 16 cultivators were locked in combat with dozens of puppets, each surpassing the realm of half-step refinement. The prowess of these trial participants was formidable, with each boasting strength beyond half-step refinement. Among them, 2 figures stood out prominently. An elderly woman with snow-white hair, possessing complete mastery in refinement, emanating an aura of terrifying power shrouded in thick blood mist. She wielded a black skull talisman, unleashing devastating strikes that caused violent tremors. The other was a middle-aged gentleman of refined demeanor, also at the pinnacle of refinement, brandishing a yellow talisman that he hurled at the puppets while muttering obscure incantations. Wang Qinkuan, utilizing his observational eye, discerned that these 2 were the true disciples of the Blood Skull sect, Guanxianhua, and the Magic Talisman sect, Pangfong. This group was comprised of the demonic prodigies from the Great Yu Empire. It was evident that the puppets stood no chance against these demonic cultivators, being obliterated and dissipating into the ether. Upon seeing these demonic cultivators, a cold smile graced Wang Qinkuan's lips. Bai Yunu and Long Ji halted behind him, eager to witness how their husband would handle the situation. You cultivators of the Great Ling Empire have arrived too late. Suddenly, a chilling male voice rang out. Wang Qinkuan and his companions turned to see a cold man striding arrogantly from the entrance of the celestial manor. It was Shi Tianqian. Prior to their arrival, the higher-ups of the Great Ling Empire had informed their prodigies about the notable figures from the Great Yu Empire who would enter the celestial manor's secret realm. Thus Wang Qinkuan recognized the cold man without needing his observational eye. This man was indeed a prodigy of the Great Yu Empire, Shi Tianqian, the true disciple of the Phantom Valley. In the vast expanse of the void, Shi Tianqian stood proudly, his garments billowing gracefully, exuding an extraordinary aura, undeniably handsome. Wang Qinquan, with a cold smile, concealed his formidable cultivation, his presence almost imperceptible. Bai Yunu, possessing the form of an ice fox, also had the ability to mask her cultivation, deliberately revealing only her perfected realm of the void refining stage, making it undetectable to those beneath her level. Thus, Shi Tianxin remained oblivious to the fact that both Wang Qinquan and Bai Yunu far surpassed him in strength. This prodigy of the Great Yu Empire, boasting a terrifying mid-stage integration cultivation, naturally regarded Wang Qinquan and his companions with disdain. Humph! You insignificant trifles from the Great Ling Empire dare to vie with us for the opportunities of the immortal manor? You are utterly oblivious to the peril you face. Shi Tianxin declared coldly, mistakenly believing Bai Yunu to be another prodigious member of the Great Ling faction. Although he noted the stunning beauty of Long Ji and Bai Yunu standing behind Wang Qinquan, his mind drifted to thoughts of eliminating Wang Qinquan and capturing the two women for his own designs. However, being a prince of the Great Yu, he understood the fiery temperament of the imperial princess, and thus refrained from uttering any words about seizing women in front of the esteemed figures of the Great Yu. Long Ji and Bai Yunu remained silent in response. Suddenly, Wang Qinquan sprang into action, unleashing a devastating punch toward Shi Tianxin. The blow crackled with the might of thunder, embodying an overwhelming force that shattered the void itself. What? You possess such strength? Shi Tianxin's eyes widened in disbelief, nearly paralyzed by fear as the specter of death loomed. His expression was one of horror as he raised his hand, summoning his dark powers in a desperate attempt to counter Wang Qinquan's onslaught. With a thunderous roar, Shi Tianxin was obliterated into a mist of blood, his soul extinguished. The other void refining stage demons gazed at Wang Qinquan with palpable dread. One punch had annihilated a mid-stage integration demon. Such prowess was utterly terrifying. A cold smile adorned Wang Qinquan's face as he surveyed the remaining demons, challenging, "Does anyone among you have any objections? Step forward." The multitude of demons fell silent, not daring to utter a word, as they silently withstood the onslaught of the remaining puppets attacking them. Chapter 115. Shattering the demon corpses and slaying the celestial prodigies of the Zhangxian realm. Bai Yunu and Long Ji gazed at Wang Qinquan, their beautiful eyes shimmering with admiration. Truly, he was their husband, possessing unparalleled strength and heralded as a once-in-a-millennium prodigy. When Long Ji discreetly conveyed to Bai Yunu that Wang Qinquan was still under 40, Bai Yunu's heart swelled with pride. She had sensed his youthful vitality, but had not anticipated he was so remarkably young. This was her husband. Her journey to the secret realm of the Immortal Gate had been extraordinarily fortunate, yielding an extraordinary consort. Have you ever witnessed a prodigy capable of effortlessly vanquishing a fully realized adept at the tender age of 40? Not merely in the Kunling realm, but even in her own Zhangxian realm, such a figure had never existed. Wang Qinquan's overwhelming prowess ignited a fervor within the two women. Husband, swiftly eliminate these demon cultivators and seize this immortal estate, Long Ji urged, her voice laced with allure. During her time in the Dragon Palace, she had heard numerous tales of the human race and held no fondness for these demon cultivators, who readily slaughtered others. Wang Qinquan chuckled, "Rest assured, my dear, I shall ensure these demon cultivators meet their end, for allowing them to escape would only invite endless troubles." He had previously inquired of the system regarding whether any among this group of demon cultivators had committed no heinous acts. If any such individuals existed, he might spare them, perhaps to serve as servants, or to be handed over for judgment by the Deling. The system's scan revealed that each of these demon cultivators bore the blood of at least 10 innocent cultivators on their hands, indicating that their guilt was beyond doubt. Thus, their demise would be no injustice. Wang Qinquan transformed into a radiant streak of light, plunging into the ranks of the demon cultivators. The air filled with anguished cries. Wang Qinquan swept through them like a tiger among sheep, effortlessly dispatching the demon cultivators. Having committed numerous misdeeds, there was no chance he would spare their lives. Before long, every demon cultivator in the vicinity lay vanquished, and even the array puppets were obliterated, yielding numerous treasures. Come, let us explore the immortal estate together. After rummaging through the spoils, Wang Qinquan led the two women to the entrance of the immortal estate's ruins. Before them stood a magnificent edifice, stretching for thousands of miles, adorned with interlinked palaces that gleamed with golden splendor, radiating a divine aura reminiscent of the abodes of ancient celestial beings, evoking awe. Wow, husband, this immortal estate is more beautiful than my family's dragon palace by tenfold or more. Long Ji exclaimed in wonder. Wang Chunkuan extended his arms to the grand entrance of the immortal estate. With a commanding shout, he channeled his profound spiritual energy and forcefully pushed open the great door. Stepping inside, he was followed closely by Bai Yunu and Long Ji. The moment they entered the interior of the ruins, a chilling, ghostly wind swept towards them. Wang Chunkuan furrowed his brow. Although he sensed no immediate danger, an eerie atmosphere enveloped them, prompting his vigilance. He instructed Bai Yunu to safeguard Long Ji while he forged ahead, scrutinizing their surroundings. Beneath their feet lay a slate path of a bluish-gray hue. This is a celestial corridor. As Wang Chunkuan ventured deeper along this ethereal passage, he discovered an expanse of desolation and silence, with only the three of them present. Moreover, the further they progressed, the more oppressive and sinister the atmosphere became. Eventually, they reached the heart of the celestial abode. Suddenly, a low growl echoed, reminiscent of a fierce beast roaring. In that instant, a grotesque corpse, with menacing fangs, materialized abruptly in midair. The body, cloaked in a deep, shadowy hue, was enveloped by a swirling black mist, sitting motionless in the air. That is, Wang Chunkuan's pupils constricted. The malevolent energy emanating from the corpse was awakening rapidly. This was a magic corpse from the void refinement stage. No wonder it felt so foreboding. Bai Yunu's delicate face paled slightly. While she had no fear of ordinary practitioners at the void refinement or integration stages, the appearance of this magic corpse was undeniably terrifying. The sight of corpses and spirits instills dread in most women, and Long Ji was no exception. Wang Chunkuan invoked his observational eye. Late-stage void refinement magic corpse. A creature from the trial grounds, currently in a dormant state, once a formidable being above the integration stage. Now corrupted by demonic energy and transformed into an evil magic corpse, relocated here by the heavenly Tao. So that's it. A mere void refinement creature posed no threat to Wang Chunkuan, who swiftly unleashed his magical prowess, obliterating it with a single decisive strike. Soon, they realized that not far from where they stood, numerous black figures were lurking, dense and unnerving. These were the awakened magic corpses, so many. Wang Chunkuan was taken aback. How could such a multitude of magic corpses be hidden here? Suddenly, the wandering black figures emitted a resonant growl. With a swift motion, hundreds of magic corpses surged forth. In the blink of an eye, the space around Wang Chunkuan was filled with these ghastly entities, lunging towards them with ferocity. Each magic corpse possessed the strength of late-stage void refinement, nearing perfection. Ladies, do not panic. They are merely void refinement magic corpses. I can eliminate them with a mere snap of my fingers. Wang Chunkuan proclaimed with confidence. With a flick of his sleeve, bolts of purple heavenly thunder erupted into the void like torrential rain, striking down upon the magic corpses. The sound of thunder roared. The heavenly lightning struck with incredible speed, annihilating each magic corpse into mere fragments. Wang Chunkuan's purple cloud heavenly thunder technique was exceedingly powerful, capable of easily dispatching all the magic corpses with ordinary attacks. The treasures that fell to the ground were swiftly collected by Long Ji and Bai Yunu. This young man is quite formidable. Suddenly, Wang Chunkuan heard whispers in the distance, which Long Ji and Bai Yunu also noted. Following the sound, Wang Chunkuan gazed into the distance. There, amidst the ruins of a palace, lay many broken weapons, alchemical cauldrons, magical artifacts, and scattered herbs, all corroded by the passage of time and appearing dilapidated. However, Wang Chunkuan paid little heed to these items, his attention drawn to a pair of young individuals on the other side. Two men, clad in robes, exuded an imposing aura that instilled an unsettling chill. Wang Chunkuan, utilizing his observing eye, discerned that these two individuals were indeed the prodigies of the Zhangxian realm, both possessing formidable cultivation at the initial stage of the combined body. As they searched for treasures within the celestial mansion, they confronted two half-step combined body demon corpses. Haha, allow me to take the lead. One of the youths suddenly exclaimed with a hearty laugh. He then summoned a long blade, striking down with tremendous force, igniting a shower of flames in the void. With a swift motion, he severed the head of the demon corpse guarding the celestial mansion, its remains collapsing to the ground and igniting fiercely. The other middle-aged cultivator grasped a spear, thrusting it into the chest of another demon corpse, unleashing a surge of magical energy that obliterated its demonic soul. Long Ji and Bai Yunu stood on either side of Wang Chunkuan. After observing the two men, Wang Chunkuan chose not to interfere further and turned to continue his search for the celestial mansion's treasury. According to Bai Yunu, not only would the guardian monsters in this trial ground drop treasures, but there should also be a treasury present. Although these two combined body cultivators from the Zhangxian realm had entered the celestial mansion from another location, becoming competitors to Wang Qinkuan's side. They seemed to have yet to discover the treasure vault. Furthermore, since they had not made any aggressive moves against him, Wang Qinkuan felt no inclination to engage with them. "Stop right there. You do not appear to be one of our Tsang Xian realm prodigies," the youthful man called out, halting Wang Qinkuan. He gazed at Long Ji and Bai Yunu with a look of astonishment. Although Bai Yunu was the holy maiden of the Fox clan from the sacred land of the Tsang Xian realm, she seldom ventured beyond the realm of the demon clan. Moreover, she had intentionally concealed her cultivation at the pinnacle of the void refinement stage, preventing immediate recognition. From the Kuanling realm, Wang Qinkuan replied coolly, choosing not to conceal his origin. The Kuanling realm? The youth's expression darkened momentarily with a flicker of murderous intent. Know that your Kuanling realm is in direct competition with our Tsang Xian realm within this Celestial Gate's secret realm, hence I, Fu Jingsheng, cannot allow you to leave. Rest assured, my brother and I will take good care of your two female companions. In the next instant, Fu Jingsheng brandished his long blade, unleashing a terrifying pressure as he charged toward Wang Qinkuan. The other man, wielding a spear, also lunged with all his might. The two immediately launched a coordinated attack, fully intent on overpowering him. Having previously witnessed Wang Qinkuan's formidable prowess in dispatching the demon corpses, which nearly rivaled their own. Seeking death, Wang Qinkuan's countenance turned icy as he did not hesitate to summon a massive magical hand. With two successive strikes, the air trembled violently, and Fu Jingsheng along with the middle-aged man erupted into two clouds of blood mist. In that moment, the two initial stage combined body cultivators appeared as insignificant as mere flies before him. Wang Qinkuan surveyed the ruins of the palace, finding nothing of worth. Subsequently, he led Bai Yunu and Long Ji away from the site. Shortly thereafter, in the central depths of the celestial mansion, an enormous demon corpse emerged, towering over 10 zhang, standing ominously in a plaza and radiating an overwhelming and terrifying presence. Chapter 116. 20 Celestial Spirit Fruits. Guardian of the immortal mansion before them lay a formidable demonic corpse, embodying the pinnacle of the harmonization stage, its defenses surpassing even that realm's limits. In life, this creature undoubtedly transcended the great ascension stage, likely a formidable figure who had weathered the tribulations of ascension. Upon sighting Wang Qinkuan and his companions, the colossal demonic figure let out a fearsome roar and charged at them. Even Wang Qinkuan found himself embroiled in a fierce battle that lasted over half an hour, with Bai Yunu and Long Ji assisting from a distance, unleashing a barrage of long-range spells. Ultimately, they succeeded in vanquishing the beast. The trio then commenced their search in the vicinity, hoping to uncover the treasure vault of the immortal mansion. At last, in a secluded corner of the plaza, they stumbled upon a pitch-black iron door, which they surmised to be the entrance to the vault. Elated, Wang Qinkuan prepared to push open the heavy door. Suddenly, intricate runes materialized on the door's surface, weaving into a formidable barrier. In the next instant, a terrifying force surged forth, sending Wang Qinkuan tumbling backward. Regaining his composure, he stared at the door with a hint of exasperation, muttering, "This vault door has been fortified with a barrier." With renewed determination, Wang Qinkuan advanced once more, unleashing a powerful strike that reverberated through the air. He struck the door over 100 times before obliterating both it and the barrier in a cloud of dust. Before him lay the treasure vault, fully revealed. It was an expansive palace, grand and resplendent, suffused with an ancient and majestic aura. Streams of radiant energy surged forth, and Wang Qinkuan, filled with exhilaration, could scarcely contain himself as he entered the vault, followed closely by the two women. Inside, treasures abounded, heaped like mountains, shimmering with ethereal light. Artifacts, high-grade elixirs, spiritual herbs, tomes of cultivation, and piles of superior and extraordinary spirit stones filled the chamber. What a bounty! We are truly fortunate, Wang Qinkuan exclaimed, as he, Long Ji, and Bai Yunu began to collect the treasures. Among the riches, Wang Qinkuan's keen observation revealed the coveted celestial spirit fruits, encased in transparent jade boxes at the very bottom of the towering pile of treasures. There were 20 boxes in total, each containing a single celestial spirit fruit. This is truly a windfall, he thought to himself, aware that he would need to surrender half of his spoils to the Great Ling Empire upon his return. He discreetly instructed the system to store away 16 of the celestial spirit fruits, keeping this knowledge from his companions. As they continued to gather treasures, they nearly cleared the first layer of bounty when Long Ji and Bai Yunu discovered the last 4 celestial spirit fruits. "Look, my dear husband, here are celestial spirit fruits," Long Ji exclaimed joyfully. It seems there are rather few of these fruits in this immortal mansion's vault, Bai Yunu remarked, having also spotted the 4 fruits. Bai Yunu had previously consumed 1 celestial spirit fruit herself, which accounted for her elevated cultivation level. She recalled hearing from a powerful member of the demon race that each immortal mansion's vault typically contained between 4 to 20 celestial spirit fruits, and she was surprised at the scarcity in this particular vault. The 4 fruits were entrusted to Wang Chenkuan for safekeeping, who placed them in a storage pouch at his side. In fact, in previous years, each celestial mansion's ruins were not easily breached. A formidable creature resembling a colossal magical corpse, possessing the cultivation of complete integration and the defensive prowess of the Great Ascension stage, would have posed a significant challenge to the elite of past celestial trials. It would likely require overwhelming numbers, resulting in considerable casualties, before such a creature could be vanquished. This year's trial, however, sees the prodigies of both the Zhongxian realm and the Kunling realm exhibiting even greater strength, with many possessing the cultivation of the integration stage, thereby reducing the difficulty of progression compared to previous years. Moreover, with the presence of abnormal prodigies like Wang Chenkuan and Bai Yunu, who are on the verge of the Great Ascension stage, few celestial mansion ruins could prove insurmountable for them, if it were not for the 3 of them being present. Relying solely on the earlier group of great demonic cultivators and 2 prodigies from the Zhongxian realm to assault the colossal magical corpse would have been futile. They would have had to wait for more trial participants to arrive in order to succeed. More participants imply a greater need to share the treasures among numerous individuals. The 3 collected all the treasures from this location. However, at that moment, an unexpected event occurred. A dark ray of light materialized out of thin air, striking with remarkable swiftness, landing a blow on Wang Chenkuan in an instant. "What is happening?" Wang Chenkuan exclaimed, startled, as he had not sensed any murderous intent and was unable to evade in time. With a look of astonishment, he assessed the dark ray, which was akin to an attack from someone at the complete integration level, painful but not severely injurious. "Who dares to ambush me? Show yourself." Bai Yunu and Long Ji were equally bewildered, yet upon seeing their husband unharmed, they remained composed. "Humph, young one, that was merely a warning." At that moment, an ancient voice resonated from the vault's void. An elderly figure, with hair as white as snow, appeared in the void, emanating a hazy halo, exuding an aura of mystery akin to that of an immortal. As the elder opened his eyes, he gazed at Wang Chenkuan with an expression of pride. "Was it you who launched the ambush?" Wang Chenkuan's heart stirred as he employed his observing eye. Guardian of the Celestial Mansion, half-step Great Ascension, formerly an immortal, possessing exceptionally high defenses. Each celestial secret realm trial only features 1 guardian, and defeating him grants access to the 2nd level of the Celestial Mansion's treasury. Wang Chenkuan deliberately scoffed. "You old fool, why did you ambush me? You insolent youth, do you know what kind of being I am? You are merely half a step into the Great Ascension." Wang Chenkuan remained unfazed, retorting with derision. This should represent the greatest opportunity and challenge of the Celestial Mansion ruins, for the Guardian appears only once in each trial cycle. Furthermore, the Great Ling Empire has informed the prodigies that each celestial mansion contains but a single level of treasury. In other words, throughout the history of the Great Ling Empire, no trial participant has ever defeated the Guardian to access the 2nd level of the treasury. It is reasonable to assume that the treasures within the 2nd level would be even more bountiful. He had previously conveyed a message for Bai Yunu and Long Ji to retreat a bit further while continuing to assist him as they had against the colossal magical corpse. Who am I?" The old man proclaimed himself the guardian of the celestial abode, asserting, "You must remember, here, I am akin to the heavens. When I command you to kneel, you shall kneel." His voice was icily cold, laced with a palpable murderous intent. As he spoke, he raised his withered hand, pressing it downwards into the air. Instantly, a colossal hand materialized, shrouding the sky and carrying an overwhelming force, bearing down upon Wang Chenkuan. This was a formidable offensive technique, truly a display of extraordinary prowess. Yet, Wang Chenkuan stood undaunted. Instead, a cold smile crept across his face. "The guardian of the celestial abode? You think you can thwart me from entering the treasury's 2nd tier?" he thundered. "Perish." With a powerful shout, he formed a hand seal, unleashing the golden body Buddha seal, which thundered towards the enormous hand above. Boom! The void trembled, reverberating with the sound of rolling thunder. In the next moment, the 2 gigantic hands collided. A deafening explosion echoed, reminiscent of a comet's descent. The surrounding palaces shook violently, with numerous structures cracking and debris flying. Bai Yunu and Long Ji retreated to a safe distance, on guard against the Celestial Guardian's potential attack on the weakest among them, while simultaneously unleashing their own long-range divine attacks. After an intense battle lasting over 3 hours, Wang Qinkuan and his companions ultimately succeeded in slaying the Celestial Guardian. Chapter 117. Celestial Spirit Fruit. Grand Severance Technique. The Guardian of the Celestial Mansion is nothing extraordinary, Wang Qinkuan declared with an air of pride. He had yet to unleash the might of the Yellow Turban Warrior, yet he effortlessly vanquished his foe. Indeed, he believed it unnecessary, at least for the moment, to summon the Yellow Turban Warrior. Past prodigies of the Deling had likely encountered the Guardians of the Celestial Mansion, but they probably ended up fleeing in the end. Wang Qinkuan noticed that the monsters within the Celestial Mansion seemed to have restricted ranges of movement, and their speed was not particularly remarkable. For cultivators in the Void Refinement stage, entering the Celestial Mansion required only a modicum of caution to ensure their survival. The entirety of the Celestial Gate's secret realm appeared to serve as a trial ground for prodigies, rather than a genuine realm of death. In the void, a heavy iron door materialized, marking the entrance to the second level of the treasure vault. As before, Wang Qinkuan launched a fierce assault on the vault door, shattering it with a resounding explosion. Brilliant rays of treasure light emanated from the second level. Let us proceed, Wang Qinkuan said, leading by Yunu and Long Ji as they stepped into the second level of the vault, eager to plunder its riches. This level housed an array of more advanced and rare treasures, each possessing extraordinary value. There were magical artifacts, divine weapons, celestial elixirs, rare materials, formidable techniques, and even the prowess of celestial beings. The elevated elixirs, such as the Harmonization Pill, Major Ascension Pill, and Tribulation Pill, had already been deemed divine elixirs within the cultivation realm. What is this? Wang Qinkuan's eyes sparkled as he lifted a translucent elixir. The only thing more exalted than a divine elixir was a celestial elixir. Encased in a transparent jade vial, it bore the inscription Celestial Immortal Pill, with each vial containing a solitary elixir. The Celestial Immortal Pill, by Yunu and Long Ji exclaimed in unison, their faces alight with ecstatic joy. This was the legendary elixir said to be crafted solely by celestial beings. In truth, cultivators who had reached the pinnacle of the tribulation stage could ascend to the celestial realm after enduring the 99 tribulations. During this transformative journey, their bodies and souls would be altered by the celestial laws, with a chance to directly attain the status of a celestial immortal. The efficacy of the Celestial Immortal Pill is such that, when consumed by a cultivator at the pinnacle of the tribulation stage, it can elevate their internal magical energy to celestial spiritual power, thus achieving celestial immortal status without necessarily ascending. Of course, the principle bears resemblance to consuming foundational elixirs. The probability of breakthrough is not absolute. This exemplifies the formidable power of the Celestial Immortal Pill. Utilizing his observational eye, Wang Qinkuan discerned that, including the one just discovered, there were a total of 20 Celestial Immortal Pills in the second level of the vault. He discreetly stored 10 of them within his system space, while the remaining 10 were placed in his storage pouch. Moreover, he serendipitously uncovered even more invaluable treasures, 20 genuine divine elixirs capable of facilitating breakthroughs for celestial immortals. Additionally, there were 10 celestial spirit fruits. The celestial spirit fruit is indeed a true marvel of the world. It possesses the ability to elevate a celestial being by an entire realm, an unparalleled treasure. Celestial spirit fruit, a rare fruit imbued with the power of the celestial laws. When consumed by cultivators below the celestial emperor level, it can elevate their cultivation by a full realm. After consuming one, 1,000 years must pass before the second one can yield any effect. My fortune this time is truly exceptional. Wang Qinkuan grinned, secretly stowing away all the true immortal pills and spirit fruits into the system space. Long Ji and Bai Yunu were completely oblivious, filled with joy as they gathered other treasures. Another mid-grade artifact, Long Ji exclaimed eagerly, lifting a mid-grade divine sword. There are truly numerous immortal techniques here. Bai Yunu picked up a radiant tome of martial arts. Excellent. If you encounter suitable techniques, feel free to learn them directly. A level 16 immortal technique, Great Cutting Technique. Upon seeing this supreme technique, Wang Qinkuan was utterly astonished. My heavens! He had initially believed that the spirit fruit was the most precious treasure here, but he had not anticipated something even more formidable. The host is indeed fortunate. A level 16 technique is already the pinnacle of immortal arts in the immortal realm. The Great Cutting Technique is reputed to be the most potent spatial killing technique. The system rarely took the initiative to explain this to Wang Qinkuan. In a moment, The two women rushed over to examine the level 16 technique in his hands, their faces aglow with delight as they discussed it animatedly. However, neither of them contested their husband's claim to this technique, for the stronger he became, the more capable he would be of protecting them. Wang Qinkuan, without hesitation, began to learn this supreme art. The immortal technique transformed into a radiant light, entering his sea of consciousness, where numerous runes appeared, intricately detailing the profound methods of cultivating and utilizing the path of spatial cutting, deeply imprinting upon his very soul. Subsequently, the trio cleared out the many precious treasures from the place. Shall we depart? Wang Qinkuan suggested. After all, there were other trial sites brimming with treasures awaiting their discovery. Long Ji and Bai Yunu nodded, their beautiful eyes shimmering with enchanting light. With a swish, the three transformed into streaks of light and darted out of the treasury. Shortly after Wang Qinkuan and the others left the gorge's immortal abode, a group of cultivators from the Zhangxian realm arrived. These cultivators were summoned by Fu Jingsheng, the two celestial prodigies previously slain by Wang Qinkuan. Upon witnessing the chaos within the immortal abode, marked by signs of battle, with the treasury already plundered and Fu Jingsheng's whereabouts unknown, their expressions darkened. 5 days later, Wang Qinkuan, accompanied by Long Ji and Bai Yunu, breached yet another immortal ruin, acquiring a plethora of treasures, including 10 heavenly spirit fruits. However, this time, there were no guardians of the immortal abode nor a second level. Wang Qinkuan wasted no time and led the two women away in search of other immortal ruins. Meanwhile, in another area of the trial ground, a vast and boundless plain extended before them. At the center of the plain lay a spacious lake, thousands of miles wide, its surface shimmering beautifully, exuding waves of ethereal mist. Such rich spiritual energy, infused with a hint of immortal aura. By the lakeside, a cultivator on the brink of refining the void gazed in rapture, murmuring, "This lake is truly a paradise. How wonderful it would be to remain here and cultivate. We shall pause here to recalibrate our energies, awaiting the arrival of our comrades before we venture to assault the remnants of the celestial manor." Very well. Several cultivators at the semi-refined level nodded in agreement, promptly seeking a suitable spot to sit and recuperate, preparing themselves for the trials that lay ahead. These individuals were all exceptional talents from the Great Ling Empire. Suddenly, a group of figures emerged on the distant horizon, swiftly advancing towards us. Leading the charge was a striking young woman in a black robe, adorned with a small black hat, none other than Hu Tao. She possessed a graceful and alluring figure. Hu Tao pondered the fate of the other prodigies from the Great Ling Empire, wondering if they had successfully seized the treasures from the trial grounds. Her brows furrowed in concern. Beside her, numerous distinguished figures from the Great Ling Empire had gathered, including several women from the Hahuan sect. Notably, under Hu Tao's guidance, the sect's senior sister, Yin Bo, had successfully acquired a celestial spirit fruit, which she consumed to elevate her cultivation from the initial stage of semi-refinement to the nascent stage of integration. Soon after, Hu Tao noticed a few cultivators meditating by the lakeshore. "You there, rise and prepare to attack the celestial manor ruins within the lake," Hu Tao commanded with a melodic yet authoritative tone. The cultivators at the water's edge sprang to their feet, gazing at Hu Tao with admiration. "Yes, senior sister Hu Tao," they replied, and then followed her lead as they soared into the air, racing towards the lake. This location, too, served as a trial ground. Previously, some malevolent cultivators from the Ghost Nation had come here, but were swiftly vanquished and driven away. Beneath the lake lay the remnants of a celestial manor. In a secluded thicket by the lakeside, a young man appeared silently, his gaze fixed intently on Hu Tao and her companions as they plunged into the water. A glimmer of intrigue sparkled in his eyes. "The opportunity for the second prince of the Great Ling has arrived. This promises to be entertaining." He chuckled darkly, producing a token from which he sent forth a message. He then leaped into the air, stealthily pursuing them. Chapter 118, Walnut Beauty. So you are here, beneath the lake. A multitude of aquatic demon beasts, birthed from the secret realm, emerged incessantly to assail the esteemed cultivators of the Great Ling. Most of these were puppets of the transformation and refinement stages. There were various demon beasts, including carp spirits, mermaids, crocodiles, lake serpents, and giant turtles. Over 40 esteemed cultivators joined forces, effortlessly vanquishing these puppets. The secret realm of the Immortal Gate was boundless, and upon entry, they had all dispersed. It was already quite an achievement for Walnut to gather this group within just a few days. After all, rallying the nearby esteemed cultivators through the Great Ling Imperial Order was no simple feat. Some individuals were not inclined to join one's ranks or heed commands. Certain formidable cultivators could also take the lead and organize their own trial teams. The lake water was frigid and piercing, with the lake bed shrouded in darkness. However, everyone could summon a spiritual energy barrier to shield themselves from the water. Even if they chose not to avoid the lake water, it posed no suffocating danger, as they could go for years without needing to breathe. This place was peculiar, devoid of any detectable spiritual fluctuations. Regardless, the immortal mansion lay ahead, and they hastened to seek treasures, ensuring not to miss out. As they battled and collected the fallen treasures, discussions ensued. Among the group, Walnut and Yin Bo possessed the highest cultivation levels, leading the others deeper into the lake bed. Despite the multitude of dangers in this area, they had not encountered any insurmountable perils. Suddenly, they discovered the ruins of the immortal mansion. At that moment, a gigantic immortal mansion ruin materialized from the depths of the lake. Powerful humanoid puppets wielding swords surged forth to engage them. The immortal mansion is here. Quickly, annihilate these puppets and rush inside. Walnut commanded. The treasures await within. In this ruin, an eerie 10-mile radius devoid of water surrounded the immortal mansion, making it strangely inaccessible. The group was filled with exhilaration, employing every tactic at their disposal to battle the puppets. Thunderous crashes and crackling sounds echoed. Although the puppets of the immortal mansion were formidable, they could not withstand the greater strength of the Great Ling cultivators, all wielding weapons of at least magical quality. Especially with the combined might of Walnut and Yin Bo, these puppets of the refinement stage were no match. Soon, all the puppets were shattered, transforming into dispersing celestial energy. One treasure after another was left on the ground, eagerly gathered by the group. Walnut established the treasure distribution rules for the trial team. Apart from the treasures from the Immortal Mansion's treasury, all other treasures were to be collected individually. Thus, any treasures dropped by the puppets you defeated belonged solely to you, and others were not permitted to seize them. For treasures of lesser value, whoever first claimed them would rightfully own them, and no attacks against teammates were allowed. Once claimed, those treasures could not be taken by others. Valuable treasures would be distributed based on contributions. As for the treasures within the treasury, every trial participant in the team would receive a share. However, distribution would depend on the merit earned from defeating the guardian elder of the treasury, with significant treasures like the celestial spirit fruit allocated to those who contributed the most. Other treasures would also grant them priority in selection. Then the others divided the remaining treasures. The crowd entered the celestial mansion, where the scene was vast and grand. In the corridors of the mansion, numerous formidable statues stood tall, exuding a metallic sheen, seemingly alive as they gazed at the entering cultivators. Ah, treasures! So many rare spiritual herbs. I am going to prosper. Some cultivators exclaimed in excitement upon spotting treasures beneath the statues, jumping with joy. Be cautious. Those statues must be puppets. Hu Tao and Yinbo cautioned. The statues here seemed to have come to life, and other prodigies also discerned the underlying danger. Sure enough, the multitude of statues awakened and launched an attack on the crowd. With a grave expression, Hu Tao drew her sword and waved it. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. In an instant, raging flames surged forth from the void as scorching sword energies whistled out, shredding the statues to pieces. Bang, bang, bang. After a fierce battle, the prodigies managed to slay the humanoid statues and collect the treasures. Miss Hu Tao, there is a palace over there. I sense a treasure aura. Someone pointed out, indicating a palace. A palace, you say? Let us go take a look, Hu Tao replied. Thousands of miles away, Wang Qingquan was with Bai Yunu and Long Ji, searching for a new trial ground. Soon, he felt a stirring in his heart, as the Great Ling imperial order on him flickered with a glimmer. Long Ji's token shone similarly. This indicated that other trial participants from the Great Ling Empire had been discovered within 100,000 miles nearby. Wang Qingquan took out the Great Ling imperial order and noticed it indicated several small red dots in a specific direction, representing dozens of Great Ling trial participants. He flew towards the indicated direction, with Bai Yunu and Long Ji following closely. Wang Qingquan could utilize the Great Ling imperial order to navigate and locate his comrades. Those Great Ling prodigies had likely entered a trial ground. He intended to investigate first before deciding whether to join them, for it was only natural to check on fellow comrades from the same Great Ling faction. Within the ruins of the Celestial Mansion at the bottom of the lake, Hu Tao was leading the Great Ling trial participants in slaying monsters and searching for treasures. Outside the ruins, the second prince of the Great Yu Empire, Yu Xiao, arrived with a team of trial participants from the Great Yu Empire. Your Highness, the second prince. Upon seeing Yu Xiao, a young man in the early stage of integration, lurking in the shadows, hurriedly approached and bowed. This man, named Wu Qinghe, was a top-tier assassin from the Shura Temple, clad in black with a sword hanging at his waist. He had informed Yu Xiao that Hu Tao was leading a team of great Ling prodigies to attack the Celestial Mansion ruins. Wu Qinghe had already allied himself with the second prince, no longer needing to heed the commands of the Shura Temple's headquarters. Where are they? Yu Xiao inquired. Reporting to your highness, Hu Tao has led her team into the Celestial Mansion ruins to seize treasures. Additionally, she is accompanied by Yin Bo, the senior sister of the Hehuan sect, who is in the early stage of integration. Wu Qinghe respectfully replied. Hu Tao and Yin Bo? A wicked smile appeared on Yu Xiao's face as he said, excellent. I have heard that the master sister of the Hehuan sect is a beauty. This prince is about to achieve a double victory. Let us proceed. Yes. Wu Qinghe quickly complied, and the other outstanding demon cultivators echoed their agreement. Yu Xiao led a multitude of experts into the remnants of the Celestial Mansion, searching for Hu Tao. Inside the celestial abode, an air of tranquility enveloped the surroundings. Hu Tao and her companions explored the depths, seeking opportunities and fortuitous encounters. Suddenly, an audacious laughter echoed from behind. The countenance of Hu Tao and the other prodigies from Deling changed as they turned to look. Before them stood a young man clad in a brocade robe, accompanied by numerous demon cultivators, steadily advancing toward Hu Tao and her companions. His figure was tall and imposing, with eyes sharp as blades, exuding an aura of terrifying malevolence that sent shivers down their spines. This brocade-clad youth was none other than Yu Xiao. Humph. So it is the second prince of the Yu Kingdom, Yu Xiao? How dare you pursue us? Hu Tao's expression soured slightly. The nearby Yin Bo also displayed a hint of anxiety. If they had merely encountered other demon cultivators from the Diyu faction, they would have felt no fear at all. However, encountering Yu Xiao now presented a troubling predicament. Yu Xiao, the second prince of the Diyu Empire, was the true disciple of the heavenly evil sect, possessing formidable strength, having already attained the pinnacle of the combined body stage. The strongest among Deling, Hu Tao, was merely at the later stage of the combined body realm. Hu Tao, my dear beauty, I have long admired you. I advise you to comply, or else you shall understand the consequences. Yu Xiao grinned, a glint of malevolence flashing in his eyes. Enraged by his words, Hu Tao retorted fiercely, You wretched demon cultivator, get away from me. With a wave of her delicate fingers, she formed a seal, unleashing a torrent of fearsome blue and white flames that surged forth like a raging river of fire, sweeping across the heavens. Chapter 119, Slaying the Ethereal Show. Sending you to the afterlife, yet the ethereal show remained unfazed. Enveloped in swirling demonic energy, he unleashed a punch, the condensed imprint of which resonated with the force of a celestial demon's fist, reverberating through the void. Boom. The celestial demon's fist collided with the fiery river unleashed by Hu Tao, and moments later, both forces disintegrated. Their attacks were evenly matched, neither able to gain the upper hand over the other. What manner of flame is this? Its power is formidable. The ethereal show's expression turned cold, astonished by Hu Tao's strength, though he had only exerted 30% of his cultivation. Hu Tao was his target. In his eyes, she was akin to the treasures hidden within this celestial abode. He sought to claim both the treasure and the person. On another front, Wu Qinghe engaged in combat with Yin Bo, who attempted to assist Hu Tao. The other righteous and demonic prodigies from both nations clashed fiercely, embroiling themselves in a battle of life and death. Swish! In an instant, the ethereal show vanished. Boom! He reappeared behind Hu Tao, his dark claws imbued with immense magical power, descending with great force. Hu Tao's expression shifted slightly. She was aware of the ethereal show's formidable cultivation but did not anticipate such overwhelming might. Though surprised, she did not falter. Radiating brilliant divine light, she conjured a large orb of blue-white flames and struck back. With a thunderous explosion, Hu Tao was propelled backward, her delicate form crashing against the celestial abode's wall, spitting out a mouthful of blood. Ha ha! Beautiful Hu Tao, you have lost. The ethereal show declared triumphantly, stepping forward, poised to strike again. However, at that moment, a fierce wind swept through, and a figure appeared before him, shielding Hu Tao. The newcomer was tall and strikingly handsome, exuding a strong aura of confidence. This individual was none other than Wang Qingkuan, who had just arrived. Long Ji and Bai Yunu also joined the fray. Long Ji supported Hu Tao's fragile form. Sister Hu Tao, are you all right? She inquired with concern. Hu Tao wiped the blood from the corner of her mouth and shook her head. I am fine. There is no need to worry. Then, turning to Wang Qingkuan, she expressed her gratitude. Young Master Wang, thank you for arriving just in time to thwart this demon. At that moment, Wang Qingkuan emanated an aura of immense strength, leaving even Hu Tao uncertain of his true capabilities. Yet, Since he dared to stand before the fully unleashed ethereal show, he must possess formidable prowess. Miss Hu Tao, there is no need for thanks. It was merely a trifling effort, Wang Qinkuan replied. Ah, so you are the first on this year's Great Ling Tian Prodigy ranking, Wang Qinkuan? Quite bold of you. The ethereal show's gaze flickered. Aware that the information regarding the top 100 prodigies on the Great Ling list was well known to the Great Yu Demon Path. He had reviewed the information of the leading prodigies, dismissing the rest as unworthy of his attention. Wang Qinkuan had demonstrated strength comparable to that of a late-stage refinement void during the Great Ling sword meeting. Even if he had consumed the heavenly spirit fruit to break through to the mid-stage of the integration phase, he was not to be feared. With Wang Qinkuan and others arriving, the intensity of the battle momentarily eased. So, you are the Wang Qinkuan who was assassinated by my Azura Hall. It is evident that you are not without strength. However, your desire for a hero to rescue you in the face of our second prince is as ludicrous as a firefly competing with the brilliance of the moon. The esteemed assassin from the Shura Hall, Wu Chenghe, cast a derisive glance at Wang Qinkuan, not forgetting to flatter him with a subtle jest. Indeed, the so-called champion of the Great Ling, Wang Qinkuan, is hardly worthy of a single hair from the illustrious Yoshio. Numerous demonic cultivators present echoed similar sentiments. Wang Qinkuan cast a fleeting glance at the Shura assassin Wu Chenghe and the other demonic cultivators, a glimmer of murderous intent flickering in his eyes. What nonsense are you foul creatures spouting? The proud cultivators of the Great Ling could not tolerate such insults and began to rebuke them. After all, Wang Qinkuan was the foremost genius of their generation. To disparage him was tantamount to belittling them all. Yoshio sneered, surveying Long Ji and the unassuming Bai Yunu, and addressed Wang Qinkuan. Your two companions are quite commendable. I shall claim them for myself. My companions are indeed exceptional. But who do you think you are to bark at me? Wang Qinkuan replied with indifference. You. Yoshio fumed. As the second prince of the Great Yu Empire, he held a lofty status and had never endured such humiliation. How dare he be called a dog? Seeking death. Enraged, Yoshio leapt into the air, his palm flipping to unleash an overwhelming demonic hand. In an instant, even the array of the celestial palace trembled. If you are not a dog, then what are you? To covet my woman? Wang Qinkuan retorted coldly, striking back with a resounding slap. Boom. Slap. Not only was the colossal demonic hand shattered by the force of his blow, but the resounding crack of the slap echoed through the air. Yoshio let out a pained cry, knocked to the ground, clutching his swollen, bleeding cheek, and spat out a tooth as he stood, seething with rage. Damn you. You dare to humiliate me. If I do not slay you today, I vow I shall not live as a man. In a flash, he unleashed his formidable demonic forbidden technique, summoning a towering wave of blood that surged toward Wang Qinkuan. Unfazed, Wang Qinkuan's entire being crackled with lightning, surrounded by a golden aura, as he unleashed a thunderous punch imbued with that very power. Boom. The tidal wave of blood was obliterated by the sheer force of his strike. Even Yoshio could not evade in time. His entire arm was reduced to powder by the impact, causing him to spew forth a mouthful of blood. What? The second prince, at the peak of his cultivation, was easily defeated. Well done. Brother Wang is truly formidable. The other geniuses from both the Great Yu and Great Ling had long since retreated, avoiding the tumultuous clash between the two. Witnessing Yoshio's defeat, the demonic cultivators from the Great Yu were rendered incredulous and aghast, while the champions of the Great Ling were filled with exhilaration. You dare to sever my arm. I will ensure your demise, flaying your skin and pulling your tendons. Yoshio's face twisted in rage, his voice a venomous growl. Humph. Wang Qinkuan remained expressionless, coldly snorting. Is that all you are capable of? Prepare to die. Star-extinguishing thunder slash. With a decisive stroke of his sword, Wang Qinkuan cleaved the very heavens asunder, cleaving Yoshio in twain. The ethereal spirit of Yoshio was obliterated by a bolt of lightning from Wang Qinkuan, resulting in the complete annihilation of his soul. It is likely that he never fathomed that he would meet his demise at the hands of a newly emerged prodigy from the Great Ling dynasty. Upon witnessing this, Hu Tao let out a sigh of relief, her lovely face illuminated with joy. Wang Qinkuan's prowess was undeniably formidable. Although Yoshio was a consummate expert at the peak of the integration stage, he remained utterly incapable of withstanding a single blow. Indeed, the strength of young Master Wang was astonishing, particularly given that Yoshio was one of the most distinguished princes of the Great Yu Empire. Hu Tao's beautiful visage radiated delight. Meanwhile, the remaining demonic cultivators from the Great Yu Empire, including Wu Chenghe and the rest, trembled in fear. They had previously mocked Wang Qinkuan with unwavering confidence, only to witness in a heartbeat their invincible second prince being effortlessly slain by him. The disparity was unfathomably vast. Furthermore, they were left with only Wu Qinghe, a mere initial-stage integration expert, who was no match for the forces of the Great Ling dynasty, leaving them with no chance of escape. Huh, are you frightened now? Weren't you just so arrogant? Longji scoffed. This group dared to belittle her husband, which fueled her indignation. We are willing to surrender. Some of the demonic cultivators immediately knelt, devoid of dignity. You spineless wretches. We are demonic cultivators of the Great Yu Empire, bowing before the cultivators of the Great Ling? You pathetic cowards. We shall never yield. We would rather stand and die than live in disgrace. Wu Qinghe and the majority of the demonic cultivators were proud and rebellious. Unwilling to submit to the Great Ling dynasty, they directly retaliated, executing those who had knelt, and prepared to resist the forces of the Great Ling. Wang Qinquan and numerous elites from the Great Ling had already encircled this group of demonic cultivators. Wang Qinquan swiftly dispatched the assassin Wu Qinghe with a single strike. He could not be bothered to deal with the remaining transformation and virtual stage demonic cultivators. Humph, since you seek death, I shall send you to the cycle of reincarnation. Hu Tao's expression turned frosty. With a graceful wave of her hand, she unleashed a torrent of blue and white flames. These flames were extraordinarily intense, capable of incinerating mountains and rivers. In an instant, the bodies of numerous great demonic cultivators ignited in a blazing inferno, writhing in agony. Moments later, the flames extinguished, leaving nothing but ashes of the fallen demonic cultivators. Chapter 120. Hu Tao's affection, vanquishing the bronze ancient corpse after resolving matters concerning the demonic cultivators. Hu Tao gazed at Wang Qinquan's handsome visage, an unusual sensation welling up within her. This exceptionally attractive young man had, in this instance, saved her and the other prodigies of the Great Ling from imminent peril. Had it not been for him, under the overwhelming demonic might of Yuxiu and the onslaught of other demonic cultivators, the prodigies of the Great Ling would likely have met their demise. As for herself, she might have been captured by Yuxiu, or, in a desperate attempt to preserve her purity, forced to take her own life before capture, an outcome too dreadful to contemplate. In the perilous adventure within the immortal sect's secret realm, one's luck is paramount, and absolute safety can never be guaranteed. She had long prepared herself for the possibility of death during this expedition. It was a predicament she could not avoid, as she was the strongest among the prodigies of the Great Ling Empire. If she did not lead the team into the secret realm, who would? Moreover, the treasures and resources within the immortal sect's secret realm were not to be relinquished lightly. Encountering the team led by the demonic cultivator Yuxiu had simply been a stroke of ill fortune. They were likely summoned by a Shura Hall assassin adept in concealment. However, being rescued by the significantly empowered Wang Qinquan was indeed her great fortune. This signified that the prodigies of the Great Ling now had an invincible expert on the cusp of transcending to a higher realm within the immortal sect's secret realm. A boon that could allow them to navigate this world with unparalleled confidence. For she had been informed by Empress Ling that the most formidable creatures within this immortal sect's secret realm were limited to the threshold of half-step transcendence. With her thoughts swirling, Hu Tao approached Wang Qinquan, embracing him briefly and planting a swift kiss on his cheek. Shyly, she expressed her gratitude. Thank you once again, young Master Wang, for your rescue. Throughout her life, she had always been the protector, rarely having received such protection from others, save for her father and the Empress. Furthermore, this man was not only strikingly handsome, but also possessed remarkable prowess, stirring her heart. Should I heed what my sister Longji suggested and marry him as my partner? Hu Tao's cheeks flushed, her heart racing as she pondered. She could not fathom why such peculiar thoughts had suddenly surfaced, but she sensed that this was not the appropriate moment. Nonetheless, her fondness for Wang Qinquan had evidently soared to great heights. Presently, or in the future, should he express a desire to marry her, she would undoubtedly acquiesce. Wang Qinquan gently patted Hu Tao's fragrant shoulder, smiling as he replied, "No need for thanks. As a cultivator of the Great Ling, it is my duty." Naturally, he harbored his own thoughts about the enchanting Hu Tao, but given the presence of others and the fact that they had yet to conquer this immortal estate, it was not the time for declarations of affection. Hu Tao's curiosity was piqued by the presence of Bai Yunu, who stood behind Wang Qinquan. Bai Yunu sported a pair of fox ears atop her head, her foxtail tucked away, yet it was evident she was a fox demon. Hu Tao inquired, "This sister fox demon lacks the aura of our Kunling realm. Could she be?" She sensed that the cultivation aura emanating from Bai Yunu was exceedingly formidable, even more so than that of Yuxiu, comparable to Wang Qinquan's. Wang Qinquan smiled as he introduced her to the others, saying, "This is Bai Yunu, a prodigy of the Fox clan from the Zhongxian realm. And she is now my partner. On one side, the dragon lady quietly conveyed to Hu Tao that the Fox maiden, by Yu Nu, possessed an astonishing cultivation level at the half-step Great Ascension. This revelation left Hu Tao profoundly astonished. Wang Qinquan instructed Hu Tao to present a Great Ling imperial order to Bai Yu Nu, as he intended to bring her home directly after the conclusion of the immortal sect's secret trial. Meanwhile, Bai Yu Nu had no desire to return to the Fox clan in the Zhongxian realm for the time being. Originally, there were no surplus Great Ling imperial orders. However, a few of the Great Ling prodigies from their group had been inadvertently slain by monsters from the immortal mansion, and their orders had been collected by Hu Tao. Thus, she possessed extra tokens. With a smile, Hu Tao personally handed one of the Great Ling imperial orders to Bai Yu Nu, who expressed her gratitude. Upon hearing from the dragon lady that their husband harbored feelings for Hu Tao, Bai Yu Nu could not help but display a knowing smile. At that moment, Yin Bo, Chang Xiao Shuang, and several senior sisters from the He Huan sect approached, greeting Wang Qinquan and the dragon lady. It must be said, a group of women creates quite the spectacle. They engaged in warm conversation with Bai Yu Nu, quickly becoming familiar with one another. The other male prodigies of Great Ling, feeling it inappropriate to intrude, sat aside to rest. The surrounding monsters had long been vanquished, leaving the area tranquil. Bai Yu Nu, no longer concealing her cultivation aura, surprised everyone with her half-step Great Ascension strength, leaving them in awe. They secretly marveled at the immense fortune of their senior brother, Wang. After a brief respite, the group resumed their assault on the ruins of the immortal mansion, which presumably housed numerous treasures. They pressed on, keenly observing their surroundings and dispatching the scattered monsters that emerged. Suddenly, they spotted an ancient, colossal stone coffin within a distant palace, ensnared by thick chains. The coffin appeared to meld seamlessly with its environment. Ah, there is indeed a stone coffin here. The group was momentarily taken aback, then approached the coffin with curiosity. A hum resonated as ripples emanated from the coffin, creating a barrier that obstructed their advance. It seemed capable of shielding against divine sense probing. I attempted to investigate with my own divine sense, but it yielded no response. Could it be an extraordinary artifact? Wang Qinquan also reached out to touch the coffin, only to be similarly rebuffed. Inside, there likely lay the remains of a deceased immortal. We should join forces to break it open. Hu Tao appeared to discern something crucial. The other Great Ling prodigies nodded in agreement, recognizing it as the guardian creature of the treasure vault. Unless it was vanquished, the vault's entrance would not manifest. Subsequently, the group unleashed their attacks on the stone coffin. Boom, boom, boom. The entire space trembled violently, as if the end of the world were upon them. Everyone exerted their full strength in a frenzied assault on the coffin. Suddenly, a furious roar erupted from within the coffin, followed by a terrifying, pitch-black claw emerging from the seams, reaching out towards them. Bang! Wang Qinquan struck the claw back with a powerful blow. What is this strange entity? The numerous prodigies were momentarily startled and quickly retreated behind Wang Qinquan. Conversely, Bai Yu Nu, Hu Tao, Long Ji, Yin Bo, and a group of women stood resolutely by his side. It is hardly surprising, as several of these female prodigies surpassed them in prowess. With the late-stage void refinement Long Ji being shielded by both Wang Qinquan and Bai Yu Nu. Wang Qinquan, maintaining a calm demeanor, remarked, "This half-step Great Ascension corpse is about to revive." What? A half-step Great Ascension corpse? Upon hearing this, the many prodigies from Daling displayed expressions of apprehension. Prepare for battle. Hu Tao commanded, unperturbed by the presence of zombies or specters. A roar emanated from the coffin, and the corpse energy surged as a towering bronze giant emerged, forcefully lifting the heavy coffin lid. With blood-red eyes and a gaping maw, the bronze giant let out a fierce roar. Its body was covered in scales, each the size of a palm, glinting with a chilling sheen. Notably, 2 rows of sharp bone spines adorned its back, each resembling a short spear, radiating a menacing brilliance. With a whoosh, the bronze giant lunged towards Wang Qinquan, who stood unflinching. "Come at me." Wang Qinquan fearlessly stepped forward to meet the charge of the ancient corpse. Boom. He delivered a punch to the chest of the bronze giant, sending it staggering backwards. Haha, this ancient corpse is far too weak. Wang Qinquan laughed heartily. The bronze giant howled in fury, its claws swiping at Wang Qinquan. With swift movements, he deftly evaded its attacks, his form elusive and agile. Young Master Wang is truly formidable, Hu Tao murmured, captivated by Wang Qinquan's gallant figure. Indeed, Wang Qinquan is exceptionally strong. Yin Bo could not help but exclaim. Hu Tao, Bai Yu Nu, Yin Bo, Long Ji, and the other prodigies joined forces to unleash a barrage of attacks upon the bronze giant. Those below the integration stage could only engage from a distance, avoiding direct conflict. Meanwhile, Wang Qinkuan continually struck, drawing the creature's attention. Although the bronze giant possessed formidable strength, it was ultimately outnumbered and soon lay in tatters. Finally, Wang Qinkuan cleaved it in two with a single sword stroke, rendering it entirely powerless. The corpse's soul was shattered by his lightning strikes. The prodigies discovered a door to the treasure vault in a corner of the palace. Blasting open the iron gate and rushing inside, what lay within was a mountain of treasures, leaving them in awe. Chapter 121. Distribution of Treasures. Wall slammed, Hu Tao. The sight of treasures piled high astonished everyone. Their excitement reached a fever pitch as they beheld shimmering divine artifacts, celestial elixirs, advanced cultivation techniques, and vast heaps of exquisite spirit stones. The allure of these treasures was overwhelming, yet restraint prevailed. None dared to act recklessly. After all, the distribution of spoils was to be determined by merit. Furthermore, they were merely nascent soul cultivators, dwarfed by the presence of several formidable beings in the integration phase, rendering any thoughts of greed utterly futile. Not to mention Wang Qinkuan, Bai Yunu, and Hu Tao. Just the single presence of Yan Bo was sufficient to instill a sense of awe. Moreover, despite the potential to act, they were bound by familial and sect obligations, under the watchful gaze of the great Ling Empire's authority, with the necessity of returning home looming over them. Any misstep in the secret realm of the Immortal Gate would leave them with nowhere to hide in this vast world. Thus, even in the face of the boundless temptation within the treasure vault, these prodigies exhibited remarkable decorum, their eyes fixated on Hu Tao and the strongest among them, Wang Qinkuan. Awaiting the distribution of the treasures, Hu Tao stole a glance at Wang Qinkuan, noting his clear gaze devoid of any hint of greed, which eased her anxiety. Although she led this expedition into the Immortal Gate, should a more formidable prodigy from the Great Ling side appear and disregard the rules to seize the treasures, she would have to yield temporarily, for the Empire could not afford internal strife. However, Wang Qinkuan clearly was not that type of individual. With a sweet smile, Hu Tao proposed, "Young Master Wang, let us first take stock of these treasures, appraise their approximate value, and then proceed with the distribution." Wang Qinkuan replied with a smile. Agreed. Thus, the two commenced a swift inventory of the treasures, while Bai Yunu, Yin Bo, and Long Ji stood guard, and the other prodigies observed quietly. The treasures within this immortal estate's vault surpassed those of previous caches, presumably due to the formidable guardianship of the Lakebed estate. The guardian here was a behemoth at the brink of ascension, whereas those in earlier vaults were merely at the peak of the integration stage. Nevertheless, Wang Qinkuan discerned that the power of the ancient bronze corpse guarding this Lakebed estate was still considerably inferior to that of the guardian encountered at the Canyon estate, who had overseen the opening of the second tier of its vault. Despite both being half a step from ascension, the speed of the bronze corpse was notably slower, and it lacked the ability to cast ranged spells. Its inability to engage at a distance meant it could be gradually worn down by a group of lower-tier challengers. In contrast, the Elder Guardian of the Canyon estate excelled in ranged spell casting, exhibited greater mobility, and possessed the ability to heal its wounds, rendering it a truly terrifying force that was beyond the reach of ordinary prodigies. This immortal estate's treasure vault contained 30 heavenly spirit fruits, several volumes of celestial cultivation techniques, and a handful of celestial elixirs. Additionally, there were numerous divine artifacts, magical treasures, techniques, and elixirs. Upon concluding their inventory, Hu Tao gasped in disbelief, her rosy lips parting slightly. The sheer volume of treasures within this vault was astonishing, their value clearly surpassing that of other immortal estates by a significant margin. Wang Qinkuan discerned her thoughts and, feeling relieved, gazed at her charming expression, remarking, "This is surely due to the fact that the bronze ancient corpses here are mightier than the creatures found in other celestial realms. Indeed, the challenge presented by this celestial abode is notably greater." Hu Tao also recognized this truth. Amidst the eager gazes of over 40 outstanding prodigies, Wang Qinkuan, Hu Tao, Bai Yunu, and Yin Bo, the foremost cultivators of the composite realm, distributed the Tianling fruits, Tianxian pills, and celestial techniques among themselves. Subsequently, they each claimed a single top-tier artifact, refraining from further participation in the division of treasures, as their collective haul already encompassed more than 80% of the entire treasury's worth. Wang Qinkuan personally acquired 9 Tianling fruits, 2 Tianxian pills, and a supreme divine sword. The remaining multitude of artifacts, divine pills, advanced techniques, superior spirit stones, and precious spirit stones were divided into over 40 portions, with the late refinement void cultivator, Long Ji, granted the privilege of first choice. Even at her late refinement void cultivation level, she surpassed many other prodigies. Numerous competitors were veterans from 60 years prior, and thus included several early and mid-refinement void experts. This celestial sect's secret realm opens once every 120 years, allowing participants under 400 years of age from the previous generation to partake in this trial. With the collaboration of 2 generations of prodigies in this celestial trial, Long Ji emerged as the most formidable among them, claiming a top-tier artifact, alongside various other artifacts, numerous refinement pills, composite pills, ascension pills, and transcendence pills, as well as an abundance of rare materials and a substantial amount of premium spirit stones. While these treasures paled in comparison to what she and Wang Qinquan, along with Bai Yunu, had acquired through their joint assault on the celestial abode, where Wang Qinquan equally shared the spoils with the 3 of them, with certain significant treasures discreetly stored in his system space. She remained exceedingly content, her jade-like visage radiating joy. Her maternal lineage, the dragon clan of the ocean, was indeed in dire need of such esteemed treasures. The other prodigies present also received artifacts and a plethora of treasures, their faces aglow with elation. They felt thoroughly satisfied and did not perceive Wang Qinquan and Hu Tao's substantial share of the spoils as excessive. It is noteworthy that, even without this group of prodigies, Wang Qinquan and Hu Tao would have easily conquered the celestial creatures guarding the abode. Conversely, had this group of prodigies been left to their own devices, they would have found it impossible to breach the treasure vault beneath the lake. Even a single bronze ancient corpse would have brought them to their knees. At this moment, Chang Xiaoshuang, the second sister of the Hahuan sect, was equally exuberant, having acquired a mid-tier artifact and other treasures. Her elder sister, Yanbo, had secured 6 Tianling fruits, signifying that, even after surrendering half to the Daling Empire, the Hahuan sect would still possess 3. More may follow. Given her close relationship with the sect leader, Pan Manhua, and the saintess, Pan Yinlian, it is likely she could be rewarded another in due course. Yet, even if this does not occur, it would bear no consequence. She intended to seek out Pan Yinlian at the appropriate time, hoping to exchange a precious item with her brother-in-law, Wang Qinquan, for a Tianling fruit. Given her brother-in-law's ample supply of Tianling fruits, it was unlikely he would refuse her request. However, at present, Chang Xiaoshuang had only reached the threshold of half-step refinement void and was not yet suited to consume the Tianling fruit. It would be prudent to wait until she had achieved a breakthrough into the initial stage of refinement void to maximize the fruit's potential benefits. After distributing the treasures, the crowd exited with lively chatter and laughter. Wang Qinquan, Bai Yunu, and Long Ji lingered at the back of the group, with Wang Qinquan specifically inviting Hu Tao to accompany them, ensuring they remained behind the others. He was reluctant to join the numerous prodigies of the Daling Empire in the assault on the celestial ruins, as dividing the spoils in such company could prove cumbersome. He preferred to act independently with his companions, based on the earlier intelligence provided by Daling regarding the great talents of the Dao Empire. It seemed that no demon cultivator there could rival Hu Tao's prowess. Nevertheless, Wang Qinquan had inquired with Bai Yunu about the Zhongshuan Empire, where, aside from the one he had previously slain, there was another formidable expert at the peak of the combined body stage. Wang Qinquan feared that should they part ways with the Daling group, Hu Tao and her companions might encounter that formidable expert, leading to significant losses for Daling. Even Hu Tao herself could be at risk. If he could provide Hu Tao with a powerful yellow turban warrior, it would greatly enhance her strength and potentially resolve the predicament. However, such a treasured puppet could only be entrusted to his beloved, his kin. It was inconceivable to bestow it upon a mere outsider. Another option would be to first establish Hu Tao as his partner before granting her such a boon. Several senior sisters from the Hahuan sect, including Yanbo, were also lingering at the rear of the crowd. Consequently, Wang Qinquan instructed Long Ji and Bai Yunu to escort the Hahuan sect sisters away. Then, with a piercing gaze, he cornered Hu Tao against the wall, declaring, "Hu Tao, let us have a word." As the daughter of the esteemed Hu Shui of the Empire and the sworn sister of the Daling Empress, Hu Tao held a position of great esteem. Many prodigies of Daling referred to her as Miss Hu, while those younger could address her as senior sister. Yet, it was quite rare for anyone, especially someone as youthful as Wang Qinquan, to call her Hu Tao's sister or little sister. What shall we discuss? Hu Tao, slightly blushing from the unexpected encounter, blinked her beautiful eyes, revealing a hint of cunning. She was well aware of Wang Qinquan's intentions. He merely wished for her to become his partner. Chapter 122. Hu Tao's arrival at the Stone Forest Immortal Mansion. Hu Tao, I wish to embark on a journey with my Dao companion alone. However, before I depart, I would like to present you with a precious gift. Oh, what gift might that be? Hu Tao inquired with a playful smile. First, grant me a kiss, and then I shall reveal the gift. Wang Qinkuan replied with a light chuckle. Is this your way of courting me? Hu Tao flirtatiously glanced at Wang Qinkuan. Her every expression was enchanting, exuding an irresistible charm. With newfound courage, Wang Qinkuan boldly declared, Indeed, I desire you, Hu Tao. Upon our return, I wish for you to marry me. You wish for me to dedicate myself to you? However, since you have saved me and possess such striking looks, I, Hu Tao, shall reluctantly accept your proposal. Hu Tao feigned contemplation before responding. Standing at approximately 175 meters, her figure was exquisitely curvaceous. She rose on her toes, offering her cherry lips willingly. Wang Qinkuan embraced her effortlessly, sealing their kiss. Hu Tao closed her eyes, her beautiful face flushing slightly. After a prolonged moment, Wang Qinkuan finally released her. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully marrying a supreme empress as a Dao companion, gaining 100 points of luck and 100 points across all attributes. As the woman had genuinely consented and their affinity had reached an exceptionally high level, the system naturally acknowledged the success. Following this, she would regard Wang Qinkuan as her husband, remaining ever faithful. A surge of energy enveloped Wang Qinkuan, elevating his luck to 349 points. Hu Tao opened her eyes to find Wang Qinkuan gazing at her. She realized that she had profoundly fallen for this man, to a point where she could not envision marrying anyone else. With a playful pout, she exclaimed, Brother Qinkuan, you are incorrigible. With that, Hu Tao turned and ran away. Ah, but I still have your gift. Wang Qinkuan called out, feeling a bit awkward as he watched her retreating figure. He hurried after her. Wang Qinkuan quickly caught up with Hu Tao, where Long Ji and Bai Yunu were also gathered. Subsequently, he presented Hu Tao with the perfected yellow-garbed puppet, claiming it was a token of affection. Hu Tao did not decline. She obediently performed the blood oath to claim the puppet and stored it in her spatial pouch. She had already begun to regard Wang Qinkuan as her husband, eagerly anticipating their formal union upon returning home. Naturally, she would not refuse a gift from her beloved. More was always better. At the same time, she was astounded by the power of the puppet Wang Qinkuan had bestowed upon her. Previously, he had already given another perfected yellow-garbed puppet to Long Ji, leaving him with only one grand perfected puppet. Nearby, Yen Bo and several senior sisters from the Hahuan sect watched in envy, their eyes glistening with desire. Noticing their reactions, Wang Qinkuan couldn't help but smile smugly. His Hu Tao was finally his. Afterward, they exited the underwater immortal mansion, with Hu Tao and Yen Bo continuing to lead the esteemed Daling Tianjiao team. Meanwhile, Wang Qinkuan, along with Long Ji and Bai Yunu, departed from the group in search of new trials. Wang Qinkuan, accompanied by Long Ji and Bai Yunu, journeyed forth. As they ventured further away, 2 days after departing from the grasslands, they arrived before a majestic stone forest. This stone forest, sprawling across an entire mountain range, was dominated by towering boulders that obscured the sunlight, and it possessed a formidable barrier against aerial travel. Perhaps this is the trial ground, Bai Yunu suggested, noting the dark and damp interior, which seemed to harbor numerous advanced demon beasts. Indeed, we should exercise caution to avoid any dangers, Longji replied, nodding. Being in the late stage of the void refinement realm, she felt the need to tread carefully. Fear not. My spiritual awareness can cover a radius of approximately 2,000 miles, and within this celestial realm, the highest rank of beasts or monsters is merely at the integration stage. Wang Qinkuan stated calmly. As they pressed on, it became evident that this was indeed a trial ground. For the trio had vanquished numerous trial puppets and unwitting demon beasts along the way, eventually reaching the heart of the stone forest. Suddenly, a sound akin to the tearing of air reached their ears, suggesting that someone was soaring through the skies. Distinct voices could be faintly heard from afar. Who could that be? Wang Qinkuan mused, extending his spiritual perception to investigate. It appears to be individuals from the Zhongshuan Empire, Bai Yunu remarked, having also released her spiritual awareness. Indeed, it is them, and there lies a celestial mansion relic ahead, Wang Qinkuan noted with a smile. Let us seize their treasures and see if there are any precious items like the heavenly spirit fruit. In the Zhongshuan realm, the quota for entering this celestial realm was also 1,000. However, as Bai Yunu explained, the majority of these slots belong to the trial participants from the Zhongshuan Empire, who accounted for a staggering 900, while their sacred land of demon kin only claimed 100. Thus, encounters with the Zhongshuan Empire's people were frequent in this celestial realm. With that, Wang Qinkuan and his companions stealthily approached, concealing themselves behind a colossal boulder to eavesdrop. Soon, They grasped the situation. The stone forest was vast, and the individuals from the Tsongshuan Empire had entered through a different passage. Along that route, a multitude of trial puppets had already been obliterated by this group. No wonder there were so few trial puppets in their vicinity. Most had likely been dispatched to the other side. Currently, the members of the Tsongshuan Empire were engaged in combat against the monsters at the entrance of the Celestial Mansion relic. The individuals conversing were injured cultivators of the transformation stage who had withdrawn to rest. A staggering number of venomous insects, serpents, and ants had besieged the entrance, causing considerable distress among the Tsongshuan elite, who had already summoned more integration stage experts from nearby. There were approximately 50 of these Tsongshuan elites, led by a single integration stage cultivator in the early phase. Wang Qinkuan wore a cold smile. For the elites of the Tsongshuan realm were naturally rivals to those of the Kunling realm. Typically, when practitioners from the two realms encountered each other, conflict ensued. Wang Qinkuan had previously heard from Hu Tao that in past trials within the realm, the Kunling realm had consistently suffered losses, particularly at the hands of the Tsongshuan Empire, which had taken a significant toll on their ranks. With resolve, the three of them advanced. At this moment, in the square before the Stone Forest Immortal Mansion, the number of puppets resembling venomous insects, snakes, and ants at the void refinement stage had dwindled significantly. After all, the early stage integration master from the Tsongshuan realm was not to be trifled with. Their slow pace suggested they were perhaps awaiting the arrival of other formidable beings to join the assault on the Immortal Mansion. Wang Qinkuan and his two companions strode confidently through the battlefield and approached the entrance of the mansion. Turning around, he cast a derisive glance at the numerous cultivators from the Tsongshuan realm. "Who are you?" At that moment, a prodigy from the Tsongshuan Empire suddenly spotted Wang Qinkuan and his companions, startled. Bai Yunu had already donned a top-grade artifact known as the Fox Fairy Mask, a treasure acquired previously in the canyon's Immortal Mansion. This mask concealed her appearance and could even alter her visage and aura. She took this precaution to avoid being recognized during the ensuing battle with the Tsongshuan realm's elites. What faction from the Kunling realm dares to block the entrance of the Immortal Mansion? You are simply courting death. We are the prodigies of the Tsongshuan Empire. Several young elites from the Tsongshuan Empire angrily rebuked Wang Qinkuan. The only early-stage integration master present was a pale young man named Song Zhishang, a true disciple of the Shengshu sect in the Tsongshuan realm. Most disciples of this sect suffered from kidney deficiency and thus had little interest in women. "Oh, we hail from the Daling Empire of the Kunling realm. What do you intend to do?" Wang Qinkuan replied nonchalantly, exuding the aura of an early-stage integration master, eager to see if the Tsongshuan realm would attack upon encountering someone from the Kunling realm. Upon hearing this, Song Zhishang's face darkened with malice. "So, you are from the Ling kingdom of the Kunling realm. Everyone attack. Slay this boy, and the two beauties by his side will be yours." Although Bai Yunu's face was concealed by the mask, her figure was undeniably exquisite, rivaling that of Long Ji. Yet, despite the allure of any beauty, be it a dragon maiden or a fox maiden, Song Zhishang harbored no thoughts of desire, for he was a disciple of the Shengshu sect. Wang Qinkuan chuckled coldly. "Very well, then come at me." Long Ji and Bai Yunu remained silent, allowing their husband to handle this minor inconvenience. Seeking death, we, the prodigies of the Tsongshuan Empire, shall care for your two companions. With the puppets now vanquished, over 50 prodigies from the Tsongshuan Empire cast fiery glances at Long Ji and Bai Yunu. They clamored, unleashing a barrage of various techniques towards Wang Qinkuan, who stood before the two women. Wang Qinkuan sneered, "A bunch of trash, calling yourselves prodigies? How utterly embarrassing." Spatial cut. Raising his hand, Wang Qinkuan unleashed the first move of the great cutting technique, the spatial cut, as he prepared to confront the more than 50 prodigies of the Tsongshuan Empire. Chapter 123. Slaying two great fish from the Tsongshian realm. Wang Qinkuan's palm glimmered with a jade-like brilliance, shimmering with the light of the laws, as he struck towards the void where the prodigies of the Tsongshian realm resided, with the swiftness of lightning. Before the eyes of the onlookers, the void appeared like a mirror, initially solidifying before fracturing in a chaotic dance of splintered shards. Over 50 prodigies from the Tsongshian realm, who had charged forward, momentarily froze in disbelief. Their physical forms, along with the expanse of the void, were cleaved into fragments, transforming into a billowing mist of blood that dissipated into nothingness. Even their primordial spirits were rendered to naught under the relentless onslaught, ultimately perishing. A significant portion of their various assaults was devoured by the void itself, while a fraction was effortlessly parried by Wang Qinkuan. "What?" A cry of alarm escaped Song Zhishang as a sense of impending doom washed over him. Realizing the peril, he hastily retreated from that space, narrowly evading disaster. The pitch-black void began to slowly mend itself after a fleeting moment. Damn it! How dare you slay so many of us? Song Zhishang roared in fury. Our Xian Empire will never forgive you. Masters Fan Mingji and Chu Xingyan are en route. They will not let you escape. Wang Qinkuan, taken aback, replied, Oh, there are still 2 big fish behind? The white-clad Bai Yu transmitted a message to him, revealing that both individuals were prodigies of the Xian Empire. Chu Xingyan, a fellow disciple of Song Zhishang, was the eldest brother of the Shangsu sect, a pinnacle figure among the remaining prodigies of the Xian Empire. Fan Mingji was the foremost disciple of the Qingyun sect, a late-stage prodigy of the combined entity. Very well, but before they arrive, I shall deal with you first. Wang Qinkuan smiled at Song Zhishang. His formidable consciousness locked onto Song Zhishang's form. Should he attempt to flee, he would be struck down with thunderous force. Enraged, Song Zhishang launched an attack, raising his divine sword to unleash the Swordway divine technique. The Sword Qi River. With a roar, the divine sword in Song Zhishang's grasp erupted with a torrential golden light, morphing into 1,000 zhonglong river of sword energy, sweeping towards Wang Qinkuan with a tempest of myriad sword intents. This prodigy of the early combined entity stage from the Xian realm indeed possessed considerable skill. Overestimating oneself. Wang Qinkuan scoffed dismissively. Spatial severance. The aura of the laws surged around Wang Qinkuan as he executed the same technique. The expanse of the void before him shattered like a spider's web, tearing and dismembering the river of sword energy into wisps of dissipating energy. The residual force of the spatial cutting relentlessly constricted around Song Zhishang. With a wretched scream, he was shredded to pieces, his primordial spirit meeting the same fate. Wang Qinkuan and the 2 women rested before the entrance of the celestial abode, engaging in quiet conversation. You hail from the Kunling realm. Have all of our Xian Empire's numerous prodigies here been slain by you? What of Song Zhishang and the others? Have you killed them too? After a brief instant's time, 2 extraordinary presences manifested in the stone forest square, discovering traces of the battle and demanding answers. Wang Qinkuan activated his observation eye. The tall, pale youth clad in white was none other than Chu Xingyan from the Shangsu sect, possessing the cultivation of a perfected combined entity. The shorter man, clad in a blue robe, was Fan Mingji of the Qingyun sect. Wang Qinkuan flashed a smile, declaring, I have slain them all. I have finally awaited your arrival. There was no other course of action. Knowing that these 2 formidable opponents were approaching, it was only prudent to eliminate them beforehand, ensuring a safe entry into the celestial ruins to raid the treasury. Otherwise, their own attempt to breach the celestial estate could be thwarted by these intruders. Both Chu Xingyan and Fan Mingji were momentarily taken aback. They had encountered arrogance before, but never such audacity. It is worth noting that both of them were among the elite of the Zhongshuan realm, and even the 3rd prince of the Zhongshuan Empire, Song Tiansheng, treated them with utmost respect. Yet here was this seemingly junior from the Kunling realm, who not only belittled them, but also spoke nonchalantly about having killed their comrades. What a bold young man. The fact that he could vanquish Song Zhishang indicated that he possessed at least mid-stage integration strength. Nonetheless, he would still meet his demise before them. The white-clad youth, Chu Xingyan, regarded Wang Qinkuan with a gaze that flickered with murderous intent. The Kunling realm must be eradicated. Fan Mingji, exuding an icy demeanor, echoed the sentiment, his voice laced with chill. You wish to kill me? We shall see if you possess the strength to do so. Without further ado, Wang Qinkuan sprang into action, executing the space-cutting technique once more. Alarmed, Chu Xingyan and Fan Mingji exclaimed, this formidable spatial divine ability. We must strike together. The very void around them seemed to solidify, fracturing ominously, as if intent on shredding their bodies and souls into mere fragments. The sword river roared. Chu Xingyan unleashed a strike, summoning a river composed of countless fine swords, emitting a thunderous roar akin to a great torrent, surging toward Wang Qinkuan. Frosty rain cascaded. Fan Mingji, enveloped in a chilling aura, hastily formed seals with his hands, causing the temperature in a 100-mile radius to plummet drastically, unleashing a torrent of icy rain upon Wang Qinkuan's vicinity. The pervasive cold air held the power to freeze integration stage cultivators solid, reducing them to mere blocks of ice. Yet, all efforts proved futile. The void continued to sever rapidly, mercilessly annihilating everything in its path. Fan Mingji's form disintegrated into a gruesome spectacle, his terrified soul fragmenting into dust. The sword river conjured by Chu Xingyan, along with his being, met the same fate. However, his soul was somewhat more resilient. After enduring several attempts at annihilation, he finally managed to escape the collapsing void. You are unexpectedly powerful. Spare me, let us discuss. Chu Xing'an's soul became increasingly ethereal, trembling as he bowed repeatedly, pleading for mercy from Wang Qinkuan. He had never anticipated that this young man from the Kunling realm would wield such terrifying strength. With a single strike, he had dispatched both Fan Mingji and Chu Xing'an. At this moment, he sensed that Wang Qinkuan's consciousness had already locked onto his soul. Should he attempt to flee, a mere gesture would suffice for Wang Qinkuan to obliterate him utterly. Let us discuss. There was nothing to discuss. Wang Qinkuan shook his head with a smile, and with a flick of his fingers, a ball of lightning erupted forth, obliterating the primordial spirit of Chu Xing'an. At this juncture, what purpose did further words serve? Had he cultivated the art of controlling souls, he might have enslaved his opponent, compelling them to act on his behalf. However, he had not pursued such techniques, nor did he harbor any immediate intention to do so. In less than 2 breaths, the 2 prodigies of the Zhongxian Empire were slain. Regrettably, their storage bags had long been destroyed during the battle, and the treasures within had returned to the ether. Otherwise, it was likely they would have possessed a considerable array of valuables. Nonetheless, Wang Qinkuan remained relatively indifferent. He was not in dire need of the treasures produced by the immortal sect's secret realms, and engaging in combat with formidable foes made it challenging to regulate his strength. Particularly with this cutting technique, aside from controlling the point of attack, other aspects were even more difficult to manage. "My husband, you are truly formidable," exclaimed Long Ji, approaching Wang Qinkuan with admiration in her eyes. A complete mastery of the integration stage, alongside a late-stage expert, had fallen before her husband in a mere exchange. "So powerful," she exclaimed. The slaying of these 2 prodigies from the Zhongxian Empire signified that there were no longer any threats to Hu Tao and her companions. Bai Yunu giggled in agreement. Both women were well aware of the ambiguous relationship between Wang Qinkuan and Hu Tao. Since Wang Qinkuan had cultivated the great cutting technique, his strength had far surpassed that of Bai Yunu. Wang Qinkuan smiled, embracing both women and planting a kiss on each. Together, the 3 of them made their way toward the Stone Forest Immortal Mansion. This immortal mansion was an awe-inspiring edifice, grand and majestic, exuding an ancient and weathered charm, suffused with an intense aura of time. The entrance to this mansion was fortified with restrictions. Wang Qinkuan effortlessly breached the barriers and stepped inside. Upon entering the mansion, they were met with an extraordinary spectacle. The interior of the mansion was vast, with pavilions and towers arranged in a harmonious manner and palaces clustered together. At that moment, shadows flitted about within the mansion, creating a cacophony of noise. Wang Qinkuan, Long Ji, and Bai Yunu ventured deeper. As Wang Qinkuan surveyed the surroundings, his brow furrowed slightly. These were not human beings, but rather specters. In this mansion, suffused with a sinister atmosphere, countless malevolent spirits drifted, fierce and brutal. It seemed they had caught the scent of the living and immediately lunged toward Wang Qinkuan and his companions. Chapter 124. The Reaction of External Forces. Little Spectre, Seeking Death. With a swift motion, Wang Qinkuan summoned forth a tempest of thunder, crashing towards the phantoms. The power of lightning was particularly lethal against such ethereal beings. In a moment, the air was filled with chilling, soul-piercing screams, as numerous specters were reduced to mere ashes. Long Ji and Bai Yunu also unleashed their artifacts, vanquishing the apparitions. Under normal circumstances, even a group of elite trial participants would have to approach such a multitude of phantoms with utmost caution, for these spirits were notoriously difficult to eradicate. However, the trio, with Bai Yunu's formidable prowess and Wang Qinkuan's strength nearly on par with that of a nascent stage great, faced no strain as they cooperatively eliminated all the specters within the celestial abode. "Let us search for the treasure vault of the celestial mansion," proposed Wang Qinkuan after dispatching the immediate threats. The 3 hastened their movements, scouring the interior of the celestial residence. Time was of the essence. As more than half of the month allocated for the celestial gate's opening had already elapsed, they yearned to acquire further treasures. Upon their return, their families would soar to new heights. Before long, the trio discovered the guardian of the treasure vault in the rear courtyard of the celestial mansion. It was a formidable specter leader at the peak of the fusion stage, exhibiting a notable resistance to the power of thunder. After expending considerable effort to slay it, they were rewarded with access to the treasure of the celestial mansion. Above the Zhongxian realm, beyond the celestial gate's confines, stood over a dozen formidable figures amidst the frigid, desolate, and tempestuous void. These individuals were the great powers of the Zhongxian realm. "This is impossible. In just over half a month, several of our empire's top geniuses have perished," bellowed an enraged elder of the Shengshu sect, known as Huan Hongyu, who was at the peak of the tribulation stage. The assembly of mighty beings had stationed themselves there primarily to prevent the realm's prodigies from succumbing to avarice after reaping vast rewards within the secret realm. Carelessly discarding their Zhongxian imperial orders, they feared that, upon the closure of the secret realm, these individuals might be cast into the nearby void, seeking refuge to hoard their treasures undetected. After all, practitioners at the fusion stage, donning divine armor, could survive for a time amidst the chaotic currents of the void. This was not an unprecedented occurrence in the annals of the Zhongxian realm. Thus, under the decree of the Zhongxian emperor, these great powers remained vigilant. However, to their dismay, several of the soul lamps left behind by the elite fusion stage geniuses aboard their flying warship had extinguished within the span of a mere fortnight. The soul lamps of their two elite fusion stage geniuses, Song Zhishang and Chu Xingyan, had both gone dark. Among them, Chu Xingyan was especially a paragon of the fusion stage. Yet, what was even more astonishing was that merely 2 days into the secret realm trial, the soul lamp of the Zhongxian Empire's third prince, Song Tiansheng, had already extinguished. At that time, they had believed that with Song Tiansheng's strength, no one could possibly slay him in the secret realm. It must have been a consequence of the distance between the realms, leading to potential errors with the soul lamp. Thus, they did not report back to the great Emperor Zhongshuan immediately. However, now even the formidable Chu Xingyan of the Holy Ruins sect, whose strength rivals that of Song Tiansheng, has seen his primordial spirit lamp extinguished. This indicates that an unforeseen event must have occurred within the Celestial Gate's secret realm. The guardian monsters of the Trial Celestial Palace have surpassed the strength of the composite body stage. Or perhaps an extraordinary master capable of slaying the top talents of the composite body great perfection from the adjacent Kunling realm has emerged, leading to the demise of numerous elite figures from our Zhongshuan realm. Those from Zhongshuan realm have entered the Celestial Gate's secret realm multiple times and are well aware that the neighboring Kunling realm can also access the same secret realm. Huan Hongyu continued. In our Zhongshuan Empire, so many top talents have perished before this session of the Celestial Gate trial has even concluded. It seems this trial has already failed. How shall we report this to the Emperor? Hearing this, Elder Wu Mo of the Qingyun sect turned ashen. His prized disciple, Fan Minji, had also seen his primordial spirit lamp extinguished. The expressions of the other powerful figures from Zhongshuan realm were equally grim, leaving them momentarily speechless. Wu Mo inquired, how could this happen? Each of these talents possesses extraordinary strength. It is inconceivable that they would fall easily within the secret realm. Could it be that some anomaly has arisen within the realm? A middle-aged man clad in golden robes spoke. According to the predictions made by our Tsang family's true immortal, this session of the secret realm should not have any anomalies. This man was Prince Zhongyun of the Zhongshuan Empire. Silence enveloped the group. The Tsang family, the imperial clan of the Zhongshuan Empire, is renowned for its vast lineage among the celestial races. Strictly speaking, the Tsang family in the lower realms is merely a branch of the celestial Tsang family. It is said that the celestial Tsang family wields immense power in the celestial realm, boasting countless immortals among their ranks, including adept true immortals skilled in divination. After a moment of contemplation, Huan Hongyu proposed, could it be the trial takers from the Kunling realm who are responsible? Surely not. Wu Mo exclaimed in astonishment. Though the Kunling realm lies adjacent to ours, it is a remote realm billions of miles away from our Zhongshuan realm. Furthermore, the Kunling realm is notoriously barren and resource poor. How could it possibly nurture such formidable talents? Prince Zhongyun shook his head, asserting, that remains uncertain. However, we must await the closure of the secret realm and the return of our realm's talents to clarify their circumstances before reporting to the Emperor. Taking a deep breath, Prince Zhongyun felt a sense of unease. Those elite talents had been meticulously selected from the Zhongshuan Empire and were destined for greatness. If they had indeed been slain by individuals from the Kunling realm, the Zhongshuan Empire would undoubtedly seek retribution. Such an incident could potentially ignite a war between the two realms. Should that occur, the Zhongshuan Empire would lead the entire Zhongshuan realm in an assault on the Kunling realm. However, instigating a war between the realms is no trivial matter, requiring extensive preparations. We must wait for the trial takers to return to uncover the truth before deciding whether to declare war on the Kunling realm. In the Kunling realm, the powerful figures guarding the secret realm from the Great Yu Empire also bore expressions of extreme distress. They also discovered the tragic demise of several prodigies from the Great Yu Empire during this expedition. The participants in the trial represented the pinnacle of talent within the Great Yu Empire, each one of them holding immense significance. Particularly, the second prince, Yu Xiao, hailed as the foremost genius of the Great Yu Empire, destined to become a pillar of strength for the nation. Yet, his soul lamp has extinguished? The second Prince Yushio of the Great Yu Empire has perished. Who could have done such a thing? An elderly woman, her expression darkened, spoke. This matron was Yu Ling, a venerable figure of the Great Yu Empire, possessing extraordinary strength and having attained the pinnacle of tribulation. She was a formidable force within the royal family. The second prince's aunt, wielding great power and holding a prestigious position. According to the information from previous trials, the monsters within the Immortal Gate's secret realm typically do not exceed the integration stage, and the individuals from the Zhongxian realm, especially those from the Deling Empire, may have the motive to strike against Yushio and our other prodigies. A middle-aged man in a black robe murmured from the side. Surely, they cannot be from the Deling Empire? It is said that their strongest prodigy, Hu Tao, has only reached the late integration stage, and even their top contender, Wang Qinkuan, who consumed the heavenly spirit fruit, could at most reach the same stage. Another woman in a purple robe interjected, identifying herself as a senior elder of the Demon Rune sect. The fall of the second Prince Yushio, along with the integration prodigy Shi Tianchun from the soul-severing valley, and the elite assassin Wu Cheng, he from our palace, cannot go unpunished. An elder clad in green from the Shura Hall snorted coldly. However, we must await the conclusion of the trial to ascertain the truth before taking action. The elderly matron Yu Ling nodded in agreement. What you say is indeed true. After all, the demise of the great Yu prodigies within the Immortal Gate's secret realm is likely attributable to the prodigies of the Zhongxian realm. Even Yu Ling, the second prince's aunt, found it hard to believe that the prodigies of the Dailing cultivation world could slay Yushio. The Zhongxian Empire, the dominant force within the Zhongxian realm, is a remarkably powerful entity, rumored to possess a terrifyingly strong clan even in the immortal realm. The Great Yu Empire has no desire to provoke them. Chapter 125. The Return of the Prodigy, the Emergence of the Empress in the Secret Realm of the Immortal Gates. Within a celestial manor, a multitude of remarkable individuals from the Great Ling stood, encircling a magma giant, perfectly fused at the pinnacle of its power. The leader among them was Nangong Tsong, the second-ranked prodigy of this year's list, who had reached the mid-stage of fusion. Among the others were several renowned prodigies, including Xiao Yi, Liang, Hu Si, and Lu Yi. Notably, Xiao Yi, Liang, and Hu Si had previously acquired a celestial spirit fruit, which they ingested, elevating them to the early stage of fusion. Thus, the group engaged in an assault on the somewhat lethargic magma giant without significant peril. However, they still suffered the loss of several life forces from the god transformation stage. After a relentless battle lasting a day and a night, they finally vanquished the magma giant, renowned for its formidable defenses. Upon breaching the gates of the treasure vault, a chorus of exclamations erupted. Wow, so many treasures. Haha, we are destined for greatness. The dazzling brilliance of the endless treasures within the vault left the prodigies momentarily blinded. Meanwhile, on the other side, hundreds of thousands of miles away, within a pitch-black forest, another celestial manor ruin lay concealed. A formidable group of prodigies, led by a seasoned mid-stage fusion prodigy named Zhongzhu, was engaged in combat with the fully fused Moon Demon Spider King. Zhongzhu, the first-ranked prodigy from the previous year's list, was a force to be reckoned with, rivaling the current second-ranked Nangong Tsong, albeit only due to Hu Tao's absence from the competition. Among his companions were other illustrious prodigies, including Zhu Kaishan from the Wuzhizong and Wu Hongzhua from the Loose Cultivators Alliance, both having ascended to the early stage of fusion. At nearly 400 years old, Zhongzhu was a true disciple of the 2.5-star sect, the Wind and Thunder sect, adept in thunderous spells that often rendered the colossal Moon Demon Spider King incapacitated. This significantly enhanced the survival capacity of his allies at the God Transformation and Void Refinement stages. After a day of fierce combat, they too dispatched the Moon Demon Spider King. With great elation, Zhongzhu and his companions ventured into the resplendent treasure vault. Days later, the trials within the secret realm of the Immortal Gates finally concluded. A thunderous rumble resounded as the entire realm began to quake. Suddenly, the vast and formidable world barrier manifested numerous spatial rifts. Figures, enveloped in radiant light, surged forth from these fissures, racing towards the Great Ling Royal City. The Great Yu Royal City, as well as the Zhongxian Royal City and the Monster Clan's sacred grounds. It's over. Haraha, I have returned. The prodigies erupted in jubilant cheers. Within the secret realm, Wang Qinkuan, Bai Yunu, and Long Ji felt themselves forcibly expelled from the confines of the Immortal Gates world barrier by a terrifying force. They were subsequently enveloped in a burst of white light emanating from the Great Ling Imperial Edict, traversing through the chaotic void. Moments later, the scenery before them shifted dramatically, and as tranquility resumed, they realized they stood within a vast plaza. Indeed, this was the central square of the Great Ling royal city. At last, they had returned to the Great Ling. Wang Qinquan gazed at the densely packed crowd surrounding the square and the vigilant imperial guard, forming a tentative conjecture. He felt a surge of excitement. Having acquired numerous treasures in the mystic realm, he had finally returned. Long Ji and Bai Yunu also appeared quite exhilarated. In the midst of the square, beams of white light descended from the heavens, heralding the emergence of various trial heroes. After the passage of an incense stick's worth of time, no more heroes had returned. The area was already populated by many exceptional individuals who had ventured into the mystic realm for trials. However, with 500 trial participants, a loss of approximately 20 to 30% indicated that some had perished within the realm. Only a little over 300 trialists remained. Yet most of the more formidable talents were present. Hu Tao, Yin Bo, Chang Xiaoshuang, Nangong Tsong, Xiao Yi, Liang, Zhu Kaishan, and other luminaries had all returned. Wang Qinquan's gaze swept across the scene. At the forefront of the square, the magnificent and imposing Empress of Daling sat upon her imperial throne, surrounded by a cadre of civil and military officials from the Daling Empire. Hu Tao had already approached the Empress to engage in conversation, seemingly quite animated. Name: Ling Wan, Empress of Daling, Kunling Realm. Age: 1, 300 years. Realm: Celestial Immortal Perfection. Spiritual Root: Celestial Grade. Fortune: 92. Overall: 97. Legendary Empress, suggested for marriage. What a revelation! Wang Qinquan couldn't help but exclaim internally. The Empress of Daling was breathtakingly beautiful, tall, and stately. Her presence more imposing and elegant than even his revered mentor, Murong Yuyan. Every gesture she made exuded a sense of majesty and grace. Though her innate talent was slightly inferior to Hu Tao's, in terms of allure and charm, she undoubtedly surpassed her. Moreover, she had already reached the pinnacle of celestial immortal status. A true immortal, a sight Wang Qinquan had never beheld before. The stunning brilliance was beyond compare. Furthermore, the Empress had retracted her celestial aura. Is this truly the Empress of Daling? Her grandeur is indeed impressive. Beside him, Bai Yunu murmured, feeling somewhat inferior. Long Ji felt similarly. However, their own extraordinary beauty and talent were not in the Empress's shadow. They merely envied her commanding presence. All the heroes in the square were preparing to queue up to submit half of the treasures they had acquired from the mystic realm. The head of the Imperial Guard, Ling Jiangxue, alongside the Left Chancellor, Hu Shuai, presided over the proceedings. The Empress of Daling spoke. You are all outstanding representatives of the younger generation of my Daling Empire. I hope you will continue to strive diligently and serve our empire well. This time, 70% of the trial heroes have returned, and you have all performed admirably. To be honest, in previous Mystic Realm trials, even half of the heroes returning was considered commendable. This time, the return of 70% was a pleasant surprise for the Empress. Her voice, rich and resonant, was as melodious as celestial music. After her words, the heroes began to submit their treasures. The artifacts produced in the Mystic Realm would carry the essence of that world for a decade, making them easily recognizable. As for the treasures that the trialists had originally brought with them, there was no need for submission. After returning to the Imperial Square, the trial heroes were under the vigilant watch of the Imperial Guard, preventing any transfer of their possessions. All the treasures from the storage bags of the prodigies must be surrendered. One by one, these precious items were poured out and placed upon the immense stone table, where they were meticulously examined and recorded by Ling Jiangxue, Zhui Xiang, and Hu Shuai, who then divided them into 2 roughly equal portions, allowing the trial participants to select any one half to take back. This year's Celestial Gate trial has yielded an exceptionally bountiful harvest for many prodigies, comprising magical artifacts, advanced elixirs, martial arts techniques, spiritual talismans, rare materials, and a substantial amount of high-quality and top-grade spirit stones, as well as divine artifacts, divine elixirs, celestial fruits, and other extraordinary treasures. One prodigy after another stepped forward to present their treasures, with reactions ranging from joy to despair. Empress Ling Wan observed with a smile. After some time, the prodigy Liang took the stage. He is the true heir and senior brother of the Tiangong sect, who, during the exploration of the secret realm, collaborated with numerous prodigies to procure celestial fruits, and has now reached the initial stage of integration. His gains from this trial were impressive, having acquired over a dozen 9th and 10th grade spiritual herbs, more than 10 divine artifacts, for celestial fruits, excluding the one he consumed, a collection of divine elixirs, martial arts techniques, and a considerable quantity of high-quality and top-grade spirit stones. He laid all these treasures before Ling Jiangxue and the other esteemed figures. Li Yang of the Tiangong sect had astonishingly obtained 4 celestial fruits and over 10 divine artifacts, along with a cache of divine elixirs, top-tier techniques, tens of millions of high-quality spirit stones, and hundreds of thousands of top-grade spirit stones. It is noteworthy that even a single inferior divine artifact is valued at no less than 40,000 top-grade spirit stones, equating to 4 billion inferior spirit stones. The celestial fruit is a priceless treasure. Other items are also exceedingly valuable. The worth of this trove is beyond our comprehension. What an astonishing fortune. Outside the square, countless cultivators from the Great Ling Empire who had come to witness this grand event erupted into a cacophony of astonished discussions. Almost everyone was brimming with excitement. During the trial return of the prodigies, only cultivators of the transformation stage and above from the realm had the privilege to attend this momentous occasion, which occurs only once every 120 years. Meanwhile, the elders and disciples of the Tiangong sect displayed flushed faces, overwhelmed with joy. Zhuoxiang was diligently recording, while Hu Shui unleashed his divine sense to check if Li Yang had any hidden treasures. You have done remarkably well, Li Yang. You may now withdraw with this half of the treasures. Moments later, Ling Jiangxue allocated half of the treasures to Li Yang, saying, "Congratulations, young master Li Yang." Zhuoxiang and Hu Shui echoed her sentiments with smiles. Li Yang humbly expressed his gratitude before excitedly collecting his share of the treasures and returning to the ranks of the Tiangong sect. At that moment, Xiao Yi from the Full Moon Sword sect stepped forward. Chapter 126. Pan-Elian's family. Nangong Song presents treasures at this moment. Xiao Yi from the Full Moon Sword sect took the stage. His treasures surpassed those of Li Yang, boasting an astonishing 8 heavenly spirit fruits and over 20 divine artifacts. Additionally, he possessed a greater variety of miraculous pills, such as the Harmonization Pill, Ascension Pill, and Transcendence Pill, far exceeding Li Yang's collection. He even had 4 tomes of level 10 immortal techniques. It is noteworthy that Xiao Yi secured 3rd place in the current sword discussion conference. Prior to entering the Immortal Gate secret realm, he had already consumed a heavenly spirit fruit, elevating his cultivation to the early stage of harmonization, thus beginning with strength far superior to that of Li Yang. From the outset, both Xiao Yi and Li Yang fought alongside Nangong Song's team to assault the Immortal Mansion, and with his initial prowess, Xiao Yi naturally garnered more treasures. Xiao Yi of the Full Moon Sword sect truly impressed all, possessing 8 heavenly spirit fruits and leading his sect to a remarkable victory this time. Among his more than 20 divine artifacts, several were of superior quality. It is worth mentioning that a single superior artifact is valued at no less than 200,000 premium spirit stones, equivalent to 2 billion inferior spirit stones. Indeed, alongside other precious treasures and a substantial amount of superior and premium spirit stones, the overall value of Xiao Yi's collection exceeded that of Li Yang by at least double. The arena buzzed with discussion as numerous high-level cultivators from the Great Ling sect gazed at Xiao Yi and his treasures with astonishment and envy. Amidst the appreciative gazes of the formidable figures such as Ling Jiangxue, Xiao Yi retrieved his designated share of treasures and walked into the crowd of senior members of the Full Moon Sword sect, where he was warmly welcomed. Thanks to Xiao Yi, the sect had obtained 4 heavenly spirit fruits, over 10 divine artifacts, and 2 tomes of immortal techniques, along with a plethora of other treasures. Altogether, this constituted an astonishingly vast array of resources for cultivation, resources that the entire sect would take a decade or even a century of hard work to accumulate. What a tremendous gain. Of course, even though Xiao Yi was nurtured by the Full Moon Sword sect, the eventual distribution of these treasures would certainly require the respect of the elder members towards his opinions. Within the crowd of the Heavenly Transformation sect, Lu Yi gazed at Xiao Yi with profound regret. This Xiao Yi was her first love, who had once been completely devoted to her. Regrettably, she failed to cherish him properly. Now, Xiao Yi had risen and thrived, surpassing even her senior brother, Li Yang. If only she had remained steadfast in her affection for Xiao Yi, then she too would have shared in his fortunes. Lu Yi had already submitted half of the treasures she acquired from the secret realm. However, her cultivation was not particularly strong, and during the trials in the Immortal Gate secret realm, both Xiao Yi and Li Yang had ignored her, leaving her without care when she was injured. Consequently, her spoils were meager and of low value. Fortunately, she managed to emerge alive. Upon the imperial throne, the Empress Ling once subtly nodded, her eyes glimmering with anticipation as she observed Xiao Yi of the Full Moon Sword sect. According to the information relayed by Hu Tao, Xiao Yi's gains were merely a fraction of what could be acquired. Among the prodigies in this Immortal Gate trial, he hardly ranked. This realization stirred a significant tumult within her heart. It is noteworthy that in the previous trials of the Celestial Gate, The most remarkable harvest among the prodigies of the Daling Empire amounted to no more than 10 celestial spirit fruits and over 20 divine artifacts, with an overall value comparable to that of Xiao Yi. This is primarily due to the relatively weaker overall strength of the past Daling prodigies, who also had to remain vigilant against the assaults of formidable foes from the Zhongxian realm and the Great Yu Empire. Consequently, these prodigies adopted a strategy of concentrated forces, requiring nearly half of them to besiege a single celestial estate, often taking several days to breach its defenses. The larger the group, the fewer treasures each would obtain, even with a congregation of 100 or 200 Daling prodigies. Any opposing forces consisting of perfected integration experts would be compelled to retreat in fear. After all, individuals like Wang Qinquan, who possess the ability to annihilate large swathes of enemies without fear of overwhelming numbers, are exceedingly rare. To illustrate, a coalition of dozens of virtual refinement prodigies alongside more than 100 transformation god practitioners, including some perfected integration cultivators, could easily overwhelm any adversary. Thus, even if a perfected integration expert from the opposing side were to arrive and endure a barrage of attacks, they would likely meet their demise. Moreover, Hu Tao informed the empress that this year's Celestial Gate trials saw Wang Qinquan having slain numerous integrated prodigies from the Zhongxian realm and the Yu kingdom, effectively eliminating any significant disturbances from hostile forces. The overall strength of this year's Daling prodigies surpassed that of previous years, negating the necessity for a large assembly to assault celestial estates, thereby expediting the treasure acquisition process considerably. Who, then, is Wang Qinquan? How could one individual transform the previously dismal standing of the Daling prodigy contingent within the Celestial Gate's secret realm? He has single-handedly turned the tide for the Daling Empire, securing a vast trove of treasures. Such monumental achievements leave the Daling Empress pondering what rewards he truly deserves. In her mind, the emergence of such an extraordinary prodigy, a once-in-a-100,000-year talent, far eclipses her own brilliance in her time, igniting within her a profound curiosity and admiration for Wang Qinquan. Subsequently, renowned prodigies such as Hu Si, Zhu Kaishan, and Wu Hongzhua took the stage one after another to present their treasures. The offerings of these individuals were astonishing, with Hu Si's contributions nearly matching those of Liang, and even Zhu Kaishan and Wu Hongzhua presenting treasures rivaling those of Xiao Yi, despite their inferior strength. Their team had engaged in the assault of an additional celestial estate before the conclusion of their trials, unlike the teams of Xiao Yi and Liang. Amidst the fervent discussions among the multitude of cultivators present, the grand senior sister of the Hahuan sect, Yin Bo, made her entrance. The treasures she unveiled surpassed those of Xiao Yi and Zhu Kaishan by a considerable margin, including a staggering 14 celestial spirit fruits and over 30 divine artifacts, along with 6 volumes of celestial techniques, numerous integration pills, ascension pills, and tribulation pills, as well as a plethora of other treasures and spirit stones. Although the Hahuan sect is predominantly composed of female disciples, its substantial heritage rivals that of even second-rate sects, making the emergence of such an extraordinary prodigy unsurprising. The Daling Empress, Ling Wan, nodded in quiet approval. In the outer region of the square, the sect leader of the Hahuan sect, dressed in green robes, Manhwa, stood in excitement, unable to contain her elation. Manhwa had recently emerged from her secluded cultivation, now possessing the initial prowess of the Great Ascension stage. Her appearance bore a striking resemblance to Pan Enlian, characterized by an exquisite beauty and standing at a similar height. However, Manhwa exuded the allure of a mature woman in her 30s. Flanking her were 2 remarkable figures, a handsome middle-aged man in the mid-stage of tribulation, and a venerable white-haired matron who had attained the pinnacle of tribulation. The middle-aged man, named Zhu Yu, served as the deputy leader of the Hahuan sect and was also Manhwa's partner and Pan Enlian's father. The white-haired elder was Manhwa's mother, Pan Ing, the former sect leader and now the esteemed elder. These 3 individuals were close relatives of Pan Enlian and held significant positions within the Hahuan sect, underscoring the sect's formidable strength, rivaling that of many second-tier sections. Brother Pig Oil, dear mother, our esteemed disciple, Yin Bo has amassed such a vast trove of treasures. One can hardly fathom how much our son-in-law Wang Qinquan will acquire, exclaimed Manhwa, grasping her husband Zhu Yu's hand in excitement. Zhu Yu chuckled, my dear. You tease me with that name again. Wang Qinquan is truly a remarkable individual, and I must say, our little Liener has chosen an admirable husband. Pan Ing chimed in with a smile. If our grandson-in-law were to procure some celestial elixirs, we could indeed negotiate for one in return. Despite her formidable cultivation at the peak of tribulation, Pan Ying was somewhat hesitant about ascending to the celestial realm. She understood the wisdom of preferring to be a leading figure in the mortal world rather than a lesser one among the celestial beings. Legends spoke of the celestial realm being rife with turmoil and conflict, populated by countless powerful entities, rendering it less than welcoming to newly ascended beings. With a single celestial elixir, she might achieve a breakthrough in her cultivation, allowing her to remain in the mortal realm as a heavenly figure. Meanwhile, the other participants in the trial had already submitted half of their treasures and returned to the higher echelons of the Hahuan sect. At this moment, senior sister Yen Bo returned, bearing her portion of the treasures, to a warm reception from the sect members. The grand spectacle of the trial's participants surrendering their treasures was nearing its conclusion. At last, the unparalleled prodigy of the Nangong family, Nangong Song, stepped onto the stage with a smile, cradling a divine-grade storage bag. As he opened the bag, an array of dazzling treasures spilled forth, soaring skyward in brilliant radiance. Wow! 26 heavenly spirit fruits, along with over 40 divine artifacts. The quantity of heavenly spirit fruits nearly doubled that of the Hahuan sect's senior sister, accompanied by a significant collection of high-grade and supreme-grade spirit stones. It was no surprise that Nangong Song, an exceptional talent of the Nangong family, had also returned with 4 celestial elixirs and 8 celestial cultivation manuals. Instantaneously, a tremendous uproar surged through the square. The 26 heavenly spirit fruits were nothing short of astonishing. The celestial cultivation manuals, not to mention the celestial elixirs, legendary treasures said to grant ascension to those at the tribulation stage, were beyond priceless. The abundance of treasures brought forth by Nangong Song was truly staggering. Xiao Yi conveyed to Li Yang through sound transmission, feeling a stark disparity between his own treasures and those of Nangong Song. There is no alternative. He is the captain of our distinguished team, contributing the most effort, and thus naturally commands a significant share. Li Yang is also quite envious. Chapter 127, The Unprecedented Harvest of Walnuts. Wang Qinkuan leaves the nation in awe. Nangong Song has acquired 26 heavenly spirit fruits. Upon her imperial throne, the Empress Ling Wan displayed a fleeting glimmer of delight. The treasury of the Great Ling Empire has gained an additional 13 heavenly spirit fruits. These fruits are invaluable, whether for nurturing prodigies or assisting advanced practitioners in transcending their tribulations. Truly, young Master Nangong is remarkable, deserving of his reputation as the unparalleled prodigy of our Great Ling Empire. Ling Jiangxua lavished praise upon Nangong Song, while Hu Shuai and the Left Chancellor also extended courteous commendations. Modesty is unnecessary, Nangong Song replied, his spirits lifted. Yet, he was acutely aware that in this trial, aside from Miss Walnut and the extraordinarily powerful Wang Qinkuan, the captain of the other trial team, Zhongzhu, was not to be underestimated. Nangong Song collected half of the treasures and descended the stage. Next, it was Zhongzhu's turn to ascend. Zhongzhu, an ostensibly ordinary middle-aged man clad in opulent attire, might not possess striking looks, yet his popularity surpassed even that of Nangong Song. Zhongzhu, the unparalleled prodigy, as if aided by divine forces. Young Master Zhong, the Qianfang Tower eagerly awaits your esteemed presence. Young Master Zhong, I, from the Manshun Tower, await your return to assist in my cultivation. As he took the stage, a number of elegantly dressed female cultivators erupted in cheers for him. Zhongzhu stumbled slightly. These superficial women seemed to be merely attracted to his willingness to lavish spirit stones, completely disregarding the solemnity of the occasion, which included the Empress and the high-ranking members of his sect, the Wind and Thunder sect. Feigning composure, he waved at the female cultivators below and proceeded to empty his storage bag onto the stone table. Radiant beams of light surged skyward, instantly eliciting a chorus of applause from the audience. Remarkable! This prodigious Zhongzhu has managed to acquire 30 heavenly spirit fruits, surpassing even Nangong Song. Moreover, he possesses over 50 divine artifacts and 6 celestial pills. The sheer volume of his treasures is staggering, truly befitting the champion of the last sword conference. Excitement buzzed through the crowd, with animated discussions echoing throughout the square. The high-ranking members of the Wind and Thunder sect wore expressions of elation. Their true disciple, Zhongzhu, though somewhat frivolous in nature and less inclined towards marriage, had gained a reputation for traversing the realms of cultivation to aid fallen women in their practices. Nevertheless, he remained a source of pride for them, an unparalleled prodigy. At this moment, the acclaim surrounding him eclipsed even the formidable Nangong family, the Tianyan sect, the Full Moon Sword sect, and the concealed might of the Hahuan sect. Amidst the praises from Hu Shuai and the Left Chancellor, Zhongzhu collected half of his treasures and returned to the designated area of the Wind and Thunder sect. Now, only Wang Qinkuan, Longji, and Walnut remained, yet to present their treasures. Due to her unique status as an otherworldly demon and her current partnership with Wang Qinkuan, Bai Yunu was exempt from submitting her treasures. As Empress Ling, one had already granted her special permission. In contrast, had it been anyone else, even if they were prodigies from another realm who had aligned themselves with the Great Ling Empire, they would still be required to submit half of their treasures, as was customary in previous trials. Indeed, the Zhongxian realm and the Great Yu Empire have adopted similar measures. Those who pledge allegiance to them become trial bearers of their might, naturally required to present their treasures. Clearly, the Empress has graciously exempted Bai Yunu from this obligation, showing favor towards Wang Qinkuan. Currently, Hu Tao stands alongside Wang Qinkuan. Exchanging glances with Wang Qinkuan, Hu Tao then stepped forward. Under the expectant gaze of her father, Hu Shuai, she poured forth an abundance of treasures from her storage pouch. A myriad of radiant lights flickered, enveloping the surroundings. Hiss! Every individual in attendance rose in astonishment. The treasures displayed by Hu Tao included a staggering 43 heavenly spirit fruits, and while she possessed over 50 divine artifacts, the majority were of superior quality, with several being of the utmost grade. Additionally, she revealed 8 heavenly immortal pills, numerous celestial cultivation techniques, and a plethora of other valuables, including elixirs and spirit stones. What staggering worth did this collection of rare treasures possess? Such an array of extraordinary gems was enough to incite envy in countless hearts. In that moment, countless gazes converged upon the stone table before Hu Tao, filled with greedy fervor. Yet, no one dared to entertain even the slightest thought of claiming those precious items for themselves. The very notion was inconceivable. Miss Hu Tao was simply extraordinary. Indeed, the gains of those previous prodigies paled in comparison. She epitomized the true essence of an unparalleled female genius. With such a daughter, the Hu family was destined to prosper for generations to come. The high-ranking members of various factions and numerous advanced cultivators buzzed with conversation, rife with envy and admiration for the Hu family. Bravo! My daughter is truly remarkable. Hu Shuai beamed with pride as he gazed at his beloved daughter, affectionately ruffling Hu Tao's hair. At that moment, Hu Tao was not wearing her little black hat, which was, in fact, a superior-grade artifact gifted to her by the Empress long ago, now stowed away. Indeed, she is my sister, Empress Ling, one remarked with a smile, complimenting her for the first time publicly. Upon hearing this, Hu Tao puffed her chest with a hint of pride, her gaze sweeping over the crowd before settling on Wang Qinkuan, a triumphant smile gracing her lips. He responded with a warm smile in return. Both the Empress and Hu Shuai exchanged surprised glances at the scene. Hu Tao withdrew half of her treasures and stepped down. Is it nearly over? Why hasn't Wang Qinkuan taken the stage yet? Could it be that his treasures surpassed those of Miss Hu Tao? Surely not. Hu Tao had already set the record for the most treasures acquired in the history of the Great Ling Empire's trials. Wang Qinkuan's partner had yet to make her appearance as well. The audience began to murmur amongst themselves, including some prodigies participating in the celestial trials. The situation was more complex than it appeared. Anticipation hung in the air. Those who had witnessed Wang Qinkuan's prowess speculated that the treasures he and his spouse had obtained might indeed be of an unfathomable magnitude. Amidst the collective gaze of hundreds of thousands, Wang Qinkuan took the stage alongside Longji. Meanwhile, Bai Yunu engaged in whispered conversation with the descending Hu Tao. Aside from those treasures collected by Wang Qinkuan into the system space, the possessions of the two have been laid together. This is the bounty of our partnership. Wang Qinkuan poured their treasures onto the stone table. In an instant, a radiant light, far surpassing that of Hu Tao moments ago, soared into the heavens, illuminating all directions. Goodness! How abundant! How many celestial treasury vaults did they raid to amass such riches? The two's collection included 130 heavenly spirit fruits, 140 divine artifacts, 22 celestial elixirs, and over 30 tomes of celestial techniques. Additionally, there were over 600 billion top-grade spirit stones, more than 500 million premium spirit stones, and a myriad of other treasures. It is said that Wang Qinkuan only brought his companion to assault the celestial vaults. Surely, all these treasures must have been acquired solely by him, for his dragon lady spouse possesses little cultivation and likely contributed little. That fox maiden from the Zhongxian realm, who need not submit treasures, seems to be his companion as well, and she must have assisted in the onslaught against the celestial vault. In the arena, high-level cultivators and prodigies from across the nation were utterly astonished. This individual has created such a grand spectacle that it has indeed elicited nationwide astonishment. Below the plaza, Nangong Song gazed towards Wang Qinkuan's direction, shaking his head with a wry smile. In Wang Qinkuan's presence, Nangong Song felt utterly overshadowed, reduced to insignificance. On the other side, Zhongzhu stared at the stage, equally bewildered. He had not anticipated the emergence of a prodigious figure akin to a solar star from the Great Ling Empire. In comparison, he appeared rather ordinary. This is our son-in-law, a rare gem of a son-in-law, Wang Qinkuan. In the vicinity of the Hehuan sect, Pan Manhwa, Zuyu, and Pan Ning wore expressions of joy and astonishment. Yin Bo, Chang Xiaoshuang, and other true disciples of the Hehuan sect stood in a daze. Even Hu Tao could not help but widen her eyes, her small mouth slightly agape. She had anticipated that Wang Qinkuan and his companions must have garnered immense treasures. Yet she never imagined the bounty would be of such staggering magnitude. Empress Ling Wan could no longer remain seated. She abruptly rose, her jade-like visage flushed with excitement. A trace of celestial aura emanated from her, swirling around her form, rendering her akin to a celestial being descended from the heavens. With so many treasures at stake, even if her great Ling Empire were to obtain half, it would be enough to leave the world in awe. What an astonishing number of powerful beings could be birthed from this trove. How many earthly celestial beings could arise? It is no exaggeration to assert that the treasures acquired by Wang Qinkuan alone could rival the combined wealth of all the trial prodigies in this session, including Hu Tao. Moreover, it would equate to the total gains of several past generations of prodigies combined. Naturally, Empress Ling Wan believed that the Dragon Lady in the late refining void stage would not be of significant assistance in the secret realm, and that the Fox Maiden from the Zhangxian realm would not require Wang Qinkuan to submit her share of treasures. Just moments ago, Empress Ling Wan had discreetly released her divine sense to examine Bai Yunu, unbeknownst to her, and indeed found that she possessed treasures amounting to approximately half of what Wang Qinkuan and the Dragon Lady had collected together. Thus, it could be concluded that all the treasures currently on display truly belonged to Wang Qinkuan. Wang Qinkuan truly lives up to the legacy of extraordinary talents that have graced several generations. The Daling Empire has soared to new heights thanks to Wang Qinkuan's remarkable prowess. However, Empress Ling Wan is a person of principles and would not harm Wang Qinkuan and his companions merely because of the vast treasures possessed by Bai Yunu, as well as the half of the treasures reclaimed by Wang Qinkuan and his wife. To threaten them into surrendering all their riches would be an act of short-sightedness, akin to killing the hen that lays the golden eggs. Such actions would not only dishearten other prodigies and influential factions, but would also bring great loss to the Daling Empire. After all, in just 120 years, there will be another trial at the Immortal Gate, and both Wang Qinkuan and Long Ji are still quite young, poised to compete for treasures within the immortal realm for the Daling Empire. Wang Qinkuan, at not yet 40 years of age, has the potential to aid the Daling Empire in securing countless opportunities in future Immortal Gate trials. He is indeed a supreme treasure, and with him, the Daling Empire cannot help but thrive. As these thoughts crossed her mind, a glimmer of delight appeared at the corners of Empress Ling Wan's lips. Wang Qinkuan smiled as he reclaimed half of the treasures that Ling Jiangxue had allocated to him on the platform, while naturally keeping Long Ji's share in his care. In truth, many valuable artifacts and elixirs had already been stored within his system space, including true immortal pills, immortal spirit fruits, several celestial pills, and a selection of techniques above the 11th rank. He had also amassed nearly 10 billion top-tier spirit stones, which he had chosen not to reveal. The hosts, Ling Jiangxue, Hu Shuai, and Zhui Xiong, showered praises upon Wang Qinkuan and his companion. Wang Qinkuan, in turn, graciously acknowledged their compliments as he prepared to descend the platform with Long Ji. Chapter 128. I promise to arrange your marriage. Empress Ling Wan narrowed her phoenix eyes, her gaze shimmering with astonishment. Such an extraordinary talent truly left her in awe. Very well, Wang Qinkuan, you are indeed the most outstanding prodigy of the Great Ling Empire. Empress Ling Wan could not help but praise. Thank you for your kind words, Your Majesty, Wang Qinkuan replied with a slight smile, bowing slightly in humility. In the realm of cultivation, the rules were not so rigid, and Empress Ling Wan was known for her more casual demeanor, not requiring cultivators to kneel before her. The Empress nodded with a smile. Wang Qinkuan, you have acquired so many treasures in the secret realm, benefiting both the Great Ling Empire and myself. What is it that you desire? Empress Ling Wan inquired. At her words, everyone listened intently. The Great Ling Empress was rarely one to entertain requests. It was likely that Wang Qinkuan could easily ask for a title, such as a city lord or an inspector of the celestial city, or even a fief or the establishment of a celestial sect, and the Empress would agree without hesitation. I have fallen for your Majesty's sister-in-law, Hu Tao. and I wish to request your permission for marriage," Wang Qinquan stated directly after a brief moment of contemplation. In truth, Hu Tao had already secretly harbored feelings for Wang Qinquan. Once he returned and prepared himself, he intended to propose to the Hu family, confident that both the empress and the Hu family would consider Hu Tao's wishes and not oppose her desires. Wang Qinquan's heart yearned to propose marriage to Empress Ling Wan herself. However, he felt that such a request was rather audacious and might be seen as offensive. Given his current strength and status, he was still a mere novice in the presence of the empress, and he doubted she would entertain such a notion. It could lead her to perceive him as overly ambitious and presumptuous, fostering an unfavorable impression. Thus, he decided to postpone such thoughts until his strength grew and the gap between them diminished. After all, Empress Ling Wan was still single, indicating that there were no suitable candidates in her eyes. Upon hearing Wang Qinquan's declaration, the hall fell silent. Nan Gongcong, Zhongzhu, Xiao Yi, Liang, and others all turned their gazes towards Wang Qinquan, their hearts lamenting the prospect of yet another unparalleled goddess being claimed by this individual. It was truly disheartening. Had they been in his position, they would never have dared to make such a request to the empress. They felt unworthy of Hu Tao. Yet Wang Qinquan not only had numerous exceptional companions at home, but also the audacity to propose to the empress for Hu Tao's hand. Hu Shuai and the other senior members of the Hu family were momentarily taken aback. However, they believed this young man had immense potential, and they would have no objections to him becoming their son-in-law, provided Hu Tao agreed. Hu Tao's cheeks flushed with embarrassment as she lowered her head, feeling an overwhelming shyness. Empress Ling Wan regarded Wang Qinquan with a smile that held a hint of mischief before turning to Hu Tao. "Sister Hu Tao, what are your thoughts?" "Your Majesty, Hu Tao has feelings for brother Qinquan and is willing to marry him." Hu Tao lifted her gaze to Wang Qinquan, her beautiful eyes sparkling, and resolutely addressed the empress. Upon hearing these words, Wang Qinquan's face lit up with excitement. Empress Ling Wan smiled faintly, having already discerned that Wang Qinquan and her sister, Hu Tao, shared an extraordinary bond, hinting at a romantic involvement. Thus, she deliberately prompted Wang Qinquan to make a request. As anticipated, her suspicions were confirmed. Little did the empress know that Wang Qinquan initially intended to propose an outrageous request to marry her. However, had he truly made such a proposal, the empress would have insisted he first match her pace before considering it. Ling Wan declared, "Very well, since my sister Hu Tao is willing, I hereby promise to arrange your betrothal." A wave of excitement surged through the crowd, countless eyes brimming with envy and admiration. "Thank you, Your Majesty." Wang Qinquan bowed in gratitude, his expression tinged with exhilaration. He then turned to Hu Tao, speaking earnestly, "From this day forth, you shall be my wife." Hu Tao replied, blushing profusely. Laughter erupted around them. "Congratulations, Wang brother. How splendid." With the celestial trial officially concluded, many of the talented individuals present stepped forward to extend their congratulations. Some female prodigies approached Hu Tao to engage her in conversation. The numerous elites who had ventured into the celestial realm were aware that their successful treasure hunt was largely due to Wang Qinquan's elimination of several formidable adversaries. Otherwise, the young talents from the Great Ling Empire would have faced dire losses in their competition against those from the Zhongxian realm and the Great Yu Empire. Ling Jiangxue and others had gathered the treasures acquired during the celestial trial and presented them to the empress for her further arrangements. Empress Ling Wan nodded slightly before departing with her entourage. Days later, the entire Great Ling Empire erupted in fervor. The news of the union between Wang Qinquan, the scion of the Wang family from Yunjiang City, and Miss Hu Tao spread like wildfire across the various celestial sects and cities within the empire, causing a tremendous stir. The seemingly insignificant Yunjiang City had birthed such an unparalleled prodigy as Wang Qinquan. Hu Tao, the cherished daughter of the Hu family and the sole beloved of the empire's General Hu, the empress's sister-in-law, was renowned for her extraordinary beauty. Hailed as the most exquisite maiden among the younger generation of the Great Ling Empire. Furthermore, her remarkable cultivation talent earned her the title of a once-in-a-millennium prodigy. The impending marriage of such a legendary figure naturally attracted immense attention, sending waves of excitement through the ranks of young elites. Not only did this news resonate within the Great Ling Empire, but it also reverberated throughout the endless seas and into the Great Yu Empire. Wang Qinquan's name echoed within the Great Yu Empire, having previously slain the second prince, Yu Xiu, and other formidable foes during the trial, drawing widespread notice. The crown prince of the Great Yu Empire, Umo, boldly declared that should Wang Qinquan dare to marry Hu Tao, whom he coveted, he would ensure that Wang Qinquan would find no refuge upon setting foot in the Great Yu Empire. Furthermore, He vowed to dispatch top assassins from the Shura Palace to exact vengeance for his younger brother. Strangely, despite the setbacks faced by the Great Yu talents in the trial and the fall of the Second Prince, the Great Yu Empire refrained from waging war against the Great Ling Empire. Perhaps they believed the time was not yet ripe. Meanwhile, the Great Ling Empire remained abuzz with anticipation. After all, the influence of the Hu family and Hu Tao herself within the Great Ling Empire is undeniably substantial. Meanwhile, Wang Qinkuan, recognized as the most formidable prodigy in this year's Immortal Gate trials, possesses immense potential and a promising future ahead. Consequently, their union has prompted various factions within the Great Ling Empire to prepare representatives to attend the Wang family's wedding celebrations. A few days prior, Wang Qinkuan, accompanied by Long Ji and by Yunu, had already embarked on a magnificent flying vessel of extraordinary craftsmanship, returning to the Wang family estate in Yunjiang, Immortal City. Wang Qinkuan is set to marry Hu Tao and Bai Yunu in a few days. Although he has already completed the ceremonial rites with Bai Yunu, the wedding has yet to be held. Within the family, senior members such as Wang Jiansheng, Wang Yuanzhong, and Wang Jinlin have gathered to welcome the esteemed 18th uncle Wang Qinkuan and his two partners. Wang Qinkuan's mother, Yu Tongxin, along with his partners Murong Yuyan, Yun Yun, Qin Zi, and Pan Yinlian, were all present, engaging in spirited discussions with Bai Yunu and Long Ji about the wondrous tales of the Immortal Gate's secret realms. Wang Qinkuan's children were attended to by nurses and maids. Subsequently, Wang Qinkuan consulted with the city lord Tang, and after their deliberations, the land of the Wang family estate was valued tenfold, initiating an expansive renovation. The small cultivation families residing adjacent to the Wang estate received demolition compensation exceeding 30 times the original price. Each household was also gifted 20 foundation establishment pills and 10 golden elixir pills as a token of recompense, inciting envy and longing among other nearby cultivation families that were not included in the demolition plans. Chapter 129. You actually use celestial elixirs and divine fruits as betrothal gifts? Simultaneously, the entire Yunjiang Immortal City is undergoing extensive development and expansion, ultimately increasing its area to several times its original size. This is indeed a remarkable event. Thanks to Wang Qinkuan, Yunjiang Immortal City has gained considerable renown, attracting an ever-growing number of wandering cultivators and immortal families seeking to settle in the city. The influx of people has multiplied several times over. Even some major powers are preparing to establish businesses and open shops here. The streets and alleys within the city are bustling and crowded, where every inch of land is immensely valuable. Naturally, the expansion of the Immortal City will alleviate this situation. However, the price of land will undoubtedly rise rather than fall. Wang Qinkuan and Mayor Teng have discussed that the spirit stones required for the development and expansion will be equally shared between him and the city lord's office. Subsequently, they will provide a piece of clan land each to the families of Wang Qinkuan's several companions, the Qin, Zhua, Yun, and Zhao families, who have established themselves in Yun City. Additionally, the Murong family from Dawn Immortal City, which also has some business interests in Yun City, will be gifted 10 shops. Furthermore, Yun City can apply to the Daling Empire to be upgraded to a 1.5-star Immortal City. Mayor Ting agreed to all of this with a beaming smile. To facilitate this, Tung Chengren has invited several experts in civil engineering and numerous advanced cultivators from other immortal cities to expedite the construction of the Immortal City. After all, with the expansion of the Immortal City, the number of cultivators within will surge, leading to a significant increase in tax revenue, which will greatly benefit him as the city lord. Half of the tax revenue will be submitted to the Daling dynasty, while the other half will be retained by the city lord's office as compensation. This arrangement opens the door for Tung Chengren to aspire to become an advanced cultivator in the future. At this moment, in the sky above Yun City, Tung Chengren stands alongside Wang Qinkuan, overseeing the immense construction project that is already well underway below. One cannot help but admire the remarkable speed at which high-tier cultivators can construct a city. Wang Qinkuan, having never learned such construction spells and being somewhat lazy, refrains from direct involvement. Observing the bustling figures of cultivators below, he reveals a satisfied smile and produces a translucent celestial elixir, offering it to Mayor Teng. Mayor Teng, diligently cultivate. This celestial elixir is a gift for you, wishing you success in your ascension. The celestial elixir. Thank you, Chief Wang. Tung Chengren receives the elixir with immense gratitude. He is merely at the initial stage of the transformation god realm, yet his aptitude is decent enough. With sufficient resources, he should be able to reach the pinnacle of the transformation god realm within a century and subsequently break through to the void refinement stage. However, The elixir necessary for such a breakthrough is not easily obtainable. On the market, a low-grade celestial elixir is valued at no less than 200,000 high-grade spirit stones, equivalent to 20 billion low-grade spirit stones. Moreover, the difficulty of refining celestial elixirs is exceedingly high, with few alchemists capable of producing them. Most high-grade elixirs in the Kunling realm originate from the secret realms of immortal sects, meaning that even with spirit stones, one may not necessarily be able to purchase them. Of course, as the city lord, he could directly procure them from the Daling dynasty, but 20 billion remains a substantial sum for him. Mayor Tung is greatly astonished by Wang Qinquan before him. He could hardly fathom that this young cultivator, barely in his 40s, possessed the formidable strength of a peak harmonization realm practitioner, wreaking havoc in the secret realms of the immortal sect and emerging as the unexpected champion of this year's trial. Even the elite harmonization realm talents from the Zhongxian realm and the Great Yu Empire were no match for Wang Qinquan. He had procured immeasurable benefits for the Great Ling Empire and was set to marry Hu Tao, the daughter of the esteemed General Hu, who was also the sister-in-law of the empress. Such power and fortune were nothing short of extraordinary. The entire city lord's mansion and all the cultivators of Yunjiang Immortal City would reap boundless blessings and tangible advantages thanks to Wang Qinquan. A few days later, the expansion of the Immortal City was completed and the Wang family estate had also been enlarged. With all matters settled, Wang Qinquan was poised to officially wed Hu Tao and buy Yunu at the newly constructed family estate. He personally led several family members to Hu County Immortal City to escort the bride, Hu Tao, back home. Naturally, the betrothal gifts were substantial. Wang Qinquan presented his father-in-law, General Hu, with 100 billion top-grade spirit stones, 200 refinement void pills, 20 harmonization pills, great ascension pills, and calamity crossing pills, alongside 10 divine artifacts, 5 celestial pills, and 5 celestial spirit fruits as part of the dowry. This gesture left General Hu and the entire Hu family in utter shock. The Hu family members gazed at Wang Qinquan, their smiles wide and incredulous. This son-in-law was extravagantly generous beyond their expectations. At the entrance of the Hu family, those from other powerful factions who had come to celebrate and partake in the festivities were equally astounded. Many inwardly cursed him as a prodigal, while others envied the Hu family immensely. What manner of celestial son-in-law was this? The cumulative value of the extravagant gifts surpassed trillions, and he even dared to present celestial pills and celestial spirit fruits as betrothal offerings. Such acts were virtually unheard of in the realm of cultivation. Why was it that their daughters could not possess such good fortune? Hu Tao was also deeply touched, bestowing a sweet kiss upon Wang Qinquan before joyfully boarding the flying spirit vessel to return to the Wang family. Some high-ranking members of the Hu family followed suit, taking another flying spirit vessel to the Wang estate. As night fell, the Wang family estate was ablaze with lights. The banquet was set in the heart of the estate, bustling with guests and an atmosphere of festivity. The venue was adorned with 3,000 tables, each occupied by distinguished guests from various regions. Besides the Wang family, attendees included members of the Hu family, the city lord's mansion, several local cultivation families, some exceptional talents from this year's Immortal Sect trial, and relatives of Wang Qinquan's partners, such as the Murong and Yun families. Delegates from nearby immortal cities, including the city lord's mansions and the sects of Fei Xia and Xiangui, had also sent representatives, with both sect leaders personally attending. The Great Ling royalty had dispatched members of the royal family to partake in the wedding festivities, led by Ling Jiangxue, predominantly accompanied by women. The Ling family was also considered a prominent cultivation family, although the women had traditionally held sway over its affairs. Wang Qinquan was warmly welcoming his guests, adorned with a charming smile and an undeniable charisma that captivated all. "Esteemed guests, please indulge in the feast," he announced, raising his wine cup in a gesture of hospitality. As the banquet commenced, guests exchanged toasts and clinked their cups, creating a lively atmosphere. Young Master Wang truly exemplifies a hero emerging from youth. Having lived for over 1,000 years, it is my first time witnessing such an unparalleled prodigy. To wed the daughter of the illustrious commander Hu, Brother Wang, is indeed fortunate. Amidst the chorus of praises, Wang Qinquan remained composed and unruffled, his demeanor radiating politeness and humility. When the leader of the Xiangui sect raised a toast, he discreetly communicated to Wang Qinquan that the demise of the esteemed Zhan family members, who had supported the Shiman clan, was a consequence of their own actions and had nothing to do with the Xiangui sect. The sect was willing to offer compensation for the incident. Wang Qinquan replied that the Xiangui sect could absolve the matter by granting some benefits to the Fei Xia immortal sect. Consequently, The leader of the Xiangui sect promptly sought out the sect master, Zhou Qinghong of Feixiao Immortal Sect, to discuss the matter. After the banquet concluded, within the confines of his residence, Wang Qinkuan stood by the window alongside his wives, Hu Tao, Bai Yunu, Long Ji, Murong Yuyan, and Yun Yun, gazing into the distance. Despite the great distance, they could still sense the jubilant celebration taking place within the Wang family estate, the exuberance palpable. Since it was Hu Tao's first experience, Long Ji and the other ladies accompanied by Yunu, Wang Qinkuan took Hu Tao by the hand and led her to her bridal chamber. Brother Qinkuan, I feel so nervous, Hu Tao confessed. Her cheeks flushed as she stood beside him. Do not worry, Hu Tao. Your husband will treat you very well, Wang Qinkuan reassured her, gently clasping her delicate hand. Hu Tao shot him a playful glance, a surge of sweetness swelling within her heart. Marrying the one she loved felt like this. At the very least, Wang Qinkuan was the most outstanding person in the world, and apart from her father and the empress sister, he treated her with the utmost care. Brother Qinkuan, let us cultivate together, Hu Tao proposed, turning to embrace Wang Qinkuan, leaning up to plant a gentle kiss on his cheek. In response, Wang Qinkuan smiled and lifted Hu Tao into his arms. Chapter 130. Wang Juquan presents gifts. Joy abounds among families early the next morning. Hu Tao lingered in bed. Wang Qinkuan rose and proceeded towards the reception hall within the clan grounds, as there were still matters to attend to. By now, a significant portion of the guests who had come for the banquet had already departed. Upon entering the reception hall, he found only a few relatives of his companions and members of the Feixiao Immortal Sect remaining. These individuals were the ones he had summoned to stay the previous night. The Murong family, the Hahuan Sect Espan family, the Yun family, the Zhao family, the Qin family, the Zhua family, and several individuals from the Feixiao Immortal Sect were present. The Hu family had already taken their leave. The Dragon clan from the Longyuan Sea had not attended due to the great distance and lack of news. Of course, the family of Long Ji had yet to visit the Wang family, and Wang Qinkuan planned to take Long Ji there in due time for a visit to the sea. Master Zhou, who is currently managing the affairs of Danyu Peak, Wang Qinkuan inquired with a smile, directing his gaze towards Zhou Qinghong, the master of the Feixiao sect. Given that Murong Yuyan had been residing at the Wang family for an extended period, someone was needed to oversee Danyu Peak. It is your senior sister, Shui Wenlan, who is temporarily assuming the position of Peak Master, Zhou Qinghong responded. Rising from her seat, a woman clad in red, Shui Wenlan, smiled and addressed Wang Qinkuan, rest assured. Junior brother Wang, I shall develop Danyu Peak diligently. We currently have over 100 new disciples of the third generation, most of whom are young female practitioners. Shui Wenlan, Wang Qinkuan's senior sister, appeared to have a management style distinct from Murong Yuyan's, favoring the recruitment of disciples. Having joined the Feixiao sect at a young age, she was known for her integrity, always prioritizing the sect and Danyu Peak, displaying both astuteness and capability. Unlike Hou Yushi, whose improper conduct led to her tragic end before their master. At that time, Shui Wenlan had been away participating in the defense against the beast tide from the sea, hence her absence from Danyu Peak. Wang Qinkuan chuckled, with senior sister Wenlan at the helm, I have complete confidence. Consider these items as a contribution from me and our master to the foundation of Danyu Peak for future cultivation. With that, a bulging, treasure-grade storage bag materialized in Wang Qinkuan's hand and flew towards Shui Wenlan. Her face lit up with joy as she opened the storage bag, revealing 300 foundation establishment pills, 100 golden core pills, a plethora of nascent soul pills, transformation pills, numerous precious artifacts, several magical treasures, over a dozen protective formation plates, and 10 billion low-grade spirit stones. In an instant, Shui Wenlan's face flushed crimson, her eyes gleaming with excitement as she gazed at the storage bag. Wow, so many treasures and elixirs. Wang Qinkuan remarked, this is nothing. These treasures and resources should be carefully stored by senior sister Wenlan to serve as the foundation for Danyu Peak, at your discretion. The assembly within the hall was equally astonished. The value of these resources likely equated to the entire foundation of some 1-star or 1.5-star families or sects. They had now been granted to a single peak of the Feixiao sect as a foundation. Wang Qinkuan continued to gaze at the esteemed leader of the Feixiao sect, Zhou Zongzhu, accompanied by the two venerable elders, Tao Tianhe and Pang Yu. He spoke, Zhou Zongzhu, esteemed elders, it is imperative that we bolster the foundation of our Feixiao sect. Upon concluding his statement, he produced a top-tier storage bag filled with treasures, which he then presented to Zhou Zongzhu. With a face alight with joy, Zhou Qinghong hastily accepted the storage bag and opened it, revealing a dazzling array of radiant treasures. Within this bag were 2,000 golden core pills, 200 spirit infant pills, 50 integration pills, and numerous magical artifacts, including a dozen protective formation discs of the great ascension level, alongside 1 billion middle-grade spirit stones. Zhou Qinghong's hands trembled slightly as he held the bag, rendered momentarily speechless. Spirit infant pills, integration pills, exclaimed the two venerable elders, Tao Tianhe and Pang Yu, their eyes alight with excitement. Having cultivated to the peak of the divine transformation stage for some time, they had yet to acquire any spirit infant pills, given the scarcity of such high-grade elixirs in the Kunling realm. Now, Wang Qinkuan, a secular disciple of the Feixia sect, had resolved this dilemma, significantly enhancing the sect's foundation with an abundance of high-tier treasures. With the Great Ascension protective formation discs in their possession, they need not fear attacks from rival sections. Even a practitioner at the pinnacle of the Great Ascension would take a full day and night to breach an 8th-level protective formation, and such an endeavor would surely attract the attention of the Great Ling dynasty. Moreover, those formidable beings at the tribulation stage generally looked down upon such treasures. And within the Great Ling Empire, Great Ascension and tribulation stage experts were not permitted to act recklessly. Thus, the Feixia sect was destined for a meteoric rise. Tao Tianhe, Pang Yu, and Zhou Qinghong, along with other high-ranking members of the Feixia sect, expressed their profound gratitude to Wang Qinkuan. He waved his hand dismissively, saying, "There is no need for such formality." Due to their eagerness to return to the sect with the treasures, and as the gathering was comprised of Wang Qinkuan's wife's family members, the three hastily took their leave, preparing to return to their sect. Wang Qinkuan did not insist upon their stay and saw off the high-ranking members of the Feixia sect. Turning to the members of the Yun, Qin, Zhao, and Zhou families present, he smiled and said, "Esteemed relatives from the Yun family, dear brother from the Qin family, honored in-laws from the Zhao family, and esteemed in-laws from the Zhou family, you four families also have a share of gifts. Please accept them together." With that, 4 bulging storage bags appeared in Wang Qinkuan's hands, each soaring towards Yun Hai, Qin Jun, Zhao Qijing, and Zhou Wenwen. Each family storage bag contained 300 foundation establishment pills, golden core pills, 100 spirit infant pills, transformation pills, and an array of magical artifacts, as well as several protective formation discs of the integration level, alongside 1 billion low-grade spirit stones. Each family's gifts were comparable to those given to the Dayu Peak. Given their generally lower cultivation levels and safety considerations, only these treasures were provisioned for the time being. "We possess an abundance of resources for cultivation." My brother-in-law, Qin Jun, grinned widely. After spending several years in the realm of cultivation, he understood the astonishing wealth represented by this batch of treasures and spirit stones. Perhaps, for a prominent family like the Yun clan, even a century of collective effort from all their cultivators would not yield such immense riches. The other members of the Qin family were equally astonished by Wang Qinkuan's generosity. Not only the Qin family, but also the Yun, Zhao, and Zhou families wore expressions of great joy, all expressing their gratitude towards Wang Qinkuan. Moreover, with the recent expansion of Yun City, which was said to be Wang Qinkuan's intention, they had also received a vast piece of ancestral land. With their son-in-law, Wang Qinkuan, in their midst, prosperity was an inevitability for these families. At this moment, Pan Yinlian, Murong Yuyan, Yun Yun, Qin Zi, Zhao Ningxiang, and Zhuo Miaodong, all of Wang Qinkuan's partners, entered the grand hall. They took their seats beside Wang Qinkuan, exchanging greetings with the attendees and their own families. Notably, Pan Yinlian had seldom met her parents and grandmother in recent years, and she directly approached her family to engage in quiet conversation. At this juncture, Wang Qinkuan turned his gaze to Murong Yixian and Murong Tsang of the Murong family in Dan Immortal City. He then gently patted Murong Yuyan's thigh a few times and remarked, "Esteemed father-in-law of the Murong family, it is time for your gift." With that, a storage bag appeared in Wang Qinkuan's hand, containing treasures equivalent to half the amount given to Fei Xiaxianzong. Inside were 1,000 golden core pills, 100 nascent soul pills, 30 transformation pills, and 30 fusion pills, along with a collection of precious artifacts, magical treasures, 10 major-level protective formation plates, and 500 million medium-grade spirit stones. The storage bag soared into Murong Yixian's hands, and upon opening it, an overwhelming aura of treasures emanated forth. 100 refining void pills, 30 fusion pills, and 10 major-level formation plates. Murong Tsang, the revered ancestor of the Murong family, displayed unrestrained joy, fixated on the storage bag in his nephew Murong Yixian's hand. These precious pills and formation plates were the very treasures he had long yearned for. The members of the Murong family expressed their gratitude towards Wang Qinkuan, and Murong Yuyan gently embraced him. This remarkable display of generosity ensured that, as long as these treasures were preserved, the prosperity of the Murong family would be guaranteed for over a millennium. Furthermore, with the Murong family's ancestral land situated in Dan Immortal City, fortified by a major-level protective formation, their wealth was secure. The attendees in the Grand Hall were all profoundly moved. Among them, the members of the Yun, Qin, Zhao, and Zhou families looked on with envy. However, they were acutely aware of their current weakness and knew that such high-level treasures were beyond their reach, both in terms of utility and the potential to attract the covetous eyes of powerful beings. Thus, jealousy was absent from their hearts. Now, only the visiting Pan family from the Hehuan sect remained, as Wang Chenkuan had yet to present their gifts. Chapter 131. The sudden opportunity for ascension. Suddenly, the opportunity for ascension emerged. However, since Pan Manhwa, Zhu Yu, and Pan Ying were all formidable beings in the Great Ascension stage, the treasures bestowed upon them must be of considerable worth. Thus, Wang Chenkuan discreetly communicated with his mother-in-law, Pan Manhwa, suggesting they wait until after the midday feast to discuss matters further. Pan Yinlian had previously sent a message to Wang Chenkuan, expressing that her family sought the celestial elixir. This was a trifling matter for him. Wang Chenkuan naturally smiled in agreement with his wife, as he had already intended to present gifts to the Pan family. After all, for powerful cultivators, only high-level treasures would suffice. Moreover, at the time of marrying Pan Yinlian, he had yet to offer any betrothal gifts to the Hehuan sect, having merely provided a sum of spirit stones to the Lingyun Trading Company. Wang Chenkuan had previously instructed his kin and household servants to prepare the midday feast. He produced several large bags of premium Dao tea leaves, asking them to brew tea for everyone as they awaited the banquet. This Dao tea was a 7th-grade spirit tea, cultivated by Wang Chenkuan's 5 avatars in the 14th cloud tier small world. His avatars possessed the cultivation level of half-step void refinement, with combat prowess equivalent to half-step integration. The 5 avatars, in collaboration with techniques such as the Great Cutting Technique and the Purple Sky Thunder Technique, could easily vanquish monsters at the integration stage. Consequently, the treasures yielded by the avatars had significantly improved, including 7th-grade Dao tea, various grade magical artifacts, transformation elixirs, void refinement elixirs, integration elixirs, and high-grade spirit stones, among others. In summary, Wang Chenkuan lacked neither wealth nor elixirs. The tea emanated a faint aura of Dao, although it did not quite compare to the legendary Enlightenment tea. It was still an exceedingly rare treasure. Upon tasting the tea, all present felt a wave of refreshing comfort wash over them, invigorating their spirits and loosening the constraints of their cultivation levels. Some Qi refinement practitioners even experienced breakthroughs right then and there. Even Foundation Establishment and Golden Core cultivators found their levels significantly elevated. After enjoying the tea, it was finally time for the midday feast. Guests from the Hehuan sect, the Murong family, the Yun family, the Qin family, the Zhao family, and the Zhou family were all welcomed by Wang Chenkuan to take their seats, raising their cups to indulge in various exquisite dishes of high-grade demonic beast meat. Given the diverse ranks of the guests, the demonic beast meats served included those from Yuan Ying, transformation, void refinement, and integration stages. The lower-ranked guests were provided with the meat of Yuan Ying stage beasts. As the wine flowed and the dishes were savored, the grand hall buzzed with lively discussions and laughter. Once satiated, the guests from the Murong, Yun, Qin, Zhao, and Zhou families began to prepare their farewells. Wang Chenkuan gifted each of the 5 families 3 storage bags filled with Dao tea leaves. This gesture filled the families with immense joy and gratitude, especially since they had just experienced the delightful aroma and effects of the tea. This tea, infused with the essence of Dao, could significantly enhance the speed of cultivation if consumed regularly. If one were to drink it consistently, it could allow even a high-grade spirit root cultivator to achieve the cultivation speed of a heavenly spirit root. Would one not covet such a treasure? The territories of the Yun, Qin, Zhao, and Zhou families are all situated within this city. Given that the Murong clan's domain is located 100,000 miles away in the Dawn Immortal City, transporting a considerable amount of treasures may pose a risk. Consequently, Wang Chenkuan arranged for Pan Yinlian to accompany her family from the Hehuan sect. He himself summoned a mid-grade artifact-level flying spirit vessel to accommodate the members of the Murong clan. Wang Chenkuan personally piloted the vessel, transporting the Murong clan to Dawn Immortal City in less than the time it takes to burn a stick of incense. Murong Yin also joined the journey to experience the vessel's swiftness. Father-in-law, I shall gift you this flying spirit vessel. It will facilitate your visits to Yun City in the future, Wang Chenkuan remarked with a smile at the entrance of the Murong estate. Is this truly appropriate? My son-in-law is exceedingly thoughtful. Murong Ishian replied, recognizing that Wang Qinkuan undoubtedly possessed more than one such flying artifact. With his daughter Murong Yuyan's fervent encouragement, he graciously accepted the gift without hesitation. The expressions of Murong Tsang and the other members of the Murong clan were one of astonishment. Goodness! This is indeed a mid-grade artifact. Such artifacts are exorbitantly priced. It is said that a mid-grade artifact is priced at 8 million high-grade spirit stones at the headquarters of the Lingyun Chamber of Commerce in Daling Imperial City, equivalent to 80 billion low-grade spirit stones. This flying spirit vessel is an elite mode of transportation, equipped with various spiritual energy cannons for offense and boasting formidable defenses. With an interior space that can be significantly expanded, it can be utilized for transporting goods and passengers within the realm of cultivation. Its value is certainly not inferior to that of an artifact-grade flying sword. One would require the equivalent of 10 Murong families to barter for such a flying spirit vessel. How fortunate that our Murong clan's son-in-law has presented such a magnificent artifact. Murong Ishian, aware that Wang Qinkuan had guests from the Hahuan sect to attend to, did not retain him at the Murong residence. Wang Qinkuan then produced another mid-grade artifact-level flying spirit vessel to escort Murong Yuyan back to the Wang family estate. In the reception hall, Wang Qinkuan entertained the guests from the Hahuan sect over tea, with Pan Yinlian seated on his left. Murong Yuyan, Qin Zi, and Zhao Ningxiang returned to their own residences, as they had children to attend to and their families had already departed. Yun Yun had completely awakened the memories of her past life as an immortal emperor and was curious about the treasures her husband would present to the Hahuan sect, thus remaining by his side. Among those visiting the Hahuan sect for the joyous occasion were Pan Manhua and his wife, Pan Ying, along with senior disciples Yin Bo and Chang Xiaoshuang. Pan Yinlian had just exchanged a few whispers with Chang Xiaoshuang. Senior sister Chang Xiaoshuang, allow me to gift you a heavenly spirit fruit, no exchange necessary. Furthermore, each senior sister of the Hahuan sect shall receive a present. Wang Qinkuan smiled at them. Upon hearing this, Chang Xiaoshuang and Yin Bo expressed their gratitude, as did the other senior sisters of the Hahuan sect, their faces alight with anticipation. The guests from the Hahuan sect comprised only 3 high-ranking members, along with 8 true disciples. Wang Qinkuan directly produced 8 storage bags, each filled with treasures, which then soared toward the 8 true disciples of the Hahuan sect. The 3 senior members of the Hahuan sect naturally sent their regards together. Chang Xiaoshuang opened her storage bag, and a look of delight illuminated her face. Within her storage bag lay a Tianling fruit, 10 rejuvenation pills, 10 Yuaning pills, 10 Huashin pills, 5 Liansu pills, 5 He pills, a low-grade divine artifact, and an impressive sum of 500 million low-grade spirit stones. With the Tianling fruit finally in her possession, her desires had been fulfilled. The other items, including the Liansu pills, He pills, and the low-grade divine artifact, were equally beneficial to her. Furthermore, any surplus elixirs could be returned to her family or exchanged within the sect for additional cultivation resources. Yin Bo and the other true disciples of the Hahuan sect received similar gifts, including Liansu pills, He pills, and a low-grade divine artifact, albeit without the Tianling fruit. After all, Chang Xiaoshuang shared the closest bond with Pan Yinlian. Yin Bo had already consumed a Tianling fruit and had no need for another, having acquired several during her own ventures in the immortal realm. The other senior sisters would have to rely on their own efforts should they desire such a treasure. They were already quite satisfied and grateful for the substantial resources they received without any effort on their part, considering their relationship with Wang Qinkuan was not particularly close. It was unrealistic to expect everyone to receive a Tianling fruit. One must not underestimate the value of Liansu pills, He pills, and low-grade divine artifacts within the immortal realm, as they held significance primarily for the strong, even those at the peak of the Huashin stage, who risked their lives alongside the main force to assault the ruins of the immortal estate, often returned with only a handful of treasures, as the better items were claimed by the formidable experts of the He and Liansu stages. The 8 senior sisters of the Hahuan sect were all exhilarated, expressing their gratitude to Wang Qinkuan, and Chang Xiaoshuang was particularly animated as she embraced both Wang Qinkuan and Pan Yinlian. Pan Manhwa, Zuyu, and Pan Ying looked toward Wang Qinkuan, all wearing smiles and nodding appreciatively. From the perspective of the Hahuan sect's leadership, the gifts Wang Qinkuan bestowed upon the sisters were indeed quite generous. After all, such a plethora of Liansu pills, He pills, and divine artifacts constituted valuable high-grade treasures, not to mention the Tianling fruit itself. Subsequently, Wang Qinkuan retrieved a low-grade divine artifact storage bag, discreetly filled it with items, and presented it to Pan Manhwa, smiling as he addressed the three of them. Mother-in-law, esteemed father-in-law, and grandmother Pan, my sister Lien has informed me of your visit. Since this is your first time at my home, and due to the distance from your esteemed sect, I was unable to present the betrothal gifts when I wed Lien. Thus, I assure you that I will not disappoint you this time. The graceful Pan Manhwa regarded her son-in-law with a nod. In the Hawan sect, the authority lay with Pan Manhwa, not her partner Zuyu. To be frank, Wang Qinkuan's generous gift of a Tianling fruit to her disciple Chang Xiaoshuang, along with numerous treasures for the other female disciples, was quite unexpected. The other items aside, one must recognize that the Tianling fruit is an invaluable treasure in the realm of cultivation, one that cannot be purchased with countless spirit stones. Its effect is extraordinarily profound for any cultivator, with its efficacy lasting a century before it can be consumed again, as long as there are sufficient heavenly spirit fruits. It signifies that even a cultivator with a mere pseudo-spiritual root can ascend to the tribulation stage simply by consuming these fruits. Numerous beings on the brink of death, including those in the integration and great ascension stages, would willingly expend their entire fortunes for a single heavenly spirit fruit. Yet her son-in-law had the audacity to give one away. At this moment, Pan Manhwa scrutinized Wang Qinkuan. He appeared dashing and poised, a smile gracing his lips, which only deepened her satisfaction. Indeed, he was truly deserving of being chosen by Liener. She smiled and nodded, then graciously opened her storage bag. With a flash, a dazzling array of treasures emerged. Within this storage bag lay 10 billion top-grade spirit stones, 200 void refining pills, 50 integration pills, 20 great ascension pills, tribulation pills, 10 divine artifacts, 8 celestial immortal pills, and over a dozen 9th-level protective sect array discs, equivalent to the peak of the tribulation stage. Such a vast wealth of treasures would be deemed extravagant even by the standards of the formidable Hawan sect. Upon witnessing the contents of the storage bag, Pan Manhwa, Zuyu, Granny Pan Ying, and the others gasped in astonishment. This was simply ostentatious beyond measure. 8 celestial immortal pills. Granny Pan Ying's gaze fixated on her daughter's storage bag, her heart racing with excitement. This was her chance to ascend to immortality, suddenly manifesting right before her eyes. Chapter 132. The temporal array beside Wang Qinkuan. Yun Yun was visibly moved upon witnessing this scene. In her previous life as a supreme celestial emperor in the realm of immortals, she was acutely aware of the value of the celestial elixir. Although in the celestial realm, the celestial elixir's worth was significantly overshadowed by that of the celestial fruit, in the mortal world, the celestial elixir's value was likely on par with, if not exceeding, that of the celestial fruit. The celestial fruit was deemed more precious in the celestial realm because the vast majority, over 99%, of beings born there were not born as immortals. They still had to cultivate step by step to attain immortality, albeit at a pace tenfold that of mortal cultivators. Moreover, there existed certain cultivation sites or secret realms within the celestial realm that could accelerate the flow of time. The celestial fruit was highly sought after by the descendants of powerful factions in the celestial realm, making it a treasured asset and a hard currency. In contrast, the celestial elixir could be concocted by numerous alchemists and alchemical emperors in the celestial realm, thus diminishing its rarity. Besides this, the cumulative value of the various treasures and spirit stones was, in Yun Yun's discerning eyes, undoubtedly a staggering sum in the world of cultivation. The ability to casually present such a magnificent gift signified that Wang Qinkuan possessed resources beyond imagination. Her husband was indeed extraordinary, a true marvel. In fact, both the celestial elixir and the celestial fruit were classified as Tier 10 treasures, with their prices being comparable in the Kunling realm and other mortal worlds. After all, celestial gates produced celestial elixirs, and certain supreme clans with celestial ancestors could pay a price to have their forebears bring down treasures, such as the celestial elixir. However, in the eyes of someone as formidable as Granny Pan, who had achieved the pinnacle of tribulation, the celestial elixir was naturally deemed more valuable than the celestial fruit. After all, consuming the celestial fruit could only elevate one to the tribulation phase. In other words, although Wang Qinkuan did not present the celestial fruit again, the combined worth of these treasures undoubtedly rivaled, if not surpassed, the exorbitant betrothal gift he once offered to the Hu family upon marrying Hu Tao. It might even exceed it slightly. Though the Hahuan sect was indeed powerful, it could never produce such riches. Her granddaughter's husband truly wielded a monumental fortune. Zuyo was equally astonished. He had initially thought that it would be impressive if his son-in-law could present 1 or 2 celestial elixirs as gifts, especially after having already given so much to the Hu family. The magnitude of this offering completely surpassed their expectations. Truly, He was the strongest prodigy of this generation's celestial trials. Wang Qinquan had become synonymous with unimaginable wealth. Not to mention the adorable embrace of Wang Qinquan by Pan Yinlian and the group of Huan sect sisters. Even Pan Manhua, who held the gifts, was taken aback by the treasures Wang Qinquan had produced. She took a deep breath to steady her racing heart before managing to muster a faint smile. Son-in-law Qinquan, these gifts are exceedingly precious. Wang Qinquan waved his hand and replied with a warm smile. Sister Lian is my wife. Her family is my family. These are merely trifling gifts, nothing of great value. In the grand hall, the esteemed members of the Wang family, including Wang Jiancheng, Wang Yuanzhong, and Wang Bingfeng, were utterly astonished. Their 18th uncle was truly remarkable, effortlessly producing an abundance of celestial-grade treasures, such as the Tianxian Dan. However, they harbored no feelings of envy, for these treasures belonged solely to their uncle, who naturally held the authority to manage them. The family's prosperity was entirely attributed to his contributions. Presently, the Wang family had no immediate need for such high-tier treasures. Moreover, their alliance with the formidable Manhwa sect, which boasted powerful beings on the verge of transcending, was undeniably beneficial. Pan Manhwa graciously accepted the treasures, and both she and the members of Manhwa sect were filled with joy. Not only did this bestow opportunities for her mother, Pan Ying, and her husband, Zhu Yu, to ascend, but it also allowed for the nurturing of a cadre of elite disciples within Manhwa sect. Indeed, she felt proud of having a virtuous daughter who had married a worthy husband. Furthermore, Wang Qinquan gifted his father-in-law, Zhu Yu, several storage bags containing exquisite tea. Although this tea bore little significance for those in the tribulation stage, its fragrance was delightful. Before returning to their sect, Pan Manhwa and the Manhwa sect guests visited Wang Qinquan and Pan Yinlian's son, Wang Lu, their grandson. They presented him, along with Wang Qinquan's other children, with toys, spiritual fruits, and various treats as tokens of affection. Pan Ying also cherished her great-grandson, playing with him for a while. Ultimately, Pan Manhwa departed joyfully with the Manhwa sect disciples, who possessed the divine artifact-level flying vessel entrusted by Sister Yanba. Once the guests had departed, Wang Qinquan convened the senior members of the Wang family and revealed an impressive array of resources: 5,000 foundation establishment pills, golden core pills, and nascent soul pills, along with 1,000 transformation pills, 200 billion low-grade spirit stones, 100 billion mid-grade spirit stones, over 10,000 spiritual instruments, thousands of various grade treasures, and magical artifacts. Additionally, he handed over 10 storage bags of fine tea and a high-grade spiritual vein to Wang Jiancheng, Wang Yuanzhong, and Wang Bingfeng. Wang Qinquan instructed that the Wang family's alchemy workshop should continue supplying foundation establishment and golden core pills to the local cultivators, while also commencing the limited sale of nascent soul pills to appropriately enhance the strength of the practitioners in the city. To ensure safety during the sale of nascent soul pills, it was advisable to invite some nascent soul and transformation stage experts from the city lord's estate to oversee the shop. Since Yunjiang Immortal City had been elevated to a 1.5-star celestial city, the Daling Court had dispatched several transformation stage experts to assist in managing Yun City. The high-grade spiritual vein, stretching over 1,000 feet, was a reward for the champion of the sword discussion tournament. Wang Qinquan decided to bury this spiritual vein beneath the family's training grounds. In truth, within the Immortal Sect's secret realm, various grades of spiritual veins undoubtedly existed underground. However, Wang Qinquan was disinclined to search for or excavate them. Essentially, spiritual veins provided cultivators with the equivalent of a vast trove of spirit stones. Notably, many prodigies in the transformation stage, who chose not to join the main force in assaulting the immortal estate, were dedicated to seeking out these spiritual veins within the Immortal Sect's secret realm. They tirelessly dug and excavated, returning with these veins to exchange with the Daling Court or other prodigies for artifacts, divine pills, and other valuable resources. With a stroke of fortune, one might unearth several exquisite spiritual veins, thereby exchanging them with the great Ling dynasty for celestial fruits. However, such premium spiritual veins are notoriously difficult to excavate. Moreover, Wang Qinquan possesses 3 extraordinary artifacts known as time array discs, capable of establishing a small-scale time acceleration cultivation array, albeit with a mere 5-fold increase in time flow. These treasures, crafted by celestial artifact artisans, occupy a unique position between artifacts and arrays, akin to 9th-grade superior arrays. All of these were acquired from the remnants of a celestial estate. 2 of the time array discs may be installed within the clan's cultivation chambers, allowing elite members of the clan to refine their skills. Each disc's coverage is limited, accommodating only a few individuals at a time, thus necessitating that only those with significant contributions to the clan are granted access for cultivation. The remaining time array disc is naturally reserved for Wang Qinkuan and his partner, who can utilize it within the comfort of their own home. Wang Qinkuan shared the news of the time array discs with the clan's senior members, prompting great excitement from Wang Jianqing, Wang Yuanzhong, and Wang Bingfeng, who eagerly set to work. The trio first buried the superior's spiritual vein beneath the training ground, constructing a dedicated cultivation chamber. Subsequently, they invited Wang Qinkuan to proceed, who then placed the 2 time array discs within the designated chambers, safeguarding them with 8th-level protective prohibitions to prevent theft. Given Wang Qinkuan's formidable magical prowess, the 8th-level prohibitions would deter any cultivator below the ascension stage from absconding with the time array discs. The time flow effect of the time array discs can be sustained indefinitely, requiring the absorption of surrounding spirit stones, which must be replenished to maintain this functionality. Consequently, the Wang clan's estate now boasts 2 premier 5-fold time cultivation chambers, Wang Jiancheng, Wang Yuanzhong, and Wang Bingfeng, all of whom are at the nascent soul stage. Eagerly tested the chambers, experiencing a surge of excitement. This advancement would significantly enhance their cultivation speed, and coupled with their recent acquisition of high-quality Dao Tea, they might swiftly ascend to the transformation stage. Once the clan matters were settled, Wang Qinkuan smiled, leading his curious companions, Hu Tao, Bai Yunu, Long Ji, Yun Yun, Morong Yuyan, and Pan Yinlian, back to their residence. He retained 1 additional time array disc, along with a nourishing celestial silkworm essence that doubles cultivation efficacy, enabling him to rapidly elevate his own cultivation level. Chapter 133. Rebirth of 9 Offspring. Acquiring 300 years of cultivation. Wang Qinkuan's children, now several years old, each possessed their own chambers, attended to by nannies and maids. Their grandmother, Yu Tongxin, often accompanies them as well. The eldest, Wang Changsheng, is already 8 or 9 years old, and together with his brothers Wang Meng, Wang Tong, and Wang Chong, they have commenced their education in culture and cultivation under the guidance of the family's private tutor. Upon returning home, Wang Qinkuan arranged a time array disc in one of the rooms, energizing it with premium spirit stones. Instantly, the entire chamber was enveloped in an enigmatic temporal law, accelerating the flow of time to 5 times that of the outside world. This time array disc necessitates at least mid-grade spirit stones for activation, while premium stones allow for prolonged operation without the need for replenishment. During his time in the world, a 7th-grade spirit fruit, the sun's peach, was produced. This peach is delectably sweet and crisp, and his wives indulged in numerous servings. Previously, due to the benefits derived from the walnut, Wang Qinkuan had already surmounted the mid-stage of the transformation god realm, nearing its latter phase. With the quintupled time flow and the essence of heavenly silkworm blood, he effortlessly ascended to the late stage of transformation god. After more than half a month, all of Wang Qinkuan's wives became pregnant. Before long, a mere 10 months passed, and the children of Wang Qinkuan and his partners were born. Hu Tao gave birth to a son named Wang Ming, endowed with an imperial aura. Bai Yunu also bore a son, Wang Xiao, possessing a majestic presence. Long Ji welcomed a son named Wang Long, embodying the stature of an emperor. Morong Yuyan had a son named Wang Yu, with the potential of a quasi-emperor. Zhao Ningxiang gave birth to a son named Wang Chong, also of quasi-emperor potential. Pan Yinlian welcomed a son named Wang Hong, who exhibited the grandeur of an emperor. Yun Yun bore a daughter named Wang Yinran, radiating the essence of a legendary empress. Zhuo Miaodong had a son named Wang Chun, marked with quasi-emperor potential. Lastly, Qin Zi also had a son named Wang Su, who bore the promise of a quasi-emperor. Except for the daughter born to Yun Yun, all were sons. Wang Qinkuan was overjoyed, as were his children. With such a bountiful progeny, he also reaped a significant increase in physical attributes and fortune value. With 8 sons and 1 daughter, he gained 9 draws and acquired 200 fortune points. Wang Qinkuan's fortune value now stands at 549 points. It is known that, according to the system's spring brother, the fortune of an ordinary mortal is merely around 10 points, while that of an average cultivator is about 20 points, with the extraordinary rising even higher. With such a remarkable fortune, it is anticipated that his draws would yield exceptional rewards. Thus, as midwives and nannies tended to the children, numerous maids attended to the ladies. In the tranquility of the courtyard's pavilion, Wang Qinkuan quietly proceeded with his draws. Ding, draw once. Congratulations on obtaining the transcendent stage, Yellow Turban Warrior. Ding, draw once. Congratulations on obtaining 20 doses of heavenly silkworm blood. Ding, Draw once. Congratulations on obtaining 20 death replacement talismans. Ding. Draw once. Congratulations on acquiring 300 years of cultivation. Delightful. Wang Qinkuan exhausted his chances in the lottery and astonishingly acquired 300 years of cultivation, along with a formidable Great Ascension level protector and 2 fully realized Tribulation Phase Yellow Turban Warriors. Additionally, he received a substantial quantity of celestial silkworm blood and various minor items, such as death replacement talismans. These items could also be utilized by his mother, partner, and children. Under the influence of a wave of Taoist principles, Wang Qinkuan's realm surged, propelling him beyond the great perfection of the transformation stage, through the initial phase of the refinement stage, attaining the great perfection of the refinement stage, then advancing through the initial and intermediate phases of the integration stage, ultimately reaching the late phase of the integration stage. Beep. Congratulations to the host for breaking through. Your talent, alchemical vessel, has been upgraded to prismatic form. The number of avatars you can create has increased by 2. A new item has appeared in the shop. You have gained another chance for a lottery draw. Remarkable. A series of system notifications flooded in. Wang Qinkuan immediately engaged in 2 more lottery draws. Beep. Congratulations on your first draw. You have won a juvenile divine beast, the lazy sheep emperor. Beep. Congratulations on your second draw. You have obtained 20 units of celestial silkworm blood. In the pavilion, the air shimmered. Before Wang Qinkuan appeared a diminutive yet plump lamb, possessing the same late phase of integration cultivation level as himself. Observational insight revealed. Lazy sheep emperor, late phase of integration, a divine beast of the sheep clan. Gluttonous and slothful, obedient to the commands of the host and their closest kin. Wang Qinkuan's face lit up with joy, coupled with the recently ascended void mouse, which had just reached the nascent soul stage. The Wang family now boasted another divine beast, one with even higher cultivation, capable of safeguarding the children. The lazy sheep emperor, upon its appearance, scurried to Wang Qinkuan's side, nudging his legs gently, preparing to lie down for a nap. Wang Qinkuan hastily produced an abundance of high-grade spiritual fruits and herbs. Indeed, upon seeing this, the lazy sheep emperor perked up, joyfully consuming the offerings at a leisurely pace. It must be noted that the lazy sheep emperor displayed an elegant demeanor even while eating. Disregarding it for the moment, Wang Qinkuan instructed the system to create 2 avatars, named Kunkan 6 and Kunkan 7, and directly transported them to the idling realm to unite with his other avatars. Now, all of Wang Qinkuan's avatars were at the late phase of integration, comparable to the late phase of great ascension in strength. With the aid of celestial techniques, the cooperation of 7 avatars could now venture into the 15th and 16th cloud tier realms, vanquishing half-step tribulation beasts. They started to yield powerful artifacts, premium spirit stones, integration pills, great ascension pills, tribulation pills, and 1,000 longevity pills among other heavyweight treasures. The 1,000 longevity pill, a 9th tier elixir, as the name implies, could extend one's lifespan by 1,000 years at the very least. This elixir only yielded its full effect upon first consumption. Subsequent intakes would diminish in efficacy. In the realm of cultivation, it is regarded as a legendary divine pill, its value undoubtedly rivaling that of the tribulation pill. After all, the tribulation pill is specifically designed for practitioners at the Great Ascension's pinnacle, while the 1,000 longevity pill is accessible to all. Elated, Wang Qinkuan then opened the system shop, discovering new items available. Celestial Protective Shield requires 100 points of fortune, releases a permanent family protective barrier, automatically forbidding entry to those harboring ill intent, impenetrable by beings below the Celestial Emperor level. Chapter 134, The Battle in the Dragon-Taming Sea, an impenetrable protective formation of the Celestial Clan. A glimmer of astonishment flickered in Wang Qinkuan's eyes. This time, the system store presented only a single new item, yet it sufficed. Wang Qinkuan promptly exited his residence, and, within the confines of his ancestral land, expended 100 points of fortune to exchange for a Celestial Clan protective shield, which the system enveloped over the entire expanse of his family's domain, both above and below ground. With minimal commotion, a surge of celestial laws, imperceptible to ordinary cultivators, emanated forth, causing the transparent celestial protective shield to be quietly established. The previous family protection formation remained intact, now encased within the new celestial barrier. Wang Qinkuan's fortune value dwindled to 449 points. Thus, the defenses of the Wang family estate became extraordinarily robust, as steadfast as Mount Tai, impervious even to the assaults of celestial emperors from the heavenly realm. Ha ha ha! Wang Qinkuan could not restrain his exuberant laughter. It was indeed formidable. In the distance, some members of the Wang family, observing Wang Qinquan's solitary mirth, understood his elation. After all, their ancestor had just welcomed 9 new offspring. Naturally, such a reason for joy was well warranted. Presently, Wang Qinquan's true cultivation level, at the late stage of integration, combined with additional attributes, was roughly equivalent to that of a late-stage Mahayana cultivator. He was now capable of withstanding the full cultivation force of a perfected tribulation stage yellow turban warrior. Furthermore, with the might of top-tier techniques at his disposal, he had no fear of any formidable cultivator beneath the celestial rank. Indeed, even in the presence of celestial beings, he remained undaunted, for he possessed a death replacement talisman. Moreover, his family's great formation was not intimidated by celestial emperors. Wang Qinquan planned to wait for Long Ji to recuperate before embarking on a visit to the Dragon Abyss Sea to pay respects to Long Ji's maternal relatives. Over a month later, Wang Qinquan and Long Ji set forth, traversing the vast oceanic expanse aboard a mid-grade flying vessel. They did not bring their son, Wang Long, to meet his grandparents, as he was merely a month old and ill-suited for such a lengthy journey. The divine beasts, Lazy Sheep Emperor and Shu Shu, accompanied Wang Changxing and the other slightly older children in their playful antics. At last, the greatest prodigy of Daling, Wang Qinquan, had made his appearance. Beyond the confines of Yunjiang Immortal City, a mysterious figure cloaked in black materialized unexpectedly from the void. This venerable elder possessed an extraordinarily formidable cultivation level, boasting a half-step tribulation stage prowess. Such might was scarcely fathomable in Yun City, and even rarer in the southern regions of Daling. This individual was none other than the most formidable agent of the Shura Temple infiltrating the Daling Empire, a king-level assassin, often referred to as the King of Assassins. The Elder Black Wind, due to frequent patrols by tribulation stage cultivators along the Daling border, whose presence was marked by a distinctly perceptible aura of lightning tribulation. It was exceedingly challenging for tribulation stage practitioners from the Dio Empire to infiltrate. Only those skilled in stealth and beneath the tribulation stage could manage to slip into Daling to wreak havoc. I have waited patiently for over a year, intending to seize an opportune moment to eliminate you. Alas, you have remained sequestered within the Wang family estate, preoccupied with progeny. Now that you have emerged, do not expect to return unscathed. The ancient figure known as the Black Wind Elder sneered repeatedly, stealthily trailing Wang Qinquan's spirit vessel while producing a token to send out some messages. The Black Wind Elder was the most formidable assassin tasked with eliminating Wang Qinquan on behalf of the Great Yu Empire and Prince Yumo. Furthermore, several king-level assassins from the Shura Temple were lurking in the Jiao Tengxi region. Previously, Empress Ling Wan had dispatched General Hu to lead a significant force in a thorough purge within the Ling Kingdom. A multitude of high-ranking demonic cultivators and Shura Temple assassins had been eradicated by the Great Ling authorities. Even the branch of the Shura Temple hidden within the Luoyun mountain range was uprooted by General Hu's martial army. Additionally, the Empress had dispatched 2 elite guards, each on the verge of transcending tribulation, to secretly oversee Yun City, vigilantly monitoring for any assassins that might pose a threat to Wang Qinquan and Hu Tao. After all, both Wang Qinquan and Hu Tao were treasured assets of the Great Ling Empire, and their safety was paramount. However, the 2 powerful figures soon realized that their divine senses could not penetrate the Wang family's ancestral grounds, leading them to conclude that the Wang family had indeed established a protective array surpassing the tribulation level. They reported back to the Empress, who instructed them to remain vigilant in Yun City for a while longer. Thus, the Black Wind Elder and his cohorts were entirely unable to breach the city to attack the Wang family. They suspected that the Wang family's ancestral grounds might be fortified with a 9th-tier array crafted from the secret realms of celestial gates. Consequently, they lingered in the Jiao Tengxi and the outskirts of Yun City, waiting for the opportune moment when Wang Qinquan would emerge. Now that Wang Qinquan had taken the initiative to leave, they were finally presented with their chance. The flying spirit vessel of moderate quality traveled at a speed comparable to that of a cultivator in the Great Ascension stage, differing only in its comfort and the absence of exertion required for navigation. The Black Wind Elder effortlessly pursued from behind. Surely, this young man, Wang Qinquan, possessed a plethora of treasures. By eliminating him, they would acquire an abundance of supreme artifacts, a truly splendid prospect. As Wang Qinquan's vessel soared into the sea, a cold smile graced the Black Wind Elder's aged visage. Although he pondered why the 2 elite guards stationed in Yun City had not ventured out to escort Wang Qinquan, he was undeterred, as he had several accomplices en route. Even if those 2 guards arrived, they would meet their demise. The King of Assassins from the Shura Temple, A slight smirk appeared at the corner of Wang Chenkuan's mouth, for he had already infused himself with the perfected cultivation of the Yellow Turban Hercules, and had detected the presence of the Black Wind Elder. In fact, during the flight of the spirit vessel out of Yun City, he had cloaked himself from the prying eyes of others, only removing the concealment upon exiting the city. Thus, the two elite guards stationed within the city remained unaware of his departure. The flying spirit vessel came to a halt in the sky, several thousand miles within the Jiaoting Sea. Wang Chenkuan stowed the vessel and stood with Long Ji above the sea, gazing at the approaching Black Wind Elder. Are you the infamous Black Wind Elder of the Shura Temple? What drives your eagerness to seek your own demise? The Black Wind Elder was momentarily taken aback, a swirl of uncertainty flooding his mind. Did Wang Chenkuan already know of his intent to assassinate him and had secretly summoned those two elite guards? However, as the Black Wind Elder swept his divine sense behind him, he found no trace of the Ling Kingdom's elite guards. While the Shura Temple's great ascension experts were rapidly approaching, the wretched little brat dares to mock him even in the face of death. The Elder of the Black Wind chuckled, young scion of the Wang family. It seems you are eager to meet your demise. In that case, I shall slay you and capture this dragon maiden, using her to coerce the dragon clan into an alliance with the great Yu Empire. With that, he rolled his palms, gathering demonic power, and unleashed a mighty force. Instantly, a towering black wave, hundreds of feet high, manifested in the heavens. Within this monstrous wave, a terrifying tornado formed, sweeping toward Wang Chenkuan. This was the formidable technique of the Elder of the Black Wind, the Black Wind Whirlwind, a water surge imbued with deadly poison. Should it engulf its target, it would drown and corrode, ultimately shredding the flesh. Humph, a trifling skill, and you presume to challenge me? Wang Chenkuan scoffed, extending his right hand and pointing a finger at the Elder of the Black Wind. Void passage. A thunderous roar echoed through the void. In an instant, a rift in the fabric of space emerged. A pitch-black passage materialized, filled with infinite cutting power, stretching hundreds of miles and heading straight for the Elder of the Black Wind. This was the second grand technique of the great cutting art, originally a supreme spatial method. Mastering it naturally meant grasping the laws of space. The void passage utilized cutting force to create a strangling corridor in the void. Sizzling sounds filled the air. Before the void passage, the black tornado and the surrounding ocean, along with everything else, were devoured, drawn into the passage and shredded, their fate unknown. The void passage continued its relentless consumption toward the Elder of the Black Wind. Spatial divine ability. How can this be? The Elder of the Black Wind was utterly horrified, his complexion pale, as he immediately attempted to flee with all his might. Yet the devouring power of the passage was too overwhelming. In the blink of an eye, it dragged him deep into its depths. Bang! The Elder of the Black Wind's body ruptured and exploded, transforming into a cloud of blood mist that scattered throughout the sky. His very soul was annihilated. The void passage gradually dissipated, restored by this realm. Hiss! The newly arrived elite assassins from the Shura Hall, along with the awakened ancient monsters from the Jiaoting Sea, gasped in astonishment, their eyes flickering with fear. Such a technique was simply unfathomable. Wang Chenkuan possessed such power. Even the king of assassins, on the verge of transcending, could not withstand a single strike. This Wang Chenkuan was terrifying to such an extent. If he continued to grow, could he not even eradicate those in the transcendent stage? They must unite to eliminate him. Otherwise, during the next trial of the Immortal Gate, the prodigies of the great Yu Empire would likely face annihilation. A group of elite assassins murmured anxiously. Wang Chenkuan's cultivation and strength had surpassed everyone's comprehension. Everyone, let us join forces and slay him. Indeed, he must not be allowed to continue living. At merely around 40 years of age, he still had significant potential for growth. Should he reach maturity, the implications would be unimaginable. Several powerful assassins from the Shura Hall struck fiercely. Rumble, a thunderous roar, akin to the collapse of the heavens and the earth, resounded throughout the Jiaoting Sea region as a violent energy swept in all directions. The ocean surged and writhed, as if poised to unleash towering waves. Chapter 135. Annihilating the king-level assassins, eradicating the unmatched Jiaozi skin confronted by the overwhelming onslaught of magical spells. Wang Chenkuan remained undaunted. With a slight snort, he waved his sleeve, and a colossal rift in space manifested before him, banishing all enemy attacks into the void, as if they were striking nothingness. Gently patting the startled Long Ji beside him, he unleashed a thunderous divine spell with his other hand. Azure Dragon Lightning. With a loud crack, the void tore apart, and 6 arcs of golden-purple lightning streaked through the air, resembling 6 vividly animated azure dragons. rushing towards the 6 assassins from the Shura palace. In their horrified gazes, the 6 azure dragon lightning bolts pierced through their bodies, causing them to explode. Boom, 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 boom. In an instant, the 6 major stage assassins disintegrated into a crimson mist, their essence obliterated. Thus, the elite king-level assassins of the Shura palace were nearly wiped out by Wang Qinkuan in one fell swoop. The Azure Dragon Lightning was the second great spell of the 13th level lightning system celestial technique, the Purple Sky Thunder Art, known for its formidable power and ability to lock onto and track enemies. It surpassed the might of missiles from Wang Qinkuan's previous life by 10-fold, even 100-fold. Due to Wang Qinkuan's abundant golden spiritual energy, the lightning bore a golden hue. Standing majestically in the high sky, he exuded an aura of authority, his garments fluttering as though a celestial being had descended upon the mortal realm. This imposing presence caused the ancient demons of the major stage lurking in the distant sea, as well as lesser demons, to feel their hearts race and breaths quicken. How could Wang Qinkuan possess such terrifying strength? It was unfathomable. This human prodigy, Wang Qinkuan, was indeed so powerful. With a mere wave of his hand, he had eradicated the elite assassins of the Shura palace. How had he achieved such a feat? The demons were left speechless, struggling to comprehend the reality before them. Although they had heard tales of the unparalleled prodigy Wang Qinkuan from Delinian City, who had secured numerous treasures in the celestial realm, they never anticipated that his strength would be so extraordinary. Long Ji gazed at her husband, her beautiful eyes sparkling with pride. You demons of the Jiao Tengxi dare to lay a hand on me? You harbor the major stage assassins of the great Yushura palace within your ranks. Are you aware of the consequences? Wang Qinkuan surveyed the gathered demons of the Jiao Tengxi, his disdain palpable. The demons were struck with fear, their hearts halting. Among them, the foremost elder of the Jiao clan, Jiao Wupi, the domain lord of Jiao Tong, stammered in terror, misunderstanding, young Master Wang. How could we, the lesser demons of Jiao Tong, dare to offend you? Then, how shall we explain the presence of the king-level assassins from the Shura palace within your domain? Wang Qinkuan's brow furrowed with impatience, as if on the verge of unleashing his divine power to eradicate all high-ranking demons present. We were compelled by circumstance, threatened with death by these major stage assassins, and had no choice but to harbor them in our midst for their concealment. Otherwise, these elite assassins could annihilate our entire Jiao Tengxi. Jiao Wupi hastily explained, his voice laced with bitterness. Jiao Wupi, possessing only the cultivation of a late-stage transcendence, stood as the most formidable expert within the Jiao Tengxi region, which, amidst the vast ocean, was nearly the lowest in standing. Other demon clans had a few ancestors at the transcendent stage, yet their prowess paled in comparison to Jiao Wupi, leading them to refrain from challenging the formidable assassins of the Shura palace. Upon noticing the profound dissatisfaction etched on Wang Qinkuan's face, Jiao Wupi hastily steeled himself and pushed a young member of his clan forward, declaring, "The arrival of the Shura palace assassins is indeed the consequence of this scoundrel's actions." He bellowed at the young Jiao, "You wretched creature, kneel before young Master Wang." This young Jiao was none other than the one who had previously orchestrated the beast tide in the sea and harbored ill intentions toward Long Ji. At this moment, he gazed pallidly at the exalted Wang Qinkuan and Long Ji. Just a few years prior, he had been a formidable demon of the transformation stage, while the young Wang Qinkuan was yet to reach the nascent soul stage, appearing as a mere human cultivator that could be easily crushed. Yet, within a mere decade, this man had not only married the dragon maiden he coveted, but had also ascended to become an unparalleled prodigy of the Great Ling, now possessing the capability to effortlessly annihilate beings of the transcendent stage. To extinguish him would be akin to crushing an ant. From the scornful gaze of Long Ji, the young Jiao realized the chasm between himself and this human prodigy was not merely thousands, but tens of thousands of times wider. "Please, do not kill me. I merely led the Shura Palace's people here. I did not personally attack them," he cried out in desperation, utterly fearful under Wang Qinkuan's murderous glare. The high-ranking demons around him erupted in anger, chastising, "Beast, do you dare to argue?" They feared that Wang Qinkuan might unleash his wrath and obliterate every demon in their midst. The young Jiao's face turned ashen as he knelt trembling upon the surface of the sea. I just wish to reclaim Long Ji. What wrong is there in that? I simply underestimated young Master Wang's strength." He lamented, his face a mask of despair. "You wretched fool. You summoned the assassins of the Shura Palace, intending to bring about our demise. Today, I shall cleave you into pieces." Jiao Wupi glared at his most cherished grandson, feigning a raised hand filled with murderous intent. "Grandfather, please no." The young Jiao whimpered, his expression filled with bitterness. Wang Qinquan and Long Ji, hovering above, shook their heads in disdain at the farce unfolding below them. There is no need for such theatrics, Wang Qinquan waved dismissively. The clumsy performances of this grandfather-grandson duo were nothing more than a ploy to spare the young Jiao's life. Upon hearing this, the young Jiao's heart leaped with hope, and he quickly prostrated himself, pleading, "Young Master Wang, forgive me. Spare my life. Spare me." Wang Qinquan, uninterested in further dialogue, raised his arm. Instantly, two azure dragons shot forth like lightning, reducing both the young Jiao and Jiao Wupi to mere clouds of crimson mist, their existence obliterated. "Please, do not kill me. I am willing to submit to young Master Wang. We were completely unaware. I implore you to spare our lives." The remaining demons, witnessing this, were gripped by terror and fell to their knees, pleading for mercy. In the past, those who presided over the beast tides in the Jiaoding Sea, such as the nascent soul demons Jing Wuyang, Yu Fanbai, and Hai Yongji, trembled in fear as they knelt upon the surface of the sea. "You, Jiao Wuqi, you shall govern the myriad demons of the Jiaoding Sea. Remember, from this moment forth, the entire expanse of 100,000 miles of the Jiaoding Sea shall be open for exploration by the Deling human race. Demons at the nascent soul stage and above are forbidden from initiating malicious attacks against human fishermen and cultivators. Do you understand?" Wang Qinquan spoke coldly, addressing the mid-stage Dazhong demon Jiao Wuqi among the throng of demons. The lesser beasts below the nascent soul stage were largely devoid of intelligence, rendering them difficult to control. Upon hearing these words, Jiao Wuqi was filled with elation. As the younger brother of Jiao Wupi, he had long coveted the position of domain lord. Today, his aspirations were finally fulfilled. "Thank you, young master. I, Jiao Wuqi, along with all the demons of Jiaoding Sea, shall faithfully obey your command." Jiao Wuqi hastily led the other demons in expressing their gratitude for Wang Qinquan's act of mercy, pledging their compliance with his orders. Wang Qinquan spared their lives primarily because the sea was teeming with an overwhelming number of demonic beasts. It would be futile to exterminate them all, especially with many still lacking intelligence or physical form, existing at the nascent soul and divine transformation stages. If he were to eliminate the high-ranking demons, the remaining multitude would descend into chaos, recklessly invading the shores to slaughter humanity, which would lead to great trouble. Having resolved matters in the Jiaoding Sea, Wang Qinquan and Long Ji departed aboard a flying spirit vessel, amidst the fearful and respectful gazes of the numerous high-ranking sea demons, heading towards the Dragon Abyss Sea. Located millions of miles away, the spirit vessel could enlarge itself, transforming into a grand ship sailing upon the waters. Wang Qinquan and Long Ji reclined on the deck, savoring tea and engaging in leisurely conversation. Along their journey, the waters churned, and various exotic fish scurried to evade them. This was due to the terrifying aura of magical power that enveloped them, causing ordinary demonic beasts to feel suffocated. Fish, shrimp, crabs, and clams retreated in unison, fearing the ire of these two harbingers of death. Long Ji, being a true dragon, exuded a faint draconic majesty, while Wang Qinquan radiated a murderous energy derived from the Zixiao Heavenly Thunder technique and the Great Cutting technique. Together, they resembled celestial beings, instilling fear in the myriad beasts of the boundless sea, compelling them to avoid confrontation and take alternate routes. Chapter 136, Arrival at the Dragon Palace. The Dragon Princess presence treasures the endless sea is vast, truly boundless. Wang Qinquan and the Dragon Princess traversed numerous maritime territories aboard their spiritual vessel. They passed through the Golden Serpent Sea, the Shark Kingdom, the Azure Scale Sea, the Divine Turtle Sea, and the Myriad Demon Sea, among others. As they navigated swiftly through these domains inhabited by various sea creatures, many high-ranking beings were stirred, emerging to the surface to observe them. Yet, despite their surprise, they refrained from acting rashly. Simultaneously, the renowned Wang Qinquan of the Great Ling Kingdom, having slain a group of Shura Palace-esque king-level assassins, and the formidable Jiao Wupi of the Jiao Tung domain, brought tidings of the Dragon Princess back to her kin, which spread throughout the endless sea. Within this boundless expanse, colossal islands dotted the landscape, rich in spiritual energy, akin to paradisiacal realms. Some spiritual islands were vast, rivaling entire continents. Numerous overseas celestial sects of both demon and human origins claimed dominion over these islands, with some pirate factions also laying claim to certain territories. Wang Qinquan and the Dragon Princess chose to avoid any unnecessary entanglements, steering their vessel clear of these islands. After 4 or 5 days of travel, the Dragon Abyss Sea gradually revealed itself before them. Wang Qinquan and the Dragon Princess had finally reached the central region of the Endless Sea, the Dragon Abyss Sea. This expanse occupied an area of millions of miles, the waters shimmering with a dark crimson hue tinged with metallic luster, evoking an eerie sensation. The vastness of this sea appeared boundless, resembling a colossal landmass that obstructed the surrounding waters. As the celestial vessel glided into the Dragon Abyss Sea, it sliced through the waves, descending into the depths. Being a divine vessel, it possessed a spiritual energy shield that allowed it to displace the water effortlessly. Within the depths lurked numerous formidable sea monsters, yet upon encountering the vessel's protective barrier, they retreated in alarm. Interesting. A human's celestial vessel ventures into the sea? Who is this human bringing back a dragon princess? I've just emerged from seclusion after 250 years. And this princess bears a striking resemblance to the Dragon Queen. This princess is our 7th royal daughter, who has only been outside for a few years. Yet she returns with a human partner? How dare a human snatch my princess away? Shoo, lower your voice. Do you know who this human is? He is the foremost prodigy of the Great Ling, Wang Qinquan. Ah, delightful. This Great Ling prodigy possesses a terrifying aura. How intriguing. Once submerged in the sea, Wang Qinquan and the Dragon Princess encountered numerous high-ranking sea clans, including the sea turtle, lobster, demon octopus, black jiao, water whale, seahorse, and shell clans, all of whom were protected by the Dragon Clan. Many powerful beings resided here, some even at the ascension and tribulation stages. However, upon seeing Wang Qinquan and the Dragon Princess, they did not approach recklessly but instead observed from a distance, engaging in murmured discussions. Wang Qinquan disregarded them, retracting the flying celestial vessel, and together with Long Ji, proceeded towards the depths of the ocean, observing the surrounding scenery. Long Ji possessed the innate ability to effortlessly manipulate the seawater, while Wang Qinquan, with a mere shimmer of spiritual light emanating from his form, could easily displace the water. The underwater realm was vast and teeming with life, adorned with vibrant coral reefs and lush seaweed, home to an abundance of marine creatures. Occasionally, formidable sea beasts roamed, colliding with them, but Wang Qinquan dispatched them with ease, without a hint of strain. Longer, we must be nearing your ancestral grounds, Wang Qinquan remarked with a smile. Standing shoulder to shoulder with him, Long Ji radiated warmth, her exquisite face alight with excitement. They were amidst a mysterious and ancient underwater mountain range, stretching for thousands of miles, crisscrossed with intricate formations. Within the myriad of canyons, colossal dragons, some stretching dozens or even hundreds of feet, could be glimpsed, occasionally letting out low roars of dragon song. Most of these were likely lower-tier dragons yet to assume their true forms, or those maintaining their true selves to cultivate certain draconic techniques. Deeper within the mountains stood magnificent edifices, palatial structures exuding a profound sense of antiquity. That must be the sacred ground of your dragon clan, Wang Qinquan inquired. Long Ji nodded affirmatively. Indeed, that is the Dragon Palace, also known as Dragon City. Various demon clans from the surrounding seas come here to trade treasures, and even those from the entire Longyuan Sea are under our clan's protection, forbidden from engaging in conflict. The legendary Dragon Palace. Wang Qinquan marveled. He took Long Ji's hand and continued forward. Suddenly, dozens of formidable figures emerged from within the palace. Each radiated a rich aura of dragon essence, clearly indicating they were high-level true dragons, albeit in human form. Is my precious daughter Long Ji back? And my son-in-law Wang Qinquan has come as well? Approached a tall, middle-aged man clad in golden robes, his expression a mix of astonishment and joy as he gazed upon Long Ji and Wang Qinquan. Young Master Wang, welcome to our dragon clan's sacred ground. I am Long Yuan, the Dragon King of the true Dragon Clan. Contrary to the external legends, the Dragon King's appearance was not that of a dragon-headed man, but rather, like Long Ji, a complete human form, save for a pair of majestic dragon horns. Princess 7 has returned, exclaimed the leader of the Green Dragon Clan, bowing to Wang Qinquan. Ha ha ha, I am the Grand Elder of the Yellow Dragon Clan. Young Master Wang's presence graces our Dragon City. Other dragons followed suit, warmly greeting them. The Dragon Palace, or Dragon City, held sacred significance for the Dragon Clan. Typically, not only humans, but even beings of the Demon Emperor caliber might not receive the honor of a personal welcome from the Dragon King. Long Yuan, the Dragon King, was the most formidable presence within the palace, a celestial being of unparalleled mastery. His personal welcome for his daughter and son-in-law underscored the immense value he placed on Long Ji. You are too gracious, esteemed father-in-law. Wang Qinquan quickly responded with a respectful bow. The most formidable member of the Dragon Clan, who holds a high rank and is the father-in-law of Wang Qinquan, naturally would not be treated with indifference. Ha ha ha, what are we being polite for? Please come in. The Dragon King, Long Yuan, welcomed the two with great enthusiasm, personally leading them into the Dragon Palace. Deep within the palace, Long Yuan and the Dragon Queen warmly received their guests, offering them lavish hospitality. Several other high-ranking members of the Dragon clan were also present. The Dragon Queen, Wang Qinquan's mother-in-law, was notably shorter than her daughter, Long Ji, yet equally stunning, exuding a mature elegance and grandeur. Before the banquet commenced, Long Ji addressed her parents. This journey to the Immortal Gate's secret realm was entirely reliant on my husband's prowess, and we reaped substantial rewards, discovering numerous treasures. She presented an array of spiritual herbs, elixirs, and artifacts she had brought back, eagerly handing her storage pouch to the Dragon Queen and Long Yuan. Among the treasures were 32 celestial spirit fruits, 35 artifacts, 6 heavenly immortal pills, 200 billion top-grade spirit stones, 200 million supreme-grade spirit stones, along with an abundance of other valuables. These items were, in fact, Long Ji's share. Wang Qinquan, Long Ji, and Bai Yunu had jointly attacked the Immortal Mansion, and aside from secretly collecting some rare treasures into their system space, the rest were evenly divided among the three. Wang Qinquan and Long Ji offered half of their share to the Great Ling dynasty, with the remaining portion split between them. Bai Yunu retained her entire share intact. Now, the nine-tailed fox demoness had become quite wealthy. Goodness, so many treasures and spirit stones. Long Yuan exclaimed as he opened the storage pouch, a dazzling light radiating forth, causing both him and the Dragon Queen to squint. The other dragon dignitaries gasped in astonishment. Despite the Dragon clan's formidable strength in the endless sea, their numbers paled in comparison to other demon clans and human races, rendering them at a disadvantage. The Dragon clan primarily developed within the Long Yuan Sea region without expanding their influence, leading other powerful demon factions to remain unafraid of them, merely avoiding direct confrontation. As for the two great human empires, they hardly regarded the Dragon clan, having divided all the quotas for opportunities within the Immortal Gate's secret realm among themselves, leaving the Dragon clan to envy from the sidelines. Now, with their seventh princess, Long Ji, having gained entry into this secret realm as Wang Qinquan's partner, and with his assistance, she returned with an immense fortune of treasures for the Dragon clan. It is no exaggeration to say that these treasures could sustain the entire Dragon clan's cultivation for several centuries. While the Long Yuan Sea region boasted numerous spiritual veins for the Dragon clan's cultivation, most were of inferior, medium, or superior quality. Although spiritual veins can be utilized for extended periods, the richness of the spiritual energy they emit is far less than that derived from a significant quantity of spirit stones. After all, a spiritual vein is essentially a spiritual mine, and its efficiency in cultivation cannot compare to the rapidity of burning a vast amount of spirit stones. Yet, Long Ji had brought back hundreds of billions of high-grade spirit stones, along with many coveted celestial spirit fruits, artifacts, and 6 heavenly immortal pills. Within the Dragon clan, there exist no masters of refinement. Their most advanced weaponry consists solely of magical artifacts. Such divine instruments significantly augment the prowess of their kin. As for the celestial spirit fruit and the celestial immortal elixir, they are treasures that the dragon lineage has never even contemplated. My dear child, you have endured much during this time, haven't you? The Dragon Queen said, gazing affectionately at the Dragon Princess while tenderly stroking her silken hair and delicate horns, her heart aching for her. Fear not, for with Wang Qinquan by your side, no one shall harm my little girl. The Dragon Princess playfully stuck out her tongue. Indeed, my son-in-law Qinquan is truly a prodigious talent. Such a rarity is scarcely found in this realm, let alone in the celestial domain, the Dragon Queen remarked, casting a satisfied glance at Wang Qinquan, her face aglow with joy. Chapter 137. Is this truly the celestial elixir you intend to gift us? Long Yuan felt an overwhelming sense of satisfaction and pride for his daughter and son-in-law. After all, the celestial sect's secret realm had emerged numerous times, and he was acutely aware of the fierce competition posed by countless formidable talents from various powerful factions during the trials. It would have been exceedingly difficult for his daughter, who had attained the consummate stage of the void refinement realm, to acquire any treasures without her husband by her side. Long Yuan was astonished to discover that Long Ji had indeed reached the pinnacle of the void refinement realm. Even though she had consumed a heavenly spirit fruit to elevate her cultivation by a significant tier, such a rapid advancement was nothing short of extraordinary. However, when compared to her husband, Wang Qinquan, the disparity became glaringly apparent. Just days prior, He had effortlessly dispatched a half-step tribulation stage assassin from the Shura Hall with a single strike. This indicated that he possessed at least the strength of the tribulation stage. Such a feat was nothing less than miraculous. Wang Qinkuan quietly observed the scene, a smile gracing his countenance. Once they had properly stored the treasures, he discreetly retrieved a substantial collection of items from his system space, placing them all into a divine-grade storage bag. These treasures included a plethora of high-tier elixirs, transformation elixirs, integration elixirs, ascension elixirs, tribulation elixirs, and shape-shifting elixirs, along with more than 200 divine artifacts. Among them were also 400 billion superior spirit stones and 4 billion premium spirit stones. Furthermore, there were 8 heavenly celestial elixirs and 4 true celestial elixirs. After the 7 avatars mastered the formidable abilities of Tsanglong Lightning and Void Passage and leveled up to the half-step Great Ascension stage, enhanced by an all-attribute amplification, comparable to half-step tribulation, their combat prowess surged to an extraordinary level. Together, they could effortlessly annihilate tribulation stage beasts. The drop rate of spirit stones from these beasts had increased over 100-fold compared to before, yielding mountains of loot. They amassed vast quantities of superior and premium spirit stones. The shape-shifting elixir, an 8th-tier concoction, enabled certain beast clans to transform early. However, some creatures were inherently unable to morph or found it exceedingly difficult, rendering the elixir ineffective for them. Wang Qinkuan presented the storage bag brimming with treasures to Long Yuan, stating, "Esteemed father-in-law, I have a formal gift for you, which I hope will serve as a token of betrothal." "Oh," Long Yuan exclaimed in surprise. "Qinkuan, my son-in-law, you have a formal gift as well. Allow me to see it." Impatiently, Long Yuan opened the divine-grade storage bag. Whoosh! Radiant treasures burst forth. Gasp! 400 billion superior spirit stones, 4 billion premium spirit stones, over 200 divine artifacts, and an array of other high-tier elixirs. Within lay the priceless heavenly celestial elixirs and true celestial elixirs. Long Yuan's excitement surged, his face flushed, and he gazed in disbelief at the storage bag in his hands. The upper echelons of the Dragon Clan, including the leader of the Green Dragon Tribe and the elder of the Yellow Dragon Tribe, were compelled to rise in astonishment. Their eyes widened, nearly popping from their sockets. Even the Dragon Queen could no longer maintain her composure, repeatedly asking, "Qinkuan, are these 4 elixirs truly the true celestial elixirs? Are you serious? My good son-in-law, are you certain you wish to bestow them upon our Dragon Clan? It is noteworthy that among the dragon lineage, only the Dragon King and Queen are celestial beings at the heavenly immortal stage, while other formidable members of the Dragon Clan have yet to attain such a status." The celestial elixirs brought by Wang Qinkuan and his wife, including the heavenly immortal pills and various tribulation-transcending pills, will undoubtedly elevate the Dragon Clan's power to a terrifying level. Moreover, the 4 true immortal pills gifted by Wang Qinkuan could propel the Dragon King and Queen to the realm of true immortals, a truly formidable existence. In the celestial realm, true immortals are referred to as Tai true immortals, possessing strength far surpassing that of heavenly immortals by countless magnitudes. For years, in the mortal realms of the 3,000 worlds, the taboo presence of a true immortal has scarcely been witnessed. This is primarily because even the most exalted ancestors of the major imperial clans, who ascend to the celestial realm, cannot send down treasures exceeding the 10th level, including the 11th level true immortal pills. The celestial laws of the heavenly Tao prohibit the descent of treasures surpassing the 10th level, and even sending down 10th level treasures requires immense sacrifices from the celestial beings. However, there are no such restrictions on mortal treasures ascending to the upper realms. Thus, obtaining true immortal pills in the mortal world is primarily reliant on acquiring them from the secret realms of the immortal gates. Yet, it remains uncertain whether true immortal pills exist within these secret realms. No faction has ever been reported to have obtained such pills therein. The Comling realm is indeed fraught with complexities. The Dragon King and Queen are well aware that the human race, particularly the Great Ling Empire and the Great Yu Empire, boasts numerous heavenly immortals, likely surpassing the Dragon Clan in number. In the Great Ling Empire alone, the Dragon King and Queen are cognizant of 2 notable figures, the Great Ling Empress Ling Wan and the former Empress Ling Ruoling, both at the pinnacle of the heavenly immortal realm. The former Empress is still alive and recently visited the Dragon Palace, where she engaged in a spar with the Dragon Queen, surprisingly overcoming her. Beyond the Kunling realm, the surrounding worlds are equally formidable, such as the Tsangshuan realm and the Fuguang realm, both housing a multitude of heavenly immortals. Should a true immortal emerge from the Dragon Clan, it would signify the rise of the dragons, compelling the myriad demon clans of the Endless Sea to submit entirely to them. At that juncture, even if the Dragon Clan refrains from actively attacking other major powers or worlds, they would at the very least possess the means for self-preservation and become a presence that other great powers and worlds would hesitate to provoke. Wang Qinquan smiled and remarked, "These treasures, including the true immortal pills, are indeed gifts from my son-in-law to my esteemed in-laws. Although both the heavenly immortal pills and true immortal pills are precious elixirs." Wang Qinquan has consulted the system. In the miniature world where his avatar is stationed, it is anticipated that the subsequent continents will yield immortal resources, including heavenly immortal pills, true immortal pills, and even superior elixirs. In essence, as long as the avatar's strength is sufficient, even the rarest of elixirs can be obtained. Thus, Wang Qinquan does not place excessive significance on the true immortal pills, for he currently has no pressing need for them. By the time he is able to utilize these elixirs, they will have likely been harvested by his avatar. Wang Qinquan has even contemplated the prospect of presenting some true immortal pills to Empress Ling Wan at an opportune moment to bolster the strength of the great Ling royal family. However, the time is not yet ripe, and their relationship has not reached the level of casually exchanging celestial elixirs. Princess Longji gazed fondly at her husband, Wang Qinquan, a sweet smile gracing her lips. Indeed, Qinquan, her son-in-law, exuded a remarkable grandeur, a true rarity in this world. Abundant treasures and celestial elixirs were presented as gifts, even the legendary true celestial elixirs. Long Yuan laughed heartily, proclaiming that having such a son-in-law was indeed a stroke of fortune for the Long clan. Wang Qinquan humbly replied that these were mere trifles, hardly worthy of mention. The other esteemed members of the Long clan were left in stunned silence for a considerable time before recovering their composure. The other sons and daughters of the Dragon King and Queen, upon receiving news of their sister's return, hurried to the Dragon Palace for the banquet, equally astonished. Their seventh sister had been away for several years, returning with an extraordinary human husband, a paragon of strength and wealth. The Long Crown Prince, Long Hao, was a tall and formidable youth at the initial stages of tribulation, while other dragon sons and daughters were merely at the stages of great completion, integration, or refining void. Princess Longji, having attained consummate mastery in refining void, swiftly caught up with some of her elder brothers and sisters. They gathered around to converse. Extending utmost courtesy to Wang Qinquan, he presented gifts to his 6 brothers-in-law and sisters-in-law, each consisting of 10 billion high-quality spirit stones, several divine artifacts, and 10 breakthrough elixirs of various kinds, along with a heavenly spirit fruit for each. The 6 dragon princes and princesses accepted the gifts with immense delight, expressing their gratitude profusely. That evening, the Dragon Palace hosted a grand banquet in honor of Wang Qinquan and the returning 7th princess, Longji. The atmosphere was filled with merriment as cups were raised and toasts exchanged, delighting in a feast of exquisite mountain and sea delicacies. The mountain delicacies primarily comprised the flesh of exotic beasts from the dense forests of remote islands, while the seafood consisted of rare fish and shellfish from the realm of cultivation. Young Master Wang, you are indeed a dragon among men. A splendid match for our little 7. With her marrying you, this king can finally rest easy, Long Yuan declared, raising his cup in salute. Though I am unworthy, I humbly hope for your continued guidance, esteemed father-in-law. Wang Qinquan responded with a smile, fully aware of the Dragon King's sentiments. After all, Princess Longji was their most cherished youngest daughter, and they all yearned for her to wed into a good family. Otherwise, it would be better for her not to marry at all. Now, the wishes of the Dragon King and Queen had finally come to fruition. There is no need for such humility, my son-in-law, the Dragon Queen remarked, her face lighting up with a radiant smile, filled with satisfaction. Chapter 138. For years later, breakthrough to the great ascension, a new talent. Upon witnessing this, the Dragon Queen's face blossomed with a radiant smile, filled with contentment. Wang Qinquan and Dragon Princess spent 3 to 4 days residing in the Dragon Palace, exploring the vibrant Dragon City. It is worth noting that Dragon City differs significantly from the Dragon Palace. The former is a vast metropolis inhabited by various dragon clans, such as the Green Dragon, Yellow Dragon, Black Dragon, Gold Dragon, and Silver Dragon clans. In contrast, the Dragon Palace serves solely as the residence for Long Yuan and his family. Long Yuan is the leader of the Gold Dragon clan, while the Dragon Queen leads the Silver Dragon clan. Naturally, Long Yuan is also the king of all dragons in the Endless Sea. However, the dragon population is relatively small, with the other 6 princes residing in their own palaces within Dragon City, rather than the Dragon Palace. The youngest, Dragon Princess, had a palace in the Dragon Palace even before her marriage, which now serves as accommodation for Wang Qinquan and her. Dragon City, in its grandeur, surpasses the current Yunjiang Immortal City in size, yet its liveliness pales in comparison to that of Yun City. After all, the influx of cultivators in present-day Yun City rivals that of some two-star immortal cities. The leaders of the Yellow Dragon Clan, Aloha, the Green Dragon Clan, Yuantao, along with several other Dragon Clan leaders, warmly invited Wang Qinquan and his wife to their homes for a visit. The couple graciously accepted these invitations, enjoying hospitality and feasting with their hosts. Wang Qinquan presented each clan leader with a small gift comprising 20 billion top-grade spirit stones, several divine artifacts, and 10 breakthrough elixirs of various types. He refrained from gifting any celestial pills, as he had yet to acquire any of that caliber through his current endeavors, estimating that he would need to vanquish beasts above the half-step celestial level to obtain such treasures. The celestial pills acquired from the Immortal Gate's secret realm were dwindling, so he decided to reserve them for later. The dragon leaders expressed immense gratitude for these gifts, showing no signs of dissatisfaction. The dragon folk were exceedingly hospitable, urging the couple to extend their stay. However, Wang Qinquan politely declined, as they wished to return to Yun City. Wang Qinquan felt a pang of reluctance to part from his many wives, while Dragon Princess was reluctant to leave her son, Wang Long, for too long. Given his tender age, the Dragon King and Dragon Queen smiled and remarked, "When you return next time, you can bring our grandson along." They were already aware that Dragon Princess had given birth to Wang Long just over a month prior. Wang Qinquan and his wife quickly assured them that they would indeed return. On the 5th day of their stay, Wang Qinquan, accompanied by his wife Dragon Princess, departed from Dragon City, embarking on their journey home, with the dragon folk seeing them off. As they watched the couple leave, Dragon King Long Yuan turned to Dragon Queen Aoru and sighed. "Ah, little Seven has married, and is not as attached to us as she once was." Although Dragon Princess had not changed much in temperament since her marriage to the Wang family, she had grown quite dependent on her husband, Wang Qinquan, which stirred a bittersweet sensation in the Dragon King's heart. Moreover, within the Wang household, Dragon Princess found camaraderie with Bai Yunu, Hu Tao, Pan Yinlian, and Murong Yuyan, as they shared common interests and topics of conversation. The first 3 ladies were of similar status and cultivation level, while Murong Yuyan, being gracious and mature, as well as Wang Qinquan's mentor, possessed a unique aura that allowed her to connect effortlessly with any of the other wives. Only Yun Yun remained capable of interjecting into their discussions. Qin Zi and Zhuo Miaodong, along with their companions, found themselves somewhat lacking in both cultivation and experience, often remaining on the periphery of conversations as they formed their own circle. Yet, this did not in the least diminish the sisterly bond they shared. After all, Wang Qinquan treated them all with equal kindness and respect. The Dragon Queen chuckled, remarking, "Having married, it is only natural to grow close to her husband. The celestial pills and resources sent by our daughters and sons-in-law are invaluable to our dragon clan. Indeed, aside from the vast amounts of spirit stones and treasures, these celestial pills, particularly the true celestial pills, possess the potential to elevate our entire dragon clan, rendering us impervious to any opposing forces." The high-ranking members of the dragon clan engaged in fervent discussions, all agreeing on the immeasurable worth of these celestial pills. Long Yuan paused contemplatively before stating, "During this period, you brothers shall oversee the peace of Dragon City and the internal affairs of the dragon clan. Once the Dragon Queen and I enter seclusion to ascend to the true celestial stage, the rise of our clan shall be imminent." Ao Luo Yuan Tao and the other brothers of Long Yuan nodded in agreement. On the surface of the Long Yuan Sea, Wang Qinquan and Long Ji returned to Cloud City aboard a divine flying vessel. This time, no unforeseen incidents occurred. After all, Wang Qinquan's formidable prowess in dispatching numerous king-level assassins had thoroughly intimidated the Shura Palace. The great figures of the Dyu faction, under the watchful eyes of the Dling court, were unable to approach. Wang Qinquan and Long Ji successfully returned to the Wang family clan. Upon their return, Long Ji immediately entered the clan's cultivation chamber to undergo a breakthrough. She possessed a fusion pill, and after more than 10 days, she successfully advanced to the early stage of fusion. The Wang family gained yet another formidable cultivator, equivalent to the ancestral level of weaker 2-star factions. Wang Qinquan and the esteemed ladies resumed their profound exchanges in cultivation, as time silently slipped away. For years past, due to his utilization of the quintuple time array plate and the celestial silkworm blood for cultivation, Wang Qinquan had long since attained the pinnacle of the fusion stage, even accounting for the time spent consolidating his cultivation. Subsequently, he consumed a supreme great transcendence pill, and 10 days later, he successfully broke through to the early stage of transcendence. Ding! Congratulations to the host for breaking through to transcendence. You have awakened a new talent. Critical hit amplification, gold. The number of avatars you can create has increased by 1. You have gained 1 lottery opportunity. The system's voice chimed in as expected. A new talent. Critical hit amplification. Wang Qinkuan sensed a special transformation within himself, feeling somewhat perplexed. Previously, he had only possessed the dual cultivation talent of alchemical essence, which had already reached its maximum level. Critical hit amplification. A gold-level talent that doubles all defenses and attacks of the main body and avatars, as well as doubling the treasure drop rate in secret realms, relics, and idle worlds. Impressive. The enhancement of double defense, attack, and treasure drop rates is nothing short of divine talent. This ability surely has further upgrade potential. Wang Qinkuan casually spun the lottery and unexpectedly received a yellow turban warrior at the peak of the celestial stage. Now, with Wang Qinkuan's true cultivation at the early stage of transcendence, augmented by the full attribute enhancement, he was equivalent to a cultivator at the initial stage of the tribulation. According to the system, the strength of his body and primordial spirit has reached a level that allows him to infuse the cultivation of a perfected celestial being into the yellow turban warrior. From this moment forth, Wang Qinkuan possesses the prowess of a perfected celestial. Coupled with his talent for double critical hits, he is comparable to a half-step true immortal. In the mortal realm, he virtually strides with impunity. In a state of ecstatic exhilaration, Wang Qinkuan created a new avatar, naming it Kunkan No. 8, and dispatched it to the idle world. Now, with 8 avatars at the early stage of the Great Ascension, equivalent to the early stage of tribulation, armed with celestial-grade techniques and exquisite artifacts, along with the talent for double critical hit amplification, he is poised to venture into the 17th tier of the Cloud Realm for idling. There, he can barely engage in a group assault to vanquish half-step celestial monsters, yielding celestial elixirs and other resources. However, the probability of half-step celestials dropping celestial elixirs is relatively low. Nevertheless, the early-stage avatars can swiftly slay monsters and level up, advancing to the perfected Great Ascension and half-step tribulation stages in no time, especially with the double drop rate in effect. Wang Qinkuan's 9 consorts have also undergone tremendous transformations over the years. Long Ji has now reached the mid-stage of fusion. Hu Tao and Bai Yunu are both at the same early stage of Great Ascension as Wang Qinkuan, having broken through even before him. Morongyan, under Wang Qinkuan's focused dual cultivation care, has now surpassed the late stage of transformation, nearly rivaling the former ancestors of the Feixia immortal sect. Naturally, the 2 ancestors of the Feixia sect have likely already ascended to the phase of refining emptiness. Zhao Ningxiang stands at the mid-stage of the nascent soul, while Pan Yinlian has also achieved the late stage of transformation. Most astonishing to Wang Qinkuan is Yun Yun, who has remarkably broken through to the mid-phase of refining emptiness, making her eligible to accompany him in future trials of the Immortal Gate's secret realms. Zhuo Miaodong has achieved the late stage of the Golden Core, which is not too low, albeit slightly below that of the other consorts. His primary wife, Qin Zi, has also reached the early stage of the nascent soul, nearly catching up to Zhao Ningxiang. This is something she could scarcely have imagined before. The empress of the Qin kingdom, upon her entry into the realm of cultivation, was merely a lowly practitioner at the first layer of qi refining. Now, she has become a revered nascent soul being, envied by countless cultivators and capable of moving mountains and filling rivers. Moreover, her cultivation is boundless and continues to ascend rapidly. In addition to his consorts, Wang Qinkuan's mother, Yu Tongxin, has also ascended to the early stage of the Golden Core, thanks to her ample supply of fine tea and occasional access to the 5-fold time cultivation chamber in her clan's territory. Furthermore, all of Wang Qinkuan's children possess cultivation levels above the qi refining stage. The older ones, Wang Changsheng, Wang Meng, Wang Teng, and Wang Chong, have even become foundation establishment cultivators. These achievements are the result of Wang Qinkuan's substantial investment in their cultivation. Wang Qinkuan's household boasts such a splendid array of talents that it has elicited envy from various cultivation families in Cloud City and even some sects within the Great Ling realm. Chapter 139. The emergence of the true immortal, the previous empress in shock on this day, in the former imperial palace of the Great Ling dynasty. The previous empress Ling Ruoling had just emerged from her seclusion, feeling a bit restless and eager to seek out the Dragon Queen Ao Ring for a friendly sparring match. This unique pastime often involved her playfully tormenting the Dragon Queen, which proved beneficial for her mental and physical well-being, alleviating the tedium of her prolonged meditation. After all, her husband had not been capable for quite some time. The alluring Ling Ruoling approached the icy jade bed in the adjacent chamber. Casting a glance at her husband, Li Lixing. Li Lixing was the biological father of the current Empress Ling Wan, and during Ling Ruoling's reign, he was granted the title of Prince of Joy. Thus, the Great Ling Court commonly referred to him as Prince Liu. However, Li Lixing had once been a patriarch of the Wuji sect, and some powerful figures from the celestial sects preferred to address him as Master Li or Ancestor Li. Li Lixing possessed the remarkable cultivation of a perfected celestial immortal, yet having lived for over 30,000 years and having consumed a longevity elixir. His life was nearing its end. He required the icy jade bed to prolong his vitality. Regrettably, despite numerous trials within the celestial sects, the outstanding talents of the Great Ling dynasty had yet to procure a true immortal pill to help Li Lixing transcend his current state and extend his lifespan. Indeed, there were no reports of anyone from other factions acquiring such a pill, as the trials were exceedingly arduous. Ling Ruoling silently observed her husband, who lay breathless, yet still exuding elegance with his silvery hair. With a sigh, she closed the chamber door. Through her divine sense, she noted her daughter Ling Wan still attending court, discussing state affairs with the ministers. Ling Ruoling raised her hand, tearing open a rift in space, and gracefully stepped through, vanishing from the former imperial palace. An hour later, high above the Dragon Abyss Sea, a rift suddenly appeared, and Ling Ruoling emerged, landing atop a cloud. Though the Dragon Abyss Sea was not a malevolent place, it was teeming with ferocious sea creatures. Two-headed serpents, azure-scaled crocodiles, black water turtles, crimson-eyed seabirds, and azure-eyed demonic beasts roamed freely, all formidable entities in their own right. However, as a celestial immortal, Ling Ruoling was unperturbed by mere mortals or beasts. As she descended above the tumultuous dark red waters, she spread her divine sense, encompassing an area of 300,000 miles in an instant. Suddenly, her brow furrowed slightly. Her mood evidently soured. It turned out that several hundred miles away, a colossal tribulation stage whale shark was leaping into the air, its massive jaws agape, charging towards her. Ling Ruoling's expression grew colder. She extended her hand and unleashed a powerful surge of celestial energy. In an instant, the whale shark exploded, and the sea waters surged skyward, creating towering waves that spanned 1,000 miles. Ling Ruoling paid this no mind. Instead, she provocatively raised an eyebrow at the divine sense emanating from the dragon city below. "What madness are you up to, Ling Ruoling?" came the indignant voice of the Dragon Queen from the depths of the Dragon Palace. Subsequently, a terrifying and unyielding will of divine consciousness, imbued with the laws of the true immortal, surged towards Ling Ruoling. "What?" Ling Ruoling was utterly horrified. "Dragon Queen, your cultivation has actually reached the true immortal stage." Boom. Ling Ruoling was sent flying, as if struck by lightning, her body violently trembling. Fortunately, her assailant did not resort to lethal force. They merely used the power of the true immortal to injure her physically. They did not target her soul, for a wounded soul is difficult to restore. Ling Ruoling hurriedly tore through the void once more and fled. "Humph! How dare you rampage before me, Ao Rujing? Without considering my current strength." The Dragon Queen in the Dragon Palace was immensely pleased. However, she did not pursue Ling Ruoling. Firstly, the Dragon Clan had no significant enmity with the Great Ling, and she herself bore no deep grudge against Ling Ruoling. Secondly, her son-in-law, Wang Qinkuan, was indeed a practitioner of the Great Ling, and thus she must take his face into account. The Dragon Clan was currently experiencing rapid development, with both the Dragon Queen and the Dragon King successfully advancing to the true immortal stage, all thanks to Wang Qinkuan. The Dragon Queen had already shown mercy, merely inflicting a slight injury on Ling Ruoling before retracting her strength. Otherwise, had she unleashed her full power against Ling Ruoling's primordial spirit, it would likely have sustained severe damage. Meanwhile, in a certain expanse above the sea, Ling Ruoling's figure emerged, her crystalline lips stained with blood. Utterly astonished, the divine consciousness and cultivation of the true immortal stage. How could this be possible? When did the Dragon Queen break through to the true immortal stage? Apart from the Dragon Queen, there seemed to be another true immortal presence within the Dragon Palace, presumably the Dragon King. How did they acquire the true immortal elixir? If the Dragon King and Queen had possessed the true immortal elixir previously, they would have already broken through. Could it be that the first prodigy of this session's Immortal Gate trial, Wang Qinkuan, provided it to them? Indeed, according to prior intelligence from the royal spies, Wang Qinkuan had once brought his dragon lady back to the Dragon Abyss Sea and had eliminated several king-level assassins from the Shura Palace. This, if true, would imply that Wang Chenkuan possesses storage equipment capable of shielding against celestial divine consciousness probing, along with more true immortal elixirs and other treasures. If she could obtain a true immortal elixir, would that not mean salvation for Brother Lishing? Ling Ruoling's expression shifted between gloom and brightness. Finally, her face illuminated with ecstatic delight. The true immortal elixir possessed by the great Ling prodigy Wang Chenkuan must be acquired by the great Ling royal family, no matter the cost. Of course, experience prevails. Ling Ruoling, being the former empress, calculated shrewdly. Such an unparalleled prodigy, rare across the ages, is filled with pride, and it would be best to have him willingly part with it. Naturally, she could not treat him like an ordinary practitioner, issuing threats or merely offering a few sweet promises to compel his compliance. Ling Ruoling would not recklessly rush to Yunjing Immortal City to control Wang Chenkuan and force him to surrender the true immortal elixir and other treasures. Only a fool would do such a thing. Previously, 2 palace guards who were half a step from transcending had reported to the royal family that the Wang clan possessed at least a protective formation of the transcendent stage. Should there ever exist a formidable protective formation of celestial caliber or above, even she and Ling Wan would find it exceedingly challenging to breach. Furthermore, such extraordinary prodigies are typically endowed with immense fortune and should not be trifled with lightly. Moreover, these timeless geniuses, who are as elusive as lanterns in the dark, undoubtedly merit the most profound investment from her esteemed Ling family. It is said that this paragon's companions are all breathtakingly beautiful, having previously wedded the enchanting Hu Tao from the esteemed Hu family. This suggests that he has a marked affinity for exquisite beauty. Ha ha ha. Ling Wan, the cherished daughter of the Ling family and an empress in her own right, is no less than any woman in the world. Having been single for over 1,000 years, she is in dire need of a worthy suitor who catches her eye. Previously, during the celestial trials, Ling Ruoling had discreetly observed Wang Chenkuan in the grand capital of the Ling Empire. At that time, she had not considered him much, for his strength was then lacking, and he had not presented any treasures that would entice the Ling family. But the circumstances have changed dramatically now. With this thought in mind, Ling Ruoling hastily tore open a rift in the void and departed from the boundless sea. An hour later, she returned to the imperial palace of the Ling Empire. Mother? What brings you here so unexpectedly? Ling Wan, having just returned from court, was taken aback, her expression a mix of surprise and confusion. She could not fathom why the Empress Dowager Ling Ruoling had come at this moment. Haha, my dear daughter, I have come because I have stumbled upon something truly astonishing. A grand opportunity lies before you. Ling Ruoling exclaimed with a smile. What is it? What grand opportunity? Ling Wan's eyes sparkled with curiosity upon hearing her mother's words. What could be so remarkable that it left her mother in awe? What could this grand opportunity entail? As the Empress of the Ling Empire, she yearned for strength, aspiring to lead the Kunling cultivation realm, at the very least, the Ling cultivation realm, towards unparalleled power, to a point where no force would dare to offend them. In the Dragon Abyss Sea, both the Dragon King and Queen have ascended to the realm of true immortals. Ling Ruoling stated with calm composure. What? Ling Wan's beautiful eyes widened in shock, and she could not help but gasp in disbelief. True immortals? Ling Wan murmured, her expression a tapestry of complexity. The gap between the pinnacle of celestial immortal and the realm of true immortal may appear but a step, yet it is akin to a chasm of unfathomable depth. Ling Wan understood that without breaking through to the immortal pill stage, relying solely on cultivation, it was improbable she could ever reach the true immortal realm in her lifetime, unless she were to abandon the Grand Ling Empire and ascend to the heavens alone. However, the fabled heavens are rumored not to be a paradise, but a realm rife with chaos and slaughter, a merciless world where even celestial immortals may not find peace. Ling Wan had no immediate thoughts of ascending. At present, the Ling Empire stood under the formidable threat of the Great Yu Empire and the Zhongxian realm. Meanwhile, the Dragon Clan boasted 2 true immortals who towered over the myriad beings of the world. How much longer could the Ling Empire endure? Chapter 140. The Empress Arrives. Wedding tomorrow, the emergence of 2 true immortals within the Dragon Clan is attributed to our esteemed Dailing's prodigy, Wang Chenkuan, who recently returned to his ancestral home with his wife. Ling Ruoling continued, sharing the information she had gleaned with her daughter, Ling Wan. Could it truly be because of Wang Chenkuan? He possesses such a forbidden elixir as the true immortal pill. The Empress Ling Wan's exquisite visage was momentarily taken aback, rendering her exceptionally endearing. Within her heart, tumultuous waves surged uncontrollably. Setting aside how Wang Chenkuan concealed his treasures from her celestial perception and the scrutiny of numerous transcendents, the mere existence of the true immortal pill A nearly unattainable elixir in the mortal realm cast a significant shadow over her thoughts. If her royal family could acquire even a few true immortal pills, both she and her parents could ascend to true immortality, instantly reversing the unfavorable circumstances besieging the Daling Empire. They could even obliterate the Dao Empire and address the recent maneuvers of the Zhongshuan Empire, which sought to conspire against Daling, all within the span of a single thought. Mother, do you mean to draw Wang Qinkuan into our Daling dynasty? Ling Wan inquired. She contemplated the possibility of appointing Wang Qinkuan to a high-ranking position, or even arranging a marriage between him and a member of the Ling family, offering a princess in exchange for several true immortal pills. Ling Wan's cousin, Prince Ling Tian, also possessed celestial cultivation and had numerous unmarried daughters, all of whom were stunning and possessed commendable abilities, allowing Wang Qinkuan the privilege of selection. Should he find any of them unsuitable, he could propose his own conditions. Indeed, this appears to be the sole course of action. Ling Ruoling nodded, pausing in contemplation before shaking her head, remarking, no, such unparalleled prodigies possess exceedingly high standards. Perhaps they would not even consider such offers. Seemingly aware of Ling Wan's thoughts, Ling Ruoling stated directly, what I mean is, you should marry Wang Qinkuan. At her words, Ling Wan's delicate face flushed a deep crimson. Mother, what nonsense are you uttering? She retorted in indignation. Hu Tao is her sworn sister. How could the illustrious empress of the Daling Empire marry her own subject, Wang Qinkuan, and thereby her own brother-in-law? What would that mean for her role as empress in the future? Do not feel shameful about it. Ling Ruoling sighed gently and continued. Our Daling royal family is embroiled in fierce conflict with the two great powers of Dao and Zhongshuan. The Daling Empire is simply overwhelmed. Due to the existence of world barriers and the will of the world, cultivators from other realms must breach these barriers to invade. Moreover, those of celestial rank and above, even if they tear through the barriers to enter our realm, will find their powers suppressed by the world's will, effectively having their strength. Thus, even the Zhongshuan Empire, despite harboring intentions to avenge their losses in the Immortal Gate's secret realm and to attack the Kunling realm, must proceed cautiously, refraining from rash actions. The Daling royal family has received intelligence that cultivators from the Zhongshuan Empire have already breached a section of the world barrier, dispatching experts into the Dao Empire to conspire with them. It is possible that these two factions will soon launch a war against the Daling Empire. Ling Ruoling pondered for a moment before speaking. As for Ling Tian's celestial cultivation, let us set that aside for now, for he is yet to reach perfection. Meanwhile, you, your father, and the three of you have been stuck at the pinnacle of celestial cultivation for many years without a breakthrough. Moreover, Wang Qinkuan not only possesses the opportunity of true immortality, but is also endowed with extraordinary talent and unparalleled charm. Such a prodigy, even if he ascends to the celestial realm, is destined to become a supreme immortal king. Your union with him would undoubtedly be advantageous. With a smile, Ling Ruoling sought to enlighten her daughter, knowing well that her daughter harbored a penchant for the strong and possessed the confidence to persuade her to marry. Ling Wan fell into silence upon hearing this. Indeed, such an extraordinary talent, merely in his 40s, could easily crush those on the brink of tribulation. His rapid ascent is likely rare, even in the immortal realm, perhaps even unprecedented. Surely, he is worthy of her. Only such a timeless genius could be deemed worthy of her. However, Ling Wan hesitated, feeling a twinge of embarrassment at the thought of meeting Hu Tao. You must act swiftly, urged Ling Ruoling. Setting aside the opportunity for true immortal pills, missing out on such a remarkable spouse would be a daunting endeavor. Ling Wan gazed at her mother, understanding that her mother was concerned not only for the opportunity of true immortal pills, but also for her lifelong happiness. After all, Ling Wan had never found any man to her liking until now. Very well, I shall agree, she declared, biting her lip and resolutely nodding. Once she acquiesced to her mother, she quickly resumed her usual dignified and proud demeanor as an empress. She harbored no fear that Wang Qinkuan would refuse her. Even if he did, she would take matters into her own hands and bind him to wed her. For this was the first time she wished to marry a man. Seeing Ling Wan's spirited demeanor, Ling Ruoling patted her daughter's shoulder and said, rest assured, my daughter is unparalleled in the world. No man shall refuse you. In the Cloud River Immortal City, within the Wang family estate, Wang Qinkuan had just finished attending to the various ladies the previous day and now sat alone in the courtyard, sipping tea and cultivating. His children were grown, of course, and no longer resided with him. With his eyes closed, he was enveloped by an aura of rich magical energy. Suddenly, he opened his eyes, a beam of light bursting forth. In the skies above the Wang family estate, the Empress Ling Wan arrived alone, gazing hesitantly at the family's protective barrier. This grand formation felt mysterious even to her, as if entering it would present a danger. Wang Qinquan's voice suddenly echoed, "Your Majesty the Empress, please enter." Ling Wan exhaled in relief and strode into the great formation with her long legs. The formation remained utterly still. Wang Qinquan observed the descending Empress Ling Wan and, cupping his hands in a gesture of respect, inquired, "I humbly welcome your Majesty to my humble abode. May I ask the purpose of your visit?" Wang Qinquan. Ling Wan first cast a barrier around them, silencing the surroundings, and then spoke plainly, "I have come with a request." "Oh." Wang Qinquan cast a glance at the barrier, suffused with the ethereal laws of the celestial realm, and chuckled lightly, inquiring, "Might I ask what Her Imperial Majesty requires of me?" Indeed, Wang Qinquan had anticipated that his gift of the true immortal pills to the dragon clan would eventually reach the ears of the Daling royal family. However, he was taken aback by the unexpected arrival of the Empress herself. A faint blush graced Ling Wan's delicate visage as she shyly confessed, "I wish to propose a union with you." Although Ling Wan, as Empress, had weathered numerous storms, the prospect of personally broaching such a matter with a youth she deeply admired filled her with a touch of bashfulness. Yet, given her assertive nature, it was only natural for her to approach the subject directly, eschewing the need for intermediaries like some timid maidens. Wang Qinquan was momentarily stunned by her words, rendered momentarily speechless. He had not anticipated Ling Wan would propose such a union. However, should it merely involve other women from the royal Ling family, he would prefer to decline. The recent turmoil in the Kuan-Ling realm had reached his ears, especially regarding the rumors brought by Hu Tao concerning the Du Empire's influx of formidable beings from the Zhangxian realm, seemingly with ulterior motives. Even without the prospect of marriage, Wang Qinquan had intended to present a few true immortal pills to Empress Ling Wan, aiding the Daling Empire in withstanding the pressures of hostile forces, thereby enabling the Wang family to develop in peace. As for an actual union, having the Empress herself take the initiative was a different matter altogether. Was it not the case that her words implied a union with him, rather than another member of the royal lineage? He wondered if he had misheard, disbelief washing over him. Wang Qinquan could not help but gaze at the Empress's enchanting countenance, tentatively asking, "Your Imperial Majesty, are you truly proposing a union with me? You wish to marry me?" "Humph." Ling Wan huffed, "Are you unwilling?" A jolt of realization surged through Wang Qinquan's heart. This was indeed genuine. The Empress herself was proposing a union with him. What was there to hesitate about? No, of course not. This humble Wang Qinquan would be utterly delighted to form a bond with Her Imperial Majesty. He hurriedly affirmed. Steadying himself, he boldly surveyed Ling Wan's exquisite form. Her figure was nothing short of extraordinary, surpassing even that of his revered master, Morong Yuyan. Observing his gaze, Ling Wan mused that no matter how exceptional a talent might be, they would ultimately succumb to her allure, though she playfully chastised, "You bold Wang Qinquan. How dare you disrespect me?" Wang Qinquan licked his lips, unable to resist teasing, "Your Imperial Majesty, with your unparalleled beauty, arriving here alone. Are you not wary of my intentions?" Giggling, "You are quite audacious," Ling Wan retorted, her celestial aura swirling about her as she provocatively pinched his ear, declaring, "Your Empress sister possesses the cultivation of a perfected celestial being. Do you dare to act upon your desires?" Wang Qinquan awkwardly touched the tip of his nose. In truth, he would dare, for he too boasted peak celestial prowess. Yet, Ling Wan's demeanor hinted at playful banter, requiring no serious consideration. After all, the Empress was soon to become his bride, and there was no need to rush. Ahem. Wang Qinquan cleared his throat and said, "Since Her Majesty the Empress is willing to marry me, it is indeed something I could not desire more." However, Wang Qinquan gazed earnestly at Ling Wan and inquired, "Your Majesty, do you intend to marry me immediately, or shall we choose a later date?" With a soft chuckle, Ling Wan could not help but laugh. It turned out that this young man was apprehensive about her potentially changing her mind and was hastily inquiring about the wedding date. "Rest assured," Ling Wan replied, fixing him with a stern look, "I am a woman of my word. Having promised you, I shall not go back on it." "That is reassuring." Wang Qinquan sighed with relief, then asked, "Might I inquire which date the Empress has chosen for our nuptials?" Ling Wan furrowed her brow and replied, "Which day do you consider most auspicious?" "Tomorrow would be a fortuitous choice," Wang Qinquan suggested, though he merely spoke off the cuff, having not consulted a calendar. Nevertheless, the sooner, the better. Yet, considering the Empress's wedding, there would likely be preparations and a banquet to host distinguished guests from across the realm, making it impractical to arrange everything today. "Very well, let us proceed with the wedding tomorrow." Ling Wan nodded, showing indifference towards the timing. as long as both parties agreed. She had already begun to regard Wang Qinkuan as her husband. Ling Wan continued, I came here in haste. Upon my return, I shall have arrangements made. Let us keep it simple. Wang Qinkuan smiled. As long as it is not overly complicated, that will suffice. Agreed. Ling Wan affirmed. Then I shall take my leave. She did not go to see Hu Tao, perhaps feeling a touch of shyness. Chapter 141. Am I not as beautiful as a celestial being today? After Ling Wanfei departed, Wang Qinkuan summoned the members of the Wang clan. The patriarch, along with the esteemed elders and ancestors, was met with eager anticipation from the gathered kin. Those of the younger generation, being 3 generations below him, could address him as ancestor. Wang Qinkuan surveyed the assembly, a benevolent smile illuminating his face as he declared, Our esteemed Empress of Daling has just graced me with her presence. I am prepared to unite in matrimony with Her Majesty the Empress, and the wedding ceremony will be held tomorrow to welcome her. Ling Wan. What? The patriarch intends to marry the Empress of Daling? At this proclamation, the hall erupted in astonishment. The clan members, while taken aback, were equally filled with exhilaration. The prospect of their patriarch marrying the Empress of Yunqing Wang clan was a tremendous honor that would bring glory to their lineage. The upper echelons of the Wang family, including Wang Jiansheng, Wang Yuanzhong, and Wang Bingfeng, gazed at Wang Qinkuan in awe. However, they did not harbor any doubts about their patriarch being worthy of the Empress. Rather, they believed that the Empress possessed remarkable discernment. After all, their patriarch was notably youthful and was said to have already attained the legendary strength of a transcendent being. Given time, who could rival him? Indeed, Wang Qinkuan affirmed. Congratulations, patriarch. Best wishes to you, patriarch. The crowd hastily conveyed their blessings. Among them were Wang Qinkuan's partners, Hu Tao, Mu Rongyuyan, and Qin Zi. Mu Rongyuyan beamed with pride, feeling honored by the announcement. Qin Zi looked at her husband with immense admiration. After all, he had captured the heart of the Empress of the cultivation realm, unlike her who was merely a mortal sovereign from a small nation. She now understood that even in the vicinity of Yunjing Xianqing, there were 3 mortal kingdoms, each spanning thousands of miles. However, the combined area of these 3 kingdoms merely constituted a fraction of the territory governed by Yunqing. The entire Daling cultivation realm boasted over 100 celestial cities akin to Yunqing, along with numerous sects of varying sizes. Rumor had it that the expanse of Daling reached nearly 100 million miles. One could only fathom the might of the Daling Empire and the immense power wielded by Empress Ling Wan. Hu Tao's cherubic face was alight with both surprise and delight. The Empress is to wed Brother Qinkuan? How sudden! I am not quite prepared for this. She thought jubilantly. How wonderful. From now on, Sister Ling Wan can sleep beside me again. Hu Tao's mind wandered back to the days before her marriage into the Wang family, when she frequently visited the Ling Palace to dine, sleep, and converse with the Empress. Of course, their shared slumber was entirely innocent, vivacious by nature. Hu Tao often engaged in lively discussions with the Empress, who, after attending to state affairs, enjoyed the company of her spirited companion to discuss worldly matters and unwind. Patriarch, Wang Bingfeng exclaimed, his face aglow with excitement. This is an honor for our entire Wang family. Hu Tao, her cheeks flushed, chimed in. Indeed, my husband is truly formidable. Even the Empress has chosen him. Haha. Wang Qinkuan chuckled, saying, How can I be considered remarkable? It is but the grace of Her Majesty, the Empress. Wang Jiansheng and Wang Yuanzhong also smiled, proclaiming, Such a grand occasion shall surely bring glory to our Wang family. Consequently, numerous members of the Wang family commenced preparations for the wedding, dispatching invitations to various factions. The following morning, Wang Qinkuan produced an exquisite artifact flying vessel, accompanied by several high-ranking members of the Wang family, to the Grand Daling Imperial City to welcome Empress Ling Wan. As Hu Tao, now the wife of Wang Qinkuan, found it inappropriate to accompany them, she awaited eagerly at the Wang residence, her face aglow with anticipation. Within the Ling Emperor's palace, Ling Wan was meticulously adorned, sitting upright with her beautiful eyes fixed upon the copper mirror. What do you think? Is my makeup satisfactory? She inquired of the female guard by her side. Your Majesty, you look magnificent, the guard replied with a smile. In my humble opinion, none can compare to your beauty. Ling Wan pouted playfully and retorted, Enough flattery. Tell me, am I indeed as radiant as a celestial being today? Your Majesty is already a celestial being. You are undoubtedly the most beautiful woman in the mortal realm. The guard replied, grinning. Hearing this, Ling Wan felt a wave of comfort wash over her, nodding in satisfaction. Such sweet words. Very well, I shall take your word for it. Let us see if our guests have arrived. Moments later, Wang Qinkuan's artifact flying vessel descended upon the imperial city square. At that moment, The square was teeming with people, with hundreds of thousands of cultivators standing on either side, their cheers resonating like thunder, creating an extraordinary atmosphere. The first prodigy of Daling, the emperor's consort Wang Chunkuan, has arrived, exclaimed a group of palace maids. Instantly, the crowd fell silent, their voices hushed. The multitude of cultivators gazed fervently at Wang Chunkuan, recognizing him as the foremost talent of the Daling Empire, now joyfully united with the empress. The once bustling area of the square became eerily quiet, illuminated by sunlight that poured down, casting a golden glow akin to a layer of gilding. Wang Chunkuan, leading the Wang family members, emerged from the flying vessel, making his way towards the palace, shielded by the royal guards. Meanwhile, Ling Wan, supported by a palace maid, gracefully stepped out from the Ling Emperor's palace, exuding elegance and poise. Naturally, her mother-in-law, the Empress Dowager Ling Ruoling, walked alongside her. Wang Chunkuan approached, smiling as he saluted. "I pay my respects to the Empress and the Empress Dowager." Ling Wan nodded with a smile, waiving the formalities, while Ling Ruoling looked at her son-in-law with a pleased expression, nodding in approval. "Thank you, Your Majesty." Wang Chunkuan raised his gaze towards the ethereal Ling Wan. Her face was adorned with exquisite makeup, and she wore a flowing golden gown that radiated an aura of sanctity, still unable to conceal her perfect, graceful figure. Ling Wan was quite tall, slightly surpassing Murong Yuyin in height. One could not deny that Ling Wan was an exceptionally rare beauty, carrying an air of authority befitting one who has long resided in power. Wang Chunkuan presented a storage bag filled with a plethora of betrothal gifts, including various artifacts, spirit stones, medicinal pills, and notably, 20 heavenly spirit fruits, 40 celestial pills, and 6 true immortal pills. Wang Chunkuan presented the storage bag to Empress Ling Ruoling, saying, "Please accept this humble betrothal gift, Your Majesty." Ling Ruoling smiled with appreciation and replied, "I shall accept these offerings on behalf of Wanner, as gifts of engagement. They may be opened publicly without any harm." With a hint of anticipation, she opened the storage bag, and her charming face quickly illuminated with joy. Her complexion flushed with excitement as she exclaimed, 20 heavenly spiritual fruits, 40 celestial elixirs, and 6 true immortal elixirs. My good son-in-law, you have indeed retrieved these treasures from the secret realm." Wang Chunkuan smiled, responding, "It is my duty. Your Majesty is too gracious." The royal relatives and officials present were left in utter astonishment. What do these treasures signify for the mortal realm, especially for the Daling royal family? The advancement of even one true immortal would mean the immediate obliteration of the opposing Great Yu Empire, unifying the realm and ushering in an unprecedented era of prosperity. Perhaps it was the will of the heavens. Each true immortal elixir from the Immortal Gate's secret realm is of the highest quality, significantly increasing the chances of breakthrough. However, the celestial elixirs produced their vary in grade, with the top-tier ones being rare. Ling Wan conveyed to Wang Chunkuan through thought that her father, Li Lushing, urgently required true immortal elixirs for his breakthrough and to extend his lifespan. Hence, her mother was so overtly thrilled. Wang Chunkuan smiled gently, seizing the moment to grasp the delicate hand of the empress, whispering, "Fear not, my dear. I shall acquire even more elixirs in the future." Ling Wan, misunderstanding, thought he meant he would seize more treasures for Daling, leaving her deeply touched and elated. Her eyes curving like crescent moons as she embraced Wang Chunkuan and planted a kiss upon him. "I shall change into another gown," she stated. "Very well, go ahead," Wang Chunkuan replied, savoring the lingering fragrance of her kiss, his tone soft. "I shall wait for you outside." Ling Wan nodded, accompanied by a throng of palace maids. She entered the inner chambers to change. After her adornment, she returned to the grand hall. Following some ceremonial proceedings at the palace, as noon approached, Wang Chunkuan and Empress Ling Wan, along with their companions, boarded the divine flying vessel, departing from the Daling Imperial City towards the Wang family in Yunjiang Immortal City. Behind them trailed a dozen more vessels, laden with numerous members of the Ling clan and officials in casual attire. Both the celestial tier Ling Wan and Wang Chunkuan could effortlessly tear through space, shielding others as they traversed the void, arriving at the Wang family in an instant. However, there was no need to expedite this betrothal journey. At the entrance of the Wang family, Wang Chunkuan returned alongside Empress Ling Wan, retrieving the flying vessel. Ling Wan stood beside him, her cheeks slightly flushed, exuding an additional air of charming allure. "The Empress has arrived." With the announcement from the attending maidens, nearly everyone in the Wang family hurriedly emerged. "Your Majesty," they bowed respectfully, saying, "We apologize for the lack of a proper welcome. Please forgive us." "There is no need for such formalities," Ling Wan said, gracefully raising her jade hand. Hu Tao welcomes my sister's arrival. Hu Tao was also amidst the crowd, excitedly calling out to the Empress Ling Wan. Thank you, Sister Hu Tao. Ling Wan gazed at Hu Tao, her face adorned with a certain smile. Please, Empress, come in. Wang Qinquan smiled and gestured invitingly. Ling Wan stepped through the grand entrance of the Wang family. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully marrying a legendary empress as a partner, earning 50 points of fortune and acquiring 50 points in all attributes. The system's voice echoed in his mind. Wang Qinquan's strength increased slightly, and his fortune value rose to 499 points. On this day, the Empress of Daling wed the unparalleled prodigy Wang Qinquan. Numerous factions from Daling, high-ranking officials, various sects, and distinguished families from several immortal cities sent representatives to congratulate the Wang family. The upper echelons of the Wang family were bustling with activity, warmly hosting these esteemed guests from afar, with toasts exchanged frequently throughout the banquet. The atmosphere of the feast was exceedingly harmonious. Ling Wan also indulged in several drinks. Her cheeks flushed, exuding an enchanting allure. As night fell, Wang Qinquan and Empress Ling Wan departed the banquet early, returning to their bridal chamber. Tonight was the wedding night, and Wang Qinquan, embracing Ling Wan's slender waist and inhaling the intoxicating fragrance emanating from her, whispered in her ear, Empress sister, I wish to have you. Ling Wan's face turned a shy shade of red upon hearing this, and she replied, then let us rest early. Chapter 142. Ling Wan ascends to true immortality. Wang Juquan in late stage of major completion within the chamber, the flickering red candles cast a hazy glow. On the bed, Wan lay embraced by Wang Qinquan, whispering intimate secrets meant for no ears but their own. 3 days later, an early rising Ling Wan found herself nestled against Wang Qinquan's chest, murmuring contentedly, Husband, I feel so blissful. With a gentle smile, Wang Qinquan replied, My Empress, I share in your joy. Thanks to the Empress's primordialine power, Wang Qinquan had genuinely advanced to the mid-stage of major completion, nearing the late stage. After indulging in their affection for a while, they rose to bathe and dress, tidying themselves for the day. Ling Wan resolved to return to the Great Ling Imperial City to oversee matters, while Wang Qinquan could move to reside alongside her. After all, the entire Great Ling Empire remained under the looming threats from the Zhongxian Empire and the Great Yu Empire. Moreover, her parents' ascension to true immortality would not occur swiftly. It required time and careful protection from one another to ensure stability. For now, Prince Ling Tian was temporarily managing the affairs of state. Ling Wan, why not ascend to true immortality here at our Wang family? Upon hearing the Empress's intentions, Wang Qinquan halted her and presented a top-tier true immortal pill along with the time array disc. He offered her the exquisite pill. What? You possess a true immortal pill? And this array disc is the legendary one with a 5-fold time flow. Ling Wan was taken aback. She understood that Wang Qinquan could not possibly offer all his true immortal pills as a betrothal gift to her family. Yet his willingness to give her another made her heart swell with gratitude. Furthermore, the time array disc was indeed a treasure for cultivation. Though merely a top-tier artifact rather than an immortal device, it was an exceedingly rare and priceless gem in the mortal realm. Such discs could only be crafted by those adept in the laws of time, a skill incredibly rare and difficult to comprehend. Where could one possibly find such a master in the mortal world? It seemed almost impossible. Undoubtedly, this array disc must have been acquired by Wang Qinquan within the secret realms of the immortal sections. However, his willingness to reveal such an extraordinary treasure before her signified a profound trust in Ling Wan. With a smile, Wang Qinquan declared, You are my wife. What is mine is yours, and you may utilize it freely. Upon hearing this, Ling Wan embraced Wang Qinquan tightly and bestowed a fervent kiss upon him. In that moment, Ling Wan, no longer in haste to return to the imperial city, ventured outdoors with Wang Qinquan. The Empress reunited with her sisters, including Hu Tao and Long Ji, and paid respects to Wang Qinquan's mother, Yu Tongxin. Wang Qinquan's children also arrived, all of whom were to address Ling Wan as mother. Gathered together, the family savored a sumptuous feast, and afterwards, Wang Qinquan distributed lavish gift packages to each of his partners, including Qin Zi, Yun Yun, and Murong Yuyan. Each gift package includes a heavenly spirit fruit, a substantial quantity of medium-grade spirit stones, an abundance of treasured artifacts, magical tools, divine implements, and thousands of resources such as yuaning pills, transformation pills, refinement pills, integration pills, 100 longevity pills, and 1,000 longevity pills. Wang Qinquan instructed them to utilize the heavenly spirit fruit for themselves, while all other resources could be managed at their discretion, whether to return to their maternal families or to retain for personal use. The contents of these grand gift packages were identical. Even Ling Wan possessed one, as did her mother, Yu Tongxin. On occasion, Wang Qinkuan, in a fit of joy, would unexpectedly bestow gift packages upon them. However, this time, the package was more substantial than before, given the increased resources he had accrued during his time away. Ling Wan, the empress, was quite astonished. Her husband, Wang Qinkuan, indeed possessed immense wealth. 11 grand gift packages, one for each of the 10 wives plus his mother, contained enough cultivation resources to rival the annual expenditure of an entire cultivation nation in the mortal realm. It was as if one person could stand against a nation, rich enough to rival any kingdom. Naturally, she would not inquire about the source of Wang Qinkuan's abundant resources, for such details were inconsequential. The wives, Qin Zi, Yin Yun, Murong Yiyan, and others, were filled with boundless joy, as they could once again break through to a higher realm and had ample resources to assist their families. They planned to allocate half of the resources to support their maternal families while reserving the remaining half for their own children. Despite the fact that their offspring lacked for nothing within the Wang family, Hu Tao, Long Ji, Bai Yu Nu, and the others were equally delighted. Although they had already consumed the heavenly spirit fruit, and Bai Yu Nu's family was not in this realm, who could resist joy in the face of gifts? Later, Wang Qinkuan escorted Ling Wan to their backyard garden, arriving at a massive stone platform where he intended to provide her protection as she sought to break through to the true immortal level. Wang Qinkuan set up a celestial barrier that isolated their surroundings, within which the laws of immortality flowed seamlessly. He produced a time array plate, establishing a cultivation space with a 5-fold acceleration of time. My husband indeed possesses the consummate cultivation of a celestial immortal, Ling Wan observed, her beautiful eyes sparkling, for she had long suspected as much. On the platform, Wang Qinkuan unleashed a plethora of premium spirit stones, and an overwhelming aura of spiritual energy immediately enveloped the entire barrier, transforming it into a miniature paradise of cultivation. Ling Wan consumed the true immortal pill, seated herself in meditation on the platform, refining the medicinal power and absorbing the spiritual essence. As Ling Wan was at the celestial immortal level, her breath might become uncontrollable during her breakthrough. Hence, it was inappropriate for Wang Qinkuan's other partners to join in the cultivation here. Wang Qinkuan accompanied the empress in her practice, assuring her that the grand formation at the Wang family estate was of the level of an immortal emperor, providing a secure environment for her breakthrough without concern for any destructive repercussions. Ling Wan, too astonished to respond, closed her eyes and focused on her cultivation. Within the time array, moments sped by. What felt like 6 days in the outside world translated to 30 days in their realm. As time progressed, Wang Qinkuan sensed Ling Wan's immortal aura growing ever stronger, until, with a resounding boom, she stepped triumphantly into the realm of true immortality. The magnificent celestial laws embodied by the empress swiftly coalesced, transforming into the true immortal laws. Subsequently, she began to fervently refine the remnants of the potent medicinal energy contained within the true immortal elixir, solidifying her cultivation at the initial stage of true immortality. Boom. At that moment, the true immortal tribulation descended. The entire cloud city was enveloped in ominous clouds, thunder and lightning illuminating the sky. This spectacle instilled terror in the hearts of countless wandering cultivators and families within the city. Fortunately, these celestial phenomena seemed to have a designated target, converging over the Wang family estate, sparing other areas from destruction. Golden bolts of heavenly thunder pierced through the protective barrier of the Wang family, descending from the heavens and striking both Ling Wan and Wang Qinkuan beside her. Due to Wang Qinkuan's proximity, he was inevitably affected by the tribulation. However, Ling Wan consumed a high success rate supreme true immortal elixir, capable of dissipating much of the tribulation's might, coupled with her formidable strength and the exquisite armor she donned. Wang Qinkuan, possessing the body of thunder control, also exhibited extraordinary power. Remarkably, neither sustained any injuries. This wave of true immortal tribulation was merely a preliminary baptism. Crackling thunder roared, continuously descending as Ling Wan's strength soared, transforming all her celestial laws into true immortal laws. Ultimately, as the thunder clouds dissipated, Ling Wan successfully ascended to the initial stage of Tai True Immortal. Under the influence of Ling Wan's true immortal laws and the assistance of the tribulation, Wang Qinkuan also triumphantly broke through to the late stage of Great Ascension. My husband. Ling Wan opened her eyes, gazing at Wang Qinkuan, her cheeks slightly flushed. A Tai True Immortal in this mortal realm is indeed an unparalleled existence. All of this was made possible by her beloved husband. Ha! Congratulations, Empress Ling Wan. My dear wife has finally ascended to the realm of true immortals. Wang Qinquan exclaimed with joyous laughter. Chapter 143. The Fivefold Discount on the Treasure Elixir. The grand gathering of the Ghost Emperor's palace in the outside world. Numerous members of the Wang family gazed upwards at the ominous thunderclouds swirling in the sky. Terrifying bolts of lightning descended upon a certain part of Wang Qinquan's estate, sending waves of panic through the onlookers. Fortunately, within the confines of the residence, Wang Qinquan swiftly communicated with Wang Jiansheng, Wang Bingfeng, and other senior members of the Wang family, as well as his other wives, informing them that this was merely the Ghost Emperor Ling Wan practicing a thunder-based celestial technique, urging them to remain calm. At that moment, the tempest of thunder finally dissipated. Wang Qinquan relayed that the Empress's cultivation had concluded and that they were unharmed. With that assurance, the crowd relaxed and began to disperse. The ascension of the Empress to the true immortal realm was a matter best kept under wraps for the time being. The inhabitants of the Cloud City noticed the thunderous phenomenon but remained unfazed. In the vast realm of the Great Ling's cultivation world, the majority of practitioners, over 99%, were still unaware that the Empress had attained immortality. Only the ancestors of some major powers were privy to such knowledge. It was decided that they would simply declare to the outside world that the Empress was practicing a formidable thunderous celestial technique. These cultivators, after all, lacked the vision to discern the true nature of such a cataclysmic thunder tribulation, which they assumed to be fatal upon contact, unable to perceive its actual level. Yin Yin could see through it, but she remained silent. With an additional true immortal partner, Wang Qinquan was filled with joy as he cast a glance at Ling Wan. Ling Wan, her exquisite figure enveloped in the aura of a true immortal, radiated an ethereal beauty akin to exquisite jade, exuding an air of nobility and sanctity that rendered her even more alluring. Wang Qinquan took her delicate hand, soft as if devoid of bone, and said, "Come, let us celebrate your breakthrough with a dual cultivation." With that, he pulled Ling Wan towards their chambers. Ling Wan shot him a playful glance, but did not refuse, for they were still basking in the sweetness of their newlywed bliss. Dressed impeccably, Wang Qinquan emerged from his residence and summoned the senior members of the Wang family for a council. Wang Jiansheng, Wang Yuanzhong, and other high-ranking officials soon arrived, accompanied by numerous foundational, golden core, and nascent soul cultivators from the Wang family, all entering the grand hall for discussion. Once the majority of the senior members had gathered, Wang Qinquan produced 4 heavenly spirit fruits, bestowing one upon each of Wang Jiansheng, Wang Yuanzhong, Wang Bingfeng, and Wang Jianlin. He declared, "You 4, as the most significant contributors to the Wang family aside from myself, are hereby rewarded with a heavenly spirit fruit in my capacity as the clan leader. I trust you are familiar with the effects of this divine fruit." These 4 senior members had, under Wang Qinquan's generous provision of resources and the opportunity to frequently enter the clan's 5-fold time cultivation chamber, successfully advanced to the initial stage of the transformation god realm. With an additional heavenly spirit fruit, they would soon ascend to the ranks of the elusive void refinement experts. Once they achieved this, the Wang family would boast formidable cultivators in the void refinement stage, aside from Wang Qinquan and his wife. The legendary heavenly spirit fruit, thank you, 18th uncle, Wang Jiansheng, Wang Bingfeng, and the others expressed their overwhelming excitement. Other clan members gazed enviously at the heavenly spirit fruits in the hands of the 4, their eyes ablaze with fervor. How wondrous it would be if they too could partake in such a miraculous fruit that could elevate them by an entire realm. Upon witnessing the scene, Wang Qinquan chuckled and remarked, "There is no need for other clansmen to feel envious. This divine fruit is not easily obtained. Any clansman who has reached the transformation stage and has made significant contributions to the Wang family may apply for a heavenly spirit fruit as a reward. Of course, the quantity is limited, and once it is distributed, there will be no more. I can presently reveal that the total number of heavenly spirit fruits available for all clansmen is no less than 50. Splendid. Ha ha ha, 50 fruits. We too shall have a chance. We must strive diligently in our cultivation. I will certainly dedicate my utmost efforts to the Wang family." Upon hearing this, numerous clansmen of the Wang family erupted in excitement. Many expressed their intentions, although they did not dare to expect that they would certainly obtain this miraculous heavenly spirit fruit. They believed that effort would yield rewards. With the motivation of the heavenly spirit fruit, they naturally became even more devoted to their cultivation and responsibilities. Wang Qinquan continued, "Furthermore, it is an immense honor that Empress Ling Wan has wed me, Wang Qinquan. However, due to the vast population of Yunjiang Immortal City, with countless cultivators exceeding 10 million, it is impossible for all to come to our Wang family to partake in our celebratory feast. Therefore, once Wang Jianxing and the other three reached the refining void stage, our alchemy workshop will not only continue to sell foundation establishment pills, golden core pills, and nascent soul pills, but will also introduce the sale of 100 longevity pills, youth preservation pills, transformation pills, refining void pills, and combination pills, along with other equivalent elixirs. Moreover, all elixirs will be sold at half the market price. This is to bring good fortune to numerous cultivators. Wang Qinquan's proclamation was nothing short of earth-shattering. It was an astonishing decision. The higher-ups among the clansmen were left in a state of shock. They could hardly fathom the colossal impact that the Wang family's decision to sell various precious elixirs for high-level cultivators at half price would have on Yun City and the greater Daling cultivation world. As Wang Qinquan mentioned the empress's true name, Empress Lingwan, who was sipping tea in the courtyard of the Qinquan mansion several dozen miles away, felt a stirring within her. She enveloped the ladies with a surge of celestial spiritual power and, with a swift movement, appeared in the family's assembly hall, where she listened intently to Wang Qinquan's discourse. Wang Qinquan, noticing the arrival of the esteemed ladies, continued. For those high-level cultivators guarding the alchemy workshop who may lack sufficient strength, they may seek to hire experts from Feisha sect, specifically those at the nascent soul, transformation, or refining void stages. This is limited to those above the nascent soul stage. After all, they are my fellow disciples, and we can offer generous remuneration according to their cultivation levels, ranging from 10,000 to 300,000 mid-grade spirit stones per month, along with ample fine tea daily. In truth, Yun City remained quite secure. Not only did Wang Qinquan and several of his companions possess formidable cultivation, but Empress Lingwan had also stationed 2 formidable half-step tribulation guards at the city lord's residence, ensuring that few dared to cause unrest. These 2 powerful beings would remain stationed in Yun City indefinitely. Good heavens! Murong Yuyen's expression tightened. Previously, as a peak master in Feisha sect, her earnings amounted to merely 1,000 mid-grade spirit stones a month, paid in low-grade spirit stones, equating to 100,000 low-grade stones. This was already quite considerable. Other peak masters of the Yuan infant stage are but a handful. Her husband's salary surged tenfold, with the ancient cultivator of the void refinement stage commanding a staggering 30,000 mid-grade spirit stones, equivalent to 30 million low-grade spirit stones a month. Furthermore, the exquisite Taoist tea provided is imbued with profound Taoist essence. It is likely that, solely based on this generous offer of tea, others would forego spirit stone salaries and eagerly accept positions as guardians at the Wang family alchemy workshop. It is indeed outrageous. Murong Yuyen would dare to swear that throughout the entire realm of cultivation, one would be hard-pressed to find such a benevolent employer. However, in comparison to these perks, the Wang family alchemy workshop's offer of a 50% discount on all elixirs, including the 100 longevity pill, beauty pill, divine transformation pill, void refinement pill, and fusion pill, is the true marvel. This will undoubtedly send shockwaves throughout the entire Daling cultivation realm, drawing countless wandering cultivators and small families to settle in Cloud City. After all, in Cloud City, the path of cultivation is astonishingly effortless. Not only is Murong Yuyen astounded, but the other wives of Wang Qinquan have also gathered in the council hall. Walnut, Qin Zi, and the other ladies are all brimming with excitement. Meanwhile, Empress Lingwan and Yun Yun, being the most knowledgeable, naturally understand the implications of these developments. It signifies that their husband, Wang Qinquan, has significantly bolstered the overall strength of the cultivators in the entire Cloud River Immortal City single-handedly. Moreover, this will benefit all cultivators across the vast Daling realm, as individuals from other immortal cities may also come here to purchase elixirs. Currently, in Cloud City, the highest authority is no longer the city lord or the inspector. It may even surpass the Daling Empress in the future, becoming Wang Qinquan. However, Lingwan is indifferent to this. This event is a boon for the entire Daling realm. In the demon realm of the Great Yu Empire, within the Yu Emperor Palace of the Great Yu Imperial City, discussions are fervent. The imposing figure of the black-robed man, the Non-Yu Emperor, is hosting a grand banquet for esteemed guests from the Zhangxian realm, alongside many powerful figures from the local demon sections. Esteemed guests, today's grand banquet hosted by our Great Yu is specifically to invite the Zhongling Emperor of the Zhangxian realm, as well as the heads of the 10 great sects of the Zhangxian realm, including the Qingyun sect and the Xingshu sect, along with numerous tribulation crossing experts from the Zhangxian realm to join this magnificent gathering. The Non-Yu Emperor beams with a smile, seated at the head of the table. with the Songling Emperor and the two sect leaders, along with many tribulation-crossing experts to his left. To his right are the formidable figures from various great Demon sects, each a paragon of power. Together, they converse amiably, creating a harmonious atmosphere devoid of any clamor. Notably, the Songling Emperor, robust and imposing, radiates an aura akin to mountains and dragons. He is one of the founding figures of the Xian Empire and the elder brother of the Xian Emperor, possessing terrifying cultivation at the pinnacle of the celestial immortal stage. Even though his power is suppressed by the world will of the Kunling realm, he remains stronger than an ordinary late-stage celestial immortal. Despite the Xian Emperor being the reigning monarch of the Xian Empire, he is generally referred to as the Songling Prince within the Xian realm. However, in the external realm, beings of celestial prowess are often referred to as emperors. This is because the sovereigns of various worlds in the realm of cultivation are predominantly at the celestial stage. Moreover, the esteemed leaders of the Qingyun sect, Xiang Tianyi, and the Holy Ruins sect, Niu Zijing, are both cultivators at the later stages of the celestial realm. Naturally, these celestial beings from the external realms, upon entering this domain, can only wield half of their true power. Haha, Brother Jiuyo, it is indeed a rare fortune for us, the denizens of the Zhongshuan realm, to gather in the presence of numerous great powers from your Yu Empire. The Songling Emperor rose to his feet, clasping his fists as he spoke, his voice resonating throughout the hall. The Jiuyo Emperor also promptly stood, cupping his hands in gratitude. I am deeply honored by the kindness of Brother Songling. Chapter 144. The Great Yu declares war unannounced. Prince Ling Tian makes his appearance immediately. Emperor Songling tossed a supreme artifact storage bag to Emperor Jiuyo. Upon receiving the bag and inspecting its contents, which brimmed with numerous treasures and resources, Emperor Jiuyo burst into laughter. Brother Songling, your generosity is commendable. Let us not waste any more time and proceed directly to the matter at hand. Indeed, please have a seat. Everyone took their places. Emperor Songling spoke loudly. As we all know, this time our Zhongshuan Empire and your great Yu Empire have suffered greatly during the trials at the Immortal Gate, due to the despicable talents from the Great Ling, who have harmed many of our powerful prodigies, resulting in severe losses. Our third prince, Song Tiansheng, and your second prince, Yuxi, have both fallen as a consequence. Therefore, our two factions must unite and eradicate the Great Ling Empire. Now, we have collaboratively breached the crystal barrier of the Kunling realm, allowing a multitude of our formidable warriors to enter, with the sole purpose of annihilating the Ling nation. Once this collaboration succeeds, the Great Ling Empire will undoubtedly perish. We shall join forces to divide the territories and resources of the Great Ling Empire. Upon this declaration, the assembly fell into silence. Of course, the Zhongshuan Empire had no territorial ambitions regarding the Ling nation, given its distant proximity, which would necessitate sending personnel to govern. A rather cumbersome task. They were even willing to concede half of Ling nation's resources to the Yu Empire. The conditions proposed to Emperor Jiuyo included, after the destruction of the Ling nation, he would unify the Kunling realm but must join the two-realm alliance led by the Zhongshuan Empire. In future trials at the Immortal Gate, the prodigies from the Kunling realm would need to cooperate with those from the Zhongshuan realm, essentially serving as cannon fodder. Moreover, the Zhongshuan Empire would scour the Ling cultivation realm for youthful prodigies. Young talents like Wang Qinkuan, should they be captured alive, would not only be spared but also subjected to soul restrictions by the Zhongshuan Empire, raised for future endeavors in the Immortal Gate's secret realms to seize treasures. However, once Wang Qinkuan surpasses the age limit for entry into the Immortal Gate trials, it remains uncertain whether he would still retain his life. Soon, fervent discussions erupted among the attendees, particularly among the many demonic cultivators from the Great Yu. Indeed, the prodigies entering the secret realm from the Great Ling Empire are overwhelmingly powerful. Our Great Yu has suffered tremendous losses. Our spies have gathered all relevant information over the years. It turns out that the first prodigy of the Great Ling, Wang Qinkuan, has suddenly unleashed his power, far exceeding all our prodigies in the Immortal Gate secret realm, leading to a massive acquisition of treasures for the Ling nation. According to our intelligence, not long ago, many royal assassins from our Shura Hall were slain by Wang Qinkuan single-handedly. Is it possible? Wang Qinkuan now possesses the terrifying strength of the tribulation stage? This is alarming. In various cultivation worlds, those prodigies below 400 years of age who attain the pinnacle of the integration stage are already considered unparalleled talents. Yet, he has reached the tribulation stage. Our Shura Hall spies report that this individual is extraordinarily exceptional, akin to a once-in-an-era prodigy. Not only has the young lady from the Hu family wed him, but even the empress of the Great Ling holds him in extreme regard, to the extent of personally arranging a union with him. At this moment, upon hearing such news, even the Emperor of the Nine Hells could no longer contain himself. His face flushed with rage as he bellowed, "This audacious youth dares to unite with Ling Wan, a crime deserving of the most severe punishment. That insignificant Wang Qinkuan. Once I breach the borders of the Ling kingdom, I shall ensure he meets a fate worse than death, to prevent him from causing further harm to other prodigies and extraordinary women." Upon hearing these words, the high-ranking officials of the Yu kingdom exchanged glances, bemused. Even the death of the second prince, Yu Xiu, had not elicited such fury from him. They were all acutely aware of the Emperor of the Nine Hells' past pursuits of the Empress of the Great Ling, which had met with a merciless rejection. Now, however, the Empress Ling Wan appeared content to marry a younger prodigy, a blatant affront to the Emperor of the Nine Hells and a reflection of his impotence. Explaining his current outburst. Of course, the Emperor's outburst was merely a means of venting. After all, such a prodigy possesses immense value, and the Zhongxian Empire would never allow him to be slain. The Zhongxian Empire is not one to be trifled with. Meanwhile, the Emperor of Zhongling, after inquiring with some formidable figures of the Yu kingdom and learning the cause of the Nine Hells Emperor's ire, could not help but chuckle before reassuring him. Brother Jiuyu, should Wang Qinkuan be captured alive, he holds significant utility. He must not be killed just yet. However, once he loses his value, you may dispose of him as you wish. The Emperor of Zhongling then shifted the conversation, proposing, since all esteemed colleagues deemed this operation feasible, let us prepare for action tomorrow and formally declare war on the Great Ling. Indeed, the battle tomorrow must secure the fall of the Great Ling Empire. The assembly voiced their agreement. Then let us toast to our fruitful collaboration. Cheers. They raised their cups in unison, drinking heartily. The following dawn, sunlight bathed the entire continent. At the border between the Great Ling Empire and the Great Yu Empire, the 100,000-mile stretch lay desolate and uninhabited, while there were numerous beasts lurking. The two opposing forces had amassed a staggering 20 million cultivators, alongside countless demonic armies. Both sides were composed of elite troops, with even the most basic soldiers being cultivators of at least the Golden Core stage. The armies were densely packed, resembling a dark cloud looming ominously, instilling fear in all. The commander of the border defense for the Great Ling Empire, Zhang Tianheng, had previously been a consummate cultivator at the Tribulation Crossing stage. Following the conclusion of the prodigy trials, he was rewarded with a celestial pill by the Empress, allowing him to ascend to the initial stage of the celestial realm. Not only he, but also Ling Jiangxue and the Left Chancellor had similarly advanced to the initial stage of the celestial realm. Hu Tao's father, General Hu, possessed a celestial pill, yet had not reached the pinnacle of the Tribulation Crossing stage. Although Zhang Tianheng was only at the initial stage of the celestial realm, his combat prowess exceeded that of a typical cultivator at the same level. The responsibilities of General Hu's forces primarily revolved around internal security, and given General Hu's relatively modest cultivation, they were insufficient to guard the borders. Zhang Tianheng, commanding a dozen generals at the Tribulation Crossing stage, stood high in the sky, rallying his own forces, stationed before the protective formations. This insufferable lot from the Great Yu Empire. They dare to wage war without declaration, attempting a sneak attack on us. Quickly, inform Lord Ling Tian and Her Majesty the Empress. Among this group, apart from Zhang Tianheng, who had reached the celestial immortal stage, there were only 14 formidable beings at the tribulation stage. The remaining generals and commanders were all at the level of the Great Ascension. Shortly thereafter, a battalion of Pegasus cavalry scouts rushed over, reporting that the Great Yu Empire had launched a surprise attack with over 40 million troops already at the border. Zhang Tianheng coldly fixed his gaze upon the dark mass of demonic cultivators in the distance and commanded, "Relay the order. Archers, stand by. Prepare to shoot at the enemy cavalry and strive for a decisive blow." As the millions of flying demonic wolf cavalry from the Great Yu Empire drew near, a multitude of Great Ling soldiers activated their crossbows. Release. Instantly, piercing sounds echoed through the air as countless armor-piercing arrows soared toward the Great Yu army. The arrows struck true, penetrating the ranks of the Great Yu Iron Cavalry, causing a gruesome spectacle of blood and flesh. "Charge!" roared the Great Yu army, fearlessly surging towards the Great Ling encampment. "Kill! Annihilate these vermin from Great Ling." The clash of blades ensued, blood splattering in every direction. The Great Yu Iron Cavalry fought with the ferocity of tigers, their numbers overwhelming. The demonic cultivator forces surged forward, undeterred by death, unleashing a barrage of long-range spells as they approached the Great Ling army. Though the soldiers of Great Ling displayed great bravery, they were ultimately outnumbered. After only half an hour of resistance, they began to retreat to their camp. With a resounding crash, the Great Yu Iron Cavalry collided violently against the barrier of the Great Ling military formation, scattering the defenders. Ha ha ha! Flatten this garbage military encampment of the Great Ling Empire. Annihilate these ants. Cackled the Great Yu Legion commander, the mid-celestial immortal, Prince Yunyan. With a wave of his hand, an endless tide of troops surged forth, crashing toward the Great Ling military camp. It must be said that the territory of the Great Yu Empire was more expansive than that of the Great Ling Empire, with a larger population of cultivators, primarily due to the unrestrained reproduction of demonic cultivators. Furthermore, the Great Yu Empire had declared war without notice, leaving the border guards of the Great Ling Empire to respond hastily. After the passage of a single incense stick's worth of time, the barrier of the Great Ling military camp, formed by numerous artifact-grade formation discs, was left in tatters. Under the relentless bombardment of the Great Yu demonic cultivators, it shattered in an instant. In the skies, Zhang Tianheng, accompanied by the Tribulation and Great Ascension cultivators of Great Ling, engaged in fierce combat against the mighty demonic beings of the Great Yu. Zhang Tianheng was no match for Prince Yunyan, suffering continuous setbacks. Just as the forces of the Great Yu Empire approached the city, a surge of overwhelming sword energy erupted from a certain location at the Great Ling border. The sword energy, sharp and unyielding, cleaved through the heavens, embodying the might of the cosmos itself. It spanned thousands of miles, sweeping through the Great Yu army and causing devastation. At that moment, a strikingly handsome man clad in white, as pure as snow, stepped forth from the void. Wielding an ancient divine sword, his gaze cold and indifferent. With a single step, a blinding flash of sword light erupted. In an instant, tens of thousands of scattered demon wolf cavalry were reduced to mere fragments of flesh. A figure with flowing, raven black hair cascading over his shoulders and eyes as profound as the cosmos gazed upon the scene. What? Everyone was taken aback, including the already victorious and injured Prince Yunyan, who had just defeated Zhang Tianheng. How could he have annihilated tens of thousands of the Great Yu's iron cavalry with a single strike? It was utterly terrifying. The numerous powerful beings in the tribulation stage were struck with horror. It should be noted that those tens of thousands of cavalrymen, the weakest among them possessing initial stage void refinement prowess and skilled in combined combat techniques, were dispersed over a considerable distance. The fact that they were obliterated by a single blow was unfathomable. Ling Tian. Prince Yunyan's pupils constricted as he fixed his gaze upon the white-clad man. Are you the Prince Ling Tian? The white-clad man cast him a fleeting glance and replied nonchalantly. And you are Prince Yunyan? Indeed. A hint of apprehension surged within Prince Yunyan. Very well. Since you dare to walk to your demise, I shall grant you that. Prince Ling Tian's tone was frigid as he took measured steps forward. Chapter 145. A single strike from the abyss defeats Ling Tian. Wang Qinquan and Ling Wan arrive kill. The Lord of the Abyss bellowed in fury, leading hundreds of transcendent beings into an assault against Lord Ling Tian. You are no match for me. Do you think sheer numbers will secure your victory? With a cold snort, Lord Ling Tian drew his sword and unleashed a magnificent slash, sending forth a torrent of brilliant sword light. Unwilling to concede, the Lord of the Abyss retaliated with a dark sword shadow, thick with demonic energy, coalescing into specters that lunged forth ominously. Numerous powerful demonic cultivators unleashed their dreadful magical prowess, their abilities potent enough to shatter mountains and tremble the void. In an instant, Ling Tian's radiant sword light dispersed the Lord of the Abyss's spectral sword shadows and all incoming assaults. Many of the transcendent and tribulation stage demonic cultivators were pierced, with several of the transcendent ones falling lifelessly to the ground. The force was diluted, leaving most demonic cultivators wounded but alive. The Lord of the Abyss staggered backward, sustaining significant injuries. Gasp! The onlookers were struck with astonishment. Even the Lord of the Abyss was rendered speechless. How could Lord Ling Tian be so formidable? He single-handedly faced such overwhelming numbers, wounding him and slaying several of his transcendent commanders. Beside them, Zhang Tianheng remained watchful, calculating that should the battle continue, his high-ranking officers would likely perish, and he himself could suffer severe injuries or even death. Lord Ling Tian stood majestic within the ranks of the Great Ling army. Countless soldiers erupted in cheers, their morale soaring. Conversely, the Great Abyss demonic army gazed up at the white-clad figure in terror, slowly retreating. After all, in battles among cultivator armies, the outcome largely hinges on the prowess of their high-ranking generals. If the upper echelons succumb, the sheer numbers below become inconsequential. The tactic of overwhelming numbers had effectively faltered against the vast disparities in cultivation levels. A single immortal could effortlessly annihilate countless mortals. Holding his sword, Ling Tian advanced steadily. Flee! The Lord of the Abyss ground his teeth, turning to escape. Yet, upon facing backward, he found his elder brother, the Nine Abyss Emperor, accompanied by the Zhongling Emperor, Niu Zijing, and other experts from the Zhongshuan realm, as well as his cousin, Lord Yutong, tearing through the void towards him. This Lord Yutong was even stronger than the Lord of the Abyss, being at the late stage of the celestial realm, preferring seclusion and cultivation, eschewing worldly matters. This time, the Nine Abyss Emperor had roused him from his retreat. My dear brother, what is the meaning of this? The Nine Abyss Emperor frowned, observing the retreat of the Lord of the Abyss and the Great Abyss Army, expressing his discontent. The Lord of the Abyss was his younger brother and the commander of the Great Abyss Empire's forces. Such cowardice was unbecoming, bringing shame before the Zhongling Emperor and the powerful figures from the Zhongshuan realm. Lord Yutong's gaze was icy as it fixed upon the Lord of the Abyss. Meanwhile, the outsiders, including the Zhongling Emperor, regarded the spectacle with indifference, secretly concluding that apart from the Nine Abyss Emperor and Lord Yutong, the rest were nearly worthless. They had journeyed from afar to bolster the Great Abyss's forces. Before Juyo could utter a word, the Emperor of Zhongling and his companions would not lower themselves to attack the forces of Daling first. Juyo, my elder brother, Yutong, save me, cried the Lord of Uni. Fool, be silent. Juyo the Great Emperor bellowed, his expression dark and menacing as he glared at Lord Lingtian. Very well, Lingtian. You are indeed the second prodigy of the Ling family, but I never imagined your strength would grow to this extent. However, you have thwarted my plans and slaughtered my great Yu soldiers. Such transgressions are utterly heinous. Prepare to meet your end. Juyo suppression palm. With a thunderous roar, Juyo unleashed a mighty palm strike, channeling all his power into it. Boom. The heavens and earth trembled, the void contorted. A colossal, unparalleled dark handprint materialized out of thin air, seemingly containing a hellish realm within, shrouding the sky and crashing down upon Lord Lingtian. A mere parlor trick. Though Lord Lingtian scoffed, his countenance bore an unmistakable gravity. Break for me, he shouted fiercely, as the divine sword in his hand erupted with a blinding radiance. Sweeping forth like a silken ribbon, the sword energy coalescing into myriad stars. Humph. Juyo the Great Emperor sneered coldly, convinced that Lingtian was no match for him. With disdain, he recalled how the Empress Lingwan had dared to marry Wang Qinkuan. Juyo had resolved to eliminate this so-called Lord Lingtian before advancing upon the Daling Empire. With numerous celestial immortals on their side, both the Great Yu and Zhongshuan forces were assured that Empress Lingwan could not escape his grasp. Bang! The void erupted. The dark hand swept aside Lord Lingtian's sword energy, the residual force expanding and engulfing the area. Uft! Lord Lingtian spat blood, sent flying backward. Haraha! Juyo the Great Emperor reveled in his triumph, his face twisted with malice as he declared, Lingtian, you are no match for me. Kneel before me and surrender. The Emperor of Zhongling, Yutong, and the other powerful figures joined in laughter. Juyo, with unparalleled divine abilities, ruled supreme over the realm, unifying Kunling. Below, the army of 40 million demon cultivators erupted in fervent cheers. Naturally, they could not chant long live, or may you reign for 1,000 years, for the ascended beings had lifespans exceeding 1,000 years, with celestial immortals living over 30,000 years. Juyo basked in the adulation of his troops, a radiant smile adorning his face. Once he eliminated or captured Lingtian, he could invade the imperial city of Daling, seize the Empress's mother, Ling Ruoling, and use her to coerce Lingwan. Indeed, both the Empress and her mother were irreplaceable treasures. He chuckled darkly, excitement swelling within him. Lingtian, were you not so arrogant just moments ago? How did you end up gravely wounded by Juyo's strike? You are nothing but a disappointment. Today, your Daling dynasty shall meet its demise. Beside him, Yuni reveled in the moment, directing ridicule at Lord Lingtian. Just as Lingtian was helped to his feet by Zhang Tianheng, his injuries were severe, clearly robbing him of any further fighting capability. Cough, cough, cough. Lord Lingtian coughed violently, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth, his chest caving in from a grievous injury. At that moment, the void split open, revealing two figures of unparalleled grace, a man and a woman. It was none other than Wang Qinkuan and the Empress Lingwan. The Empress, with a frosty countenance, was taken aback upon witnessing the dire state of Lord Lingtian. Imperial brother, she exclaimed, approaching him and producing a 10th-grade elixir, urging him to consume it. This elixir, a divine remedy bestowed upon the Empress by Wang Qinkuan, was capable of healing celestial injuries, a rare treasure that had only produced 9th-grade elixirs before. The appearance and fragrance of the 10th-grade elixir were indistinguishable from those of the 9th grade, making it nearly impossible for outsiders to discern without careful examination. Having ingested the elixir, Lord Ling Tian sat cross-legged in meditation under the protection of Zhang Tianheng, unperturbed, for the Empress Ling Wan and Wang Qinkuan had arrived. The tide had turned completely in favor of the great Ling Empire. Anticipation surged within Lord Ling Tian as he pondered the immense power the Empress, a being that ought to exist solely in the celestial realm, could wield in the mortal world. Prior to her arrival, she had sent word of her ascension to true immortality. Wang Qinkuan, standing beside his wife Ling Wan, smiled at Lord Ling Tian. However, upon witnessing this, the Emperor of the Nine Hells, his expression darkening, declared, "Wang Qinkuan, you possess audacity beyond measure, daring to vie for a partner with me." Wang Qinkuan retorted with a sidelong glance, "By what right do you speak? A decrepit sorcerer like you dares to compete with me for a partner?" Chapter 146, The Power of True Immortals, Stars Falling You. The Nine-Nether Emperor was rendered speechless, his face flushed with anger. Indeed, when confronted with such an ancient prodigy, young, never lacking in rare treasures, and possessing an alarming potential, he found himself utterly disadvantaged. The Nine-Nether was acutely aware of his insatiable desire for the celestial elixirs, which he wished to use to cultivate formidable subordinates. And he knew that Wang Qinkuan possessed a considerable supply. However, he could scarcely fathom that Wang Qinkuan's stock of celestial elixirs was nearing an overwhelming surplus. Moreover, he yearned for the true immortal elixirs, which he would gladly exchange the entirety of the great Netherland for. Yet Wang Qinkuan had those as well. Soon enough, the true immortal elixirs would become virtually inexhaustible in Wang Qinkuan's possession. Of course, even without Wang Qinkuan, Ling Wan had never held him in high regard. After all, the Nine-Nether Emperor was several generations older than Ling Wan, and his qualifications paled in comparison to hers. Not to mention that he was the malevolent leader of the demonic cultivators. At that moment, Ling Wan completely disregarded the Nine-Nether Emperor. Intentionally, she wrapped her arms around Wang Qinkuan, her perfectly curved figure pressed against him, and planted a kiss on his lips. Wang Qinkuan reciprocated without hesitation, his hand resting on Ling Wan's delicate form. Witnessing this, the Nine-Nether Emperor's expression turned bitter. Alas, the likes of Emperor Songling, Niu Zijing, and Xiang Tianyi, outsiders who could no longer tolerate the couple's display of affection, stepped forth. You two are none other than the illustrious Ling Wan, Empress of the Kunling realm, and the prodigious Wang Qinkuan. The leading figure, Emperor Songling, addressed Wang Qinkuan directly, especially you, Wang Qinkuan. I presume you are the one responsible for the demise of top talents such as Tsang Tiansheng and Chu Xingyan from our Zhongshuan realm. Your youthful vitality stirs a sense of admiration within me. Wang Qinkuan replied with composure. So you lot from the Zhongshuan realm have come to deal with the Great Ling? Indeed, it is I who has accomplished this. Emperor Songling's gaze conveyed approval. Your courage is commendable. You should be aware that we have come to eradicate the Ling Kingdom. Here is the proposition. If you agree to allow me to impose a soul-binding restriction and accompany us to the Zhongshuan Empire, we shall forego our assault on the Ling Kingdom, erasing past grievances. Furthermore, I can personally take you as my disciple, permitting you to bring your wives and family to flourish in our Zhongshuan realm. What say you? The robust Emperor Songling was now amiably persuading Wang Qinkuan. Do you comprehend who stands before you? He is none other than the elder brother of our Zhongshuan Emperor. Emperor Songling's words carried the weight of mountains, for even the Zhongshuan Emperor would heed his counsel. You, young man, have the fortune to be accepted as a disciple by Emperor Songling. Such an opportunity is rare. Do not delay in expressing your gratitude. Niu Zijing, Xiang Tianyi, and others from the Zhongshuan realm urged fervently. At this moment, Emperor Songling, having witnessed Wang Qinkuan's extraordinary talent, was genuinely eager to take him as a personal disciple, with intentions of not causing him distress in the future. As for his earlier casual remark regarding handing Wang Qinkuan over to the Nine-Nether for disposal, apologies, but the Nine-Nether's influence had yet to reach such heights. As long as Wang Qinkuan becomes his disciple, the great Emperor of Songling will possess a prodigy brimming with infinite potential. The vision of the Songling Great Emperor is indeed lofty, for the Tsang clan is a formidable force in the celestial realm. Talents as young as Wang Qinkuan are a rarity in the heavens. He could usher Wang Qinkuan into the celestial Tsang clan. With sufficient resources devoted to his cultivation, Wang Qinkuan may achieve true immortality, profound immortality, golden immortality, or even ascend to realms beyond. At that time, that Songling Great Emperor would have established a monumental legacy for the celestial Tsang clan and reaped unparalleled benefits. However, Wang Qinkuan merely smiled and shook his head, stating, "To be controlled by you and go to the Tsangshuan Empire to become your disciple? Apologies, but I have no interest whatsoever." "You dare to refuse?" That Songling Great Emperor seemed incredulous. If he were in Wang Qinkuan's position, he would surely accept such an offer. The others from the Tsangshuan realm were taken aback. Yet, Wang Qinkuan chose not to elaborate further. This group from the Tsangshuan realm, in collusion with insiders from the Dao Empire, had invaded the Kunling realm to orchestrate trouble, intending harm against both the Daling and himself. Thus they were unequivocally enemies. At that moment, Empress Ling Wan's expression turned icy as she gazed at the Nine-Nether Great Emperor. "You despicable old wretch. Your Dao dynasty has even resorted to colluding with foreign enemies to deal with my Daling dynasty. Heh, Ling Wan, spare me your pretenses." The Nine-Nether Emperor retorted with a cold laugh. "Your Daling dynasty's trial talents have cruelly harmed my Dao's champions, slaying my second prince. Yet you would rather marry the mere junior Wang Qinkuan than unite with me to dominate the realm. The upper echelons of your Daling are not inferior to my Dao's, leaving me no choice but to ally with foreign foes and join forces against you. Once Daling is annihilated, the entire realm, including you, Empress, shall belong to me." The Nine-Nether Emperor roared, his body shrouded in malevolent energy, his face a mask of greed. "Ling Wan, I advise you to be sensible and submit to me, joining forces to unify the realm. Otherwise, I shall have no choice but to unleash my wrath." The Nine-Nether Emperor brimmed with confidence. In this domain, he was not the sole celestial being at the pinnacle of perfection. There were also the late-stage celestial Prince Yutong, the mid-stage celestial Prince Yunya, and a greater number of tribulation stage and Mahayana demon cultivators than in Daling. Moreover, he had the three great Tsangshuan celestial beings, including the Songling Great Emperor, alongside a host of reinforcements at the tribulation stage. He could scarcely believe that he could not subdue a celestial empress at the pinnacle of perfection and the injured King Ling Tian and Zhang Tianing. As for Wang Qinkuan, he was dismissed entirely. After all, how could a mere junior prodigy compare to those in the tribulation stage? A mere finger would suffice to crush him. Today, Daling would be his to command, and the Daling Empress would be captured and subjected to his will. That old demon from the Nine-Nether has gone too far, colluding with foreign enemies, utterly despicable. Today, even if it costs me my life, I shall ensure that your people pay the price." Zhang Tianheng and numerous tribulation stage generals from Daling shouted, their powers surging wildly. The recovered King Ling Tian placed a hand on Zhang Tianheng's shoulder, speaking meaningfully, "Marshal Tianheng, let us remain calm for now and observe the unfolding drama." Empress Ling Wan, with a voice as fierce as a tempest, declared, "If that is the case, then let the people of the Great Yu Empire and the Tsangxian realm perish." A palpable energy surged forth from her exquisite form, a vast and boundless essence of true celestial laws, entwining the surroundings like an endless river. Before the astonished gazes of the Nine-Nether Emperor and the Tsang Ling Emperor, the Law River surged forward with a tremendous force, resembling a galaxy spanning the void. The power of the true celestial being seemed intolerable to the world, causing the very fabric of space to fracture and expand outward. However, it was swiftly restored by the will of the Kunling realm, indicating that the consciousness of the mortal realm far surpassed the might of a true celestial. What? Is this the law of the true celestial? Empress Ling Wan has actually reached the realm of the true celestial? How can this be? The Nine-Nether Emperor screamed in terror, his understanding shattered. "Ha ha ha. Our great Ling Empress has transcended to the true celestial." The Marshal Zhang and Prince Ling Tian laughed heartily at the revelation. Empress Ling Wan, unparalleled in the world. The great Ling shall triumph. The entire army of the great Ling Empire erupted in cheers of exhilaration. The three celestial beings, Yutong, Yuan, and those from the Tsangxian realm, along with numerous formidable powers from both factions, gazed at Empress Ling Wan with dread, their hearts trembling in fear. They could scarcely believe that Empress Ling Wan's cultivation had breached the boundaries of the true celestial. How is this possible? The mortal realm has never seen a true celestial pill before. This defies all logic. Yet the reality was undeniable. Ling Wan smirked coldly as she raised her jade palm, without mercy, striking towards the Tsang Ling Emperor and other experts from the Tsangxian realm. "All together now attack!" roared the Tsang Ling Emperor in fury. The Tsang Ling Emperor, Niu Zijing, and the three celestial beings were unwilling to remain idle. They rallied alongside other formidable beings from the Tsangxian realm to resist Empress Ling Wan's assault. Stars fall. Empress Ling Wan commanded, unleashing a divine celestial technique. The heavens erupted with countless stars, each imbued with terrifying true celestial power. A thunderous roar echoed through the void as the Tsang Ling Emperor, Niu Zijing, and Xiang Tianyi screamed in agony, their bodies and souls obliterated, blood cascading through the emptiness. The numerous tribulation transcenders from the Zhongxian realm emitted no cries of despair, disintegrating into clouds of blood mist, utterly annihilated. Even those closer to the fray, formidable dark cultivators from the Great Yu Empire, were not spared, their existence extinguished. Damn it! The Nine Nether Emperor bellowed, his eyes aflame with rage. In a single strike, Empress Ling Wan had obliterated his external reinforcements. The Tsang Ling Emperor and the other two celestial beings met a gruesome fate. Their remains scattered across the void. Chapter 147. The Great Yu has perished. And Li Lushing ascends to true immortality. Jiuyo, you old dog, today you are destined to fall at my hands. The cold voice of Empress Ling Wan echoed. Wanner, this old demon Jiuyo has merely reached the pinnacle of celestial immortality. Allow me to personally eliminate him. Wang Qinquan declared. Very well. Then let it be you who vanquishes him. Empress Ling Wan's demeanor shifted as she looked at her husband with an affectionate expression. She was untroubled because Wang Qinquan had previously informed her of his strength, which was on the cusp of true immortality. Bolstered by his celestial immortal prowess and the might of his techniques, Wang Qinquan confidently patted Empress Ling Wan's delicate shoulder before stepping forward to face the Jiuyo Emperor. What an arrogant and self-important peerless prodigy you are, Wang Qinquan. You shall regret your folly today, Jiuyo Emperor thought to himself, sensing a glimmer of hope in Wang Qinquan's bravado. Having witnessed Ling Wan's display of true immortal power, effortlessly defeating a celestial immortal from the Zhongshuan realm, Jiuyo had already resigned himself to the demise of the Great Yu Empire and his own inevitable death, with no hope for a proper burial. The might of a true immortal was simply beyond his capacity to withstand. However, seeing that Ling Wan permitted Wang Qinquan to confront him alone, he perceived an opportunity to seize Wang Qinquan, using him as leverage to negotiate his escape from the Kunling realm. If he could flee, there remained a sliver of hope. As for the Great Yu's territory and millions of demonic cultivators, they were of little concern compared to the urgency of survival. Sun Luo Ghost Domain. Without further ado, the Jiuyo Emperor unleashed his formidable powers, his form shrouded in darkness. A swirling mass of black clouds enveloped the heavens. Ha ha ha. An eerie and chilling cacophony of ghostly wails resonated from the newly manifested Sun Luo Ghost Domain, a realm filled with malevolent sounds. Such a potent aura of flesh and blood must be delectable. Alas, Jiuyo had orders not to consume. Fierce and grotesque Sun Luo ghosts descended upon Wang Qinquan, their chilling winds heralding a terrifying presence that instilled dread. Naturally, these phantoms did not intend to consume Wang Qinquan, but sought to subdue him and drag him back into the ghost domain. Is this all? Wang Qinquan scoffed, raising his hand to cast the celestial dragon lightning technique. Boom, boom, boom. A multitude of dragon-shaped lightning bolts erupted in the sky, radiating a dazzling golden-purple brilliance as they surged toward the horde of specters. Each bolt crackled with an alarming aura of tribulation, cleaving through the darkness and obliterating the ghostly entities. The specters, already fearful of thunder, were no match for the power of the celestial dragon lightning, which was imbued with a half-step true immortal strength. They were swiftly dispersed into nothingness, and even the Jiuyo Emperor's conjured Sun Luo ghost domain was ruthlessly shattered. The void trembled, unleashing violent ripples. In the next moment, a blurred figure was sent flying, spewing forth torrents of blood. It was none other than the Jiuyo Emperor, who had been grievously wounded in the recent confrontation, his demonic body ravaged by the might of the thunder. How could this be? You possess the strength of a half-step true immortal? The Nine Nether Emperor was incredulous. You will never have the chance to know, Wang Qinquan stated coolly, raising his hand for another spatial incision. The void solidified like a mirror and then shattered. In an instant, the demonic form of the Nine Nether Emperor disintegrated into countless fragments. Yet, he did not perish. His primordial spirit transformed into a shadowy figure, filled with terror as it gazed upon Wang Qinquan. Wang Qinquan frowned and unleashed a colossal azure dragon lightning bolt, obliterating the Nine Nether Emperor's primordial spirit into ashes. I hate. Before his annihilation, the Nine Nether Emperor's eyes widened in resentment, his final consciousness vanishing. The Nine Nether Emperor was completely eradicated. Ding! You have eliminated a highly sinful demon and gained 20 points of fortune. At that moment, the system's voice echoed abruptly. Wang Qinquan's fortune value rose to 519 points. The prospect of receiving fortune rewards for eliminating major sinners filled him with delight. This indicated that his fortune would accumulate more swiftly in the future. Although the celestial demons were rare in the mortal realm and only yielded 20 points of fortune, it was likely that there would be many more upon ascending to the celestial realm. It was said that the celestial realm was far more chaotic than the mortal world. The 9 Nether Emperor had perished. The Emperor was dead. The Great Nether had fallen. How could this be possible? The Lingwan Empress, a true immortal, and this Wang Chenkuan possessed the strength of a half-step true immortal? Not to mention that the once sorrowful army of the Great Nether below was now in disarray. Flee! Danger! Retreat quickly! The high-ranking demon cultivators of the Great Nether Empire shouted in panic, conjuring escape lights as they fled. Even the 2 celestial beings, Prince Yutong and Prince Yunhua, attempted to escape. However, they had refrained from fleeing earlier due to Ling Wan's vigilant presence and the fact that the 9 Nether Emperor was still alive, instilling fear in them. Boom! The Lingwan Empress made her move. With a single palm strike, the heavens and earth trembled, except for the 2 celestial beings. All other transcendental and great powers of the Nether Kingdom were obliterated into blood mist, annihilated on the spot. Even Yutong and Yunhua were left dazed. This was due to Wang Chenkuan's telepathic message to the Empress, instructing her to spare Yutong and Yunhua for him to slay, hoping to discover any fortune rewards. Wang Chenkuan unleashed 2 bolts of azure dragon lightning, reducing Yutong and Yunhua to nothingness, their forms and spirits extinguished. Yet, no fortune rewards were granted, likely due to their lesser sins, insufficient to match the 9 Nether Emperoress. Regardless, Wang Chenkuan remained unconcerned. The Empress and the Emperor were simply too formidable. Lord Ling Tian and Marshal Zhang Tianheng, momentarily stunned, quickly issued commands, rallying the great Ling generals to eliminate the remnants of the Great Nether army. In that instant, the ground was strewn with corpses and rivers of blood flowed, saturating the land for hundreds of thousands of miles. Over 90% of the Great Nether demon cultivators had left not even a trace of their remains. Zhang Tianheng ordered his subordinates to gather all the demon cultivator corpses, loot their treasures, and then incinerate the remains. With the onset of war, the armies of the Great Ling Empire were continuously mobilized, now amassing a force of 40 million troops. The 9 Nether Emperor has perished. You shall lead the army of cultivators into the Nether Kingdom, uprooting the royal court and the multitude of demonic sects, annihilating those obstinately defiant magic cultivators. Thus commanded the cold-hearted Empress Ling Wan. As you command, responded Ling Tian and Zhang Tianheng, who immediately led tens of millions of troops from Ling Nation into the territory of the Nether Kingdom, unleashing a series of bloody purges. More than 10 days later, in the Great Ling Imperial City, within the former Emperor's palace, Ling Ruoling vigilantly guarded her husband, Li Lushing. Seated in meditation, Li Lushing had been awakened by Ling Ruoling and had consumed a supreme true immortal elixir, now in the process of refining its potency. Both faced the impending true immortal thunder tribulation with grave expressions. The sky was shrouded in dense clouds, enveloping the entire Great Ling Imperial City. Crack! A bolt of lightning sliced through the heavens, swiftly followed by the second, third, and fourth. A tempest of thunder roared, overwhelming and torrential, akin to a deluge of thunder cascading down. Boom! A tremendous sound erupted as the former Emperor's palace was instantly obliterated. A torrent of thunder bombarded Li Lushing. The first wave had finally passed. Yet, this was not the end. With the emergence of the second wave, hundreds of bolts of thunder descended. Boom! 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 Wave after wave of thunder struck within the former Emperor's palace, leveling it to the ground. Fortunately, Li Lushing donned several pieces of divine armor and possessed considerable strength. At last, he successfully endured the tribulation, breaking through to the early stage of true immortal. He opened his eyes, which shone with celestial light. The principles of true immortals emanated from the depths of his gaze, terrifying in their intensity. I have finally ascended to true immortal status, gaining a lifespan of 100,000 years. A boundless joy illuminated Li Lushing's face. Husband, you have broken through to true immortal. This is all thanks to the true immortal elixir brought by our son-in-law Wang Chenkuan. Upon witnessing Li Lushing endure the tribulation and achieve success, Ling Ruoling displayed her excitement. My son-in-law Wang Chenkuan, indeed, deserves my gratitude. Li Lushing smiled, reveling in the fact that his precious daughter had finally married into a paragon of the younger generation of Great Ling, who had managed to obtain some of the most coveted true immortal elixirs from the realms of mortals within the Immortal Gate's secret realm. It is said that this son-in-law, Wang Chenkuan, is not yet 50 years old, truly remarkable. Li Lushing declared, now I shall protect the law my dear. You should also consume a true immortal elixir and ascend to Tai True Immortal. Ling Ruoling smiled and nodded. The tremendous commotion from the former emperor's palace naturally drew the attention of countless individuals in the Great Ling Imperial City. However, Ling Jianxue, at the early stage of Celestial Immortal, personally led numerous imperial guards to stand watch at the periphery. Countless cultivators of Great Ling found themselves unable to approach and witness the truth of the situation. Such fearsome phenomena of thunder tribulation seemed to have descended upon the former emperor's palace. Could it be that the former emperor was breaking through to Celestial Immortal? It appeared to be a success. Hush, be quiet. Do not let the spies of the demonic cultivators hear this astonishing news. Spies of the demonic cultivators? The Great Nether has fallen. What? The Great Nether has perished. Recently, our Great Ling Empire has truly defied the heavens, annihilating the opposing Great Nether Empire. Moreover, it has come to my attention that formidable powers from other realms have descended upon our Kunling realm, only to be vanquished by our illustrious Empress of Daling. The might of our Empress is unparalleled, as she effortlessly obliterated numerous experts from foreign realms and the malevolent cultivators of the Ghost Kingdom with a single strike. Emperor Consort Wang Qinquan is equally formidable, being the one who felled the 9 Ghosts sovereign. It is said that the ancient demon, 9 Ghosts, possessed an astonishing cultivation at the pinnacle of tribulation, rivaling our Empress, yet Emperor Consort Wang Qinquan exhibits such strength as well. Your information is outdated. This transpired over a fortnight ago. Currently, our Grand Daling army of 40 million has already captured numerous demonic cities and sects within the Great Ghost Empire. Our forces are conducting a thorough cleansing there, subjecting all malevolent cultivators to a moral examination, mercilessly eliminating all deemed guilty of grave sins. Countless cultivators in the Daling Imperial City are abuzz with discussion. This event has resonated beyond the Daling Imperial City, as the astonishing downfall of the Ghost Kingdom has captivated the entire Daling Empire. Over 100 celestial cities, numerous cultivation families, and various sects are engrossed in spirited discussions about this momentous occurrence. The renown of Empress Ling Wan and Wang Qinquan reverberates across the land. Chapter 148. Repairing the Crystal Barrier System. The celestial expedition of the Zhongshuan Emperor in the vast expanse of the Great Yu Empire. Hundreds of billions of miles high in the celestial dome, countless colossal stars revolve and hover in the firmament. In the distant reaches, a dozen suns radiate boundless light and waves of heat. These solar bodies are many times larger than the sun of Wang Qinquan's previous life on Blue Star. Even a formidable being in the tribulation phase would be incinerated instantly if they ventured too close, reduced to ashes. Only the ethereal beings may dare to touch them. Empress Ling Wan and Wang Qinquan are within the protective barrier of the entire Kunling realm. Examining the locations of the crystal barriers that were breached by the celestial beings of the Zhongshuan realm and the demons of the Great Yu. They are diligently repairing the damage with their celestial energy. A thick layer of crystal barriers surrounding the Kunling realm has been gouged, creating a vast passageway. This barrier, relying on the world's inherent power for automatic repair, requires considerable time to mend. This transparent crystal barrier serves primarily to prevent external beings from invading the realm. However, beings of this realm can directly penetrate the barrier and traverse beyond. Naturally, this requires at least tribulation-level cultivation to avoid being crushed by the barrier's force. To prevent formidable beings from the outside world from stealthily infiltrating the Kunling realm and causing chaos, Wang Qinquan and Ling Wan are engaged in the restoration of the world's crystal barrier. Yet, destruction is far easier than repair. Restoring the crystal barrier demands an immense expenditure of spiritual energy, and even the two of them have invested a significant amount of time in this endeavor. After all, the crystal barrier is the protective shield of the entire Kunling realm. Beyond the crystal barriers of the Kunling realm lies the vast void of the universe. If left unattended, not only would external beings invade, but the energy hurricanes and chaotic currents of the cosmos could lead to the eventual collapse of the crystal barrier. Should that occur, the will of the Kunling realm would also march toward annihilation, resulting in the disintegration and downfall of the entire realm. Of course, with Wang Qinquan and Ling Wan present, such a calamity is utterly implausible. Meanwhile, in the cosmic void, countless billions of miles away from the Kunling realm, lies the expansive continent of the Zhongshuan realm, which dwarfs the Kunling realm. In the imperial city of the Zhongshuan Empire, within the Grand Palace, the high-ranking officials have convened. Numerous formidable figures gather to deliberate crucial strategies. The Emperor, upon receiving reports from scouts, notes that several major forces from the floating light realm appear to have united and have recently grown increasingly ambitious. A Additionally, the demon sacred land of our realm is also observing these developments. Furthermore, it has been confirmed that the Nether Emperor of the Kunling realm has met his demise at the hands of the Great Ling Empire and our former ally, Prince Songling, along with his master, have also been slain, reportedly by the Great Ling Empress. Should our Songshuan Empire consider launching a war against the Kunling realm to eradicate it and serve as a warning to others? In the Imperial Council chamber, discussions ensue, with each individual expressing their opinions. Suddenly, a lamentation arises. Alas, brother Songling, your death is so tragic. Nether truly is a failure. He has led my brother Songling to his doom. At the head of the assembly, the imposing figure of the Songshuan Emperor, adorned with a crown, buries his face in his hands and weeps inconsolably. However, the high-ranking officials of the Zhongxian Empire soon discerned that the Zhongxian Emperor merely howled without shedding tears, his countenance not overly sorrowful, betraying a hint of excitement. The numerous cultivators at the Tribulation and Celestial Immortal stages exchanged glances, perplexed. This Zhongxian Emperor's acting was exceedingly superficial, failing to convince anyone of his genuine grief. Yet, one could hardly blame him. As the elder brother of the Zhongxian Emperor, the Zhongling Emperor, though slightly less powerful, treated others with much more leniency. His prestige and status in the entire Zhongxian realm were by no means inferior to those of the Zhongxian Emperor. It is difficult for two tigers to coexist on the same mountain, and thus the Zhongxian Emperor had long harbored dissatisfaction. With Zongling's demise, the Zhongxian Emperor felt as though a great mountain had been removed from before him, naturally feeling no sorrow. Could it be that the Deling Empire had elevated numerous celestial immortals? Did they band together to vanquish Zongling and Jiuyo, leading to their downfall? An observer speculated. It must be so. It is said that the prodigies from the Deling Empire reaped considerable rewards in this edition of the Immortal Gate Secret Realm. Likely no fewer than 20 celestial immortal pills, right? Another concurred. Then it follows that the intelligence provided by the Jiuyo Emperor was flawed. He claimed the Deling Empire had only 3 or 4 celestial immortals. A mid-stage celestial immortal from the Zong clan voiced his frustration. Even an elder of the late-stage celestial immortal rank bellowed in anger. How dare a mere border world, a speck of land, provoke my Zhongxian Empire? It is utterly intolerable. The assembly was rife with murderous intent. Humph. The Zhongxian Emperor scoffed, ultimately decreeing, a mere Deling Empire, if not annihilated, would render my realm a laughingstock among the mortal worlds. Convey my command. Dispatch a multitude of celestial immortals and tribulation stage elites. I shall personally lead the expedition to the Kunling realm. Within 10 days, we must breach the Kunling realm, obliterate the Deling Empire, and serve as a warning to the Floating Light realm and other worlds. Capture that exceptionally beautiful Deling Empress as my consort. Those among the Deling elite who resist shall be slain without mercy, while those who surrender may serve as cannon fodder for my empire's conquests across the realms. In the future, my Zhongxian realm shall conquer other mortal worlds and unify the land. Yes, we shall obey your command. In an instant, the Zhongxian Emperor prepared to lead the charge. A vast contingent of celestial immortals and experts from the Tribulation and Ascension stages surged into the Zhongxian Imperial City, ready to embark on their long journey to the Kunling realm aboard exquisite warships. Simultaneously, on the other side of the Kunling realm, Wang Qinkuan and the Deling Empress Ling Wan had successfully restored the crystal barrier of the Kunling realm. The two joined hands, tearing through the void to return to the Deling Imperial City. They appeared before the former emperor's palace, in front of Ling Jiangxue and her entourage of inner palace guards. We pay our respects, your majesty, your highness. Ling Jiangxue immediately knelt on one knee. The other inner palace guards quickly followed suit, displaying sincere reverence and respect. No need for formalities, rise. You have all worked hard this time. The Deling Empress replied with a gentle smile. Ling Jiangxue was actually a member of the Ling clan, of the same generation as Ling Wan, though not of the direct line. Wang Qinkuan smiled as he glanced at Ling Jiangxue and the inner palace guards. Ling Jiangxue's heart was filled with astonishment. This unparalleled prodigy, Wang Qinkuan, had grown at an astonishing pace. He was set to marry the empress of the Ling family and had single-handedly vanquished the Nether Emperor. Subsequently, Wang Qinkuan and Empress Ling Wan visited the ruins, where the matriarch, Ling Ruoling, was seated in meditation, refining the essence of the true immortal elixir. Nearby, the Supreme Emperor, Li Lixing, stood vigilantly. Upon seeing this, both Empress Ling Wan and Wang Qinkuan communicated telepathically with Li Lixing for a while. Well done, Waner. You have remarkably broken through to the true immortal realm before us, annihilated the entire Yu kingdom, and eradicated the demonic forces in the Kunling realm. Achieving unification of the realm. You have accomplished splendidly. Especially you, my esteemed son-in-law Wang Qinkuan. All of this is thanks to the true immortal elixirs you provided to our Ling family. My life has been saved because of you. Li Lushing's thoughts radiated immense joy and satisfaction. As Li Lushing was initially adopted into the Ling clan, he considered himself part of the family. He had noted that Empress Ling Wan had indeed ascended to the true immortal stage. Moreover, Wang Qinkuan, having just repaired the crystalline barrier and not yet contained his aura, emitted a faint celestial power that left Li Lushing in awe. A true immortal so young was a rarity even in the celestial realm, let alone among mortal cultivators. Li Lushing was exceedingly pleased with his son-in-law. Had it not been for the need to protect Ling Ruoling, he would have eagerly taken Wang Qinkuan to the imperial city for drinks and tea. Wang Qinkuan smiled and transmitted, "You flatter me, esteemed father-in-law. We are all family. This is merely what I ought to do. Now that my parents are safe, let us attend to our own matters." Empress Ling Wan, grasping her husband's hand, smiled as well. To be honest, compared to her mother, Ling Ruoling, her father, Li Lushing, was currently less powerful. After all, the strengths of her parents were relatively close. But her father had been in slumber for an extended period, causing a decline in his prowess and vitality. Having successfully weathered the true immortal tribulation, it was reasonable to believe her mother could easily do the same. Very well, Wang Qinkuan nodded. Together, they clasped hands and vanished into the void, leaving Ling Jiangxue and a host of palace guards to continue their vigil. Upon returning to the palace, Empress Ling Wan immediately convened a court session, gathering all the civil and military officials to discuss state affairs. Wang Qinkuan took his seat beside the empress, accompanying her in the court assembly. Chapter 149, Mere Military Expenses. I shall bear all at this moment. The landscape of the Kunling realm has undergone a profound transformation, particularly within the territories of the former Yu Kingdom. The region formerly known as Dayo has now reverted to its ancient appellations of the Western and Northern territories, all seamlessly integrated into the Doling Empire, becoming its Western and Northern domains. In truth, the entire expanse of the continent sees the Yu Kingdom occupying less than 1/10 of the Western and Northern territories. To the west and north lies an endless, desolate desert, characterized by an extremely harsh and arid climate, devoid of water, food, and spiritual energy. Apart from the numerous low-intelligence sand beasts that cannot take on human form, this vast desert is nearly devoid of other life forms. This region is also referred to as the Boundless Sand Sea, its area surpassing that of the entire Endless Sea. Survival is a formidable challenge for cultivators in this place. Hence, the Diyu Empire has not sought to exert its dominion over these lands. The Yu Kingdom is home to 180 magical cities, all of which are to be transformed into celestial cities, with the Doling Empire dispatching high-ranking cultivators to assume the role of city lords. Furthermore, the Doling Empire has stationed 40 million troops to maintain a long-term presence in several key cities. As for the numerous demon and ghost sects, after a thorough cleansing of half of their most notorious members, the remaining individuals have been entrusted with the governance of their sections. These sects have undergone a metamorphosis, rebranding themselves as cultivation sects, compelling them to adopt cultivation techniques. Half of these techniques have been provided by the imperial court and various celestial sects of 2 stars or higher, while the remainder has been fully supplied by Wang Qinkuan on the spot. Within the imperial court, Wang Qinkuan smiled as he presented cultivation techniques ranging from levels 3 to 9, each level boasting a staggering 10 billion copies. At last, he managed to clear the substantial collection of cultivation techniques that the system had preserved for him. However, Wang Qinkuan, considering that these demonic cultivators had only recently submitted to Doling, was mindful not to bestow them with excessive power. Thus, the techniques he revealed were predominantly of lesser offensive capability. One individual, Wang Qinkuan, could rival the entirety of Doling. This audacious move left the officials of the court, both civil and military, utterly astonished and speechless. The emperor truly exhibits unparalleled magnanimity. The Empress Ling Wan also wore an expression of innocent bewilderment, inadvertently showcasing her feminine charm. Subsequently, as Marshal Zhang Tianheng remained stationed in the former Yu Kingdom, it was left to the logistics commander, Marshal Hu, to present to the Empress and the esteemed ministers the issue of military expenses for the Daling troops stationed in the Western and Northern territories. After all, these cultivators and military commanders require sustenance for their training and their families. It would be inappropriate to compel the army to generate their own military funding, as it would necessitate plundering the local cultivators, leading to adverse repercussions. This represents a considerable expenditure. given that the 40 million soldiers are all formidable beings at or above the golden core stage, resulting in significant consumption. Even the national treasury began to feel the strain. After all, the treasury's income predominantly derives from taxes collected from various celestial cities. To utilize the tax revenue from the country's celestial cities to support the troops guarding the demonic territories, although the funds would eventually be recouped through taxation in the demonic regions, the immediate burden is undeniably substantial, and opposition is surely to arise among the ministers. A heated debate ensued, with officials arguing fervently. Hu Shui was beset by a persistent headache, casting a pleading gaze toward the Empress Ling Wan and Wang Qinquan, silently imploring them to make a decision. The Empress, accustomed to such tumultuous disputes, merely smiled and remained silent. It was Wang Qinquan's inaugural attendance at court with the Empress, and he felt compelled to contribute. After all, military funds were merely a matter of spiritual stones and resources, a trifling sum in the grand scheme. He could cover it all. Wang Qinquan declared with resounding boldness, his words echoing like thunder. How much could military funds truly amount to? The emperor seemed rather naive in his assumptions. Instantly, all eyes in the grand court of Deling turned toward him. Wang Qinquan produced 3 artifact-grade storage bags, which gracefully floated toward Hu Shui. Hu Shui, well aware of his son-in-law's generosity, smiled as he opened the bags. In an instant, an endless radiance erupted into the room. The first storage bag contained a staggering amount of 100 billion top-tier spiritual stones and 100 billion pounds of fine tea leaves. The second bag was filled with an abundance of bodies from demon beasts across various cultivation stages, from the transformation stage to the ascension stage, with 5 million of each level. The third bag housed tens of millions of magical artifacts, 50,000 of which were divine grade, along with billions of 8th and 9th grade talismans and a vast quantity of 9th grade healing elixirs. This, 100 billion top-tier spiritual stones, 100 billion pounds of fine tea. Does our Deling treasury even possess such wealth? Hu Shui wiped the cold sweat from his brow. Glancing at the second storage bag, such an immense quantity of high-grade demon beast meat. It could sustain 40 million troops for a century. After all, these high-grade demon beasts were colossal, and cultivators below the transformation stage digested their flesh slowly. Moreover, the sheer number of magical artifacts, the 50,000 divine-grade items, and the multitude of high-grade talismans and healing elixirs left Hu Shui utterly astounded. Such lavishness was beyond comprehension. Not only Hu Shui, but the entire Deling court, filled with officials both civil and military, collectively gasped in astonishment. The combined value of these treasures surpasses our entire revenue for a century, exclaimed the left chancellor, his voice trembling. This cache of spiritual stones, magical artifacts, and divine-grade items, along with the vast quantities of high-grade demon beast meat and exquisite tea, could cultivate countless loyal and formidable warriors within the military. The Minister of War was beside himself with excitement, roaring in elation. Wang Qinquan, the emperor's consort, was indeed wealthy enough to rival nations. The atmosphere in the hall was electric, with smiles stretching to the corners of mouths, as attendees murmured animatedly among themselves. Empress Ling Wan's eyes sparkled with admiration as she gazed intently at her husband, as if seeing him anew or as if he bore flowers upon his visage. The distribution of these resources would not occur all at once. Rather, it would be deliberated upon by the Minister of War and Hu Shui for gradual allocation. Next, they would arrange for the selection of inspectors and city lords for the western and northern regions. This task was relatively straightforward, given the abundance of benefits associated with such positions. Numerous esteemed officials expressed their willingness to appoint their subordinates for the roles of inspector and city lord. Empress Ling Wan admonished that those who previously held the positions of supervisor and city lord must not excessively exploit the local cultivators. Otherwise, they would face severe punishment, and those deserving of death would be executed. The underlying message was clear: moderation is essential, for an overly pristine environment yields no fish. The assembled ministers acquiesced to her decree. In addition to the official representatives, high-ranking officials from various esteemed sects also dispatched delegates to attend this court assembly. Although most spent their time merely observing from below, the delegates from the major sects were left in awe of the immense wealth displayed by Emperor Consort Wang Qinquan. As the proceedings reached their conclusion, the representatives of the celestial sects proposed suggestions, which Empress Ling Wan graciously accepted. They pledged to send personnel to assist the court in maintaining order within the celestial city and to recruit disciples locally. After all, following this session of the secret trials of the celestial gates, nearly all the esteemed sects possessed high-grade transportation vessels, such as artifact-level or magical flying boats and celestial warships. Those lacking such vessels could procure them, as the increased availability of advanced flying boats naturally led to a decrease in their prices. Thus, the long journeys would no longer pose a challenge. The high-ranking members of the various sects, receiving the Empress's endorsement, were filled with boundless joy, knowing they would be able to attract more highly qualified disciples. For these esteemed sects, aside from their treasures and resources, disciples constituted their lifeblood. After effortlessly concluding state affairs, Ling Wan and Wang Qinkuan withdrew from the court. In the Ling Emperor Palace, after enjoying a sumptuous dinner, Empress Ling Wan dismissed the maidservants attending to them. In the privacy of her chamber, adorned in a delicate gauzy gown, she nestled in Wang Qinkuan's embrace and playfully remarked, "Husband, is this your first time in the palace?" To which Wang Qinkuan, with a playful grin, replied, "What do you think?" Chapter 150. The slaying of the Azure Emperor and numerous celestials. The enchanting Empress Ling Wan's beautiful eyes sparkled as she embraced Wang Qinkuan's neck, her breath fragrant like orchids. Kissing him tenderly, "Tonight, allow me to serve you well." Time slipped by unnoticed, and as the moonlight illuminated the night, the dawn broke with a faint blush in the sky. The next day, Empress Ling Wan opened her eyes to find Wang Qinkuan still asleep. Yet a contented smile graced his lips. Unable to resist, she leaned in and kissed him. As Wang Qinkuan awoke, he beheld the breathtaking beauty of Empress Ling Wan. Seizing her, he felt an unexpected tremor. Suddenly, the entire crystal barrier of the Kunling realm reverberated with a violent shudder. Such tremors, emanating from the realm's layers, could only be perceived by cultivators at the tribulation stage or above. What is happening? Wang Qinkuan's expression turned serious. While his consciousness could not extend to hundreds of billions of miles, the system had already begun to sense everything within the world and its surroundings. Ding! A group of celestial-level experts is attacking the crystal barrier of this realm. Hailing from the Azure realm, the system notified. Wang Qinkuan informed Ling Wan of the situation. Even her true celestial-level consciousness could not scan such vast distances, yet they could fly swiftly and observe from a closer vantage. In an instant, both donned their robes, having long attained a state of purity that rendered washing unnecessary, and slipped into the void, soaring toward the heavens. Before long, they arrived at the crystal barrier of the Kunling realm, heading towards the source of the disturbance. Behind them, numerous figures ascended into the sky. Wang Qinkuan's expansive consciousness swept beyond the barrier. In the boundless void of the universe, chaotic spatial currents raged. He observed several exquisite, artifact-level flying warships anchored in the emptiness outside the crystal barrier, manned by a multitude of ascendant and tribulation-stage cultivators. Before them stood 38 celestials, suspended in midair, vigorously unleashing their supernatural powers to assault the crystal barrier of the Kunling realm. The combined might of nearly 40 celestials was terrifying. In mere moments, a massive fissure had already formed in the barrier. With a swift motion, Wang Qinkuan and Ling Wan penetrated the barrier, appearing before the assailants. The sight of the two figures caused the attackers to pause in surprise, halting their assault. "Fellow compatriots of the Azure realm, what brings you here?" Empress Ling Wan spoke coldly, her demeanor exceedingly unfriendly as she regarded them. The leader, a robust middle-aged man adorned with an imperial crown, emanated a formidable aura. This man was none other than the Azure Emperor, the mightiest of the Azure realm, possessing the formidable cultivation of half a true celestial. His gaze fell upon Empress Ling Wan, revealing a hint of admiration as he smiled. "You must be the Empress Ling Wan, am I right? Indeed, you are a vision of unparalleled beauty. It is no wonder that Brother Jiuyu harbors such deep affections for you." The aloof Empress Ling Wan remarked, "Are you the great Emperor Zongxian? Have you come to my Kunling realm with such a grand display to instill fear?" Empress Ling Wan was familiar with the great Emperor Zongxian many years prior. She had even encountered him, though back then she was merely the princess of Deling, shadowing her parents. At that time, her mother, Ling Ruoling, held the title of Empress. The great Emperor Zongxian scoffed, "I have brought a formidable army to Kunling realm, and my intention is to breach it and obliterate your Deling empire." "To breach Kunling realm and annihilate my Deling?" Empress Ling Wan raised an eyebrow, her gaze icy. "Zongxian, are you courting self-destruction?" Wang Qinkuan also cast a scornful look toward the great Emperor Zongxian. The great Emperor Zongxian sneered, "Ling Wan, there is no need for pretense. Your Deling Empire's prodigies have slain our champions in the secret realm of the Immortal Gate and brutally killed Jiuyu and my brother Zongling. This is utterly unforgivable." He recognized Wang Qinkuan as well, for it was this very individual who had slain his third prince, Song Tiansheng. The high-ranking officials of the Yu Nation had previously relayed Wang Qinkuan's information to the upper echelons of the Zongxian realm. Unlike Song Ling, the great Emperor Song Xian did not cherish talent as dearly and sought to eradicate any threats. Moreover, the camaraderie displayed between Wang Chenkuan and Ling Wan struck him as that of mere frivolity. To him, the death of such a pretty boy was hardly worth a second thought, lest it diminish his own stature. Upon hearing the words of the great Emperor Song Xian, Empress Ling Wan fell silent. Had his brother, the great Emperor Song Ling, not intruded upon Kunling realm, he would not have met his demise. However, further discussion was futile. The opposing force had already arrived in full force, and only battle could resolve this. At that moment, several celestial beings and transcendent beings of Kunling realm began to materialize behind Wang Chenkuan and Empress Ling Wan. Among the celestial beings were His Highness Ling Tian, the Left Chancellor, and Granny Pan Ying, among others. The number of transcendent beings was even more considerable, including key ministers, generals of Deling, and esteemed elders from prominent sections. Those who had reached the transcendent stage possessed sufficient strength to traverse the cosmic void, albeit with limitations in speed and defense, making them susceptible to danger. Thus, for transcendent beings venturing to other worlds, it was prudent to travel aboard supreme-grade divine vessels for greater safety. The great Emperor Song Xian disdainfully surveyed the assembly of celestial and transcendent beings from Kunling realm before arrogantly proclaiming, "What? Is my Song Xian Empire's army at your doorstep, and the likes of this little empress now cower in fear? I shall remain here, awaiting the emergence of all your celestial masters." This was a tactic of provocation. Should he entice all of Kunling realm's experts into the open, they would be ensnared in one fell swoop, allowing the Song Xian army to resolve matters swiftly. If the experts of Kunling realm remained hidden while they bombarded the crystalline barriers, the formidable beings could collaborate to repair them and occasionally launch counterattacks, complicating matters for the Zhongxian forces. Empress Ling Wan retorted coldly, "To kill you, I require no assistance from others. If your Zhongxian realm is so eager for death, then I shall oblige." Her form radiated an ethereal force of a true celestial being, enveloping her in a vast, sacred, and otherworldly aura. Seven-colored sword light. The Empress Ling Wan proclaimed. In an instant, a brilliantly resplendent sword energy of myriad hues manifested in the palm of her hand, swiftly expanding into a colossal beam of sword light hundreds of feet wide. This immense sword light stretched for 100,000 miles, exuding a terrifying wave of power, as if it were tangible, cleaving through the void. A destructive aura permeated the celestial expanse. This was the might of a true celestial. "You, Empress of the Great Ling, you have ascended to true celestial status," exclaimed the Emperor Song Xian, his expression shifting dramatically, a mixture of shock and fury. The other 30 or so celestial beings from the Song Xian realm felt their scalps tingle, their hearts racing. Indeed, this was undeniably the power of a true celestial. The legendary Tai true celestial, said to only emerge in the heavenly realm, within the great battleships. Many of the Song Xian realm's powerful beings at the Mahayana and Tribulation stages turned pale, their shouts echoing in disbelief. How is this possible? Emperor Song Xian panicked internally. Initially believing victory was assured, he never anticipated that his opponent harbored such formidable strength. In the next moment, Empress Ling Wan unleashed the colossal sword light with a wave of her hand. With a whoosh, the immense beam of sword light traversed the void, slicing towards Emperor Song Xian and his entourage. "Damn it! Flee! This is true celestial power. Run!" The 30 or so celestial beings from the Song Xian realm wore expressions of despair, frantically channeling their celestial powers to employ escape techniques. The terrifying might of the colossal sword light was unparalleled. With a single strike, it rent the void, leaving a spatial rift stretching for 100,000 miles. The celestial beings of the Song Xian Empire, upon mere contact with the colossal sword light, were instantly reduced to a mist of blood. True celestial power is not something you insignificant beings can withstand. The 30 celestial beings from the Song Xian realm had no opportunity to struggle, vanishing into ash. Including Emperor Song Xian himself, who was gravely injured, half of his body cleaved apart, traversing through hundreds of thousands of miles of void, only to be pursued by Wang Chenkuan, who executed a devastating star-slaying thunderstrike. The nature of lightning-based divine abilities could effortlessly obliterate the target's soul, naturally erasing even their primordial spirit. In the blink of an eye, the mightiest 30 celestial beings of the Song Xian realm had all perished. This scene left the remaining powerful figures of the Song Xian realm, those in the Tribulation and Mahayana stages, utterly terrified, fleeing in their flying vessels, their fighting spirit utterly crushed. However, when Ling Wan raised her hand to obliterate several battleships, and slaughtered those cultivators, the remaining few vessels dared not flee any longer. Obediently halting in the void, the cultivators aboard the ships pleaded for mercy. As for these remaining individuals, Empress Lingwan chose not to execute them, instead temporarily placing sole restrictions upon them to maintain control. She entrusted them to the oversight of Prince Ling Tian and the left prime minister. These individuals were, after all, the upper echelons of the Zhongxian realm, and controlling them would benefit the Great Ling Empire in its future dominance over the entire Zhongxian realm, ensuring the expansion of the Great Ling Empire. Thus, the Zhongxian Empire was effectively rendered a fallen nation. When the news of the fall of the Zhongshuan Great Emperor and numerous celestial beings reached the Zhongshuan realm, the entire world trembled. Chapter 151. The Emergence of Emperor Jingming. Alliance with the Dragon Clan, the Great Emperor Jingming has emerged from his seclusion, leading an expedition alongside the Dragon Clan to confront the formidable Emperor Zhongshuan of the Kunling realm. Tragically, over 30 celestial beings from our realm have perished. To our astonishment, the Empress of the Kunling realm is revealed to be an unparalleled true immortal, effortlessly vanquishing Emperor Zhongshuan and other celestial beings. A divine artifact aboard the warships en route to the Kunling realm facilitates the transmission of these astonishing tidings back to the Zhongshuan realm. Although it was ultimately Wang Qinkuan who slayed the Zhongshuan emperor, he had already been gravely wounded by Empress Lingwan, leading the populace of the Zhongshuan realm to tacitly accept that the empress dealt the fatal blow. The various factions within the Zhongshuan realm, from the imperial court of the Zhongshuan Empire to the numerous celestial cities and sects, are engulfed in profound shock. Even the Holy Land of the Demon Clan has convened urgent meetings to deliberate on the precarious state of the Zhongshuan realm and the potential for a significant counteroffensive from the Kunling realm. It is crucial to comprehend that within the Zhongshuan realm, Emperor Zhongshuan was akin to the very heavens. Now, the sky has fallen. For many years, Emperor Zhongshuan has led the Zhong clan, ruling over the human cultivators with a robust foundation, amassing a host of powerful beings, including over 30 celestial entities. This formidable force has been utterly annihilated by Empress Lingwan. The Zhongshuan Empire is plunged into chaos, mourning its losses. The expedition led by Emperor Zhongshuan took with it nearly all the might of the empire, leaving only the weaker cultivators of the Zhong clan to defend the imperial city. In a vast secret chamber within the palace, an ancient ancestor of the Zhong clan, who had been in deep meditation for many years, is awakened. This venerable figure, known as Emperor Jingming, is the supreme monarch of the Zhongshuan Empire and the father of both Emperor Zhongshuan and Emperor Zhongling. Possessing the peak cultivation of a true immortal, he now stands as the sole celestial being remaining in the Zhongshuan Empire. At this moment, with his vitality waning and his face etched with age, upon learning of the deaths of his two powerful sons and the numerous celestial beings from his realm, he feels the empire teetering on the brink of collapse. Overcome with rage, he coughs up a mouthful of black blood, nearly losing consciousness. How many years have passed since the ascension of our Zhong ancestors to the heavenly realm? A true immortal has not graced our world for countless years. To think that such a minor realm as Kunling could produce a true immortal. It must be that the Kunling realm has undergone a transformation, perhaps acquiring the true immortal elixir within the secret realms of the celestial gates. Fortunately, our Zhongshuan imperial city is fortified by the grand protective array left by our ancestors, capable of withstanding even a true immortal at peak cultivation for a year of relentless assault. In the palace, seated upon the imperial throne, Emperor Jingming contemplates these matters and regains his composure. Even if the true immortal empress of Kunling leads her forces into our Zhongshuan realm, we, the Zhong clan, shall remain invulnerable. How many more years must we wait before our Zhong altar can once again establish communication with the upper realm? He inquires of those below. Your Majesty, we need to wait another 5 years, after which our altar will be able to connect with the heavenly Zhong clan and summon our ancestral elders from the heavens. Responds an elderly minister in the tribulation stage, who is also of the Zhong clan. Now that the dual emperors of Zhongxian and Zhongling have passed away, their venerable father, Emperor Jingming, has once again ascended to the throne. Although Emperor Jingming appears exceedingly frail, he has consumed a longevity elixir that has extended his life, allowing him to retain at least another century. Hastily prepare the altar, day and night, to burn incense and conduct rituals, transmitting messages to the celestial realm, beseeching the ancestral beings to descend and inform the main clan that in 5 years, we must summon true immortals, or even the revered Xian immortals, to vanquish the Empress of Deling. The aged voice of Emperor Jingming decreed. We shall obey. It is imperative to slay the Empress of Deling and annihilate the Kunling realm to avenge our grievances. The numerous high-ranking members of the Tsang clan, who hold sway over the court, roared in unison. The multitude of Tsang clan cultivators seethed with indignation. The remaining foreign ministers and officials exchanged glances. Yet their meager strength rendered them incapable of voicing dissent. Though they believed that the initial incursion into the Kunling realm was instigated by Tsang Xian's dispatch of Tsang Ling and others, followed by Emperor Tsang Xian's personal campaign that resulted in a total defeat, they knew it was unjust to blame the Empress of Kunling for her retaliation. However, these non-Tsang officials were mere puppets, unable to speak freely. Soon, amidst the accumulation of various resources, the Tsang clan altar at the heart of Tsangxian Imperial City was completed, and incense offerings were made day and night. Meanwhile, in the Kunling realm, after the Empress Ling Wan and Wang Chen had successfully captured the invading forces from the Tsangxian Empire, the Empress remarked, "I did not expect that without our Dragon Clan's intervention, you would manage to eliminate the foreign threat." Hearing the immense commotion, Long Yuan and his spouse Ao Ru Bing, who had just flown up to the crystal barrier to assess the situation, encountered Wang Chen and Ling Wan, sharing smiles. The two dragons were well aware of Ling Wan's marriage to Wang Chen and the news of the Ling family obtaining the true immortal elixir. They were astonished by how swiftly Ling Wan had ascended to the rank of Tai Yi True Immortal. They gazed at Wang Chen marveling at the wealth and resources of this son-in-law, which seemed perpetually abundant. Ling Wan, in the presence of the true immortals of the Dragon Clan, did not dare to act presumptuously, for the two dragons were still her in-laws. Wang Chen and Ling Wan approached to pay their respects, and Wang Chen explained the situation with a smile. At this moment, Ling Wan instructed the many powerful figures of Daling to escort the cultivators from the Tsangxian realm back to the Daling Imperial City, temporarily confining them to the suburban dungeons. Ling Wan chose to remain with Wang Chen to converse with the Dragon King and his consort. "Dear father-in-law, I believe your Dragon Clan could ally with our Daling Empire in the future," Wang Chen suddenly proposed. Both Long Yuan and Ao Ru Bing were taken aback. Ling Wan's eyes sparkled with intrigue. Previously, the Dragon Clan's overall strength was not particularly formidable due to their limited numbers, and the other demon clans of the Endless Sea did not heed their authority, as some powerful sea demons also possessed heavenly immortal warriors. However, the situation has changed. With the emergence of two true immortals, the Dragon Clan is now capable of unifying all the demon clans of the Endless Sea. The territory of the Endless Sea surpasses the combined lands of Daling and the former Du Empire by a considerable margin. The assembly of these demon clans undoubtedly constitutes a formidable force. Our Endless Demon Alliance, comprising the Dragon Clan and other sea demon factions, is naturally inclined to form an alliance with the Great Ling Empire. How shall we proceed with this alliance? Long Yuan and Ao Ru Bing exchanged smiles as they turned their gazes toward Wang Chen and the Empress Ling Wan. Currently, the Dragon Clan has unified all the sea demon factions, and the entire force within the Endless Sea is referred to as the Endless Demon Alliance, with Long Yuan holding the position of permanent alliance leader. Empress Ling Wan smiled silently, directly looking at her husband, Wang Chen signaling that he was in charge of the decision-making. Subsequently, Wang Chen continued to propose suggestions, advocating for a collaboration between the Dragon Clan and the Great Ling Empire, with the latter taking the lead and allocating a portion of the trial quotas for the Immortal Gate's secret realms to the Dragon Clan. The Dragon King and his consort were overjoyed and readily agreed. Empress Ling Wan also did not decline, as the current Endless Demon Alliance boasts numerous formidable figures, including two true immortals. In total, there are 1,000 trial quotas for the Immortal Gate's secret realms in the Kunling realm, previously bestowed by the Great Yu to the Great Ling. Empress Ling Wan initially intended to allocate 300 quotas to the Endless Demon Alliance. However, Long Yuan and Ao Ru Bing believe that the prowess of the demon clan's prodigies pales in comparison to that of the human race and requested only 150 quotas. Thus, the distribution of trial quotas for the Immortal Gate's secret realms was established, the Great Ling receiving 850 quotas, while the Dragon Clan received 150. The Endless Demon Alliance and the Great Ling Empire officially formed an alliance, with the leadership naturally falling to Empress Ling Wan of the Great Ling henceforth. Should other realms invade the Kunling realm, or if the Kunling realm seeks to assault other realms, the Endless Demon Alliance is obliged to heed the commands of the human Great Ling Empire. At this moment, Empress Ling Wan and Wang Chen accompanied by the Dragon King and his consort, returned to the Great Ling Imperial City. They prepared to interrogate the cultivators of the Tsangxian Empire, who had been captured earlier. Long Yuan and his consort were also eager to glean information about the Zhangxian realm. Thus they accompanied the group to the Great Ling Imperial City. Chapter 152. Intelligence of Prince Zongyun. I go to idle within the confines of the royal city prison. The female Emperor Ling Wan personally interrogated the captive from the Zhongshuan realm, accompanied by the Dragon Abyss couple, Prince Ling Tian, and the Left Chancellor. After more than 2 hours, the interrogation of the Zhongshuan realm prisoners was nearing completion, yielding little significant intelligence. Only one heavyweight figure remained. Esteemed Empress of the Great Ling. Distinguished lords, I am the Prince of Zongyun from the Zhongshuan Empire. In the Grand Hall, before numerous celestial beings and true immortals, a middle-aged man clad in a robe of divine quality trembled visibly. This man, known as Zongyun, hailing from the Zong clan, had reached the pinnacle of tribulation and was the highest-ranking captive among the Zhongshuan realm cultivators. He was a younger brother of the Zhongshuan Emperor and of noble lineage within the Zong clan, the royal family of the Zhongshuan realm, which boasted an immense celestial lineage within the heavenly realm. Our Zong clan in the celestial realm possesses countless Tai true immortals, a multitude of Xian immortals, and a fair number of golden immortals. As for whether there are higher beings, I cannot say for certain. In our Zhongshuan royal city, there exists a protective great formation at the true immortal level, formidable enough to thwart even true immortals at the peak of their power. It is said that in 5 years, our clan's altar will once again connect with the main celestial lineage. This altar of celestial descent can even open a tunnel to the heavenly realm, allowing the summoning of ancestral beings of the celestial clan. Prince Zongyun divulged all he knew about the Zong clan. With a discerning gaze, Wang Qinkuan quickly discerned his true identity and subsequently confirmed through the system that the man spoke no falsehoods. It became evident that Zongyun, aware of his status as a member of the Zong clan and the principal offender in the invasion of the Kunling realm, had little choice but to divulge everything to secure his survival. Upon hearing that the Zong clan of the Zhongshuan Empire could descend to the mortal realm in 5 years, Ling Wan, Ling Tian, Long Yuan, and Ao Ring displayed expressions of concern. After all, the power of the heavenly Zong clan, with its multitude of true immortals, Xian immortals, and golden immortals, was indeed formidable. As for the prospect of even higher beings, it was almost unfathomable. Zongyun, do not frighten us unnecessarily. Surely the descent of heavenly beings must adhere to certain restrictions? Wang Qinkuan observed Prince Zongyun with a half-smile, his gaze sharp. In his mind, he had already consulted the system regarding the rules governing the descent of immortals. Zongyun appeared to be thoroughly scrutinized, trembling all over. This supreme prodigy of the Kunling realm, whose strength surpassed even that of the Zhongshuan Emperor, had witnessed Wang Qinkuan slay the latter with his own eyes. As a prominent figure overseeing the current trial of prodigies in the Zhongshuan realm, Zongyun was privy to much information about Wang Qinkuan. The fact that Wang Qinkuan managed to enter the trial of the Celestial Gate and eliminate Song Tiansheng indicated that he was certainly no older than 400 years. With the recent surge of true immortals in the Kunling realm, it was evident that they were brought forth by the true immortal pills from the Celestial Gate's secret realm. Rumor had it that this young man had also wed the Great Ling Empress. At scarcely 4 centuries of age, Wang Qinkuan has managed to slay the half-step true immortal, the Zhongshuan Emperor. It is likely that such an extraordinary prodigy is a rarity throughout the celestial realm. Indeed, within the Zong clan of the heavenly domain, such a peerless talent is nowhere to be found. I have conveyed all of this to you from the Kunling realm. Surely, the Zong clan cannot tolerate my presence. I merely hope that the Daling will take me in, and I shall serve diligently in return. Zongyun gazed upon Wang Qinkuan, aware that the weight of his presence here is likely on par with that of the Daling Empress. Wang Qinkuan, well versed in the rules governing celestial beings descending to the mortal realm, found this minor request to be of no inconvenience and nodded in agreement. After all, it is advantageous to have a leader among the defectors from the Zhongshuan realm. Typically, celestial beings require a guiding coordinate to descend to the lower realms, and their powers are curtailed by the celestial laws, often reduced to half of their full strength. Furthermore, the higher the cultivation of the celestial being, the more susceptible they are to the backlash from the heavenly Tao, a force that can be overwhelmingly harsh, even leading to their demise. Celestial beings of the Xianxian level and above begin to experience this unbearable backlash upon descending. Similarly, artifacts and treasures of equal rank suffer the same fate and may shatter. Thus, it is advisable for celestial beings to descend while still within the true immortal realm, carrying minimal and less potent treasures. After descending, the path to ascension back to the celestial realm becomes fraught with complications. It stands to reason that most celestial beings would be reluctant to venture down to the mortal plane. Song Yun recounted all that he knew. Through his exposition, the senior figures of the Kunling realm grasped the myriad restrictions imposed upon celestial beings descending to the mortal realm. One can only imagine the chaos that would ensue if a grand Luo golden immortal, or even the rumored immortal kings or emperors, could descend at will. It would spell disaster for the myriad realms of mortals. After deliberation, it was decided to escort Song Yun away. Long Yuan and Prince Ling Tian volunteered to accompany two Songshuan realm cultivators to personally investigate the situation. Exercising caution, Wang Qinkuan entrusted each of them with a life-saving talisman. Explicating its usage, Long Yuan and Prince Ling Tian, guided by the two Songshuan cultivators, journeyed to the distant Songshuan realm. They immediately unleashed their might, shattering the crystalline barriers of the Songshuan realm. Upon hearing the tremendous commotion, numerous high-ranking cultivators within the Songshuan realm were struck with fear at the sight of yet another true immortal from the Kunling realm, paralyzing them with terror and rendering them incapable of resistance. Countless cultivators of the Songshuan realm cursed the Song clan for their folly in provoking the Kunling realm, lamenting their ill-fated actions. Now, they had truly invited calamity upon themselves. With the guidance of their two escorts, Long Yuan and Prince Lin Tian arrived at the Songshuan imperial city, only to be met with the formidable barrier of the Song clan's true immortal level formation. Their attempts to breach it proved futile, and the denizens within the barrier were able to launch counterattacks with their spells. Long Yuan and his companions soon discovered that a colossal altar for the descent of immortals had already been erected within the Songshuan imperial city. After enduring a wave of assaults, Long Yuan and Ling Tian returned with the two guides, informing Wang Qinkuan and the Empress Ling Wan of the circumstances surrounding the Songxian realm, as foretold by Song Yun. However, Wang Qinkuan remained unfazed. Firstly, he possessed a protective shield of the immortal clan that could encompass an entire city, rendering him impervious to the descent of the Song clan's immortals. If necessary, he could arrange for all pivotal figures from the Dragon clan, Empress Ling Wan, and the Daling court to reside within Yun City. Secondly, there remained 5 years to prepare. At present, Wang Qinkuan was in the late stage of the Great Ascension. Once he achieved the pinnacle of Great Ascension and subsequently advanced to the early stages of Tribulation Crossing, he would be able to bolster his cultivation to the realm of true immortal. With the time array disc at his disposal, this would not take long at all. Wang Qinkuan conveyed to Long Yuan, his wife, and the Empress Ling Wan, as well as Prince Ling Tian, the capability of his clan's protective shield to safeguard the entirety of Yunjiang Immortal City, albeit only mentioning that it was of the Xian Immortal level. The revelation that his son-in-law possessed such a formidable protective array capable of encompassing an entire immortal city instilled confidence against the impending arrival of the Song clan's ascendants. Long Yuan and Ao Rubing were overjoyed, knowing that their son-in-law, Wang Qinkuan, never spoke idly, thus they trusted him implicitly. It is worth noting that the Dragon clan had also been inadvertently drawn into the conflict initiated by the Song clan against Daling. However, discussing such matters now seemed futile, as the Song clan would ultimately target the entire Kunling realm. Moreover, Wang Qinkuan was their son-in-law, and any trouble that Song clan sought to inflict upon him would inevitably implicate the Dragon clan. Empress Ling Wan, Prince Ling Tian, and the Chancellor had come to recognize Wang Qinkuan's mysterious nature. They had even speculated that he might be a reincarnated celestial being, a certain celestial king or emperor from the heavens, explaining his rapid ascent. Therefore, they naturally believed his words. In one of the palace's chambers, they hosted a lavish banquet. After the feast, Long Yuan and his wife temporarily returned to the Endless Sea to make arrangements for the eventual arrival of the Song clan, ensuring that the myriad beasts of the Endless Demon Alliance could take refuge in Yunjiang Immortal City. Wang Qinkuan and the Empress then returned to the residence of the Ling Emperor, contemplating the use of the time array disc for cultivation. Wang Qinkuan mused that there must be even more advanced versions available. A five-fold flow of time was still too slow, unable to meet the demands of his cultivation progression. However, the power of his 8 avatars was insufficient to engage in higher-level realms to combat stronger immortal-grade monsters, thus failing to procure the urgently needed treasures. Spring Brother, can my partner and I personally enter to slay beasts and acquire treasures? Wang Qinkuan inquired discreetly to the system. He wished to enter the alongside Empress Ling Wan, confident that together they could easily defeat immortal-grade foes. Aside from the host's avatars, the host's true self may also enter but the partner cannot accompany you, the system. Spring Brother replied, Indeed, my true self can enter. Wang Qinkuan's face lit up with delight. His true self possesses the strength of a half-step true immortal, and with the assistance of 8 formidable avatars casting remote spells in battle, Annihilating half-step true immortal beasts poses no challenge. Wanner, I must vanish for a while to procure some celestial treasures. Wang Qinkuan explained the situation to the empress, stating his intention to retrieve certain celestial artifacts from a distant location. The Empress Ling once smiled, responding with a hint of curiosity, yet refrained from inquiring further. Within the Ling Emperor's palace, Wang Qinkuan swiftly tore through the void, embarking on his journey. Chapter 153, The Tenfold Time Array. Breakthrough to the great perfection of the ascended realm with a swift motion, the formidable consciousness of Empress Ling Wan radiated outward, yet she failed to detect any trace of Wang Qinkuan. In an instant, he vanished without a trace, as if he had never graced this world. Had he directly slipped into the profound void? Seated upon her dragon throne, Empress Ling